U.S. Trotskyism 1928–1965. Part I, Emergence. Left Opposition in the United States. Dissident Marxism in the United States, Volume 1. Edited by Paul Le Blanc, Brian Palmer, Thomas Bias. Preface to the documentary trilogy on Us. Trotskyism. This book and the next two constitute a documentary trilogy on Us Trotskyism, and they are also the second, third, and fourth of a currently projected 6-volume series on dissident Marxism in the United States. These are to be made up mostly of primary sources, reflections, reports, analyses, proposals, etc., produced by us Marxists from the late 1920s through the early 1960s. The first volume, edited by Tim Davenport and myself, has the title The American Exceptionalism of J. Lovestone and His Comrades, 1928–1940. The present contribution and the next two provide a 3-volume presentation of materials, Us Trotskyism, 1928–65, the first volume subtitled Emergence, The Left Opposition in the United States, the second subtitled Endurance, For the Coming American Revolution, and the third subtitled Resurgence, Uneven and Combined Development. The final volumes projected for the overall series will involve contributions which we are labeling Independent Marxism, representing individuals and small groups unaffiliated either with the mainstream Communist Party USA, or with the Socialist Party of America, or with the Lovestone Group and the Trotskyist mainstream. In the history of the world, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels have been among the central figures pushing effectively for a democratic breakthrough that would give people, especially the laboring majority, a decisive say in the decisions affecting their lives, and that would ultimately, it was hoped, create a society of the free and the equal, which at different times they called socialism or communism. One the Marxist tradition exerted, from the late 19th century down through the late 20th century, a powerful influence among those seeking to build working-class movements, struggling for a world better than that divided between powerful minorities and the exploited and oppressed laboring majorities. Within this tradition, however, significant differences arose over how to properly understand and change the world. By the third decade of the 20th century, an irreconcilable divergence had opened up between a reformist social democratic wing and a revolutionary communist wing of the Marxist movement. 2. As time passed, both major currents were overwhelmed internally by a bureaucratization process that tended to stifle creative and critical-minded thinking and democratic politics. Ultimately, both had become largely discredited by the time the 21st century arrived. In the eyes of many, communism was discredited because it became a repressive and often murderous bureaucratic tyranny which nonetheless proved incapable of surviving, while social democracy was discredited because it proved incapable not only of replacing capitalism, but even of maintaining its own modest social reforms in the face of pro-business assaults and austerity programs. 3. A challenge for scholars, but also for activists and would-be revolutionaries, is to understand what happened, and also to locate strengths, positive lessons, and durable insights among the failures. In order to do this, it is necessary to engage with some of the best scholarship available, but also to consult primary sources to see what those who actually lived back then had to say. There is a significant body of scholarship dealing with the two major left-wing currents, social democratic and communist, inside the United States, represented by the Socialist Party of America and the Communist Party USA, as well as some primary source material. Much of this is cited in the preface for Volume 1 of the series. There is less material on the dissident currents, those breaking off from and independent of these other two. It is these dissident currents that are the focus of the series. Marxist currents in the United States, both mainstream and dissident, have actually had a significant impact upon labor and social movements that have been of some importance in the shaping of that country's history. This being the case, it strikes some of us as being reasonable and useful to produce such volumes as these, which may be interesting to more people now than they would have been 15 years ago. They may become even more interesting to a greater number of people in the foreseeable future. While the volume on the Love Stone group contains some illustrations to give a sense of what that particular group and its members looked like, similar illustrations of the Us Trotskyists can be found in the just republished volume by George Brightman, Paul Le Blanc, and Alan Wald, Trotskyism in the United States, Historical Essays and Reconsiderations, Chicago, Haymarket Books, 2016. That volume, combined with this one and the next two in Dissident Marxism in the United States, provide substantial resources for scholars and, we hope, for activists, but they by no means constitute a definitive account of the story of Us Trotskyism. The present volume, then, provides a documentary trilogy of Us Trotskyism from the late 1920s to the mid-1960s, with the major introductions that start each volume offering, taken together, an historical and analytical overview. For this overview, I assume full responsibility. My co-editors may agree with much that I say there, but they may have different takes on important questions in which I offer my own. Of my co-editors for this volume, I have known Andy Pollock since the 1970s, when we were comrades together in the Socialist Workers' Party, and Tom Bias since the 1980s, when we were comrades together in the Fourth Internationalist Tendency, a small group mostly composed of people expelled from the Socialist Workers' Party, so the three of us have had the advantage of knowing from the inside something of the political tradition we are helping to present in this book. There is an intimacy that comes from such comradeship, yet it is not always the case that this translates either into full agreement or actual friendship, but I feel fortunate to be able to count these hard-working and dedicated comrades among my friends. Brian Palmer, an outstanding historian of labor and social movements, I discovered in the early 1990s through writings about one of his mentors, E.P. Thompson. Soon after, along with one of my mentors, Frank Lovell, once the trade union director of the SWP, I actually connected with Brian, when we found that he wanted to write a biography of Us Trotskyism's founder James P. Cannon. We were determined to assist him as much as we could, and found that, despite differences, we shared much common ground. I have had the good fortune to work with Brian on 2 conferences dealing with the history of Us Trotskyism, and he too is a close and trusted friend. It has been a great pleasure to collaborate with these 3 on this project, and I believe our collective effort has resulted in something that will be useful for those who want to understand and, in some cases, to make use of this particular dissident Marxist tradition. Naturally, although all of the editors share a common sympathy for the Us Trotskyist movement, there are different takes one or another of us may have on both minor and major questions, and in our signed introductions none of us presumes to speak for all of us. Paul Le Blanc. Chapter 1. Introduction, Left Opposition in the United States. Paul Le Blanc. Left opposition refers to what was originally a current in the Russian Communist Party. It was in opposition to the corruption and betrayal of the communist ideal by a bureaucratic dictatorship, and it resisted the elimination of workers' democracy and internationalism from what had been the revolutionary Marxist conception of socialism. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin had been the longtime leader of the revolutionary Bolshevik current in the Russian socialist movement, and it was this current which led the Russian Revolution of 1917 that gave birth to the Soviet Republic. After designating itself the Russian Communist Party, it helped create the Communist International, meant to facilitate a global transformation from capitalism to socialism. After Lenin's death, however, the Russian Revolution's goal of Soviet democracy and the commitment to a liberating revolution worldwide gave way to a bureaucratic dictatorship preaching socialism in one country and advancing cynical policies to enhance its own power and privileges. This change did not take place without a struggle, and the struggle was associated especially with what was called the left opposition. While Leon Trotsky was one of the leaders in opposing bureaucratic degeneration, the oppositional current included a number of prominent revolutionary personalities and thinkers: Eugen Preobrazhensky, Karl Radek, Christian Rakovsky, Lev Kamina, Gregory Zinoviev, Lenin's widow Nadezhda Krupskaya, and others collaborated in its efforts at various points, seeking to preserve and advance the original, heroic ideals and perspectives associated with the Russian Revolution, the early Soviet regime, and the Communist International. By the late 1920s, however, powerful forces around the rising dictator Joseph Stalin, consolidating his domination of the Russian Communist Party, were able to smash the oppositionists, and many, including some of the most prominent, abandoned opposition to avoid expulsion from the Communist Party. The fact that Trotsky and a saving remnant of oppositionists held firm had ramifications in the world communist movement in the late 1920s, including in the United States, giving rise to a small but important international movement. 1. To understand this movement, then, one must give attention to the life and ideas of Leon Trotsky. There are a number of useful works that can be consulted to comprehend this brilliant and heroic figure, yet in Trotsky, a graphic biography, Rick Geary usefully summarizes key aspects of the story in the book's first 4 frames. In 1917, Leon Trotsky burst upon the international stage as the brain behind the Russian Revolution. He presided over the complete transformation of his country, not merely a change of government but a total restructuring of society on every level. To many, he was the heroic St. George, slaying the dragon of capitalist repression. To others, he was the ruthless and satanic purveyor of bloody rebellion, the cold, detached theorist gone mad with power. In truth, he fitted neither of these images. He was a writer, a thinker, a nation builder, albeit a reluctant one, with deep roots in his Russia's agricultural heartland. Trotsky's dream was for a world free from injustice, inequality, and war, and in this he was absolutely single-minded. To him, the ideas of Karl Marx showed the way, and for one brief moment he set the machinery in motion to achieve that end. He lived to see his work betrayed and his ideals perverted by those who seized power after him. He would be ejected from the government he helped to establish and hounded into exile and death. 2. Ejected from the Soviet Union in 1929, Trotsky labored to build a global revolutionary current that would defend and advance the earlier Bolshevik perspectives. Not at all inclined to name the movement which he led after himself, he preferred to call it Bolshevik-Leninist, although a more common tag was left oppositionist, but it was the name first given to it by its opponents that really stuck, Trotskyite or Trotskyist. The term Trotskyite was particularly pejorative, used by those hostile to the movement, having the connotation that those in agreement with Trotsky were in cultish orbit around him. The last 3 letters made a difference. Trotskyist came to be a term acceptable to many of his co-thinkers. Defining features of Trotsky's thought included his defense of revolutionary internationalism against Stalin's notion of socialism in one country, understanding that in the global political economy, the fates of the working classes and oppressed peoples of the early Soviet Union were interlinked with those of the advanced capitalist countries and with those in the underdeveloped colonial and semi-colonial regions. This tied in with his theory of permanent revolution, which saw struggles against everyday oppression in any country as being intertwined with the struggle for the genuine triumph of democracy, which must be led by the working class in order to be successful, and which would consequently result in the workers coming to power. This would result in continuing transformations in that country in the direction of socialism, but would necessarily also result in the spread of revolution to other countries. Such a successful spread of socialist revolution would be necessary for socialism's triumph in any single country. The failure of revolutions to spread to other countries, he argued, had resulted in the bureaucratic degeneration within the Soviet Republic, of the authoritarianism that accompanied it. Against such developments, he called for the renewal of genuine workers' democracy and revolutionary internationalism. It was essential for revolutionaries to help build united fronts to advance the struggles of workers and the oppressed within each country for a better life, ultimately for liberation from exploitation, which must culminate in socialist revolution. To advance such goals, he insisted on the need to develop a revolutionary party as a genuinely democratic collectivity of revolutionaries, guided by Marxist perspectives. The collective project. Those who initiated what came to be known as the Trotskyist movement in the United States were in basic agreement with these ideas associated with Trotsky. Yet they did not see themselves as being in orbit around a particular personality. They were revolutionary socialists who had been engaged in the struggles of us labor, and had been centrally involved in creating what they hoped would be an effective communist party that would be capable of leading a transition from capitalist oppression. The pioneers of US communism were inspired by the 1917 Workers' and Peasants' Revolution in Russia, led by Lenin, Trotsky, and other outstanding revolutionary Marxists who went on to establish a communist international in 1919. But many of them were also rooted in deep traditions of American radicalism and labor activism associated, for example, with the Socialist Party of Eugene V. Debs and the Industrial Workers of the World. 3. It is worth noting that in 1951 the leadership of the Socialist Workers' Party, the major force, small as it was, representing Trotskyism in the United States, proposed that the label of Trotskyism be set aside, that instead the party designate itself in broad public political agitation as Socialist or Socialist Workers or Revolutionary Socialist, alternatively, as the occasion may demand. Party leader James P. Cannon explained that the label could cause thoughtful workers to view the Socialist Workers' Party as a sectarian movement, as followers of some individual, and a Russian at that. It is not a suitable characterization for a broad American movement. Our enemies will refer to us as Trotskyists, and we will, of course, not deny it, but we should say, we are Trotskyists because Trotsky was a true socialist. What we are presenting against American capitalism and the labor bureaucracy is the principle of the class struggle of modem socialism. Let our enemies within the movement, that is in the narrow framework of the more political movement, call us Trotskyists. We will not protest. But then we will say we are Trotskyist because he represented genuine socialism and we, like him, are the real socialists. We have to think of ourselves more and more as representing the socialist opposition to the American bourgeoisie. I don't think we should do it under the handicap of what appears to the workers as a sectarian or cultist name. That is what the term Trotskyist signifies to them. 4. For various reasons, however, both in the United States and globally, the name Trotskyist stuck. Perry Anderson commented in 1976, "One day this other tradition, persecuted, reviled, isolated, divided, will have to be studied in all the diversity of its underground channels and streams. It may surprise future historians with its resources." A newly republished set of essays by George Brightman, Paul Le Blanc, and Alan Wald, Trotskyism in the United States, Historical Essays and Reconsiderations, provides broad outlines of the story of us Trotskyists, and some reflections on the meaning of this phenomenon. This stands as a useful companion to the primary sources provided in the present series. Our co-editor Brian Palmer has also initiated a rich and invaluable exploration of the central founding figure of us Trotskyism, James P. Cannon. 5. More work obviously needs to be done, and it is hoped that what is offered here will help to stimulate such efforts. American Trotskyists formed the Communist League of America, CLA, in 1928, standing as a beacon of early revolutionary democratic ideals of early communism against the corruptions, cynicism, and murderous authoritarianism of Stalinism. In Chapter 2, Brian Palmer introduces materials giving a sense of the founding years of the CLA, which naturally bear distinctive birthmarks of the struggle against Stalinism. Material in Chapters 7 and 9, introduced by Andrew Pollack, document the ongoing and often difficult efforts to come to terms with this increasingly horrific challenge to revolutionaries, which ultimately resulted in a deep fissure within Trotskyist ranks. Pollack goes much further in Chapter 9, however, in exploring the 1939-40 clashes among the US Trotskyists, with Trotsky himself in the thick of it, around matters having to do with Marxist philosophy and Leninist organizational norms. Culture clash. A sense of the dynamics within much of the Trotskyist movement in the late 1930s has been conveyed by Irving Howe, at the time a dedicated young recruit from the Socialist Party's youth group, the Young People's Socialist League, whose majority was won to the about-to-be-formed Socialist Workers' Party. The milieu Howe describes was highly intellectualist. We took positions on almost everything, for positions testified to the fruitfulness of theory. Theory marked our superiority to vulgar empiricist politics, compensated for our helplessness, told us that someday this helplessness would be dialectically transformed into power. Adding that most of the time, we discussed, debated, and did battle about matters beyond our reach, as if a correct formulation could create a desired reality. Howe nonetheless emphasizes that these disputes often concerned issues of genuine importance, with the Trotskyist movement groping toward problems that more conventional analysts would confront only decades later. Sometimes these disputes produced vivid writing and speaking in which the talents of leaders, blocked from public outlet, were released through wit and invective. At the same time, he comments that the faction fights surely had another purpose we could not then acknowledge. They were charades of struggle, substitute rituals for the battles we could not join in the outer world. Not more than 200 or 300 people might be present at a discussion meeting, but who did not feel that in pulverizing opponents and smiting dunderheads there was just a touch of Lenin recalled, of Trotsky reenacted. 6 In roughly the same period, Paul Jacobs, another young Trotskyist from New York, experienced a harsh culture clash when he and some younger comrades transferred to Minneapolis, home of a very different species of Trotskyist led by Vincent Raymond Dunn and others who had also led the historic Minneapolis General Strike of 1934. 7 They really were Bolsheviks, not dilettantes, he recalls, and we learned very quickly they were harsh disciplinarians as well. Recalling the more easygoing radical atmosphere of New York with the hours spent schmoozing over coffee in the cafeterias, Jacobs emphasized, in Minneapolis, if you were assigned to distribute leaflets at a union meeting, you went, for if you failed to show up without a very good excuse, like maybe dying, you had the prospect of facing Ray Dunn's cold eyes and implacable questions. Much of what he was used to in New York was considered kid stuff in Minneapolis. Jacobs elaborates. The signs of this toughness were everywhere. When armed guards were needed to protect Trotsky from the expected, and finally successful, attempts of the loyal to Stalin communists to assassinate him, the Minneapolis branch supplied the toughest of the volunteers. When Chicago gangsters had attempted to move in on the Minneapolis local of the Teamsters, they had literally been thrown down the steps of the Union office and told that they would be killed if they returned. The toughness of the leaders was combined with a hard, spare, ascetic quality that became a model for all of us. The very intensity and grimness of the radical movement in Minneapolis left little room for errors or weakness. After only a few weeks in Minneapolis, I understood very well how it was possible for this group of men to successfully run the Teamsters Union and why the Minneapolis General Strike had been run like a military operation. Ray Dunn and the people around him were very serious revolutionists. 8. These two reminiscences suggest that some dynamics coming into play in the factional disputes among the US Trotskyists may have been rooted as much in such cultural divides as in the undoubtedly substantial theoretical differences. Diversity and complications. As the 1939-40 factional dispute led to a permanent organizational split, it makes sense here to clarify a decision of the editors. That decision was to focus our efforts on the development of what might be termed the mainstream of US Trotskyism, stretching from the Communist League of America, the Workers' Party of the United States, the Appeal Caucus in the Socialist Party of America, and the Socialist Workers' Party. To follow dissident factions which split away could have involved a multi-volume work which would have been beyond our abilities. This tilts our account toward the majority current in the Trotskyist movement. Others must do the additional work to trace and elaborate on the story and the ideas of those who fundamentally disagreed and broke away. In some cases, this process has already begun, for example, with the very substantial current led by Max Schachtman that left the SWP in 1940. 9 Throughout the 1930s, Trotskyists in the United States were certainly engaged with far more than simply anti-Stalinism. This was simply part of their effort to advance the struggles for a better future on the part of workers and all oppressed people. In tandem with efforts to advance revolutionary practice, us Trotskyists naturally sought to develop a deeper understanding of history and theory. Materials in Chapter 5, introduced by Brian Palmer, provide a vibrant sense of Trotskyist contributions to class struggles in the United States, while materials introduced by Thomas Bias in Chapter 6 indicate some limitations with which Trotskyists wrestled as they engaged with complexities of the anti-racist struggle. Chapter 10, with material introduced by Paul Le Blanc, provides a sense in which these militant activists sought to apply and develop their understanding of history and of Marxist theory. While far smaller than the Communist Party and the largely reformist Socialist Party, the US ranks of the Trotskyists grew amid the labor radicalization generated by the Great Depression. By 1935, after playing an outstanding role in various labor struggles, especially in the Minneapolis General Strike, they were able to merge with other radical labor forces to form the Workers' Party of the United States. This was soon followed by a decision to enter the Socialist Party in order to link up with that organization's growing left wing, although they were soon driven out, along with much of the broader left wing, by the reformist leadership, and all of these complexities are reflected in materials contained in Chapter 3, introduced by Paul Le Blanc. The subsequent formation of the Socialist Workers' Party, covered in materials introduced by Thomas Bias in Chapter 4, seemed to its members and supporters to be the beginning of an important new phase of revolutionary struggle in the United States. But this development, as is the case with life in general, involved complications. This is reflected in materials introduced by Paul Le Blanc in Chapter 8. On the one hand, there was a proliferation of political disagreements generating political splinter groups that denounced the Trotskyist mainstream for being insufficiently revolutionary, and that were in turn criticized by the Trotskyist mainstream as being ultra-left and sectarian. On the other hand, there was a trend toward deradicalization among once sympathetic intellectuals who sensed that the hope for revolutionary triumph would not be realized. The birth of the SWP took place as part of a coming together of like-minded groups around the world to establish, with Trotsky, what was called the World Party of Socialist Revolution, the Fourth International. The First International had been established by Marx and others in 1864 but was ripped apart by differences between socialists, anarchists, and trade union reformers in the 1870s. The much more substantial Second International, or Socialist International, arose in 1889 but was largely discredited in 1914 when many of its adherents went along with the imperialist slaughter of the First World War. The Third, Communist, International, now hopelessly infected by Stalinism, was destined to be dissolved by Stalin in 1943, during the Second World War. In 1938, Trotsky and his adherents anticipated that the traumas of that future global conflict would, as had been the case with the First World War, generate a worldwide radicalization and revolutionary upsurge. They believed that this would powerfully impact on the three sectors of the world revolution, helping to bring about revolutionary insurgencies against colonialism in the so-called underdeveloped regions, working-class socialist challenges to capitalism in advanced industrial countries, and a militant sweeping aside of Stalinism in the Soviet Union. In such a context, the Trotskyists' revolutionary Marxist program was destined to prove its relevance to the rising waves of labor militants and revolutionary freedom fighters. While aspects of the Trotskyist prophecy came to pass, central aspects of it were borne out, at best, only in partial and fragmented ways. The Second World War was certainly incredibly devastating, and out of that came a global radicalization and revolutionary upsurge. But although the wave of anti-colonial revolutions began as expected, an unexpected stabilization in the advanced capitalist countries was achieved, largely due to the immense economic and military power of the United States. At the same time, the role the Soviet Union played in the victory over fascism and Nazism helped give the Stalin regime a new lease of life and increased its influence in the communist movement. Communist-led revolutions in China, Vietnam, and Yugoslavia were supplemented by more problematical communist takeovers in Eastern Europe, in some cases, such as Czechoslovakia, with significant popular support, in other cases such as Poland, with little support, but in all cases with decisive assistance from the Soviet Red Army. A Cold War confrontation between the capitalist free world led by the United States and the communist bloc led by the Soviet Union dominated world politics for decades, with the ever-present threat of humanity's destruction by the massive numbers of nuclear weapons that both of the great powers were accumulating. The disappointments and difficulties, and, in some cases, quite unexpected opportunities, brought by the Second World War and post-war developments would generate crises and also new fissures, but there were important new experiences and insights as well. The second and third volumes of this trilogy will be devoted to this period. Limitations and strengths. It is worth concluding with an observation on at least some of the elements missing and present in the movement represented in these pages. As Tom Bias emphasizes in his chapter on the Negro question, there were, for most of the period under examination, very serious limitations regarding the understanding of the predominantly white membership and leadership of the early us Trotskyists of the complex dynamics of race. The fact remains that there was an attempt to engage with the Negro question, and over time deepening insights were developed, in part due to the work of C.L.R. James. It is striking that the woman question is absent altogether from this volume, because it was more or less absent from discussions, and certainly the press, of the us Trotskyists from 1928 through 1940. Not only were questions of gender absent, but so were discussions of sexuality, nor were there clear signs of environmental sensibilities, all issues that have assumed central importance among radical activists of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. What is present and vibrant are questions of economic justice and labor action, passionate concerns regarding democracy, a significant degree of intellectual integrity, and a stress on organizational seriousness. These two have been of great importance among activists of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. It is interesting to consider the reflections on such matters of some activists who were associated with the SWP, and then with the political tendency associated with C.L.R. James. Having broken with both, they speak respectfully yet critically of each. At least two of them had been in the SWP from the start, then along with James had been in Max Schachtmann's organization after the 1940 split, then back with the SWP for several years, again with James, from 1947 to 1951, so their comments reflect significant experience, and they touch on both the limitations and strengths just indicated. Cannon was an utterly forthright and courageous man. But Cannon knew almost nothing about blacks or about minorities in this country. He didn't know anything about complexities. He represented a proletarian quality which we could never have absorbed through, for example, someone like William Z. Foster. Because, although Cannon was a proletarian type, he was the kind of proletarian who could coexist with a Max Schachtmann or an intellectual like James Burnham as long as these intellectuals did not become too flighty. Cannon was not a small or a mean man, he had a basic faith in the proletariat, but he sensed that there was much more to life, to history, to politics, and to revolution than just the proletariat. He welcomed intellectuals as long as they did not go off in all directions. C.L.R. James used to say of Cannon that he was not the kind of man who would trample on a minority. He would not line up his majority against you unless you got too far out of line and forced him to do it. Everybody who has a political party has to do that at a certain point. You can't let it be Tom apart from whim. He was the kind of chairman who could sit back and not have to interfere with everything going on. He was not an insecure person. Cannon didn't give a damn about the Negro struggle, all he cared about was the class struggle. Not that he was prejudiced, he just took the old socialist position that racism would be eliminated after the workers' revolution, so black and white workers should simply fight for workers' rights and socialism. C.L.R. came over to the United States in 1938, and while he didn't know what Cannon knew, he knew a lot of things that Cannon didn't know. We were able to go beyond the proletarianness of Cannon because of C.L.R. James. In many respects Cannon, who was 38 at the time of the split between Stalin and Trotsky and who had been shaped by the experiences of the First World War, remained at the standpoint of the solidarity of the workers. But at the same time he understood his limitations as a proletarian and therefore welcomed intellectuals into the party. In 194-7 Cannon was glad for us to come into the SWP again and permitted us a great deal of freedom, including trusting one of our members to put the paper The Militant to bed each week. CLR thought we could now give greater breadth and meaning to revolution in the US. And, in fact, James played a central role in reorienting the SWP on the question of race. Cannon knew we had ideas and it was understood that we could continue developing them, but we would also do our daily party work in a disciplined way. But in 1953 CLR was already becoming a Marxist egocentric, something which, strangely enough, Cannon never became. Cannon never tried to ballyhoo Cannon. 10. Communist League of America. Brian Palmer. Revolutionary communism has a long history. But with the Bolshevik achievement of a Soviet state in 1917, revolutionaries and radicals throughout the world looked to the victorious Russians, Lenin and Trotsky preeminent among them, for inspiration. With Lenin's illness in 1923, culminating in his death early in 1924, and Trotsky's inability to thwart Stalin's adroit if ruthless consolidation of power, what would be the consequences in countries like the United States, where communism was anything but well grounded? Revolutionary communists in the US, who had struggled valiantly throughout the Red Scare of the immediate post-World War I period, breaking out of a clandestine, underground existence to create a legal party that could connect with the mass of American workers, had originally been aided by the Communist International under Lenin. They were guided in all kinds of productive ways. Lenin, Trotsky, Radek, Zinoviev and others encouraged the Americans to adopt strategies and tactics that would facilitate making revolutionary communism a force within the wider labor movement and among other mobilizing groups, such as African Americans and immigrants. This positive, productive, and even-handed contribution of the Communist International to the American revolutionary movement waned over the course of the mid to late 1920s. As a former communist turned anti-communist, Benjamin Gitlow, declared in 1940, Lenin had ruled by virtue of his authority. Stalin now ruled by virtue of his power. Comintern interventions, often delivered to the American party by emissaries, backed up by cabled telegrams from Moscow, were increasingly dictatorial and ham-fisted. Gitlow recounted a joke making the rounds among United States communists in the mid-192s, "Why is the Communist Party like the Brooklyn Bridge? Because it is suspended on cables." Two political directives and policy decisions were often mercurial, resulting in disastrous political miscues. The Workers' Communist Party was balkanized into factional enclaves maneuvering for favor with Moscow. As James P. Cannon, throughout the 1920s a leading figure within American communism and a founder of the party's most successful United Front operation, the International Labor Defense, commented bitterly and earthily to Alexander Bittelman, theoretician of the rival William Z. Foster Group, "Stalin makes shit out of leaders and leaders out of shit." Dissident communism in the United States was thus born of failures, frustrations, and factional impasses. The Communist League of America, opposition, also known as the Left Opposition or CLA, was formally founded in Chicago at a three-day conference, 17 to 19 May 1929. Conceived as an opposition oriented towards winning back the existing membership of the Communist Party of the United States, CPUSA, to a revolutionary perspective, the CLA could be dated to the Sixth World Congress of the Communist International in the summer of 1928. Cannon and a Canadian comrade, Maurice Spector, read Trotsky's The Draft Program of the Comintern, a criticism of fundamentals. The disaffected duo agreed that Trotsky's insights explained how the international revolutionary project had been derailed by a political movement away from the original purposes of revolutionary communism, smuggled the dissident document out of the Soviet Union, and returned to their respective countries committed to defend their critical views and convince others of the validity of their judgment. In the United States, Cannon quickly drew his partner Rose Carsoner, and longtime allies in the communist movement, Max Schachtman and Martin Ahem, to his cause. All agreed that the sorry state of the American communist movement could be explained by Trotsky's critique. Cannon and this immediate circle of supporters were soon targeted by the Workers' Communist Party leadership, led by J. Lovestone. During a series of lengthy October 1928 political committee hearings, attended by over 100 party members, Cannon, Schachtman, and Ahem shocked comrades by tabling their statement in support of Trotsky, for the Russian opposition. Against opportunism and bureaucracy in the Workers' Communist Party of America. Document 1. The trio was promptly expelled. Their rallying cry document then appeared in the American left opposition's first November 15 issue of a semi-monthly propaganda organ, emblazoned with the title, The Militant. It was not long before other communists throughout the United States were pressured to repudiate Cannon, Schachtman, and Ahem. When they refused, or demanded more information, they too were turfed out of the party. This inevitably drew recruits to the Cannon-led left opposition. One such group, headed by Boston's revolutionary birth control advocate, Dr. Antoinette Konikow, formed the Independent Communist League, ICL, and issued a bulletin deploring the political trickery and crookedness associated with the Lovestone Party regime. Document 2. Cannon, Schachtman, and Ahem considered the Konikow statement insufficiently informed by Trotsky's programmatic critique, but in its willingness to break from the bureaucratic methods of Lovestone, the Boston ICL soon made its way into a common cause with the New York-based left opposition. In the process, conceptions of what was at stake in the consolidation of dissident communism broadened and deepened, as was the case with other contingents of oppositionists in Chicago, Minneapolis, and elsewhere. The emerging left opposition was given a rough ride by its former comrades. Those selling the militant outside of Communist Party headquarters and gatherings, or speaking publicly about Trotskyist ideas, were subjected to harassment, even beatings. Organized goon squads of Communist Party rank-and-filers descended on forums where Cannon, Konikow, or other left oppositionists might be speaking, determined to use physical force to silence left-wing critics. In the pages of the Daily Worker, the left opposition was attacked as enemies of the working class, part of an internal union of renegades. These miscreants had joined the camp of the plotters of war on the Soviet Union, aligned with imperialism, the social democracy, and the counter-revolution. For Schachtman was aghast. We looked almost in utter disbelief at what we were seeing and what we were witnessing and what we were participating in. Comrades with whom we had lived and fought both as opponents and colleagues in factional fights for years and years, who had been comrades of ours in every sense of the word, not just politically but personally, were threatening to beat us up or cut us up, just for doing nothing more than selling our militant. 5. In these earliest of left opposition days, American dissidents had no contact with Trotsky. We didn't know whether he was dead or alive, wrote Cannon. But contact with Trotsky was gradually established as the CLA consolidated. 6. After the opposition's founding conference, Trotsky congratulated his American comrades for building a basis on which the bureaucratic centralism characteristic of the PUSA could be opposed, writing a letter on the tasks of the American opposition. Party leaders in the United States, Trotsky concluded, were prepared to put through any zigzag whatever according to the administrative necessities of the Stalinist staff. Document 3. One of those characteristic zigzags was the Kommentumstum to the third period, an ultra-left Stalinist lurch that handcuffed the left opposition somewhat. For one part of the CLA's critique of the Communist International was that it had retreated over the course of the 1920s into parochial defense of the Soviet Union as the homeland of socialism, abandoning the project of building revolutionary possibility around the world. When the third period declared the need to confront capitalism with revolutionary mobilizations, proclaiming an end to an era of capitalist stabilization and class struggle retreat, it seemed as if the Communist International was reasserting its commitment to revolutionary activism. In actuality, the programmatic shift proved an ultra-left recipe for sectarian disaster, abandoning Leninist understandings of the United Front as a tactic to develop strategic ways in which communists could work productively in mass organizations of working-class mobilization, conditioning new ways for the revolutionary left to influence workers and their allies to take up the politics of root and branch opposition to capitalism. As Maurice Spector argued in The Cult of the Third Period, the consequences were debilitating for the revolutionary project. The Third Period isolated communists in a rhetoric of antagonism. Demands were made that fighting Red Unions be formed in opposition to the established and compromised mainstream labor organizations. Ugly and counterproductive attack on reformist political bodies as agents of social fascism became mandatory. The result was a Communist Party, USA, that was increasingly isolated from the masses of American workers. Document 4. In calling for a united front on unemployment, Document S, the left opposition posited a concrete alternative to the rhetorical absolutism of Third Period sectarianism. This repudiation of ultra-leftism, envisioned and implemented in the unemployed movement that was arguably one of the most significant agitational and organizational initiatives amidst the Great Depression's destructive assault on jobs, promised a politics of intervention in class struggles that would shift the emphasis away from the Comintern's isolating sectarianism. It accented the need to build mobilizations and movements in conjunction with existing bodies of potential resistance, while not abandoning the necessary critique of reformist leaderships. The left opposition had done much to identify what was wrong with the Communist International and what, in the United States, might be done to rectify the situation. But the small forces of dissident Trotskyist communism never numbered more than 200 in these 1928 to 33 years. The PUSA was considerably larger, had a significant layer of steeled activists embedded in trade unions and mass organizations, could draw upon the immense resources and prestige of the Communist International, and was, in all manner of ways, far more influential. Isolated and maligned, and struggling to make breakthroughs that never quite managed to materialize, the early CLA soon found itself mired in a factional impasse that pitted two of its founders, James P. Cannon and Max Schachtman, against one another. Factional correspondence documents 6 and 7 reveal the depths of the divisions, which related to individual circumstances and styles of work as well as opposed orientations to important questions, many of which unfolded within the international arena. The particular letters reprinted below address differences between the Cannon and Schachtman groups around the advisability of funding Ames Swaybeck's travel to Europe to meet with Trotsky and the measures to be taken against a League militant, Bernard Morgenstern, who violated left opposition norms in being married before a rabbi. Such matters may seem trivial, but the vehemence of factional reaction, both Swaybeck and Morgenstern were members of the Cannon majority, suggests how deeply divided the CLA was in this period. The fullest account of this factional impasse appears in an excellent compilation of documents put together and analyzed by the staff of the Prometheus Research Library. This already published account, reproducing scores of lengthy public and private statements, reveals fault lines separating the Cannon and Schachtman groups, one in which the principled politics of the left opposition tended to be compromised by the tendency to personalist combinations and opportunistic adaptations of Schachtman and his principal allies Martin Ahem and Albert Glotzer. As this selection of material suggests, Trotsky's intervention in these disputes, which identified lapses of judgment and failures to follow through on basic political assignments in Schachtman's work in the European sections of the left opposition, tried to instruct Schachtman about these shortcomings. Within the CLA, Trotsky ultimately played a decisive role in realigning the Cannon majority and the Schachtman minority. 7 Resentments nonetheless still simmered, eventually resurfacing in an irrevocable split between Cannon and Schachtman in 1940. In the immediate context of the early 1930s, however, Trotsky's intervention advocating an end to the American left opposition's factionalism was reinforced by the CLA's emergence as a forceful, if small, force on the stage of class conflict and political mobilization. Antagonisms lessened as Cannon and Schachtman threw themselves into efforts to ignite an American challenge to the rise of fascism in Germany. But it would be the left opposition's involvement in mass struggles, first in the New York hotel workers' strike and, Later, in the dramatic and successful leadership of the Minneapolis Teamsters battles to form an industrial union in 1934, both conflicts featured in the labor struggle section below, that finally ended, for a time, the bitter Cannon and Schachtman fracture of the early 193 OS. 8. By this point the international left opposition's original orientation of directing its propaganda to the official communist parties, with the intention of reclaiming Comintern affiliates to the revolutionary politics of their origins, had borne little in the way of successes. The TUM to the third period hardened resistance to the left opposition and undermined its capacity to effectively challenge the entrenched Soviet bureaucracy. With the growing threat of fascism and world war, moreover, the catastrophic consequences of adhering to a politics of ultra-left, sectarian abstentionism seemed more and more apparent. Joseph Carter's Unite to Smash Fascism. Forward to Communist Unity and Common Action of All Working-Class Organizations Document 8 was an impassioned plea to rally all communist forces before events in Germany proceeded to the point that resistance to fascism was obliterated. But this principled and pragmatic call for unity, voiced by left oppositionists from the moment that Hitler's march to power was discernible, originally fell on deaf Comintern ears. By the time the thoroughly Stalinist International finally realized that its third-period policies had squandered opportunities to build resistance to fascism in a sectarian refusal to make common cause with social democratic and other reform bodies, it was too late, and the half-hearted halfway TUM to the United Front proposed by the Communist International was too little. The way had been paved for the defeat and decimation not only of the powerful German communist movement, but also its numerous social democratic left-wing rivals. Fascism triumphant within Germany sealed the fate of Europe and much of the world, with war now inevitable. Only when this was painfully obvious did the Communist International react unequivocally. It did so, predictably, not so much by correcting the mistaken policies of the third period, but by lurching yet again in an extreme reaction, this time fast-tracking to the right. With the proclamation of the Popular Front, communist parties around the world were admonished to drop their insistence that only revolutionaries affiliated with the Comintern could lead the class struggle, forming truly revolutionary unions and promoting the politics of class against class. Now, cross-class alliances should be formed. Communists must work with all manner of progressive people, and the defense of the Soviet motherland amidst war was the priority against which all actions must be judged. Communists should enter into coalition governments the better to promote these policies and defeat the fascist enemy. Having struggled for half a decade to convince those affiliated with the Communist International to reclaim their revolutionary heritage, the international left opposition under Trotsky's leadership was, by 1933, stalemated in recognition of its meager accomplishments. With the German debacle and the destruction of the powerful revolutionary German workers' movement, Trotsky had seen enough of Stalinism's politics of defeat. There was also increasing evidence of the Stalinist terror directed against left oppositionists, prompting Trotsky to begin to develop his analysis of the revolution betrayed. By September 1933 Trotsky had concluded that the Stalinist Comintern had passed from being a flawed but nevertheless still potentially revolutionary body that it was mandatory for the left opposition to direct its work toward, to being a bulwark of counter-revolution that could be bypassed. Stalinism had crossed over into the camp of obstructing rather than advancing revolution. Little more than a corpse of a once healthy revolutionary project, the Communist International as it existed under Stalinism could not be revived. Trotsky thus called for the formation of a new, Fourth International, as well as the establishment of dissident communist parties separate and distinct from existing Stalinist bodies that would take up the cause of a revived international. The Communist League of America took up this challenge, its National Committee issuing a declaration for a new party and a new international Document 9. In a March 1934 debate at New York's Irving Plaza, Cannon crossed swords with his old inter-party adversary J. Lovestone. The Workers' Communist Party head who had expelled Cannon in 1928, Lovestone had subsequently himself been expelled as a right oppositionist. Yet Lovestone still wanted to reform and unify the Communist International. Cannon was having none of it. Too much water had passed over the mill, Too many mistakes had been made, too many crimes and betrayals had been committed, too much blood spilled by the Stalinist International, thundered Trotsky's American ally. 9. This perspective, giving the CLA a fresh start, opened the door to increasing and invigorating interventions in the labor movement and to the building of new revolutionary organizations through initiatives undertaken with non-Stalinist revolutionary forces. In the whole future of the party and the Comintern. 3. The discussion of these questions conducted up till now has not been a real discussion, since many of the documents, in our opinion some of the most important political documents of our time, have been suppressed and concealed from the parties of the Comintern or presented to them in garbled form. The opportunity which has come to us in the recent period to read a number of these documents dealing with some of the most disputed problems of the Comintern in the past 5 years, together with the rapid confirmation of their correctness by the whole course of events, has shaped our views and convictions. We consider it our revolutionary duty to defend these views before the party. 4. The arbitrary actions already taken against us, our removal from all positions on October 16, and the plain indications shown in the present hearing of the intention to take further organizational measures and to begin a public campaign against us in the party press make it necessary to state our position without further delay. It must be made clear to the party that the measures are being taken against us solely because of our political views. These views must be presented to the party as they really are. 6. We stand on the main line of the document entitled The Right Danger in the American Party, accepting certain erroneous formulations dealing with the world position and role of American imperialism, presented to the 6th World Congress of the Comintern by the delegation of the opposition, in the drafting of which we actively participated. As set forth in this document, we believe that the present leadership of the party, mechanically imposed upon the party by the ECCI against the will of the membership, is a consciously developing right wing whose course and actions are all in the direction of undermining the position of the party in the class struggle. Its activities since the presentation of the document The Right Danger in the American Party to the World Congress, have confirmed and not refuted this estimate. The irresponsible adventurism, factional degeneration, and bureaucratic corruption of the Lovestone Group leadership are an organic part of its fundamental opportunist character. 7. The latest decision of the Secretariat of the ECCI, which undertakes to dismiss a whole series of principled questions raised in our indictment of the party leadership with a formal motion, giving no answer whatsoever to the burning questions of the party in all fields of the class struggle, serves only to strengthen the mechanical stranglehold of the right-wing leadership upon our party. This bureaucratic secretarial method of dealing with disputed principled questions must be emphatically rejected by the party both in form and content, since it has nothing in common with Lenin's teaching regarding the ideological leadership of all communist parties by the Comintern and the unremitting struggle against opportunism on all fronts. 8. The present attempt of some of the leaders of the Foster-Biddleman group who signed the document on the right danger to abandon that platform, to moderate the struggle against the Lovestone-Pepper right wing, and to effect a political coalescence with them in order to direct their attack against those who remain true to that platform and develop its logical and inevitable international implications, in no way alters the fundamental correctness of the document. It merely demonstrates the political instability of these leaders, which hampers the process of developing an opposition to the present right-wing leadership and line of the party on a principled basis. We have no doubt that the supporters of the opposition who have regarded the struggle against the right-wing leadership as a principled question will continue to adhere to this position despite the vacillations and maneuvers of a section of the leaders. G. The problems of the American Party are organically bound up with the fundamental questions confronting the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Comintern, and cannot be solved separately from them. The left wing of the American Party, taking shape in the principled struggle against the right-wing leadership of the party, Lovestone-Pepper Group, will go forward only insofar as it recognizes the necessity of a struggle against the right danger on an international scale and links up its fight in the American Party with the Bolshevik fight for the fundamental tenets of Leninism in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and in the Comintern. 10. The opposition in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union led by Ld. Trotsky has been fighting for the unity of the Comintern and all its sections on the basis of the victory of Leninism. The correctness of the position taken by the Russian opposition over a period of 5 years of struggle has been fully confirmed by events. A. The struggle led by Trotsky since 1923 for party democracy and against bureaucratism as the pressure of another class upon the party of the proletariat, was absolutely correct then and is even more so now. The adoption of this position by Zinoviev, Kamina and others in 1926, and the attempt by Stalin to adopt it now, demonstrates the tremendous pressure of class forces which impel the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to this platform. The struggle for party democracy, against bureaucratism, and for a regime of genuine Leninist self-criticism are burning questions now for every party and for the Comintern as a whole. B. The necessity for a more relentless struggle against the kulak and the Nepman, for an orientation exclusively toward the workers and hired hands, united with the village poor and lower peasantry and in alliance with the middle peasantry, proclaimed by the opposition, becomes clearer every day. The trend of events and the irresistible pressure of class forces is already driving a deep cleavage in the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and is forcing the Stalin group to struggle against the right wing, Rykov, etc., with other elements, Bukharin, vacillating between the two. The platform of the Russian opposition, prepared for the 15th Congress of the CPSU, indicates the revolutionary policy for the present situation in the Soviet Union. The prediction and warning contained in this platform against the inevitable growth and aggressiveness of a genuine right wing in the party, Rykov, Tomsky, etc., has been precisely confirmed in the intervening period, particularly in recent months. The activities of this right wing have already necessitated organizational measures in the Moscow Soviet, a proof of the awakening of the proletarian masses of the party to this danger. The left course of the Stalin group in the direction of a struggle against the right dangers, for party democracy and self-criticism, against the bureaucrats, the Nepman and the kulaks, can become a real left course only insofar as it abandons zigzag movements, adopts the whole platform of the opposition, and reinstates the tested Bolshevik fighters who have been expelled to their rightful places in the party. See the attempts to revise the basic Marxist-Leninist doctrine with the spurious theory of socialism in one country have been rightly resisted by the opposition led by Trotsky. A number of revisionist and opportunist errors in various fields of Comintern activity and its ideological life in general have proceeded from this false theory. To this, in part at least, can be traced the false line in the Chinese Revolution, the debacle of the Anglo-Russian Committee, the alarming and unprecedented growth of bureaucratism in the Comintern, an incorrect attitude and policy in the Soviet Union, etc., etc. This new theory is bound up with an overemphasis on the power and duration of the temporary stabilization of capitalism. Herein lies the true source of pessimism regarding the development of the proletarian world revolution. One of the principal duties of every communist in every party of the Comintern is to fight along with the opposition for the teachings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin on this basic question. D. The opposition was absolutely correct when it demanded the immediate rupture of the Anglo-Russian Committee and the concentration of all the fire of the Comintern and the British Party upon the leaders of the British Trades Union General Council, Purcell, Hicks, and Company, immediately after the betrayal of the general strike. The maintenance of the Anglo-Russian Committee after this event did not serve as a bridge to the British masses but as a partial shield of the traitorous leaders from the fire of the communists. E. Rarely before in history has a Marxist-Leninist appraisal and forecast been so completely and swiftly confirmed as in the case of the opposition theses and proposals, Trotsky, Zinoviev, on the problems and tasks of the Chinese Revolution. The line of the ECCI, formulated by Stalin, Bukharin, Martynov, etc., and the rejection of the proposals of the opposition, which were suppressed and concealed from the parties of the Comintern, have brought catastrophic results and hampered the genuine development of the Communist Party of China and the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants. In view of its world historical importance, a real discussion of the problems of the Chinese Revolution, with all the documents being made available, is imperative for all parties of the Comintern. The prohibition of this discussion must be broken down, the truth must be told and the enormous errors exposed down to their roots. Only in this way can the great lessons of the Chinese Revolution be learned by the parties of the Comintern. N. We demand the publication of all the documents of the Russian opposition, without which the party members do not and cannot know the essential issues of the struggle and cannot form intelligent opinions in regard to them. The discussion of these issues heretofore has been conducted in an atmosphere of prejudice, misrepresentation, terrorism, outlawing of all thought and inquiry, the substitution of official say-so for the study of documents and facts on disputed questions. All this has been part of a campaign of unparalleled slander against Trotsky, who, after Lenin, was the outstanding leader of the Russian Revolution and the Comintern, and was accompanied by the falsification of the history of the revolution itself. 12. We intend, at the coming plenum of the Central Executive Committee, to propose that our party shall take the initiative in demanding the return from exile and the reinstatement into the Communist Party of the Soviet Union with full rights, of Trotsky and the other imprisoned and exiled members of the Russian opposition. Violence and persecution against counter-revolutionaries is a revolutionary duty. Violence and persecution against tried and loyal Bolsheviks is a crime. 13. The consolidation of the opposition in the American Party, which logically and inevitably merges with the path of the opposition in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union led by Trotsky, has developed in the struggle against the right danger. The pitiful attempt to characterize this opposition as a right tendency, related to the non-communist elements such as Lor who have been fighting the party from the right, and anti-communist elements like Salutsky, who have gone completely over to the side of the labor lieutenants of capitalism, does not in the least correspond with political reality and is designed to cover the progressive drift of the party leadership to the right. On the contrary, the attempts to exclude us from responsible party work, and even from the party itself, along with the proletarian communists who support us, while at the same time the control of the party apparatus and the party leadership in such unions as the needle trades consolidates more firmly in the hands of the opportunists, who fight their communist worker critics with expulsion and physical violence, all this can only accelerate the rapprochement between the right-wing and petty bourgeois elements now outside the party. 14. The Lovestone Group leadership, by its opportunist political outlook, its petty bourgeois origin, its corrupt factionalism, its careerism and adventurism in the class struggle, is the greatest menace to the party. Its mechanical grip on the apparatus of the party grows steadily tighter and chokes out its inner life. Capable, experienced, and trustworthy comrades are one by one removed from responsible posts and replaced by faction agents, incompetents and upstarts, unknown and inexperienced in any serious work in the class struggle. The party itself, the mass work, and the mass organizations under the influence and direction of the party are thereby undermined. 16. By its whole character the Lovestone leadership is the logical American banner-bearer of the demagogic and unscrupulous international campaign against the leaders of the Russian opposition. The aspirations of certain former leaders of the opposition in the American Party to grasp this banner for themselves are pathetically futile. The hopes of the Foster Group to escape thereby the factional persecution of the Lovestone Group and to secure their organizational positions can succeed only insofar as they surrender their former opposition standpoint. The whole course of the Lovestone Group, which has no roots in the labor movement, is toward a monopoly of the party apparatus, and cannot be otherwise. 17. We declare our intention to appeal to the plenum of the Central Executive Committee to reverse the action of the Polcom against us, which is motivated by neither principled foundation nor party interest, and is the result purely of factional considerations and bureaucratic fear of discussion and criticism. 18. The arbitrary decisions made against us cannot in the slightest degree change our position as communists, since the party we helped to found and build is our party. Reserving the right to express our viewpoint and opinion on these disputed questions, we will continue to adhere to the discipline and decisions of the party as heretofore. Under all circumstances we will continue to live with the party and work for its future. Independent Communist League of Boston, Antoinette Konikow et al. Certainly the principles of the Communist Party are not wrong. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as a transition to communism, the effective work against capitalism and its conscious and unconscious supporters, the expose of the Socialist Party. These are the strength and glory of the communist movement. Then what is wrong? So deeply wrong that it is bound to become dangerous to the movement. What is the reason that so many communists find it impossible to work for communism within the party? The great sore growing larger and deeper in the communist movement is its form of organization carried over from the time of the Russian Revolution, namely, the centralized democracy now without democracy, the strict discipline now without previous discussion, the power acquired by a faction of the Communist Party of the Soviet Russia to demand obedience not only in Soviet Russia, but all over the world. How did the present leadership of the RCP attain such power? First, because the workers of the world look upon them as the direct followers of Lenin, because upon their heads rests yet the halo of the October Revolution. All achievements of Soviet Russia for the last 10 years are considered to be their work. In fact, the workers identified them, just as they do themselves, with the Russian Revolution and with Soviet Russia. Whoever is against that faction is accused of being against the October Revolution and against Soviet Russia. History made the Russian Communist Party, in the eyes of the workers of the world, the representatives of Soviet Russia, but in reality they represent only a faction in the RCP, which knows how to control its own party and the Comintern. In the first year of the Soviet government all comrades of the Executive Committee had their say however deeply they differed. There were no bosses at that time and Lenin attained his influence only through the strength of his arguments and his deep knowledge, certainly not by mechanical control. This has changed since Zinoviev became secretary of the Comintern. How is the RCP and all other communist parties controlled by one faction? He, Zinoviev, was the first to establish boss rule. When he was removed, the comrades all over the world gave a sigh of relief, finding out soon that there was only a change of power, Stalin having taken his place. The Russian Communist Party is ruled now by the Stalin-Bucharin faction through the application of the so-called centralized democracy, or rather simplified democracy, as a Russian comrade satirically characterized it. The same simplified democracy holds good for the organizations of the Comintern and the organizations of all other communist parties. The ruling factions can perpetuate themselves through perfect control of the party press and all avenues of information. If the majority of any communist party proves unsuitable to the Comintern, simplified democracy at once begins to work. In other words, the Comintern appoints the comrades satisfactory to themselves. The Fosterites once had a majority in our party and were simply pushed aside, getting the orders practically to give the power over to the minority. The same happened just now in Germany, where the Comintern ordered Comrade Thalmann removed from the majority of the CEC. Thus the communist parties of the world are always under the full control of the Comintern. There are plenty of factions in different communist parties bitterly fighting one against the other, but not one of them, however, dares to lift its voice against the Comintern. The Comintern is the infallible judge. To whomsoever it gives its approval, it gives at the same time power to be the leader of the particular party, and its representative in the conference of the International. No opposition against the Comintern ever has a chance to grow within any party, still less to send any delegates to the Comintern. What supreme mockery was it for the Bolshevik monthly magazine of the RCP to glory in the fact, in its August editorial, that the Trotsky opposition did not even have one delegate at the last Congress of the International. The Pravda daily communist paper also points proudly to the fact that all resolutions of the Congress have passed unanimously. The Communist Party in Soviet Russia and all over the world is always unanimous, because no one dares to have an opinion. 27. How is this unanimity in all communist parties brought about? How is this unanimity brought about? Comrades who dare to differ lose standing and can retain important positions only if they repent and submit. Foster's short stint of independence, refusing during Zinoviev's dictatorship to vote against Trotsky, and fighting against Pepper, was duly punished. From being the leader of the majority he was forced to become a minority leader. He is tolerated now only under conditions of self-effacement. From the other side, a man like Lovestone, whose political trickery and crookedness is admitted by his own supporters, easily keeps his leadership. If he is occasionally caught in trickery or lies, it does not count, for lately maneuvering against comrades of the party is considered quite fashionable. Lovestone and Losovsky. The latest expose of Lovestone seems to have added to his laurels, I mean the Losovsky statement on the American mix-up, Pravda, number 176, July 31. Lovestone and his crowd voted against the decision of the Profintum on the change of the trade union policy from boring from within to dual unionism. Imagine his embarrassment when he comes to Moscow and finds that the new policy is supported by Stalin. He realizes that he has not recognized the voice of the master. With his usual impudence he simply denies the fact of his voting against the policy. Lovestone's faction is again recognized and supported by the Commentum, and it will be so for years. The Fosterites cannot equal his tricks, and in the struggle for supremacy between factions, trickery and submission to the Commentum are the only things that count. The orders from the Commentum are to give up factions. It is a standing order for many years. Lovestone swears solemnly that he is through with factions and begs the opposition to stop their disturbance of the party with their faction work. Meanwhile he is secretly making arrangements for the usual faction meetings, and the Fosterites follow his example. Instead of acknowledging frankly the necessity of different opinions in the party and giving all a chance of free criticism and exchange of opinions, which would really do away with factions, the party insists officially that no factionalism exists, but secretly keeps up the struggle of factions just as before. 28 Chapter 2. The control of party members in Soviet Russia. The Commentum and the RCP are becoming so much imbued with maneuvering and diplomacy that they slowly adopt all cheap capitalist political trickery and apply them with vengeance to their own members. In Soviet Russia they decided to kill the Trotsky opposition and acted about it just as the old Tsar used to do with revolutionaries. Instead of realizing that an opposition of thousands of members is not a matter of chance, but based on some real foundations, they tried to explain it by mere treachery or personalities, and wanted to annihilate it by persecution and exile. We have heard lately again and again that the Trotsky opposition in Russia is dead and buried. A few months passed and again articles appear in the Pravda that the Trotsky opposition had raised its head and must be killed once again. The most damnable situation is the fact that the same methods are used in Russia, where the building up of socialism demands the full cooperation of the rank and file and the whole working class. But what has been done? The psychology of submission, called discipline, has been applied so persistently that workers are afraid to express their opinion and are getting used to look with indifference upon acts of mismanagement, corruption, and even plain treason. They have learned by bitter experience that it is dangerous to criticize and expose the grafters and corruptionists who are so near to the leading elements of the party that they get the support of party officials. Revolutionary methods must adapt themselves to different stages of the work. The Russian Revolution is the first practical application of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Naturally, it was a hard and difficult task, and frictions could not have been avoided. Military communism or war communism, introduced right after the October Revolution, was a powerful help at first, but had to be given up to save Soviet Russia. The strict centralization form of party organization is another sequel of the revolution and is kept up too long. The new conditions demand inter-party democracy, or the party will not be able to exist. Centralization and strict discipline are necessary in time of war and revolution, but if continued into the period of reconstruction are bound to lead to dissension and opposition. 29. The Trotsky opposition. Lenin had greatly worried over coming faction fights between Stalin and Trotsky before his death. He had warned comrades in his so-called testament not against Trotsky, but against Stalin. In fact, he begged the comrades to remove Stalin from the secretaryship of the party, because he feared Stalin would abuse his power. Lenin's testament was never given to members of the party. His prediction unfortunately only too soon became a reality. For 2 years all communist newspapers and magazines were filled with poisonous and misleading statements against Trotsky. No wonder the average comrade became prejudiced against him. The supporters of Trotsky lost their jobs and positions and later were exiled and are now in half-starving condition. Some comrades tell me that no punishment could be severe enough for Trotsky as long as he was a menace to the party. The question is, was he a menace? In reality, he pointed out all dangers which threatened Soviet Russia. Had the party accepted his advice, Soviet Russian would be stronger and happier today. He pointed out the growing power of the kulak, which would make calm collection in the Soviet Union difficult. He was laughed at. But last spring Soviet Russia, to its great consternation, found out that it was almost impossible to collect the necessary calm. Trotsky warned the government against the increasing power of bureaucrats and the suppression of the rank and file. He pointed out the possibilities of graft and counter-revolution. He had not reached his exile in Turkestan when Soviet Russia had its new surprise, the Donets affair, a disclosure of corruption and graft and counter-revolution of a most shocking nature. The most horrible fact was that the workers and comrades knew about it for years, but could not do anything under the regime of bureaucracy and corruption. The situation in China also ended in a surprise. Trotsky had warned the comrades against working with the Chinese bourgeoisie, had demanded many months before the final disaster the withdrawal of the communists from the Kuomintang and the formation of Soviets. As usual, he was laughed at and his advice was followed only too late. The leaders of the RCP are very busy keeping the Communist Party of the world straight and fighting left and right deviations. The real dangers they usually notice only when they get a good blow on the head. Stalin says, communists are too independent to be controlled by Moscow. The party which glories in being always unanimous, which permits no opposition, is bound to go wrong. Centralization without democracy and discipline without previous discussion can prevail for a while in a proletarian state, but it rests on dangerous premises. First, the majority of the membership does not know the real situation and is kept in ignorance. Second, many members are dissatisfied and disgusted, but fear the loss of position and come to hypocrisy to stay within the party. Third, crooks support those leaders, because they give them power and economic advantages leading to corruption. What is left for the comrades who see the danger of this factional leadership? Keep up the lie with them, howl with the wolves to strengthen them while thousands are disheartened and thousands are exiled and starved. Comrade Stalin answered the question of American trade union delegates whether it is true that Moscow controls the Communist Party in the United States, with this statement, communists are too independent to be controlled. Unfortunately, he is wrong again. Only a few comrades seem to object to such control. We are among them. Being expelled from the Communist Party in the United States fortunately does not mean starvation or exile. The history of the origin of the American opposition is itself highly characteristic and instructive. After 5 years of struggle against the Russian opposition, it required a journey of members of the Central Committee of the American Party, and even of its political bureau, to a Congress in Moscow in order for the first time to find out what so-called Trotskyism is. This single fact is an annihilating indictment against the regime of party police rule and poisonous falsification. Lovestone and Pepper did not create this regime, but they are its staff officers. I convicted Lovestone of a foul ideological falsification, see my book Europe and America. Under a fairly normal regime that alone would have been enough to bury a man for a long time, if not for good, or at least to make him confess and repent. But under the present regime, to reinforce their positions, the Lovestones need only stubbornly repeat the falsifications that have been exposed. They do this with utter shamelessness, imitating their bosses. The spirit of the Lovestones and Peppers is fundamentally opposed to the spirit of the proletarian revolution. That discipline towards which we strive, and we strive towards an iron discipline, can be founded only upon consciously won convictions which have entered into the flesh and blood. I haven't had an opportunity of close contact with the other ruling elements of the American Communist Party except, to be sure, Foster. The latter always seemed to me made of more trustworthy material than Lovestone and Pepper. In Foster's criticisms of the official leadership of the party there was always much that was true and acute. But as far as I understand him, Foster is an empiricist. He does not want to, or is not able to, carry his thinking through to the end, and make upon the foundation of his criticisms the necessary generalization. For that reason it has never been clear to me in what direction Foster's criticism is pushing him, to the left or the right of the official centrism. We must remember that besides the Marxist opposition there exists an opportunist opposition, Brandler, Thalheimer, Suverin, and others. This same empiricist apparently suggests to Foster the whole form of his activity. Foster tries to conceal himself with the defensive coloration of Stalinism in order by this contraband route to move toward the leadership of the American Party. In revolutionary politics the game of hide-and-seek never yet gave serious results. Without a general principled position upon the fundamental questions of the world revolution, and first of all on the question of socialism in a single country, you cannot have permanent and serious revolutionary victories. You can only have bureaucratic successes, such as Stalin has. But these temporary successes are paid for by the defeat of the proletariat and by the falling apart of the Comintern. I do not think that Foster will achieve even those second-class aims which he is pursuing, for the Lovestones and Peppers are much better fitted to carry through a policy of bureaucratic centrism, having no real character, and being ready in 24 hours to put through any zigzag whatever according to the administrative necessities of the Stalinist staff. The work to be achieved by the American opposition has international historic significance, for in the last historic analysis all the problems of our planet will be decided upon American soil. There is much in favor of the idea that, from the standpoint of revolutionary order, Europe and the East stand ahead of the United States. But a course of events is possible in which this order might be broken in favor of the proletariat of the United States. Moreover, even if you assume that America which now shakes the whole world will be shaken last of all, the danger remains that a revolutionary situation in the United States may catch the vanguard of the American proletariat unprepared, as was the case in Germany in 1923, in England in 1926, and in China in 1925 to 1927. We must not for a minute lose sight of the fact that the might of American capitalism rests more and more upon a foundation of world economy with its contradictions and crises, military and revolutionary. This means that a social crisis in the United States may arrive a good deal sooner than many think, and have a feverish development from the beginning. Hence the conclusion, it is necessary to prepare. As far as I can judge, your official Communist Party inherited no few characteristics from the old Socialist Party. That became clear to me at the time when Pepper succeeded in dragging the American Communist Party into the scandalous adventure with the party of La Follette. This low-grade policy of parliamentary opportunism was disguised with revolutionary chatter to the effect that the social revolution will be achieved in the United States not by the proletariat but by the ruined farmers. When Pepper expounded this theory to me upon his return from the United States, I thought that I had to do with a curious case of individual aberration. Only with some effort I realized that this is a whole system, and that the American Communist Party had been dragged into this system. Then it became clear to me that this small party cannot develop without deep inner crises, which will guarantee it against Pepperism and other evil diseases, diseases of bureaucratic sterility and revolutionary impotence. That is why I suspect that the Communist Party has taken over many of the qualities of the Socialist Party, which in spite of its youth struck me with features of decrepitude. For the majority of those socialists, I have in view the governing strata. Their socialism is a side issue, a second-class occupation accommodated to their leisure hours. These gentlemen consecrate 6 days of the week to their liberal or commercial professions, rounding out their properties not without success, and on the 7th day they consent to occupy themselves with the saving of their souls. In a book of my memoirs I have tried to outline this type of socialistic Babbitt. Evidently not a few of these gentlemen have succeeded in disguising themselves as communists. These are not intellectual opponents, but class enemies. The opposition must steer its course not on the petty bourgeois rabbits, but on the proletarian Jimmy Higginses, for whom the idea of communism, when they are once imbued with it, becomes the content of their whole life and activity. There is nothing more disgusting and dangerous in revolutionary activity than petty bourgeois dilettantism, conservative, egotistical, self-loving and incapable of sacrifice in the name of a great idea. The advanced workers must firmly adopt one simple but invariable rule: those leaders or candidates for leadership who are, in peaceful, everyday times, incapable of sacrificing their time, their strength, their means, to the cause of communism, will oftenest of all in a revolutionary period become direct traitors, or tum up in the camp of those who wait to see on which side the victory lies. If elements of this kind stand at the head of the party, they will indubitably ruin it when the great test comes. And no better are those brainless bureaucrats who simply hire out to the commentum as they would to a notary, and obediently adapt themselves to each new boss. Of course, the opposition, that is the Bolshevik-Leninist, may have their traveling companions, who, without giving themselves wholly to the revolution, offer this or that service to the cause of communism. It would of course be wrong not to make use of them. They can make a significant contribution to the work. But traveling companions, even the most honest and serious, ought to make no pretense to leadership. The leaders must be bound in all their daily work with those they lead. Their work must proceed before the eyes of the mass, no matter how small that mass may be at the given moment. I wouldn't give a cent for a leadership which can be summoned by cable from Moscow, or anywhere else, without the masses ever noticing it. Such leadership means bankruptcy guaranteed in advance. We must steer our course on the young proletarian who desires to know and to struggle, and is capable of enthusiasm and self-sacrifice. From such people we must attract and educate the genuine cadres of the party and the proletariat. Those who are afraid of rough work we don't want. The calling of a revolutionary Bolshevik imposes obligations. The first of these obligations is to struggle for the proletarian youth, to clear a road to its most oppressed and neglected strata. They stand first under our banner. The trade union bureaucrats, like the bureaucrats of false communism, live in the atmosphere of aristocratic prejudices of the upper strata of the workers. It will be tragedy if the oppositionists are infected even in the slightest degree with these qualities. We must not only reject and condemn these prejudices, we must bum them out of our consciousness to the last trace. We must find the road to the most deprived, to the darkest strata of the proletariat, beginning with the Negro, whom capitalist society has converted into a pariah and who must learn to see in us his revolutionary brothers. And this depends wholly upon our energy and devotion to the work. I see from Comrade Cannon's letter that you intend to give the opposition a more organized form. I can only welcome that news. It wholly follows the line of the views expounded above. In the work which you are doing, well-formed organization is necessary. The absence of clear organizational relations results from an intellectual confusion or leads to it. The cry about a second party and a fourth international is merely ridiculous, and should be the last thing to stop us. We do not identify the Communist International with the Stalinist bureaucracy, that is, with the hierarchy of peppers in different degrees of demoralization. At the foundation of the International there lies a definite group of ideas and principles, conclusions from the whole struggle of the world proletariat. That group of ideas we, the opposition, represent. We will defend it against the monstrous mistakes and violations of the 5th and 6th Congresses, and against the usurping apparatus of the centrists, who upon one flank are wholly going over into the ranks of the Thermidorians. It is too clear to any Marxist that, in spite of the enormous material resources of the Stalinist apparatus, the present governing faction of the Commentum is politically and theoretically already dead. The banner of Marx and Lenin is in the hands of the opposition. I do not doubt that the American division of the Bolsheviks will occupy a worthy place under that banner. The cloud by day and pillar of fire by night that the Stalin ECCI conjures up to shield its disastrous ultra-left zigzag, is the so-called third period invented in the theses of the Commentum Congress last July. Now in every daily worker contribution to the fraudulent Enlightenment campaign, this third period is invoked with deadly monotony as the latest all-sufficient, all-hallowing fetish before which the credulous party member must make the sign of the cross. Juggling with periods. 4 years elapsed between the 5th and 6th Congresses, during which time the revamped ECCI was the obedient instrument and rubber stamp of the ruling right center, Reichsführer Stalin, Bloc. The 6th Congress, when Bukharin and Stalin did their juggling with the periods. The official Communist International, Volume 6 No. 9-10, recently smuggled in an editorial admission that in 1926-7, on the basis of the partial stabilization of capitalism, a revolutionary crisis developed in the far west and east. This is what the communist opposition, of course, said in those years when it was most important to say it. But for transparent reasons the theses of the 6th Congress, 1928, define the interval between the 5th and 6th Congresses, inclusive of 1926-7, the second period of the post-war capitalism, in a way to suggest that it was not a period of revolutionary possibilities. In the recapitulation of the attributes of this second period, its architects conveniently forget to mention the facts of the Chinese Revolution, the British General Strike and the Viennese Uprising. It is merely spoken of as a period of relative stabilization, defensive struggles of the workers, successful socialist construction in the USSR, growing political influence of the communist parties, and inner consolidation of the Comintern. 9/10 of this characterization is falsehood and the remaining tenth needs qualification. The method of optimistic lying to maintain the prestige of the leadership and keep up the morale of the home populace is not Marxist but was habitually resorted to by the general staffs in their communiques during the late World War. The history of the second period was falsified to stifle discussion and prevent the heavy accounting that otherwise Stalin and Bukharin would have had to render. They would have had to explain why they failed to give the correct Bolshevik leadership that would have utilized the revolutionary possibilities of this period to develop offensives for the overthrow of the stabilization. They would have had to admit that they displayed no revolutionary initiative but pursued such right-wing and centrist policies that objectively helped to strengthen capitalism, that they staked nearly all on the Kuomintang bourgeoisie, undermined the independence of the Chinese Communist Party, and opposed the propagation of the Soviets. They would have been found guilty of transforming the British Communist Party and the minority movement into adjuncts of the British General Council, incapable of offering any substantial resistance to the betrayal of the general strike. Under the shadow of their regime, the Viennese uprising found the Communist Party helpless and bewildered. The Sacco-Vanzetti demonstrations developed really outside the orbit of the Comintern influence. The French party, after heroic proclamations against the American Legion, turned tail and retired for polite demonstration to a Parisian suburb, and the Red Day organized by the Czech party against fascism was turned into a farce by the passivity of the leadership. The extension of the political influence of the communist parties and their inner consolidation during this period are equally myths. The machine man Piatnitsky's brochure Organization of the World Party establishes for the critical reader that the membership of nearly every communist party declined, as did their trade union influence, press circulation, and political activity of the nuclei. The membership of the American Party, it may be recalled, fell from 16,325 in 1925 to 7,277 in 1928. The proceedings of the Sixth Congress will show that every monolithic party was rent by violent factional struggles that resulted in fresh splits in Czechoslovakia, the United States, Germany, in addition to those which had already taken place in France, Holland, Belgium, and the Soviet Union. The authors of the second and third periods equally misrepresent the real situation in the Soviet Union, where under their regime the growth of the restorationist elements culminated in a bloodless uprising of the kulaks creating the grain crisis of 1927-8, and they omit to record the unparalleled development of bureaucracy in party and state apparatus. The rank and file was beginning to get restive. The hammer blows of the opposition platform were beginning to sink in, especially as the passage of events continued swiftly to vindicate its every important argument and criticism. Repression, deportation, expulsion, slander, and victimization were proving insufficient for the bureaucracy to maintain their grip on office. The grain crisis in Russia, the Chiang Kai-shek coup in China, the corpse of the Anglo-Russian Committee, the consequent weakening of the international position of the Soviet Union, the exposures of degeneration and corruption in the party and state machines, were too flagrant to dispose of with mere abuse of the opposition. The growing unrest had to be canalized. The old gag of Bolshevization had lost its force. So resort was had first to self-criticism, which meant anything but criticism, of the leadership, and secondly, a new line for a new period. At the 15th Russian Party Congress, 1927, and at the subsequent 9th plenum of the ECCI, the outlines and the strategy of the third period began to emerge. The sophistic Bukharin suddenly discovered that the social democratic leaders were merging with the state apparatus and were traitors to the working class, and that henceforth only a united front from below was permissible. Furthermore, said Bukharin, the independent role of the communist parties must now be strengthened, with the slogan of class against class for use in forthcoming struggles. Apparently Bukharin Stalin would have us believe the communist parties knew and practiced nothing of their independent role during the active leadership of Lenin before the class against class slogan was launched. The third period, with which the right danger was tied up, blossomed out into full glory at the 6th Congress. Bukharin and Stalin, Sarity and Ercole, Ewart and Thulman, Lovestone and Foster equally gave it their blessing. It was a meaningless and platitudinous substitute for the concrete Marxist analysis of the given class relations and world situation upon which communist strategy must base itself. The third period is defined as one of capitalist stabilization but of growing contradictions, which leads to the danger of fresh wars for the shrinking world market, sharpens the danger of an attack on the Soviet Union, and brings with it a leftward movement of the working class and an intensification of the general crisis of capitalism. This definition adds exactly nothing to the fundamental and elementary communist conception of the epoch of imperialism as one of wars and revolutions and capitalist decline, which was as true at the Third Congress in 1922 as at the Sixth in 1928. But because it is so general and vague, the definition of the third period, unanimously endorsed by the right and center at the Congress, has also served as the argument of each of these factions against the other since the struggle in the right-center bloc began to assume sharper forms. The Comintern writes, the right wing in the Soviet Union bases itself socially on the state bureaucracy, and the upper crust of the labor aristocracy, and the new possessing classes. It worked out its real perspectives on the international situation and the stabilization in common with the centrist Stalin party apparatus, in the theory of socialism in one country, which is the revision of the international socialist character of the Russian Revolution. It implies the stabilization of capitalism for decades, the attempted retreat to the theoretical positions of the party in 1905, bourgeois revolution. The rights in the Comintern must formulate their outlook less bluntly than the social democracy, which expresses its outright belief in the consolidation of capitalism as a progressive historical factor. The tradition of Marx and Lenin is still strong in the communist masses, and this compels the rights to proceed in roundabout ways. The ultra-left zigzag is represented by the Russian party bureaucracy, which is centrist, that is, it swings between social democracy and communism, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The strength of Stalin is in the party apparatus, which, however, is more subject to the pressure of the party masses, with their revolutionary traditions of October. Jointly responsible for the opportunist theories and course of the past 6 years with the rights, the fear of the influence of the opposition among the industrial workers and the awakening of their revolutionary class consciousness, has led the center to advertise a swing to the left, a move which is either shadowboxing or a swing to the left of the Marxist line. The centrist staffs of the parties of the Comintern, subsidized appointees of Stalin, imitate their master closely or follow out instructions implicitly. The centrists seek to extricate themselves from the fruits of their past collaboration with the rights unsuccessfully because they cannot follow a true Marxist policy without recognizing the monstrous errors committed in the fight against the Leninist opposition. Hence the obverse side of Stalin's cooperation with Chiang Kai-shek is the Canton Putsch. Ultra-left adventurism of centrists. The centrists interpret their third period as an almost immediate revolutionary and war situation. The May Day events in Germany were hailed in extravagant terms as a proof of the rising tide of the revolutionary movement. The terms of the call of the Western European Bureau of the Comintern leave little doubt that the 1st of August was conceived as some sort of dress rehearsal for the insurrection. The Soviet Union is pictured as in danger of imminent attack. Fascism and social democracy are identified without regard for their specific political functions. The social democratic worker is characterized as the most reactionary element of the working class, and the unorganized worker as the most revolutionary. The leftward movement of the working class is monstrously exaggerated. The slogans of United Front from below and class against class are used to liquidate the policy of the United Front in general and in the trade union work in particular. All warnings are disregarded. The results of this ultra-left adventurism are seen clearly in the United States in the isolation of the party in the fight for Gastonia, in the debacle of the left-wing furriers' strike which it was responsible for, in its failure to exercise any influence on the cloak-makers' stoppage, in the loss of its base in the needle trades in general, in the playing with the idea of a new socialist trades and labor alliance of dual unions, in its inability to maneuver in connection with the new progressive movement in the trade unions. For the real left in the Comintern, the communist opposition, the basic estimate of the epoch given by Lenin remains valid today as it was several years ago when it began to fight the theory of National Socialism. No real Marxist policy can be pursued until the program of the International is cleared of revisionist undergrowth. We recognize more than ever the force of Lenin's dictum that without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary practice. The decline of the capitalist system, however, does not proceed in an unbroken curve. The defeats of the proletariat in 1923 helped the capitalists stabilize the system, and gave the social democracy a new lease of life, though on a different basis than before 1914. We cannot disregard the fact that the defeats in China, Great Britain have not strengthened but weakened the proletariat. The contradictions of capitalism are again in the process of maturing and not explosion. Class against class. The leftward movement of the workers must not be exaggerated. There is such a movement, but it still flows in reformist and parliamentary channels. In Europe it is a movement from the bourgeois parties to the social democracy and on a much smaller scale to the communist parties. In the United States it takes the comparatively primitive form of sporadic struggles in the worst paid industries, in a certain revival of progressivism in the trade unions, in scattered signs of Labor Party sentiment. Our policies must be adapted accordingly. The United Front must be our guide to the winning of the masses, and unity must be our slogan in the trade unions even while we proceed legitimately to the organization of the unorganized. The slogan of class against class as issued by the Comintern looks terribly radical but is in reality a reversion to the Lassaline theory of the single reactionary mass outside the industrial workers. A class movement is not created by the use of so general a slogan but on the basis of the concrete needs and demands of the workers in their developing struggles linked up with the final goals. Not class against class but peace, land, and bread was the slogan launched by the Bolsheviki even in the directly revolutionary crisis of 1917. The period requires concrete programs of action, flowing not only from the revolutionary estimate of the international situation but expressing the specific characteristic and demands of the situation in each country. The senseless confusion of social democracy and fascism must be abandoned. The former play their main role as agents of the bourgeoisie in the peaceful parliamentary period and the fascisti are their arm in the period of direct civil war, and different tactics must be applied in the approach to each. Millions of workers are still in the fold of the social democracy and their leaders have not yet been unmasked to them. The United Front from below cannot be regarded as the exclusive legitimate form of the United Front. It cannot be any less permissible now than in the days of Lenin to engage in united fronts from above as well as below. It is the opposition that has been fighting all these years for the independent role of the Communist Party in England, in China, and elsewhere. The idea of workers' and peasants' parties, and blocks as a substitute for the party should be expunged from the program and strategy of the Comintern. Without any let-up, the economic crisis has been hitting deeper and the ranks of the unemployed workers have increased from day to day, with the beginning of 1931 so far showing the very lowest ebb. Consequently, the economic experts and the financiers, in their New Year messages, maintained an extremely cautious tone, in everything except their demands for wage cuts. From the International Labour Bureau at Geneva comes the announcement that the world's unemployed workers today count 20 million, the European share being 11 million, on a whole, a rather moderate estimate. That there has been a constant decrease of jobs in the United States with an almost exactly corresponding growth of breadlines is evident even to the casual observer. The New York Industrial Commissioner, Francis Perkins, reports factory employment in the state hitting the lowest level on record for December since the establishment of the Bureau in June 1914. The December index for factory employment showed 77.5, a drop of 4.1 from November, which is again the largest decline of any single month since 1920. Steel output during December reached its lowest in 6 years, production for the month being 38.57% of capacity. Hoover's promises. Even to the most gullible, the optimistic promises, made at the famous Hoover conferences more than a year ago, to bolster up the waning confidence in the system for initiating large-scale industrial emergency undertakings, alleged to be mounting into billions of dollars to alleviate unemployment, should now have proven themselves incontrovertibly as not. The railroad magnates stepped up with the largest single item of alleged expansion, but at the end of September 1930 showed a drop of employment on all Class A roads of 261,000 jobs, from 1,747,816 to 1,485,906 or 15%. Mr. Wallman of Hoover's Unemployment Commission reports a decrease of the number of workers engaged in public works in June 1930 from the same month of the preceding year. All in all, sufficient proof of the fact that capitalism in order to maintain its existence needs an industrial reserve army. Undoubtedly there have been valiant efforts on the part of the capitalist owners of industry to dispose of the large stocks of surplus products on hand together with the curtailment of production in preparation for a revival. Above all, this is expressed in what is politely called efforts to reduce cost of production, in other words, to increase the rapacious speed-up system and further reduce wages. The automobile output, for example, has come down to an estimated total of 3,350,000 for the year compared to the 5,350,000 for 1929. Mr. Wiggin, the president of the Chase National Bank, in his New Year's message, added his voice to the many other exploiters demanding a further wage reduction. Most certainly there have been similar valiant efforts by us capitalism in the ferocious struggle for further redivisions of the world market. One need only cast a glance at the latest South American revolutions made to order by Wall St, and at the proposed silver loan for the stabilization of China, in other words, attempts at saddling part of the burden of American capitalist restitution upon the shoulders of the workers abroad. Economic cycles of capitalist production. Despite the efforts of the masters of industry, we have now for more than 1 year been in the midst of this crisis, an inevitable outcome of the cyclic nature of capitalist production constantly proceeding through its course, depression, prosperity to depression again. That this crisis is more convulsive and more deep-going than preceding ones is a natural outgrowth of the developing process of contradiction between increasingly socialized production and individual capitalist appropriation. It is caused mainly by the general decline of imperialist capitalism, especially in Europe, and the growing interdependence of the world capitalist economy, making the crisis appear almost simultaneously in every capitalist country, and becoming more acute in all its manifestations. It is caused by the immensely increased expansion of productive capacity due to technical application of science to the machinery of production, growing rationalization, and speed up. It is caused by the growing 43. Standing army of unemployed cast off from industry even during its favorable period when employment decreased despite the increase in production. It is further caused by the growing intensity of the struggle to reduce the working class standard of living as a whole through what is euphemistically called reduction of the cost of doing business. These are some of the main factors in the present situation. The contradictions of the savage system of capitalist production and rule have increased enormously, becoming of serious portent for the future. First, we must register the fact that henceforth we will have in the rich United States a large standing unemployed army, creating a central problem for correct communist policy. Present status of working class movement. At the present moment, the outstanding feature of the situation is still the capitalist offensive, the working class attitude being expressed in a distinctly defensive manner. A ferocious slashing of wages, both directly and indirectly, to a point where many standard trade unions are unable to maintain their officially set scale, a murderous increase of the speed-up system, pitting the employed workers against the unemployed, efforts to saddle the scant charity pittances to the most needy cases entirely upon the backs of the workers, brutal dispersal of unemployment and other working class demonstrations, and mass arrests of the communist vanguard. Is there as yet an actual working class resistance to this offensive? Unquestionably, there is a growing widespread mass discontent which has not yet assumed concrete forms. The illusions of the capitalist charity crumbs as a solution still prevail. The working class political ideology has not yet reached beyond the boundaries of the capitalist parties but still swings within the sphere of transferring allegiance from the Republicans to the Democrats. Here and there growing support to reformism. 1930 shows fewer strikes on record than any year during the past decade. Despite the drastic wage cuts, there is not yet a mass response to the fight for the unemployed led by the communist vanguard. In fact, we must record a decided drop in such response once manifested, largely, however, due to the blundering tactics of the Communist Party leadership. In sum and substance, the situation presents itself to us at this moment as a downward curve of the working class movement. From wrong estimates flow wrong conclusions. At the very inception of this crisis, the bottom fell out entirely from the party leadership's estimate of the general trend and from the tactical policies it pursued, resulting in a constant narrowing down of the movement and preventing the rich potentialities from materializing. Its cry of widespread workers' radicalization, workers' offensive struggle already culminating in a revolutionary upsurge came to naught, shattered upon the rock of realities and further negated by its own inclination toward opportunist distortions of the slogans for immediate demands. We witnessed in the early part of the struggle the attempts to set up a national organization of unemployed councils, ready-made by mere administrative orders from above and within the artificial limitations of the TUUL. It remained confined to the party and circles immediately sympathetic to it, unable to develop roots in the life of the masses. There can, of course, be no other result from this sort of shortcut maneuver, which attempts to skip over a whole stage of diligent preparation essential for an actual mass foundation upon which to set the workers into motion and from which alone can spring genuine organization. Correct tactics during the period of the low ebb become the preparations for the flood tide, the rise of the movement. But just as surely, the hitting of a too high key from a note of an entirely fictitious revolutionary upsurge produces a relapse, a setback. In serious matters of revolutionary politics, from this relapse flows the inevitable consequence, downward sliding. This became expressed in the opportunist tendency of the party leadership to concentrate almost exclusively on the slogan of relief, embodied in a spurious unemployment relief bill. Further, in a collection of signatures for the bill, also to be presented to Congress, turning the workers' attention in that direction and to that extent away from the powerful dynamics of mass struggle. Playing into the hands of reformism. Is it surprising that the party leadership found itself in a position unable to make any other distinction from social, liberal, and ordinary bourgeois reformers, also framing relief bills, except the vulgar opportunism of the amount of dollars and cents demanded for each worker per week? Next, the leadership even reduced its original demand for $25 weekly benefit per worker to $15, putting it exactly on a par with a similar bill for $15 per week now proposed by a newly organized New York committee representing civic, social welfare groups and conservative trade union leaders. Such a policy will 45. in no way serve as preparation for the next stage, for the coming upturn in the movement for active resistance to the capitalist offensive. It cannot mobilize the workers under the communist banner, but on the contrary helps to put new life into an otherwise rather feeble social reformism. In the revolutionary movement there is no escape from the inevitable logic of erroneous policies. A general strategy which runs counter to the basic curve of the specific period leads to a continuous decimating of the forces available. In this respect matters stand not any better with the hunger marches of unemployed now initiated by the party leadership. The very slogan itself, Hunger March, is wrong, as it leads, even under the best of circumstances, to a separation of the unemployed from the employed. With the objective of marching to reinforce the demand for the $15 weekly relief, however, just as glibly promised by the civic reformers and pursuing methods which deliberately make the small communist vanguard an easy target for police dispersion, we must not be surprised at the working masses remaining passive bystanders. Thus there are very good reasons why, despite the splendid prerequisites for the beginning of a real proletarian movement, this negative result is all that the balance sheet can show to date. The next immediate future will undoubtedly bring a further rise of prerequisites of a class movement of the American workers. The low ebb will be followed by an upward curve of workers reassembling their forces, entering into active resistance and gradually assuming the offensive. With this in view, the problem of the communist movement of correct revolutionary policy becomes a seriously pressing matter. Facing a coming crucial period of an upward tum, our mass activities must be of such a nature as to effectively prepare for its success, give the correct direction for the working class struggle and establish communist leadership. This means, first of all, a correct evaluation of the present defensive character of the movement. Secondly, it means a correct program for today and in anticipation of the next steps, when fighting for immediate demands, a sharpening of the general line of demarcation from reformism. Concretely, the following points must be emphasized. 1. It is absolutely necessary to make clear the general object and limitations of immediate partial demands, and not to arithmetically add new demands for every ill of the present situation appearing as solutions. In themselves, such ends only in reformism pure and simple. Partial demands for partial objectives are advanced by the communists essentially for the purpose of setting the workers into motion against their class enemy, and in such a way that the struggle will lead ever more toward the revolutionary goal. In this unemployment situation, with its slashing capitalist offensive, particularly the demands which unite the unemployed with the employed and prepare for a working class offensive, we must make clear that partial demands are never advanced by communists in the reformist sense of being in themselves a solution. We must say definitely, there is no solution to the unemployment problem under capitalism. 2. Based upon the above considerations, the demand for the 6-hour day without any reduction in pay must become the central immediate demand. It should be clear that this demand has the widest base of appeal and tends the most directly to set into motion and embrace unitedly both the unemployed and employed workers. As a direct slogan of action, it can become a very effective means of preparation for the working class offensive in the next stage. 3. Other demands to be linked up with this most outstanding one should be formulated not from the view of having as many as possible, seemingly covering every need, but from the view of becoming definite rallying points. For example, a. Immediate unemployment relief from the bosses and their government. b. Extension of large-scale credits to the Soviet Union. The last mentioned demand has a particularly direct bearing on the world aspect of unemployment and furnishes a means of cementing the natural interests between the Soviet Union and the world proletariat. c. The forms, methods and tactics applied in the agitation struggle for the unemployed are of as equally vital importance and can become correct only when thoroughly inspired by serious efforts toward a broad united front basis. The hunger marches must be made demonstrations in which all workers can participate and further fight jointly for their common interests under the proper broad slogans. It is necessary to effect a reorganization of the unemployed councils genuinely on a united front foundation. Especially should serious efforts be made to include the existing trades unions and working class organizations, even to the extent of such whose leadership, in an effort to offset possible rank-and-file revolts, pretends to be championing the needs of the unemployed. Efforts TAUA. Correct Leninist United Front policy includes in particular the direct approach to the rank and file through the workshops, the bread lines, the union meetings, but also the formal approach to the organizations officially. D. Above all, it is necessary for communists to draw the complete revolutionary implications of the unemployment struggle. To tie up the agitation for the immediate needs in an indissoluble bond with the struggle for the socialist revolution, and in such a manner that each step for the realization of the former becomes progressively a step toward this final goal, is an inescapable duty of the communist movement. I received your letter of December 26 in which you enclosed the big half of your rather heavy installment on the expenses of the international delegate. 16. Thanks to the prompt and resolute motion at Minneapolis and a similar one here in New York, we can say now that Ames Swaybeck departure is assured, and that it will not be delayed. The boycott of the Schachtman clique on this project up to date has been complete, not one of them has contributed a cent. But in spite of this, our delegate will be on the boat in the very near future. You see, it does look as though some of the boys are getting mad and are not only taking off their coats but also their shirts. That's a bad sign for the people who started the trouble. Your letter, with the enclosure, made a stirring impression here. We know well enough that the money you are digging up is like so much skin peeled off your own frame. It makes a fellow feel like doing a little better than his best with this kind of support. The confirmation of our judgment in the question of the international delegate, and of the complete falsity of the attempt first to defeat it and then to sabotage it, has come with a suddenness that is rather terrific. We have just received a circular from the International Secretariat to the effect that the Copenhagen delegation, i.e. the old man and those who were there with him, had proposed a preliminary international conference for the purpose of preparing for the formal international conference which is scheduled. The Secretariat, with the European sections assenting, unanimously agreed to the proposal. The preliminary conference is called and we are called on to send our delegate right away. In other words, the decision of the NC on the whole matter anticipated just what was done or attempted to be done at Copenhagen, and our action paralleled the action taken abroad. Those who represented our proposal for a preliminary conference as some kind of a bureaucratic outrage against the membership will now have to explain why the whole international organization has acted on the same lines as a matter of course. Well, those Minneapolis Schachtmans and those New York cows will learn in good time that it is not sufficient for a faction to be noisy and venomous, it is necessary once in a while to be right. In view of the crisis in the organization, and of the necessity now for everyone to put everything he has into the scale, I have decided to return to full-time work for the League when Arne leaves. As soon as I get through some preliminary work in the office, I intend to take to the road again, and you can expect to see me in Minneapolis before the winter is over. It isn't exactly a propitious time for a man to take a chance, or rather, to compel his family to take a chance, on economic survival as a professional worker for the League. The militant is on the rocks, we are in the worst financial straits we have been for a long time, the work is disorganized by the worst kind of an internal fight, and most of our members are out of work and unable to contribute. But in spite of that, or rather just because of that, I have come to the conclusion, after careful deliberation, that it has to be done in order to accelerate the solution of the crisis and point the League toward its really great tasks and opportunities. I mean the decision seriously and will not turn back. All that I ask is that those who also mean things seriously go along with me and do their part in their own way. The last time I gave up private employment and went to work for the movement was in the spring of 1919 at the height of the post-war anti-red hysteria. The period of professional work for the movement commenced then, lasted for 10 straight years and a few months over. Let us hope that the present enlistment will not be shorter. You will probably be hearing about the Morgenstern case, if you have not heard already. Morgenstern's statement and the statement of the NC will be sent out shortly. The night Morgi got out of prison, his family induced him to go through a marriage ceremony with the rabbi officiating at the home of his father. Morgi was present at the last meeting of the NC and presented a statement on the matter. He said he had done it in a moment of sentimental weakness to gratify his parents who had never had much joy out of him, that he recognized the seriousness of the mistake, that he did not intend in the slightest way any reconciliation with bourgeois ideology and religious superstitions, that he considered the act as a contradiction to everything he had done since he joined the movement at the age of 17, that he recognized that he had compromised his position as a leading comrade and wanted to resign from the NC in order not to compromise it, and that he was willing to accept any decision the NC would make in his case, and that he wanted a chance to make good the mistake by his future work in the ranks. Strangely enough, this manly and straightforward statement did not please Schachtman and Ahern. They appeared to be not in the least interested in helping a comrade with a really splendid record in the movement to make good an error. They want to kill Morgenstern and, through him, to strike at others, so one must judge their statements that, in spite of his record and his statement that meets every reasonable demand the NC could make, he should be expelled from the League. In any case they demanded that he be suspended for 1 year. This we refused, and they say our refusal is prompted by factional protection, which will be so much the worse for us. The decision of the NC is a statement condemning the action of Morgenstern and explaining the principal reasons therefor, an acceptance of his resignation as an alternate member of the NC, and a declaration that Morgenstern's past record and his present stand entitle him to the opportunity to make good the error as a member of the League. We will have to pay for this decision, for the case of a comrade being married by a rabbi is a case made to order for demagogy. On such an issue they will muster the votes of those people whose chief recommendation is that they were not married by a rabbi and were married instead by a police magistrate. We do not intend to make any concessions to such a lynching spirit in this case, or in any other case. The height of a faction fight is just as good a time as any to teach the new members by example that leaders worthy of the name must not only be politically minded, but must also be honest and not afraid of demagogy. One might ask why the derelictions of Morgenstern, which are purely individual and isolated, can be grabbed up so eagerly as an issue, and why people who maintained an unruffled indifference to such overshadowing questions as the international resolution can work up such a lather about it. The explanation, of course, lies in the inescapable logic of a faction that is not grounded on principle. Having no principal political differences, or not daring to bring them forward and defend them, they must resort to all kinds of personal issues. Hence the campaigns against Cannon, against Sam Gordon, against Swabeck, etc., with all kinds of accusations that are true or false, mostly false, but in any case personal and not fundamentally political. They grabbed the Morgenstern rabbi issue because they need such an issue and need it badly. What they need on top of that is a good case of white chauvinism 17 around which they can conduct a campaign and demand a mass trial of the culprit, provided of course that he does not belong to their clique. At the last meeting SNA presented a motion for a national conference for May 1. They think, on the basis of the vote against the co-optations, 18 and the resolutions against the sending of an international delegate, that they can count on a majority. Their usual superficiality is playing them another trick here. They will find that quite a few comrades who voted against the co-optations for one reason or another do not mean by that to turn the League over to Schachtman and Ahem to play with. We are for the conference, as before, and so decided, but we specified that the date be set only after the conference documents are ready, so that there will be adequate time for the discussion both here and in other sections. That will probably require at least 3 months after the adoption of the documents. Therefore the conference will hardly be possible by May 1, probably a month or 2 later. The July 4th week looks most feasible. This will also give time for the return of the international delegate. Wouldn't it be absurd for an organization that prides itself on internationalism first of all and above all to rush through a conference, after all that has happened since the plenum, without waiting for the report of its international delegate and without giving the other sections a chance to express their opinions? I don't think we will have any cause to regret our action in sending an international delegate at this time, nor our selection of the person. Among all those who have been pushing and crowding forward on international missions of various kinds, both before our expulsion from the party and since, there is hardly one that has a better claim to the honor than Swabeck. A founder of the party, a prominent worker for communism from the inception of the movement in America, an outstanding militant in the trade union movement, how many who sit in the International Conference, outside the Russian delegation, will be able to show a longer or better record? Not many, if any, and I venture to say that the international comrades will get a far more serious impression of our league through him than they have had before. They talk about Swabeck as though Swabeck grew on bushes for any fool with a stick to knock down. Schachtman is the inspirer of this thoroughly rotten tendency. It was he who set in motion the theory about the degeneration of the old guard and blinded the young comrades to the importance of past records and present performance on the part of those who had passed the age limit. Well, we can be sure this diseased sentiment will not have any lasting influence. And when we overcome it, let us make sure that we have set up some barriers against its reappearance. Not meet the League's constitutional requirements for NC membership, which stipulated a minimum of 4 years in the communist movement and 2 years in the CLA. The vote against Cannon's proposed co-optations in 1932 is what is referred to above eds. The Red Army sings the Internationale sometimes when it is not absolutely necessary, or so it seemed to me when I was visiting the army camps. It keeps up the spirit. The spirit which must animate the vanguard now is the spirit of unrelenting struggle to raise the League out of the crisis and set it on the road to the fulfillment of its great historic mission. Equals soon, but it is highly satisfactory. Be assured that I understand the position you're in with regard to the score of new comrades who can but too easily be disheartened by being plunged into what is at first blush a rather obscure internal dispute. New York, Boston, Chicago, Youngstown, and Toronto, the distinct majority of the membership, have now registered their protests against this plan, but it appears that Cannon and Swabeck intend to go through with it at all costs, and one of the costs may quite likely be the weekly militant. The latter is, as you will have gathered, hanging by a thread now, and the somewhat dubious office management which has brought about the crisis is being veiled behind the age-old charge of factional sabotage on our parts. The sabotage presumably consists in my devoting 7 months now to full-time work without one single penny of wages, Lewitz and Bleeker's full-time work on Unser Camp for a year now without having drawn a sou, and the fact that our friends in the New York branch are not only the heaviest, but virtually the sole important financial contributors in the organization. If my skin were not so impervious to the venom of Cannon, I would feel more outraged at the insolence of the man who makes the charges against us, but who never distinguished himself by his sacrifice for the movement, as we recall. 2. The Morgenstern case came up at the last committee meeting, where I finally made the motion for his suspension from the League for a year, emphasizing that were there a normal situation I would have moved for his expulsion, even as he had himself expelled 2 comrades from the Philadelphia Young Communist League years ago for no greater a crime against communism, marriage by a religious ceremony. Cannon presented a lengthy resolution. It must be read to the very bottom before you realize that M is not being praised for his act, but condemned. No action is taken against him beyond the harmless censure. His voluntary resignation from the committee, continued member. Ship would have been too much, don't you think, was accepted. The scandal is made worse by the fact that throughout the trial it seemed that not Morgenstern, but Schachtman, had to be investigated and punished. At the end, Cannon launched into a declamation for the benefit of the gallery assembled outside the door. When he reached the exclamation, "You shall not lynch our comrade Morgenstern." Yes, literally, I said, save your campaign speeches for the proper occasion, Cannon. You're in the National Committee now. I could almost hear the applause from outside the door. This clear-cut case of Tammany protection for one of the boys, accompanied by a stink bomb offensive against those who demanded simple communist procedure in his case, will not serve to increase Cannon's prestige, or that of his revolutionary colonel, Morgenstern included. 3. Our most important problem now is the National Conference. We presented a demand at the last meeting for a conference on May 1. It was voted down in favor of Cannon's motion endorsing the idea of a conference on St. Nimmerlein's tag, which means absolutely nothing. The post-plenum discussion results were a grievous disappointment to Cannon, and he realizes his weak position. The muttered threats of a split in the event that the communist group, I must enlighten you, Cannon means himself, is in the minority, continue to be peddled in the corridors. We took action on the conference only after thoroughly sober reflection, be sure. Morris Lewitt and Sylvia Bleecker brought back a careful report from the various branches, and the demand is universal, without a single exception. You will err to think that Cannon made any progress in the land with his campaign about Landauism etc. To the contrary, it proved a boomerang, and the decisive results on the co-optations, you are correct about his having blundered seriously on this score, will indicate that I am right. Take St. Louis, for instance. They voted against the co-optations. Then Goldberg, under a misapprehension about a whispered report about what Chicago was going to do, prevailed upon the local comrades to vote for the co-optations. He explained craftily to Morris that it was done in order to give Cannon a false impression about his strength. This would impel him to call a conference in the expectation of winning. St. Louis would appear on the scene with a delegate vowed to trounce the Cannon faction. If you stop laughing long enough at this naive Machiavellianism, you will see that the aims, at any rate, of the St. Louis comrades are laudable. Chicago, now, on its own initiative, has unanimously adopted a resolution, which we proposed to the committee to endorse, but which it did not, calling for a conference on May 1, and John Edwards and Al Glotzer are staunchly for it. So is Cal, so are our two comrades who built the Davenport branch, so is Boston, so is Angelo, who supports us, so are the great bulk of the New York comrades. Will the conference be another June plenum? I more than doubt it. If I had any idea that would repeat the wretched events of the plenum, I would continue to oppose the idea. I have held off with my agreement to a conference for two reasons, neither of which holds water any longer. 1. The plenum atmosphere created by Cannon, which has now completely worn off. Not even Cannon seeks any longer to do much exploiting of my 1931 visit to Europe and the complications surround it. And how could he, and what results would he obtain? It is a bit tedious to have dinned into your ears the worn echoes of a dispute that originated a year or a year and a half ago, and the comrades don't pay much attention to it. It will appear at a conference only as a sadly decomposed wraith. 2. My uncertainty about a staff with which to replace the present leading colonel, a most important question, for what political indictment of the present leadership can be presented without following it with inevitable organizational proposals and alternatives. Here too the situation has improved considerably. I believe that Marty Ahem is now prepared to take the place in the work which properly belongs to him. All the comrades have commented on the fact that his activities have increased considerably, and during the branch elections there was a spontaneous demand from the New York membership that he take the post of organizer instead of Oehler, who has proved to be not only factional but incompetent. We resisted the demand not so much on Marty's account but because of our desire to cooperate as much as possible, and not to leave ourselves open to the demagogic charge of removals. As for a new national committee, there is timber aplenty in our group, and of an infinitely superior quality to the saplings and petrified redwood proposed in the late referendum. There are not only Marty, Al, Edwards, you and I, but also Lewitt and Jack Weber, a comrade I am desirous of proposing for the next committee. He has not been in the League for the period required by the Constitution, that is true, but his case in no way resembles Gordon's. Weber is not only a highly intelligent, well-informed, well-poised scholar, but a man of considerable experience in the movement. Engineer by profession, he has been in the movement for 2 decades at least, to my knowledge. He taught in the Rand School in his old SP days, entered the communist movement at the very outset, joined the opposition some while ago. Interestingly enough, Cannon sent him into our group. That is, after his first visits with Cannon at the time he joined the League, he sized up the man with uncanny accuracy. He stands high in the eyes of the New York comrades, and his articles, even if they are drawn out, on Japan have aroused considerable interest concerning himself. If I draw so long a portrait, it is only to acquaint you more intimately with a well-balanced and reliable comrade whom you find it a pleasure to meet, and for whom you will feel no need to apologize if he joins you on a national committee. The self-satisfied office chair squatting which form the beginning and end of Swaybeck's horizon, and cannons for that matter, is compelling the League to stagnate in its own tiny pool. We propose to draw up a resolution, separate from the general theses on which formal agreement is so easy to reach, dealing with the internal situation and the next tasks of the League, or words to that effect. It will be an arraignment of the whole intercourse and the methods of the leadership of the Cannon Group. This is not a political question in the grammar school definition of the terms adhered to by Euler, but it is nevertheless of the highest significance for the League at the present time. Cannon has established a regime in the League, I am not throwing around the word loosely, which is mutatis mutandis on a par with Landau's perorations on principle for the purpose of executing unprincipled games, the arbitrary suppression of minority views, failure to issue an internal bulletin during the discussion, suppression of our lengthy pre-plenum statement, refusal to send out our concluding word on the post-plenum discussion, bureaucratic prohibition against attending Weisboard's meetings, failure to provide Saul and Carter with an opportunity to defend their views in the discussion on a national scale, etc., etc., the artificial exacerbation of disputes and the manufacture of differences where they do not exist, our fundamental differences on policy with the Boston branch, a new song from the Cannon repertory, the paralyzing of the New York branch with factional intrigue and disruption, simply because it bums no incense at Cannon's shrine, and the impeding of the work in Toronto for the same good reason, all this and much more from the voluminous catalogue created by Cannon in the last year alone, will constitute an arraignment against which he will have to draw to the very bottom of the wells of cunning for a reply. At the same time, we intend to present in the same pre-conference statement a positive criticism of the stagnation of the League and our proposals that the League strike out boldly on a course which will enable it to quit its present circle existence and slough off the elements who thrive on such an existence. Cannon, by the way, exemplified them, gaining by that new recruits who will more than make up for the dubious losses. The internal situation has reached the stage where to desist from a conference will only render the difficulties more acute. It is either or. We must accept the inevitability of a Cannon incubus in the leadership, plus a sniping criticism here and there, now and then, or else we must challenge it openly. I am determined on the latter. Remember this, if we emerged from the plenum to our present position despite the handicaps which you refer to with such painful accuracy, it is a sign not of our weakness, but of our strength. Now that Cannon, despite his previous boasts that he would agree to a conference the minute the minority demanded it, has voted down our proposal, we intend to exercise our constitutional right to demand it from the membership directly. The statutes provide that it can be convoked by the executive committee or membership of branches representing the majority of the League. This can and should be done, but done promptly, else our objective will not be obtained. Chicago is already recorded unanimously. Boston will vote this week on it. New York will undoubtedly carry our motion tomorrow night. So will St. Louis, Cleveland, Youngstown, and Davenport. If Toronto throws its vote into the balance, the knife is at their throat. The communist intimational silence has been broken. For over 3.5 years the left opposition led by Comrade Trotsky has been hammered, persistently and loudly, for a Marxian program against the growing danger of fascism in Germany. We made this the center of all our agitation and propaganda. The tactic of the United Front of the Communist Party, Social Democratic Party, and the trade unions was urged as the unifying method which would wield the working masses against the enemy which threatens all. The left opposition's proposals were called counter-revolutionary. Our struggle against the false theory of social fascism and the United Front from below has won for us the epithet of left social fascist. But epithets solve nothing. Life itself has vindicated the analyses of the Bolshevik-Leninists. Hitler has come to power. The working class organizations are being destroyed. Communist and socialist workers are being murdered. It must be said openly that the treacherous policies of the Stalinist leaders of the communist movement combined with the criminal tactics of the social democracy are responsible for this situation. As early as January of last year, Comrade Trotsky wrote, "The about-face of the Stalinists is inevitable. The correctness of our position will become apparent in action with each passing day. When the ceiling overhead bursts into flame, the most stubborn bureaucrats must need forget about prestige. Even genuine privy councillors, in such situations, jump out of windows in their underwear. The pedagogy of facts will come to the assistance of our criticism. What next?" Pages 182 to 184. Valuable time has been lost. The theory of the Stalinists, originated by the Big Chief himself, that fascism and social democracy are twin brothers, the latter being social fascists, that is fascists who use socialist phrases, made it impossible for the communists to utilize the differences between the two. The elementary fact that fascism means the destruction of all organizations based on the working class, including social democracy, was overlooked. Instead, at a time when fascism was growing and as late as the 12th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, September 1932, and later, the view was expounded that social democracy must be smashed first, before the immediate fascist danger could be crushed. In 1929, William Pike, one of the leaders of the German Communist Party, wrote, "Social democracy has become an integral part of the state apparatus and is growing more and more ripe to play the chief part should a fascist form of government be established." A few months later, Thulman proclaimed, "It is very difficult to maintain the line of separation between the development of a social fascist dictatorship, when it has reached the stage, as in Germany, of a social democratic government using the most reactionary weapons of violence and the methods of fascist dictatorship. How could a united front of the Communist and Social Democratic parties be proposed under such conditions? It was impossible. The united front from below under revolutionary leadership was offered to the Social Democratic workers, who for a time were called social fascists. It is obvious that if the socialist workers were ready to follow communist leadership, they would not be members of the Social Democratic Party. Still more, Manuelski proclaimed at the 11th plenum of the Communist International, 1931, that fascism in Germany, in the Hitler form, may be on the downgrade, and in fact, is already on the downgrade as a result of the activity of our party. The danger, we were told, was that the bourgeois dictatorship in Germany is taking fascist forms under social democracy. The fascist danger was seen everywhere except where it really existed. Several months later, in March 1933, a dispatch to the New York Times reported that the Comintern had proposed to the Socialist and Labor International a united front of the two organizations, internationally and on a national scale, against German fascism. The Stalinists in North America could not believe that a change could be made so soon. But lo and behold, the next day's issue of the Freiheit and the March 18th number of the Daily Worker reprint the entire manifesto of the Communist International calling for a new united front. These people who have lost all revolutionary self-respect and independence know on which side their bread is buttered. Years of servility to Stalinist bureaucracy had corrupted them. Servility is their paramount virtue. The manifesto itself attempts to cover up the previous policies of the Communist International. It is made to appear as though this is only the latest of a series of such proposals. But what has become of the theories that national and social fascism are being fused, that the social democracy must be destroyed first? So-called United Front proposals. Two proposals of the German Communist Party to the social democracy are cited as instances of offers of the United Front. Even if this were so, it would be in complete violation with all the theories and practices of Stalinism. In both cases they were in the form of ultimatums. On July 20, 1932, when von Papen took power, the party issued a general strike call and urged the Social Democratic Party and the trade unions to join in. The central bodies were not approached. It was a continuation of the united front from below under revolutionary leadership. The socialist workers did not respond. The strike call was answered only by the more revolutionary masses. It failed. When Hitler seized power, another general strike call was issued, with no previous preparation, through united front action with the Social Democratic Party and the trade unions on the basis of a concrete minimum program as the left opposition had proposed. Even if the central committees of these organizations had been approached, as the manifesto claims despite contrary reports at the time in the party press, it was in an ultimatist manner: either you accept the general strike on January 31st or the socialist workers would not be one for such a policy. The proof: the strike was a miserable failure. Proposals of manifesto. In its practical proposals, the manifesto merely repeats sections of the program of the left opposition, carry out definite actions against the attacks of fascism, and reaction on the political, trade union, cooperative and other organizations of the workers. We read further, however, that the Communist International considers it possible to recommend the communist parties during the time of common fight against capital and fascism, refrain from making attacks on social democratic organizations. What is meant by refrain from making attacks on social democratic organization? Surely it cannot mean physical attacks. In reality it means a non-aggression pact. No criticism while in action, no recollection of the crimes of the social democracy. What it signifies is temporary fusion, organic unity rather than united front between the communist and socialist organizations. The present leaders of the Communist International are not alien to such practices. During the Chinese Revolution, the British general strike, in the anti-war struggle, such was and is their policy. The Communists, while maintaining a discipline of action in the united front, retain their political identity not merely in words but in deeds. The struggle for the defeat of fascism is a step to winning the workers for a Soviet Germany. In this struggle the programs of social democracy and communism are counterposed. The worker will be able to choose between the two. To refrain from attacking the socialist organizations in this sense is false and treacherous. The statement in the manifesto and all it implies, on this score, must be fought by all revolutionary workers. The left opposition welcomes the TUM of the Communist International in its proposal for a united front with the socialist organizations. But the TUM is not sufficient. An honest and complete condemnation of the false theories of the ER is essential. Party democracy must be restored. The Communist International must be regenerated. The left opposition and all honest expelled communists must be reinstated into the communist parties to ensure the process. The press of the Communist International must be thrown open for thorough discussions of the problems confronting the movement, particularly Germany. The Soviet Union is in danger. Above all, the party of the Soviet Union must be regenerated. At a time when the material resources of the Soviet Union, and particularly its Red Army, should be mobilized in case of fascist onslaught and be ready to reply to a call of the German proletariat, the workers' dictatorship is being threatened by serious and immediate internal dangers. The fortress of the world revolution, the Soviet Union, is in danger. The left opposition raises with 1,000-fold emphasis the demand for the return of Comrade Trotsky and the Russian Bolshevik-Leninists to their rightful place at the head of the Russian Party and the Soviet Union. The communist workers must take up this demand in their party and the YCL units, at membership meetings, in the press. For communist unity. The revolutionary youth in and around the Young Communist League must reject the cynical, light-minded, wise guy attitude towards the German events. In the United States we must put pressure on the leaders of the official communist movement for a genuine TUM, for the regeneration of the Communist International. The working class and student youth must be mobilized into a powerful united front movement of communist, socialist, and non-party workers against German fascism and the capitalist offensive. Above all, it is necessary to sound the alarm in the ranks of the organized communist and left-wing movements. There is little time left. Events are moving with giant speed. Tomorrow may be too late. Act now. After the ignominious collapse of both social democracy and the Communist International in Germany, and the subsequent inability of both these organizations to draw any lessons from this historical catastrophe, it is impossible any longer to conceal the fact that a revolutionary organization of the proletariat capable of leading it to victory does not exist. It must be created anew. From this time onward, the Communist League of America ceases to regard itself as a faction of the official Stalinist Party, which has become a direct brake on the development of the workers' movement, and invites the cooperation of all revolutionary workers, regardless of their present affiliation or non-affiliation, in common efforts leading to the construction of a genuine Communist Party in America. Taking the necessity to create a new party as the point of departure, the Communist League proposes a frank and comradely discussion with other individual groups and organizations, aiming toward the same goal, and submits for their consideration the following points. American perspectives. Under the terrific pressure of the crisis years, the conditions have been rapidly maturing for the class awakening of the American workers and for an enormous acceleration of the class struggle. In the next period, the social contradictions will explode in a series of gigantic class battles, in the course of which the workers can assimilate the revolutionary lessons in an abridged form and rapidly leap forward on the path toward revolutionary action. To assist and guide this process, a new party, wresting the banner of communism from the sabotaging bureaucratic clique of Stalinism, must be created. Fundamental principles. The new party can come into existence, take shape, and grow up to the requirements of its historic task, only if it stands on a firm programmatic foundation and tolerates no conciliation toward reformist and centrist currents. For this program, no new revelation is needed. The revolutionary teachings of Marx and Engels are the fundamental principled guide to the new party. The first 4 congresses of the Comintern, conducted under the leadership of Lenin and Trotsky, have concretized these teachings and applied them, in a series of unsurpassed theses and resolutions, to the basic problems of our epoch. The 10-year struggle of the international left opposition, Bolshevik-Leninist, during which the guiding ideas of the first 4 congresses of the Comintern were carried forward and counterposed on each and every important question of the living movement to the degenerating course of Stalinism, have been summarized in the 11 points adopted by the International Pre-Conference of the Left Opposition. For revolutionary internationalism, against the theory of socialism in one country. The theoretical source of the degeneration and final downfall of the Communist International and its national sections, including the American, was the rejection of the Marxist principle of revolutionary internationalism and its substitution by the theory of socialism in one country. The communist movement, which has been destroyed by this reactionary nationalist theory, cannot arise again without a clear and categorical rejection of it. Defense of the Soviet Union. The 10-year regime of Stalinism has strangled the party and the workers' organizations in the Soviet Union and has facilitated enormously the danger of a counter-revolutionary capitalist overthrow. The Stalinist regime has undermined the foundation of the Soviet state and is leading it toward destruction. The social content of the October Revolution, however, is still alive and, by its property character, which is a decisive criterion, the Soviet Union remains, even with the monstrous bureaucratic distortion, a workers' state. The defense of the Soviet Union, encircled by a world of class enemies and systematically weakened from within by the Stalinist regime, is the unconditional duty of the international proletariat. The formation of new parties and a new international does not contradict this task but is necessitated by it. The reform of the Soviet workers' state in the USSR and its defense against capitalist intervention and counter-revolution, now depend upon the formation of strong revolutionary organizations in the capitalist countries, which will be capable of putting up a revolutionary resistance at home to capitalistic military ventures, and of exerting pressure on the internal regime in the USSR and influence the Soviet proletariat. But it is precisely in the task of defending the Soviet Union at the moment of danger that the present Stalinist parties are most completely impotent. The internal reform and regeneration of the Soviet state and its defense against world imperialism, is the joint task of the new parties in the capitalist countries and the Soviet Union. The United Front. From its inception, and also in the process of its formation, which may be more or less prolonged, the new party will naturally take part in the living movement of the working class and employ therein the tactic of the United Front. This tactic, which presupposes temporary agreements with reformist organizations for specific actions, requires a categorical rejection of the theory of social fascism and the United Front from below only. On the one hand, the new party should conduct negotiations and make temporary agreements with the official representatives of reformist organizations when they take a step forward under the pressure of the masses, a tactic which the Stalinists have rejected in principle. And on the other hand, it will reject any proposals for a non-aggression pact excluding criticism, which the Stalinists have accepted. Trade union policy. The new party will find its road to the masses and gain influence over their movement only on the condition that it follows a Marxist policy on the trade union question, that is, the most important question of the American movement. Such a policy requires a penetration of the workers' mass organizations as they exist in reality, regardless of the form, and at the same time an irreconcilable struggle against the capitalist agents within them. The Stalinist dogma of red paper unions and the opportunistic policy of adaptation to the reactionary leadership in the trade union movement are equally pernicious. 67. Against the right-wing apologists of Stalinism. The new party cannot represent a mechanical combination of opposition groups, but will be obliged to take a precise attitude toward each of them with respect to its platform and, especially, with respect to the general direction of its development. The Brandlerist clique, Lovestone, Wolf, and Company, remains in fundamental unity with Stalinism on all the principled questions and shamefully justifies and apologizes for its systematic errors and crimes. The irreconcilable struggle of the new party against Stalinism presupposes and requires an equally unrelenting hostility to the right-wing camp followers of Stalinism. Party democracy. The new party must establish within its ranks a regime of democratic centralism, which permits freedom of discussion and criticism on the one hand and unity of action on the other. The free election of officials from top to bottom, the control of the officials by the rank and file, and the right of every member to express his opinions in an atmosphere free from baiting and threats of expulsion, must be combined with a clearly defined principled foundation for party membership and a disciplined unity of the entire organization in action before the outside world. Forces for the new party. The Communist League, as it is at present constituted, does not consider itself a party and has no intention of anticipating the real establishment of the new party by proclaiming itself as such. The task now is to recognize firmly that our role as a faction striving to reform the party of official Stalinism is exhausted, to strike out on a completely independent path, and to prepare, in cooperation with other groups and organizations moving in the same direction, for the formation of a new party. In the course of its struggle to reform the official party, as a faction of it, the left opposition worked out a program, consolidated a cadre of principled militants, and formed the skeleton of a national organization. These accomplishments can be regarded now as part of the capital of the new movement, not all that is necessary for the formation of the party, but contributions to it. What is needed now is the coming together of the various groups of revolutionary workers who have broken, or who are in the process of breaking, with reformism and centrism, as well as those dispersed individual revolutionists who have been repelled by the Stalinist bureaucracy and remain without affiliation. It is self-evident that the working out of a common program, and the eventual concentration of these forces in a single party, must be preceded by an exchange of opinion and discussion and, very probably, will involve a transition period of cooperation before the final fusion. Submitting the foregoing points for discussion, we on our part are ready to give attentive and comradely considerations to any different proposals and to bring them to the attention of our members and supporters by publication in the Militant, together with our comments on them, opening for discussion the question of a new party and a new international. Building revolutionary forces. Paul Le Blanc. The question of how to build up a revolutionary party was discussed often by James P. Cannon, and it is worth considering his remarks, given that they offer insights into how, over the years, the Trotskyists were inclined to approach the matter. The revolutionary labor movement doesn't develop along a straight line or a smooth path. It grows through a continuous process of internal struggle. Both splits and unifications are methods of developing the revolutionary party. Each, under given circumstances, can be either progressive or reactionary in its consequences. The general popular sentiment for unification all the time has no more political value than for a continual process of splitting which you see taking place interminably in the purest sectarian groups. Splits are sometimes absolutely necessary for the clarification of programmatic ideas and for the selection of forces in order to make a new start on a clear basis. On the other hand, in given circumstances, unifications of two or more groups which approach programmatic agreement are absolutely indispensable for the regroupment and consolidation of the forces of the workers' vanguard. 1. In contrast to this, Trotskyists have often been tagged by critics as being, almost by definition, hopeless sectarians determined to take over, split, or wreck those they perceive as opponents. Accounts of Trotskyists joining together in the 1930s, first with the American Workers' Party, AWP, of A.J. Must, and later with the Socialist Party of America, SP, led by Norman Thomas, are prime examples of this inherent destructiveness, according to biographers of Must and Thomas. Leila Danielson's in many ways valuable biography of A.J. Must, offering a quotation from Cannon, asserts that the quote fragment she offers suggests that Cannon and his comrades viewed Must and former AWP members with contempt, used deception to push their agenda, and were consumed by the ethical discussions that fostered factionalism and precluded effective organizing and party growth, implying that, in fact, Must was pathetically naive to think that he would be able to control and reform the Trotskyists. Norman Thomas's biographer W.A. Swanberg, asserting that the Trotskyists contributed little to the SP but factionalism about Russia and Spain, writes that the Trotskyists had been contaminating the party for only 14 months when the Socialists, with Thomas's blessing, expelled them by vote in August 1937. Looking first at Must and the AWP, we can see, in comments that Must's biographer chooses to ignore, that Cannon and his comrades felt something other than contempt. Cannon wrote, "The AWP was not a homogeneous organization. Its progressive character was determined by two factors: 1, through its energetic activities in the mass movement, in the trade unions, and in the unemployed field, it had attracted some rank-and-file militant workers who were in dead earnest about fighting capitalism. 2, the general direction in which the American Workers' Party was moving at the time was clearly to the left, toward a revolutionary position. The outstanding personality in the American Workers' Party was A.J. Must, a remarkable man who was always extremely interesting to me and for whom I always had the most friendly feelings. He was an able and energetic man, obviously sincere and devoted to the cause, to his work." 3. Danielson prefers a different quote, in which Cannon speaks about preventing the Stalinists from swallowing up the Must group, and refers to removing a centrist obstacle by effecting a unity with the proletarian activists and the serious people, isolating the frauds and fakers, and discarding the unassimilable elements. For some writers give considerable stress to some prominent AWP figures who rejected the merger, such as J.B.S. Hardman, who Cannon saw as unassimilable and a faker because he was unwilling to jeopardize his major staff position with the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, and some around Louis Budens and Arnold Johnson, who preferred to join the Communist Party, into which they certainly had hoped to lead the entire Must group. But a significant number of AWP stalwarts chose to remain in the unified organization, including Hilda Ageloff, Morris Chertoff, Ann Chester, Ted Grant, Ernest Rice McKinney, Sam Pollock, Ruth Quirio, Regina Shoemaker, Ted Solander, Art Preece, James Burnham, and others. These were representative of the proletarian activists and serious people that Cannon wanted to unite with, including, as we have seen, Must himself. As indicated in material presented here, Must himself saw the merger in very positive terms. At the same time, as noted by Musteite and Chester, we of the AWP, carried with us a great suspicion of Cannon based on the fear that he and his comrades would make internationalists of us. 5. Yet we can see in the article presented here Must's own strong reconciliation of the AWP's national focus and the Trotskyists' revolutionary internationalism. In Cannon's letter to another Musteite, Ruth Quirio in Allentown, Pennsylvania, we can also see Cannon's down-to-earth engagement with the former AWP comrades there as they were going through the difficult transition, made more complex by several comrades on the scene preparing to bolt to the Communist Party. There were, indeed, sharp debates, as indicated in the contribution by Max Schachtman in this section, which centered on the question of whether the unified organization, the Workers' Party of the United States, WPUS, should take advantage of a new opening and merge into the Socialist Party of America. This has been referred to as the French TUM, because it was first initiated by Trotskyists in France, at Trotsky's urging, designed to increase Trotskyist forces by entering larger social democratic and socialist parties, notoriously reformist but beginning to radicalize under the impact of the Great Depression. Must aligned his former AWP comrades in a bloc, which included a faction headed by Hugo Oehler, having a reputation for sectarianism, and others, to oppose this entry tactic. And Chester recalled, "We had great faith in Must and continued to look to him for leadership in the united organization." 6 months later an internal struggle developed between Oehler and Must on one side and Cannon and Schachtman on the other over the question of entry into the Socialist Party. As in all struggles of deep-going political differences, rumors and slanders ran rampant, aimed especially at Cannon. I wanted to hear Cannon's answer to the charges, but they remained unanswered. Jim patiently waited for the political differences to develop until they became clear to the entire membership, brushing aside all such secondary matters as slanders, so that the decisions would be made on the issues that counted, the political issues. 6. The nature of the discussion was a revelation to many of the newcomers. This Bolshevik method of a free, democratic, organized factional struggle to settle serious differences over program and policy was brand new to us, recalled yet another AWP veteran, Ted Grant. In the AWP, when a difference arose, all sides were given equal time to present their views, with A.J., as we always called Must, in the chair. He would speak last, skillfully reconciling the different viewpoints into an all-inclusive motion which was generally accepted. His prestige and influence were so great that almost everyone would defer to him. But in the convention debate, Jim's critical analysis was a revelation to us. Grant elaborated that he fairly but mercilessly dissected the political position of each group in our oppositional bloc. We noticed at once that Jim didn't stoop to petty debaters' points or misrepresent an opponent's position. He stated each position fully and fairly and answered them squarely in such a way as to obtain the maximum educational value for the membership. During a break in the conference, Cannon ambled over to the table where a number of Musteites were sitting, to chat, joke, and put them at their ease. We felt an immediate kinship with him and we communicated easily. 7. But what was decisive was the political content of the debate. Morris Chertoff explained. He discussed dialectical thinking, which perceived real class forces in motion and development, as opposed to the rigidity of the sectarians' thought, which was guided by abstract and sterile formulas. A failure on our part to see past the discredited Socialist Party label to the hundreds of revolutionary workers being drawn to the ranks of the SP would cut us off from these workers. These potential recruits to revolutionary socialism would fall prey to reformist or Stalinist leadership and instead of strengthening the revolutionary forces in America would be used against us by our enemies. 8. Grant notes that by the time of the 1936 WPUS National Convention, the decision to enter the SP was approved by an overwhelming majority including a number of Must's leading supporters. Must's position seemed obdurate and narrow, Chertoff recalls, and he lost many of his followers, like myself, who had developed a sense of personal loyalty to him. And Chester noted, in the process of this tremendously educational battle, must proved himself incapable of revolutionary political thinking, and our attitude, which previously had been that of children looking up to our papa, began to change. The shift was dramatic. A group of former AWP members approached Must during a lull, telling him we were convinced he was dead wrong, recounts Chertoff. Then we moved over to where Cannon was sitting, and told him that we had broken from Must, and were now supporting him. 9. The final issue of the New Militant ran a front-page editorial, provided in this volume, but indicating with crystal clarity that the Trotskyists were joining the Socialist Party as we are, with our ideas and traditions. Stating that the socialist workers are now in a state of evolution toward a consistent Marxist conception of their tasks, the editorial adds that not the least of the forms that dialectics takes is the conflict, the give and take, of ideas about theory, strategy, and tactics. It goes on to explain that differences must be threshed out by free discussion among the membership, and not decided by bureaucratic decrees of self-constituted popes. A party without democracy is not a party. The editorial concludes, the best and, indeed, the only guarantee for a normal solution of disputed questions is the fullest democracy in educational work and discussion, coupled with an attitude of responsibility and discipline. At the same time, it presents a more glowing picture of the Socialist Party that the Trotskyists were entering than was accurate. 20 years after the fact, historian David Shannon noted that, with a membership that had dropped, after the departure of the old guard to form the Social Democratic Federation, from 19,000 to about 12,000, the Socialist Party was dying before its invasion by the followers of Trotsky, and Cannon himself believed the party was not viable. It was already in the stage of violent ferment and disintegration. In 1936, at the time of our entry, especially given the dominance of caucuses led by relatively egotistical individuals who were either prepared to gravitate into the orbit of Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal, or were in the process of being absorbed by trade union bureaucracies, or were politically fuzzy. The Clarity and militant caucuses were incapable of living up to their names. What was crucial to the Trotskyists, however, was connecting with the worker activists and rebellious youth who definitely were members of the SP-10. The initial approach of Cannon and his comrades once inside the SP, however, was not that of a fighting faction. They were inclined to initiate discussions and activities to oppose the horrific repression in the Soviet Union, the so-called Moscow trials, as well as a defense campaign for Leon Trotsky. They were also sharply critical of the Stalinist-initiated People's Front, which they argued was a class collaborationist betrayal, particularly clear as it was playing out in the Spanish Civil War, but which also involved a rapprochement with liberal capitalism in the United States, support for Franklin D. Roosevelt. Yet the Trotskyists for the most part sought to integrate themselves into the new organization before making waves. According to Cannon, the Trotskyists joining the SP sought first to be integrated into the party, plunge into practical work and thus to establish a certain moral authority with the rank and file of the party, establish friendly personal relationships especially with those elements of the party who are activists and therefore potentially of some use in the class struggle. Life would soon bring political issues to the fore. We didn't have to force discussion or to initiate the faction struggle artificially, he commented. We could well afford to let the political issues unfold under the impact of world events. And we didn't have long to wait. 11. By the end of 1936, a majority of the membership of the Young People's Socialist League, YPSL, had become pure and simple Trotskyists, according to Thomas, 6 months after the Trotskyist entry took place, and in order to stop this development, he argued there is little time to lose, fearing, in the words of one of his biographers, that if he waited until the next regular national convention in 1938, the mushrooming radical faction would not only capture most of the party machinery, but quite probably would wrest party leadership from him. An emergency convention was therefore organized in March 1937 to smash the Red Menace. Aspects of the crisis in the party are detailed in the article by that name, reproduced in this section. By September, the Trotskyists had been purged, and in the opinion of another of his biographers, the result was not simply due to the loss of hundreds of members but the debilitating effects of the many wasted months of internal party struggle when the party might have been active as an organized force in aiding the drive for industrial unionism sparked by John L. Lewis, the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, and the militant sit-down strikes. 12. The same comment has been made regarding the Trotskyists, that applying the French turn diverted them from the great working-class battles of the 1930s. In fact, Socialist Party members were in the thick of the first major sit-down strike in Flint, Michigan in 1936-7, and some of them were also in the process of being won to Trotskyism. After 7 years' membership in the Socialist Party, striving for the true path to socialism, the facts have shown us that the Socialist Party had not and cannot provide the leadership necessary, declared Kermit and Jenner Johnson, key militants in the Flint sit-down strike. We are leaving the Socialist Party and joining the Socialist Workers' Party to build the vanguard of the coming revolution unhampered by reformist maneuvers, petty intriguers, opportunists, and careerists. 13. W.A. Swanberg summarizes aspects of the impact for the Socialist Party. The Trotskyists, who had entered about 300 strong, took more than 1,000 with them when they left, including part of the Socialist Youth Organization, which Thomas had treasured as the party's future. With their departure the California Party became virtually extinct, as was the one in Minnesota and Illinois. Ohio and Massachusetts were among those badly hurt. 14. In contrast, the Trotskyists found themselves, after their mass expulsion from the Socialist Party, in a condition of greater strength and soaring morale. We accumulated invaluable political experience, and we more than doubled our forces as a result of the entry and 1 year's work in the Socialist Party. Especially significant was the substantial base the Trotskyists had been able to establish in the maritime and auto industries. Cannon concluded that, as the dust settled, he and others were struck by the revelation that while we had been concentrating on this inner political work inside the Socialist Party, we had been at the same time developing, practically without any direction from our central leadership, our trade union work on a scale we had never approximated before and had at least begun the proletarianization of the party. We had won over to our side the majority of the socialist youth and the majority of those socialist workers really interested in the principles of socialism and the socialist revolution. 15. 77. The Workers' Party of the US did not emerge suddenly from nowhere. It was born of the merger of the Communist League of America and the American Workers' Party, itself the outgrowth of the Conference for Progressive Labor Action. Each organization took pride in its past. It did not disown that past in coming into the merger. Rather did each organization by its participation in the merger bear witness to its appreciation of the history of the other. Before launching on the main theme of this article, 2 observations on the significance of the merger may be made. In the first place, a number have asked the question, why is it that precisely the group which has been most concerned about theory, and on the other hand, the group which has been most activist have got together? Without entering now into a discussion as to the exactness of the description here employed, it may be pointed out that at one point in the evolution of the movement, the elaboration of theory may be the prime need, and at another the application of theory in action. However, there cannot be, and never is, a divorce between sound theory and sound practice. A group which devotes itself to the discussion of theory in the Marxian sense does not do it for the sake of agreeable mental exercise, as an alternative perhaps to working crossword puzzles. It is concerned with theory because it needs to know how to act and will not act on a merely opportunistic basis. Elaboration of theory leads, therefore, to practical work in the labor scene. On the other hand, a group which seeks to act in a responsible and not an adventurous spirit in the revolutionary movement, which is concerned about ultimate and not merely about immediate aims, may indeed scorn Talmudic theologizing and debates which lead simply to more debates, but it cannot be indifferent to theory. It can render a service which the trade union bureaucrats, for example, cannot render, not merely because its members may individually be more honest or self-sacrificing, but chiefly because it has a clear conception of the economic and political system, the role of the working class, etc., and therefore can thread its way through the complex maze of events. That is to say, it must fall back on theory. If it does not find theoretical questions answered by any existing political party, it must hammer out theory for itself and build a new party. Thus the fusion of the CLA and the AWP was not accidental. Moreover, the fusion will bear fruit which neither group by itself could have produced. Another question which has been raised is, why is it that the most internationalist and the most nationalist group got together? The first comment on that question is naturally that one cannot believe everything he reads in the papers, especially in the Daily Worker. Seriously, the point of the revolutionary internationalism of the CLA has been that it is a fatal error to make the laying of the foundations of the socialist economy in the Soviet Union and the so-called defense of the Soviet Union the almost exclusive concern of the revolutionary movement, that the defense of the Soviet Union itself today depends upon the growth and victory of revolutionary parties in capitalist countries and that energy must be concentrated on that task. When the AWP has insisted that the revolutionary movement must be built in the United States, it has done this, not with any notion that a revolutionary movement could be national in character, but precisely because it was so deeply concerned that the working class of the United States should do its part in the world revolutionary movement. It invades sometimes against sentimentality and romanticism about labor internationalism because it was so deeply concerned about building the international revolutionary movement realistically and so avoiding a repetition of the tragic debacle which overtook the movement in 1914 with the outbreak of the war and again in 1932 under the onslaught of fascism in Germany and elsewhere. Again, therefore, the merger is the correct and natural outcome of the history of the two groups. The merger also signifies that we are not slaves to the past. Our faces are set to the future. We go to meet the test of action. Objective conditions vary in different countries, the working class is at different stages in its evolution. Consequently, the crucial issue before the Revolutionary Party is not the same in different countries or at different periods. The trade union issue is the master issue in the United States today. By the manner in which it meets that issue, the Workers' Party will justify or stultify itself in the initial period of its existence. Reactionary employer interests and the liberal Roosevelt administration are well aware of the fact that it is over the right of workers to organize and bargain collectively, in the organizing campaigns and strike struggles of the past 2 years, that capitalism and the working class are locking horns today in the US. By might and main, by direct and brutal or indirect and subtle means. 79. They seek to prevent organization, to build company unions, to postpone the issue over Section 7 of NRA, to prevent strikes, to break them, and where unions are formed to confuse the membership and corrupt the leaders so that the unions may not become or remain genuine instruments of struggle. Without in most cases thinking the problem through, with wrong or incomplete theory perhaps, if they have any at all, the masses of the workers also sense the significance of the conflict. And this includes not a few white-collar, professional and technical workers, who until recently hardly thought of themselves as workers at all. They are fighting for bread and butter, of course. What else should starving men and women fight for? But they sense the need for power in order to get bread. They know that power comes from organization, they fight magnificently and starve in order to get recognition of their union. In the room in which Okie Odell, the Ohio Union strike leader, lay recovering from his wounds last August, surrounded by armed union members determined to fight it out with any vigilantes who might try to seize him again, a special guard stood before the federal union charter these union workers had received from the AFL pledge to die before they would permit it to be taken away. In certain more sophisticated quarters of the labor movement, there are those who do not see what is plain to the capitalists and politicians on the one hand and the working masses on the other. The avowed social democrats and the unavowed ones, including some of those who regard themselves as devotees of the American approach, think of course that the class struggle is fought primarily and mainly at the polls. One of them recently remarked that Upton Sinclair in his epic campaign for governor of California had carried the class struggle in that state to the highest point it had ever reached, and did not even mention the marine workers' strike that raged up and down the Pacific coast last summer, and the general strike in the San Francisco area. No, not Upton on his soapbox, but Tom Mooney in jail is still the symbol of the class struggle in California. At the other extreme are doctrinaires and leftists to whom the unions, especially those in the AFL, are company unions, fascist unions, bulwarks of capitalism, etc. Until recently at least the CP held to this estimate and proceeded to do its utmost to divide the working class by building its own sectarian, paper industrial unions. Others holding this estimate stand in holy aloofness from the present struggles of the workers and their ill-advised attempts to organize, perhaps condescending to lift up their voices to preach the one true doctrine to deaf ears. Those with syndicalist leanings may participate actively and courageously in strike struggles, but they will have nothing to do with the unions which conduct or grow out of these strikes. Someday, they feel blissfully sere. 80. 10. Objective conditions will compel the workers to rise spontaneously, to turn their backs suddenly upon the past and its misguided struggles, and to put over the revolution. To reject these attitudes does not mean that we accept the present leadership of the AFL, its structure, its policies, its attitude toward employers and government. For the Marxists that is even more impossible than it was at an earlier period. The unions cannot in the period of capitalist decline fulfill the functions, achieve the gains for the workers, that were possible when capitalism was still able to give substantial concessions at least to large sections of the population. The class collaboration philosophy becomes more dangerous as the capitalist crisis deepens, will prove fatal if it prevails as that crisis reaches its climax. The struggle of the unions against the employing class and the government is genuine and has a progressive character, therefore, only in the degree that within the unions the struggle against the bureaucracy and its policies goes on. This intra-union struggle can be effectively waged by the rank and file, the progressive and left elements, only if they are organized. Who shall lead and inspire in this struggle and the organization for it, if not the politically developed, the theoretically trained workers? In other words, the Revolutionary Party? Correctly, therefore, the Workers' Party of the US places in the forefront of its program of action for the next 6 months the organization of the left progressive wing in the unions. Neither the Socialist Party as a whole nor any section of it worth mentioning has a clear conception of the crucial nature of this task. In effect, therefore, they all strengthen the hands of the trade union bureaucrats and, so far as they have influence, commit the movement to a non-militant and reformist attitude. The right wing has of course always served the union officialdom in exchange for votes and jobs as labor lawyers, etc. At the Detroit Convention they fought bitterly against even a mild censure of the AFL leaders. Today they are openly seeking an alliance with the unions under their present leadership in a Labour Party, to the right of where the SP has supposedly stood. Meanwhile the adolescent and unrealistic character of the leadership of the various shades of militants is clearly illustrated by the fact that they engage in most violent shadowboxing with the right wing over the united front with the CP, or that poor relation of the CP, Lovestone, of whom the RPC is in a poor relation, and over what they are going to do, or think they are going to do, when war or the revolution comes, but back down before the right wing on the trade union issue, the test of the revolutionary realist today. The militants do not concentrate on building the left progressive wing in the unions. They concentrate on getting posts in the unions which, in the absence of a left 81 progressive wing under the leadership of revolutionary forces, can only result in the militants becoming assimilated to the trade union bureaucracy, as has happened often enough in previous years. It is inconceivable that the workers, the miners, e.g., or the steel workers, who know the union's situation from the inside and whose very livelihood in many instances depends literally upon the outcome of the struggle against the union bureaucracy, can long follow such leadership, can postpone joining the Workers' Party and thus assisting most effectively in building the left wing in the unions. The unions are instruments of struggle, agencies of collective bargaining, etc. within the capitalist system. By themselves, they are not revolutionary instruments. In fact, left to themselves they become pure and simple, degenerate into rackets, fail even as collective bargaining agencies. What transformations, revolutionary changes, new formations, may occur in the economic organizations, and the economic struggle, as on the one hand the economic crisis deepens and on the other hand the Revolutionary Party gains the confidence and leadership of the masses, is subject matter for analysis in future issues of this magazine. Even among those who may differ on these matters, there can be agreement, there must be if disaster is not to overcome the American working class, that today, in the US the main sector of the class struggle is the movement of workers of all categories into unions, the fight for recognition of the right to organize, the strike struggles, the fights against the trade union bureaucrats. In the shops, mines, stores, offices, in union halls, on the picket lines, on the streets of Toledo, Minneapolis, Milwaukee, San Francisco, the steel and textile and automobile and mining towns, that struggle rages and will rage in the months ahead. Build the unions, organize the workers, develop their militancy, broaden, deepen, intensify, politicalize the day-to-day struggles, fight the bureaucrats, build the left progressive wing. This is the program of revolutionists today, the program of the Workers' Party. The so-called Communist Party has clearly demonstrated how such a program should not be carried out. Abandoning the conception of party democracy and workers' democracy completely, the CP has espoused a mystical, absolutist, utterly un-Marxian conception of a party which can do no wrong, which stands outside and above the working class. From this to an absolute ruler over the party itself is only a step. This leads to a fatal lack of faith in, actual contempt for, the working class. It finds expression in the theory of social fascism. Working class organizations that do not accept our domination are fascist. In united front from below maneuvers, these stupid asses will not see through our clever scheme to crush them, in using strong-arm methods to break up the meetings of other labor groups, in capturing unions and other mass organizations by political trickery or main force, in manipulating union machinery so 82. As to put party members in office, in calling strikes and telling the workers what the strike is about after they get out on the sidewalk. At this very moment we are seeing another ludicrous and yet tragic illustration of what this attitude leads to. Members of independent building trades unions fostered by the CP are in open revolt against the party which, after years of building separate sectarian, often paper, unions all along the line, has suddenly realized the futility of that course and now proceeds quite as mechanically and dictatorially to try to liquidate every independent union it can lay its hands on, regardless of the circumstances which gave it birth, its mass base or the will of the membership. The Workers' Party will not utter its own doom in advance by using such methods in its trade union work. It will rely upon the correctness of its analysis and program, the persuasiveness of its propaganda, above all upon the activity, devotion, and militancy of its members in the unions to win the confidence first of the progressives and then of the broad masses in the unions. No fact stands out more clearly from a survey of the present scene than the need of a revolutionary party with a sound trade union program. The masses are in motion. They continue to press into the unions. One strike struggle follows upon the heels of the other. Yet for lack of effective organization of the left progressive wing, itself the result of the disastrous policies of the CP and SP, many strikes are prevented. No strike has gained results proportionate to the spirit displayed by the workers. The issue of unionization in the traditional anti-union strongholds in the basic industries is still unresolved. The old AF-of-L machine continues in the saddle. The fact that the workers continue to organize in the AF-of-L does not mean that they have a naive confidence in the present leadership. On the contrary, textile, steel, automobile, marine workers, to mention but a few instances, know that this leadership cannot be trusted. They are ready to welcome a new leadership which will display vigor and a sense of reality. Wherever the idea of building an organization of left progressives has been broached, it has met with an instant response. In fact, the movement is already underway independently in many sections of the country. No organization except the Workers' Party is in a position to take advantage of the opportunity and to give leadership to the movement. The CP is in this field hopelessly discredited and at sea. The SP, apart from all other considerations, is so tom with conflict and confusion that it cannot devote attention to this crying need of the workers. In Toledo and Minneapolis, the forces that by merging have constituted the Workers' Party have already demonstrated their ability and gained the attention of the masses. Thus with confidence and determination we address ourselves to the task of building the left progressive wing in the unions, building the Workers' Party of the US, building the new, the Fourth, International. James P. Cannon. Dear Comrade Quirio. 83. I received your letter and was glad indeed to hear from you. I fully appreciate the extraordinary difficulties which confront the comrades in the Allentown situation, and have the warmest admiration for those who persist in the struggle to develop the branch into a revolutionary organization, worthy of the name. Nobody is born a Bolshevik. It takes time and great effort and travail to weld a group of people of different personalities and temperaments into a homogeneous organization. When, as is the case in Allentown, one has to begin with a membership which, as a whole, is comparatively new to the political movement, the difficulties are only magnified. That is what we always have to keep in mind about the Allentown situation. It excludes a quick solution of the difficulties. Similarly, it makes it impossible for the political committee to solve the problem by means of single decisions or disciplinary measures. Time and education and experience are all necessary factors. On the other hand, it is very obvious to us that we are making headway. The fact that you have succeeded in organizing 20-odd comrades into a grouping which really attempts to face the political issues, and to carry out the party line, and that this group grows in political understanding and self-confidence as the struggle develops, this is a positive gain. You must not underestimate it. Whatever happens, we are now assured of a serious political nucleus in Allentown. In the end it is bound to prevail. For political ideas and a political line are far more powerful than all the intrigues and tricks and prejudices of a transitory majority. If our group there really assimilates the ideas and methods of Bolshevism, we need have no fear for the future. We are now going through a period of the richest political experience, and we are all learning from it. Perhaps we, ourselves, were not free from mistakes in the Allentown situation. It seems to me that some very good comrades, who have the making of Bolsheviks, have taken a position against us in Allentown. We must hope that their antagonism is temporary and we must aim to win. 84. Them over. Above all, we have to convince them by our personal attitude that we do not pursue personal aims and that we are not animated, in any way, by sentiments of personal antagonism or personal revenge. On the contrary, we have to make it clear, we have to convince those comrades who have good faith, that we want to advance a political line which is necessary for the building of the party and the mass movement, and that we want to unite every possible comrade on the basis of that line. We must look ahead, we have a long work before us. It will do us no good to lose our heads and cry for immediate and final solution of the situation, which is still maturing. We must persist and persevere and take consolation in the fact that we are gaining, and will continue to gain as long as we act like Bolshevik politicians and not like chickens with their heads cut off. Danton said that audacity was the first merit of revolutionists. He might have added that patience comes next in order. Please don't think that I am simply lecturing you. I am really directing this just as much at myself, because impatience is my own fault, also. We are going to have a party convention on February 28. It will be a historic affair, a turning point in the development of our movement. We want to keep our movement united, if it is possible. The trend of the National Party sentiment is on our side. That will make its influence felt in Allentown and will help you. We do not want any explosions or splits before the convention, if we can avoid them. We will have the majority and that will impose upon us the duty of conciliating the minority. Once the political line is established by the convention, and we must not make any compromises when it comes to a question of principled lines, then we must try to keep the movement united on the basis of that line. Above all, we must not let personal antagonisms reach the point where they provoke artificial splits. In this next period, as I have suggested to Comrade Gordon, much attention should be devoted to the caucus group which we have organized around our political platform. You should have frequent meetings, devoted to a discussion of political problems, so that the group will become further strengthened and consolidated, on a political basis. That is the most profitable work that can be done now, and it is also the best way to ensure your eventual victory in the branch and in the mass movement. I hope to come to Allentown, at least once, before the convention for a branch discussion meeting and also for a discussion meeting with the group. I also hope that the most active comrades will begin to plan far in advance to attend the party convention, which will be open to all party members. The national tour of all the important party branches which I completed several weeks ago brought me face to face with a number of questions and problems which arose in the course of discussion with numerous comrades. These discussions firmly convinced me of the urgent necessity of putting before the entire membership of the party and the Spartacus Youth League a detailed record of what has happened in the year of the party's existence. The ignorance of the party's situation which the Oehler and the Ahem-Weber groups have vied with each other to preserve in the party's ranks, and the systematic confusion and direct falsifications which they have, each in its own way, disseminated from coast to coast, demand that such a record be set down in writing for the information of the membership. The present document, however, pursues no mere informational ends. It is not intended to substitute for a history, properly speaking, of our movement. It does aim to extract from the record of the party's history some of the essential and highly illuminating political lessons which our present situation dictates must be drawn if we are to progress along revolutionary lines. To draw together what seems to be loose ends, to place men and things in their proper place so that an otherwise incomprehensible jumble begins to take on the appearance of a coherent and significant picture, to draw up a balanced sheet of ideas, proposals, events, progress, retreats, at every stage of the development of the movement, to compare what was predicted with what finally took place, what was adopted with what results it yielded, what was proposed with what the situation showed was required, to trace a complicated situation back to its causes, to test and check men and groups and ideas on the touchstone of practice. These are elementary obligations of every revolutionist. But these obligations cannot be properly discharged without a simple working knowledge of the facts. Lies, rumor and gossip are as misleading a factor in casting up a political balance sheet as forged checks would be in casting up a bank balance. And what a mass of political forged checks are afloat in our party. One has only to go through the country and discuss our political problems with an average group of comrades to be overwhelmed by the realization that a prerequisite for the further progress of our movement is the clear establishment of those facts of party history which are necessary for that balance sheet, that accounting, that report of stewardship which the membership has the right and duty to demand of the leaders at the coming national convention. A revolutionary organization, wrote Trotsky on February 17, 1931, in his comments on the crisis in the German left opposition, selects and educates men not for corridor intrigues but for great battles. This puts very severe obligations upon the cadres, above all on the leaders or those who lay claim to the role of leaders. The moments of crisis in every organization, however painful they may be, have this positive significance, that they reveal the true political physiognomy of men, what is hidden in the soul of each of them, in the name of what he is fighting, if he is capable of resistance, etc. Our party is at present in a crisis. It can emerge from it healthier and stronger than ever only if the nature and cause of the crisis is understood. The politically primitive mind, shallow or entirely empty, or the Philistine dilettante who dabbles in revolutionary politics on Monday and retires with a discouraged sigh on Tuesday, can see only the fact that the leaders are squabbling again. Truax, for example, a former member of our national committee, who represents the first type referred to, resigns from the party because, he writes, there is too much factionalism in it. In the big political disputes agitating the party, all he can see is factionalism. This document is not addressed to dilettantes, dabblers and blatherskits. It is meant for the serious revolutionists in the party, both advanced and backward. It is meant above all to address the militant, knowledge-hungry youth of our movement. In a sense it is dedicated to them. In the strictest meaning of the word, they are the hope of tomorrow. The devastation of the Stalinist and Social Democratic parties has virtually wiped out the bulk of the war and post-war generation. Just as the communist movement was built, between 1914 and 1919, primarily on the young generation, so the movement for the Fourth International must draw most of its troops from the young generation of today, those not yet corrupted by the virus of political decay. But precisely because of that, the youth must be trained in the spirit of revolutionary Marxism, of principled politics. Through its bloodstream must 87. Run a powerful resistance to the poison of clique politics, of subjectivism, of personal combinationism, of intrigue, of gossip. It must learn to cut through all superficialities and reach down to the essence of every problem. It must learn to think politically, to be guided exclusively by political considerations, to argue out problems with themselves and with others on the basis of principles and to act always from motives of principle. And in order to think and act correctly, the youth, the adults as well, must always have the facts before them, and if they do not have them, they must demand them. This document, therefore, pursues a purely political aim. If the reader grows impatient at this or that point with the multitude of details, he will have to bear in mind that we desire to present all the facts that have a bearing on those questions in dispute which have engendered our present party crisis. We are loath to leave anyone a reasonable basis for arguing that we have neglected to reply to one or another point or to throw light on one or another dark comber. We are experiencing, in our opinion, a crisis of growth. We are experiencing what Zinoviev once pithily described as the birth pangs of a communist party. In the field of obstetrics as well as in the field of politics, these birth pangs can be moderated, and finally eliminated entirely, not by an amateurish approach, not by a futile wringing of hands and whining and whimpering, not by prayer, but by increasing our fund of knowledge. In the present case, this document aims to contrast two main lines of thought and action, the line of revolutionary Marxian politics, principled politics, which make possible a consistent, firm, and progressive course, and on the other side, personal combinationism, cliquism, and unprincipled politics, which can produce only an inconsistent, weak-kneed, and essentially reactionary course. The first is the line for which our group has fought, first in the Communist League of America and for the past year in the Workers' Party of the US. The second is the contribution made by the Ahem Weber Group. The contrast can be made only by presenting the two lines, by describing them, by recording what each of them looked like in theory and practice at each stage of our development, by checking them with the results they yielded. In order that the contrast may be scrupulously exact, we have preferred to present not merely our opinions, but indisputable factual material, minutes, convention records, theses, resolutions, motions, statements, letters, etc. Without them, no objective judgment of the party's situation is possible. The work of our coming convention, which has the task of making just such a judgment, will, we hope, be facilitated by this compilation. Max Schachtman. New York, January 20, 1936. 88. Two lines in the fusion. The Workers' Party has its roots in the two groups that came together to found it in December 1934, the Communist League of America and the American Workers' Party. If we deal, at least at the outset, primarily with the former, it is not out of narrow patriotism for the organization to which many of us once belonged, but for these reasons: firstly, because an account of what occurred within the CLA, especially in the last year of its existence, is indispensable to an understanding and illustration of the political course of our group, and secondly, because the internal struggle of the same period in the CLA is, in any case, reproduced on a more extensive scale in the WP today. The CLA was built up in the course of a protracted struggle for the principles of revolutionary Marxism. Occurring as it did in the face not only of the most violent opposition of the powerfully organized Stalinist apparatus, but of a series of discouraging defeats of the proletariat on a world scale, and in a period of social and political reaction, this struggle necessarily limited the scope of the League's expansion and influence. Understanding the nature of this struggle, the leadership of the League set itself firmly against any illusions of an early mass influence. The main work of the League was conceived to be of a propagandistic nature, the presentation and development of the ideas of the international left opposition, and the formation of a solid cadre of revolutionists capable of defending these ideas. In this respect the CLA was far from unique in the history of the movement. It was merely passing through the first of what may, roughly speaking, be called the three stages of the evolution of the revolutionary organization, a propaganda group which concentrates on hardening the initial cadres on the basis of clearly defined principles, then a more active group in the process of transition to a mass movement, which concentrates on presenting its formerly elaborated principles to the masses in the form of agitational, day-to-day slogans, but which is not yet strong enough to step very far beyond the boundaries of literary and oral agitation. Finally, the larger movement, which not only calls itself a party but which can discharge the responsibilities incumbent upon an organization claiming to defend the daily as well as the historical interests of the proletariat, which can actually set masses into motion, in other words, a party of action. The objectively unwarranted attempt by numerous wiseacres who refused to understand this process of evolution, and who pursued the masses without wasting time on forging the instrument, cadres, without which systematic revolutionary work in the class struggle is inconceivable, always ended either in opportunism or adventurism. The chief protagonists of such attempts in 89. This country, Weisbord and Field, ended up, as is known, without mass work and without cadres. These furious critics of our sectarianism finished with the most miserable and sterile of all sects. The position of the CLA was complicated, moreover, by its position as a faction of the Third International, operating outside of it. Like its propagandistic position in general, this was not a matter of choice, but a condition dictated by a series of objective circumstances, primary among which was the fact that the Comintern had not yet exhausted its possibilities as a revolutionary Marxian organization, and that it was impossible to establish, a priori, whether or not it could be brought back to the road of proletarian internationalism by a combination of our work and the pressure of events themselves. With the accession to power of the Hitlerites, and the unanimous endorsement by the Comintern sections of the treacherous capitulation of the Stalinists in Germany, the international left opposition voted to cut loose from the Third International. The slogan was issued, "Build the Fourth International. Build new communist parties in every country." This decision could not but have profound effects on every section of the left opposition movement, and, in tum, upon the revolutionary movement in general. In every country, at least in the important ones, the sections of the ILO, International Left Opposition, were confronted with the imperative need of making a decisive tum. The role of a faction of the Third International had to be given up, and the road taken towards an independent movement for new parties and a new international. A tremendous historical task by its very nature, it could neither be decreed nor accomplished overnight. Everywhere, the ILO entered a transitional stage, between a propagandist group, a faction, and an independent mass organization, a party. This stage was represented by the interval between proclaiming the need of a new international and new parties and their actual establishment. It was not enough to proclaim the need of the new party, nor even to recognize the gap referred to. The essence of the problem was, how, in each country, to bridge this gap in the briefest possible time allowed by the concrete conditions prevailing in the land and the relationship of forces in the working class and revolutionary movements. That is to say, the general acknowledgement of the need of the new party related essentially to the reasons for its formation. It was not yet sufficient as the instrument for forming it. The instrument was, and is, the strategy and tactics that must be applied in each specific country in order to arrive in the swiftest and solidest manner at the goal. In arriving at the strategy and tactics to be employed in the United States for attaining our goal, we were fortunate in having at our command the rich 90 treasure trove of experience of the revolutionary movement for decades back. We invented no new method, because none was needed. We did not have to wonder and fumble, because we were provided by Marxism, i.e. by the distillation of living experience, with the key to our problem. But in no case is this key already completely grooved for every situation. Revolutionary politicians, like locksmiths, must take the broad, blank key which is already generally outlined by Marxism and adjust it to the grooves of the concrete situation, otherwise the door to the problem will not yield to our efforts. In addition to wanting to build something, one must know how. And in the case of building the Revolutionary Party, alas, there is no simple, universal, rigid formula. The First International, for example, was unevenly developed and heterogeneously composed. The Communist Manifesto was written as the program of the non-existent International Communist Party, but it was compelled to set down different tactical approaches to the problem of creating this party in the various countries, to revolutionary Democrats, militant nationalists, trade unionists, social reformists, etc. The Third International, which marked the second attempt to form the International Communist Party, came into being after the Russian Revolution, which gave it incalculable advantages over its predecessor. Yet even its task was no easy one, and its development was far from uniform. It is sufficient to mention the fact that from October-November 1914, when the need for the Third International was first proclaimed, until the formal founding of the International in March 1919, 4.5 years elapsed. And even then, at the first Congress, the International was little more than a name and an idea outside of Russia. The parties themselves were built differently in different countries. In Spain with the revolutionary syndicalists and the young socialists. In Germany by a fusion of the tiny Communist Party with the large left wing of the Independent Social Democratic Party. In England by a merger of 4 communist groups, plus 1 socialist temperance society. In France and the United States by winning the majority of the official Socialist Party. In Italy by breaking off a minority of the official Socialist Party, and then by fusing this minority with a subsequent communist majority of the same SP. In Norway by the direct affiliation to the CI of the Federated Labour Party. In Czechoslovakia by the affiliation en bloc of the official Social Democracy. In China by the direct transformation of a propagandist group of students and intellectuals into a proletarian communist party. In a word, there was and could be no universal formula, applicable everywhere and under all conditions. More accurately, if there was a universal formula, it was this: the small propagandist groups of communists must convert themselves into mass communist parties by winning to their side the militant. 91. Workers who are moving, however uncertainly and hesitantly at first, in the same general direction. In the work of building the American section of the Fourth International, the leadership of the CLA derived its national line from the international line. 6 years of intensive assimilation of the ideas of proletarian internationalism as set forth in the programmatic material and defended in the struggles of the ILO, now the ICL International Communist League, had prepared the CLA to act automatically in that spirit. The international line was dictated to us by a universal tum from propaganda groups or sects to the mass movement, to the masses, towards the formation of independent parties internationally. In this sense, the tum of the ICL was basically an international tum. Only because it has entered into our current jargon shall we speak henceforth of a French tum too. In essence it is really a misnomer, for the tactic employed by the French Bolshevik-Leninists was merely an application, in the field of concrete French political realities, of the international tum from propagandist faction to independent party. Because conditions differ in each country, because the relationship of forces is different, the tactical line that must be applied to reach the goal of the new international and new parties must also, of necessity, differ. At this point, one can establish the difference between the sectarian idealist and the active, Marxian materialist. The former proceeds from an idea, rigidly conceived and unadjustable to concrete material realities. Wherever the latter fail to conform to his preconceived idea, he turns his back contemptuously and angrily upon them and enters a world of fantasy which corresponds to his idea. That is why sectarianism means isolation, unreality. The Marxian materialist not only derives his ideas from the material and concrete reality, but bases his activities upon it, and, taking things as they actually are, plunges into the living world in order to shape it into what it should be. If the Marxian philosopher must not only interpret the world, but also change it, it is necessary, in order to accomplish the latter, to approach it first as it is in reality, and not as if it was already what it should be, as if it was already changed. That is why the Marxists in every section of the ICL applied the international TUM concretely, i.e. in different ways in each country, differing in accordance with the realities of the organized social and political life of the working class, and yet were able to endorse each other's tactics without, by that fact, revealing any difference in principle or strategy. In France, the tactic used to carry out the international TUM carried the Bolshevik-Leninists into a section of the Second International. In England, it made them a faction of a centrist party affiliated with none of the internationals. In Holland, it carried them to a fusion with a leftward-moving centrist organization, the OSP Independent. 92. Socialist Party, for the purpose of forming an independent revolutionary Marxian party of the Fourth International. In Australia, it carried them to their self-transformation into an independent party, as it did in Chile and elsewhere. In other countries, the international TUM did not, nor, given the concrete conditions, could it as yet, change the organizational position of the section of the ICL. Widely though the tactics differed in each country, the CLA leadership and membership were able to support them all, with understanding and enthusiasm, because there was no conflict in the various tactics pursued so far as intelligent Marxists were concerned. In carrying out this international TUM from a faction to an independent party, the ICL underwent an acute crisis. This crisis has more than a purely historical significance, because at bottom the problems involved are identical with those which underlie the present situation in the Workers' Party. At every TUM in world politics, especially when it is an abrupt TUM, the revolutionary movement experiences a crisis of greater or lesser acuteness. It may be characterized as the crisis engendered by the need of adaptation to the new situation or the new requirements. In this period, two currents tend to crystallize in the movement. 1, represented by the conservative, sectarian element, clings to the yesterday, which the new situation has rendered obsolete. The other, the progressive element, brings over into the tomorrow only that part of yesterday which fits the new situation. In a small propaganda group, a sect, be it in the best or the worst sense of the term, the crisis seems to assume particularly acute forms. The group is rigidly trained, and this is its great positive side because it steels a firm cotter. But inevitably some, instead of becoming steeled, that is, firm but flexible, become petrified and are unable to bend to the requirements of the new situation. Therein lay the essence of the crisis of the ICL, which produced rifts in a number of its sections. Politics and the class struggle are hard taskmasters. They command and we must jump. Else we remain marking time, on one spot, and the living movement leaves us behind. The group, instead of contributing its trained cotters to the living movement, becomes a reactionary obstacle to proletarian progress. On the whole, it may be said that the years of training the cotters prepared the CLA for the jump from a faction to a party. But it would be blindness to deny that, in another sense, the past of the CLA, its isolation from healthful contact with the mass movement, was a heavy heritage. Its leadership was composed not of group people but of party people, founders and builders of the Communist Party in this country and even of the revolutionary movement before it. They did not choose the group existence, it was forced upon them. They could not arbitrarily or artificially break out of the circle existence whenever they wanted to, as Weisbord and Field tried to do with such fatal results. They had to wait for the proper moment and the propitious situation. The international TUM of the ICL was the indication that the moment and the situation had arrived. But it cannot be underscored sufficiently, the whole history of the labor movement reveals an iron law operating in the evolution of such groups. Under certain conditions, they and they alone, play a consistently progressive role. Under other conditions, they may be converted into their opposite and play a reactionary role. Under the new conditions of the struggle, the CLA leadership, Cannon, Schachtman, Swabeck, in harmony with the decisive elements of the ICL, declared, if we do not break out of our sectarian, propagandistic existence, we are doomed. This formula we repeated and repeated until it became part of the living consciousness of the bulk of the CLA membership and thus prepared them for the big step forward that had to be taken. This indisputable formula encountered, however, not a little resistance. We who had stood firmly by the principles and organization of our movement for years, resisting successfully every effort to dilute them in an opportunistic sense, undisturbed by the superficial critics of our intransigent and stubborn adherence to fundamental principle, which they erroneously labeled sectarianism, were suddenly, but not unexpectedly, confronted by comrades who had gotten a rush of organizational patriotism to the head, at the wrong time, in the wrong place, and in the wrong way. What, we are doomed, you say? Cannon and Schachtman have no faith in the CLA. The CLA is not just a nucleus of the new party, the CLA is not a swamp or a sect, they are preparing to liquidate us into some centrist morass or other, and more of the same. Yet, our formula remained indisputable. A propaganda group which, when the situation demands a TUM to the masses, does not make this TUM, and make it resolutely and decisively, is doomed to hopeless sectarianism. 94. The Workers' Party up to the June plenum. The building of an effective political party, especially a revolutionary Marxian party, is hardly the simplest thing in the world, and unfortunately there are no cut and dried universal formulae which can be applied to every situation at every time. What we have to go by are the general experiences of the revolutionary movement. What we can always guide ourselves by is the good rule: base yourselves always on the tested and unassailable principles of Marxism, and after making a political analysis of each concrete situation, act politically, avoid rigid formalism, subjective considerations, personal combinations, old prejudices, allow for the aid which time and corroborating events will always bring to your political line. But above all, have a political line, based upon a political analysis of the situation or problem which is before you concretely. With these general rules for building the party, we have been able to see more than a day ahead and to be prepared in advance accordingly. That too is why our organizational methods, so violently criticized by all our inter-party opponents, were not the product of caprice, of accident, of episodic contingency, but, on the contrary, the logical, thought-out product of a consistent political line. The Weberites and Ohlerites in the CLA first broke their pick, in one sense, on abstract and formalistic comparisons in making their political analysis of the AWP. The CLA was a revolutionary Marxian group, they declared, and they were right, and the AWP was a typically centrist group, and they were wrong because that characterization was inadequate and consequently false. The fused party represented a unity of two different streams. It was only at its inception. It is ridiculous to imagine that the unity is all accomplished by the mere fact of a unity convention. Its real unification and solidification can be effected only in the course of joint work and joint elaboration of policy, the prerequisite for which is the breaking down of old organizational barriers and mutual political and psychological suspicions, the establishment of mutual confidence, and above all the establishment of an atmosphere which makes possible effective joint work and joint elaboration of policy. The unity which we work so hard and carefully to establish can easily be disrupted, especially if anything is done to heighten the feeling, on one side, that the other is composed of windbags, hair-splitters, and spittoon philosophers, and on the other side, that the first is composed of hard-boiled centrists and opportunists. Instead of sharpening and crystallizing prematurely and unnecessarily any divergent tendencies that may exist, it is imperative, especially in view of the fact that both organizations had just gone through a solid year of internal discussion prior to the fusion, to plunge the party into concrete day-to-day work, to create a normal 95 atmosphere instead of a superheated one, to make possible the assimilation of all assimilable elements and not to declare, a priori, that this, that or the other comrade is unassimilable and must have an ideological campaign launched against him. The main core of the party leadership is sound, and it is essential to facilitate the collaboration of its ranks, precisely in order that it may be able, unitedly, to deal with inimical and unabsorbable elements, and deal with them in such a way and at such a time as will not create the suspicion in anyone's mind that the leadership is out to chop off heads, or, to put it more plainly, that the ex-CLAs are out to Bolshevize the party overnight by lopping off, whether for good reasons or not, one AWP man after another. The party is not only very young, but in many sections very immature. It is stupid to approach every one of its internal problems as if it were a solid, long-established, old Bolshevik party and to act accordingly. It is like a political baby, in many respects, and it must be nursed along through all the disorders of infant growth. Essentially, that is the way to cement the fusion under the concrete conditions obtaining at the time. The Oehler line, sectarian and factional, is the way to disrupt the fusion. The origin of the Weber Group. The origin of the Weber Group, like its political position in general, is shrouded in that obscurity and mystification which are characteristic of cliques that operate in the dark, shamefacedly, without banner unfurled, without candidness, without principled platform. The CLA was essentially a propaganda group which, for a whole series of historical circumstances chiefly beyond its control, had to suffer all the maladies of a circle, a sect. All its progressive features combined, and they were many, were not strong enough to eliminate entirely these maladies, brought on basically by its enforced isolation from the health-giving flow of the broad class struggle. Just as it would be Philistinism to ignore the great contributions to the revolutionary movement which even this small propaganda group was able to make and did make, so it would be gross sentimentalism and misplaced patriotism to ignore the negative aspects of its existence. Among these negative aspects are tendencies to routine conservatism, to personal frictions which become exaggerated beyond all proportion to their real importance, to yielding to isolation and becoming ingrown and contented with things as they are, to bitterness with your isolation becoming transformed into finding fault with this or that comrade, this or that group for objective difficulties basically by 96. On anyone's control, to a dozen and one other of the evils attendant upon the life of a propaganda group. In the course of the early years of the CLA, 1932-3, these negative aspects of the League's life were manifested in an increasingly violent struggle in the leadership and the ranks which divided them into two groups, the Cannon and Schachtmann factions. It would lead us too far afield to go into the details of this internal struggle. Nor is it necessary, if only because of the facts that it has long ago been outlived and effectively liquidated and that it had no basis in political or principled differences. It appeared to revolve around accusations of organizational abuses on the one side and similar delinquencies on the other, for both sides repeatedly stressed the absence of serious political differences as the basis of the fight. What is necessary is that a political explanation be given of why the fight took place, what was its nature, and how it was and why it had to be settled. The Weber Group today lives essentially on poisoned reminiscences of that obsolete struggle. It still circulates the faction accusations of Schachtmann against Cannon and vice versa as the material with which it educates its supporters. It tears situations and arguments right out of their context and in a thoroughly absurd, not to say criminal, manner applies them to present-day situations which have no kinship with those of the past. The fight to get the party to come out in favor of a left wing in the SP and to do something about it was initiated by us. At best we got perfunctory aid in June from the Weberites, at worst, i.e. as a rule, they joined in the cheap Earlerite clamor about our liquidationism. The fight for a realistic, Marxian unity policy in the unemployed field was initiated, abused and sabotaged by the Mustiites. The Weberites either played possum on the whole issue or else, as is now the case, they signed their names to the shameful avowals of indiscipline and defiance of the party made by the Mustiites, to the policy which plays into the hands of the reformists and Stalinists. The fight against Stalinist influences in our party, manifested so crudely in Allentown, was initiated and carried through by us, for a long time together with Must, when his factional interests caused him to make a 180-degree turn on the Allentown situation. He found the Weberites on hand to help him shield the microbe-bearers of Stalinism. Now, when we have initiated a new step forward for the forces of the Fourth International in this country, when we propose entry into the SP and YPSL, the Weberites again come forward with their sterile, negative position, in the same dead spirit and with the same arguments reeking of sectarian timidity, to say nothing of the same factional distortions, they advanced a year and a half ago against fusion with the AWP. 97. A final note, the Must Group. From every point of view, the Must Group represents a far more significant quantity and quality in the labor and revolutionary movements than do the Weberites. This is not so because Must knows more than, or even as much as, Weber does about the theory of the permanent revolution, but because he represented to a considerable degree an authentic movement of class-conscious militants who have evolved from general labor education, trade union progressivism and activism in the class struggle to the ranks of the Bolshevik political movement. Each one of us has evolved in his own way to the point. Important is the fact that, despite halts on the road and even excursions into bypaths, the Must Group did not remain standing still but moved to a left-wing position with greater or lesser consistency. Its evolution is, I think, a unique one in modern world labor history, if only because of the fact that it developed to the point that it did principally on the basis of the lessons drawn from empirical experience, in the best sense of the term, in the class struggle, and not so much on the basis of Marxian theory and perspective more or less developed in advance. Precisely therein, however, lies an essential weakness. In qualifying the AWP and its leadership, more than a year ago, as centrist, we not only did not designate them thus for the purpose of abuse, the very concept is absurd in this connection, but, quite the contrary, as an indication of their progressive character. Just as the centrism of Stalin is reactionary, for it marks a departure to the right of the Marxian position of the Russian Communist Party of yesterday, so the centrism of the AWP was progressive, for it marked a departure to the left of the position of its precursor, the CPLA. That is why we only smiled patiently at those pseudo-intransigents in our own ranks at that time who appealed to us, presumably old Bolsheviks, to be on our guard against fusing with people who will never become communists, Glotzer, just as we had to shrug our shoulders impatiently at the same pseudo-intransigents who made a block with people who will never become communists against us. Our course with regard to the Mustiites was at all times grounded on a clear line, worked out with a long-time perspective, of the closest and most loyal collaboration for the purpose of jointly advancing the movement for the Fourth International, of steering it carefully through its first difficult period, of protecting it from its numerous foes both outside and inside the party. From the point of view of straightforward progress, the first 6 months of the existence of the party were undoubtedly its most fruitful ones. That was made possible by the loyal collaboration of the Mustiites with the Marxian core of the CLA. Our standpoint was, throughout the whole first period, we expressed it more than 98. Once, that while we were anxious to facilitate the utmost cooperation with the Weberites, and even with the Ohlerites, the main basis for the progressive development of the party consisted in the collaboration between the elements grouped around Must and those grouped around us, not the whole basis, but the main basis. It was on the foundation of this joint, intimate work that the Must Group, in that period, made a consistently progressive contribution to the advancement of our movement. The sharp, Totally uncalled for rupture of this collaboration, which was effected on Must's initiative at and after the June plenum, indicates above and we are perfectly ready to acknowledge the fact that we had overestimated the speed and the quality of Must's development from an uncertain centrist position on political questions to the more sure-footed and consistent position of Marxism. Must, brought face to face with the need of drawing another, and more significant, logical conclusion from the whole course he had been pursuing in common with us, drew up short, balked, stood stock still, then moved backward, and, because we were pressing for another step forward, the breach necessarily occurred. Or take the situation in Allentown. Must now seeks to present matters as if we had, somehow, invented a situation in Allentown for the purpose of hounding honest workers, or that whatever trivialities may have been involved there, our arbitrary decisions kept making them worse. Yet the Allentown problem is as old as our party, and has always revolved around one central point: the inability or unwillingness of some of the local comrades to resist the infiltration of Stalinist ideas into our movement, their lack of understanding of how dangerous to the working class Stalinism is, their lack of understanding of how to combat it, and the fact that at times they become the direct bearers of Stalinism in our ranks. As early as January 13, 1935, the PC heard a report from its representative, Oehler, as to the situation in Allentown, and established the need of assisting the comrades in clarification on the question of United Front activities with the CP and the unemployed councils, and particularly against the CP Labour Party agitation. Time and again, the PC concerned itself with the Allentown situation, and always with the same problem: how to combat Stalinism, or more accurately, how to get Reich and Hallett to stiffen a bit against Stalinist encroachments. Up to October 28, when the PC sent out a statement on Allentown to all party branches, and even as late as November 11, the problem continued to occupy us all. And what is more, without a single exception, the PC was always unanimous in its decisions. We made no proposal that Must ever rejected as arbitrary, or for any other reasons. Must never made any proposals that we rejected on any grounds. 99. Now, however, confronted with the fact that his faction strength is melting away from him, Must sacrifices the interests of the party for the presumed interests of holding together his Allentown caucus, and rushes to the defense of the same Reich from whom the PC found itself compelled, time and time again, to dissociate itself. He covers up, shields, condones the most defiant violations of elementary communist discipline. Instead of helping the Allentown comrades advance towards a revolutionary Marxian education, he coddles them, tickles them, tells them what fine, upright, sturdy proletarians they are, and that, being honest workers, they have a right to make grave errors and to strike stiff blows at the party, especially when they have caucus leaders who will shield them not merely from disciplinary measures, but from any efforts to correct their wrong line, dispel their suspicions and prejudices, and help in their education as revolutionary Marxists. Must doesn't educate his followers, he flatters them. And workers, however honest they are, require not flattery from their leaders, but a correct and straightforward line of policy. And centrist vacillation, doubling on your own tracks, constant self-repudiation, are hardly a satisfactory substitute for a consistent revolutionary line. Conclusion. Those who find in what has been written here only an account of a faction fight, of sectarian circle strife, of a tempest in a teapot, will only cause the author to doubt the efficacy with which he brought forward his central point. Yet we believe that it is sufficiently clear for most, if not all, our militants, above all our youth, to discern and understand. Precisely because we want to uproot the last remnants of what has become the reactionary features of sectarian circle existence, precisely because we want to crush the spirit and methods of intrigue, precisely because we want to redouble the preparations for embarking on the broader field of the class struggle, do we stress so much the main point of this document. Dozens of the details in the document are, in themselves, unimportant. They are adduced here for two reasons: to put an end to some of the corridor versions of events, and to illuminate or illustrate a far more important point. We have before us a truly breathtaking job, the building of a powerful Bolshevik party in the citadel of world reaction. But this party will never be built, or if it is built, it will never stand up in a crisis, unless it has as its spinal column a steel cadre, hard, tough, firm, flexible, tempered. The two are inseparable. A cadre without a party is a skeleton without flesh or muscle, a party without a cadre is a mass of gelatine that anybody's finger 100 can go through. And how else will the Bolshevik cadre be tempered unless, on every occasion, it has hammered into it more and more of the wisdom we have tried to learn from the great teachers, a deep respect for principle and a hatred for cliquism and intrigue, an equally deep regard for objective judgment of problems and a suspicious intolerance of subjective and personal considerations, a political approach to all political problems and a political solution for them. Now more than ever before are these indispensable, for the revolutionists function today amid a veritable sea of corruption and decay of the old movements, the poisonous fumes of which cannot but be felt in our own ranks unless we constantly counteract them. Slowly, but surely, the basic elements of the Marxian cadre are being assembled. It has not been a work of days or even months, and it is yet far from completed. In the decisive leadership of the party today are represented not merely the best traditions and forces of the American communist movement, and the revolutionary movement before it, but also the strongest concentration of forces of those, old and new, who have entered the movement of the Bolshevik-Leninists in this country in the last 7 years. The fact that the ranks of our group comprise elements from the old Cannon faction, the Schachtman faction, the Carter group, even such splinter groups as the Old Field faction, the Garrett Glee faction, etc., plus such elements from the old AWP as Solander, Ramaglia, and West, of the NC, the Toledo militants, half the Allentown militants, most of the New York activists, all these indicate that you have here no personal combination, no chance clique that the first real wind will disperse, but the concentration of determined Marxian forces on the basis of a consistent, principled, political line. The scattering of the Must group to the forecomers of the political globe is a warning sign of the inefficaciousness of a vacillating line as an integrating force. The melting away of the Weber group is a sign that a clique can hold together only when it operates in the dark, that combinationism, however clever it may appear for a time, has a disintegrating effect. Unless all indications are false, our party is preparing in its overwhelming and decisive majority to take an audacious step forward. Audacious, and at the same time hazardous. Taking this step will not diminish our problems, but multiply them, with this advantage, to be sure, that we shall have a far larger arena in which to solve them. This step would prove our complete undoing, however, and no problem would be solved, if we did not proceed, tomorrow as today and yesterday, like the revolutionary Marxian internationalists we aim to remain. If we do, we shall make great progress, and if we fail we shall be hurled back for years. If the stress we have repeatedly laid on those main lines that have divided our party's ranks for the last year, and the CLA before it, serves to 101. Clarify our problems in the minds of comrades who have not always understood them fully, then this document will have accomplished its purpose of being an additional guarantee that the bigger problems we shall face tomorrow will prove easier of solution. The Cleveland Convention of the Socialist Party finally smashed the Old Guard domination, and the Old Guard withdrew. By rejecting the Old Guard, the convention ratified the slogan of an inclusive, democratic party, open to all who stood for the goal of socialism and who are willing to work loyally within the framework of the party. From these two significant developments we draw two conclusions. One, by breaking with the Old Guard and by opening its doors to revolutionary workers, the Socialist Party becomes the best rallying ground for the revolutionary forces in building the party of the American proletarian revolution. 2. Taking the militant socialists at their word, the revolutionary workers outside the Socialist Party should immediately join it. Acting on these conclusions, the National Committee of the Workers' Party, exercising the authority expressly given to it by the party convention, has formally dissolved the organization and all its members are joining the Socialist Party. The Spartacus Youth League has taken similar action to join the Young People's Socialist League. These conclusions and the actions proceeding from them, are the result of a careful and concrete analysis of the course of development of the Socialist Party during the last 2 years. The Detroit Convention of the Socialist Party in 1934 marked a decisive turning point in the history of the movement. The Declaration of Principles then adopted, despite the ambiguity and confusion of its formulations, made a sharp break with the classical reformism of the post-war social democracy, and gave evidence of a determination not to repeat the terrible mistakes and crimes of the parties which had led the Austrian and German masses to the yoke of fascism. The Waldmans, Pankins, and O'Neills rightly characterized the document as a break with democratic socialism, i.e. the cowardly and treacherous social democratic reformism of the war and post-war years. 20 Though the leftward tendency of the Socialist Party has not achieved programmatic clarity and, in some respects, retrogressive steps were taken at Cleveland, nevertheless the general trend of the party, as measured by the activities of its membership and the increasing violence of its collisions with the extreme right wing of the party, is undoubtedly progressive. This is to be seen, for example, in the fruitful work of the socialist militants among the unemployed, a field completely neglected in the past, in the tendency to coordinate the work of socialists in the trade unions, despite the resistance of party reactionaries allied with the trade union bureaucracy, in the firm stand of the left wing in breaking the hidebound reactionary opposition to the United Front, and in the steadily increasing interest of the party membership in the fundamental questions of the revolutionary program, above all in the consistent development within the Socialist Party on the question of the struggle against war. The question of war. War is the most crucial issue of this epoch. On this question the social democracy foundered and collapsed in 1914. On this question both the International Social Democracy and the degenerate Third International reveal their ideological bankruptcy and their readiness to betray the working class to the imperialists. It is this question that divides the proletariat of today into the two camps, those who will and those who will not fight against imperialist war. Alone of all the important parties of the Second International, the Socialist Party of America took a firm and courageous stand against capitalist government sanctions. Alone of all these parties, the American Party repudiated the fictitious distinction between peaceful and aggressive capitalist nations. In spite of the terrible barrage of Stalinist pressure, the Socialist Party has continued to develop more clearly and decisively toward a genuinely revolutionary conception of the nature of the proletarian struggle against war. In this field the Cleveland Convention made its most important theoretical contribution, adopting a detailed resolution which goes further in the direction of a Leninist position against war than any socialist party has ever done. Naturally it remains to be seen to what extent this developing position on war has been and will be assimilated by the party membership. Undoubtedly, this position will not become fully integrated into the actions of the Socialist Party without a systematic educational campaign. Such an educational campaign will scarcely be complete unless it involves all the basic questions which are inextricably involved in the war question, the international nature of the class struggle, the road to power, the nature of the workers' state, etc. Questions on which clarity in the socialist ranks lags considerably behind the development of the war issue. The break with the old guard. Indeed, the most basic and far-reaching gains made by the Socialist Party do not yet lie in the realm of theoretical clarification. The revolutionary potentialities in the Socialist Party have been best expressed by its break with the ossified old guard. We have often pointed out what, in our opinion, has constituted the main weakness of the fight against the old guard. It was permitted to look like a purely organizational fight between groups contending for power, while the basic programmatic issues underlying that struggle were not clarified. Fighting for corrupt and reactionary principles, the old guard, nevertheless, has formulated the issues more clearly than its opponents. But fortunately for the future of the working class movement, the break was irrevocably made at Cleveland and the socialist workers are free to develop their destiny without the deadening influence of the old guard. And what a noxious, poisonous influence the old guard was. What a debilitating influence the Waldmans and Pankins exerted on a generation of socialist workers. In ideological solidarity with the Schedemans and Niskis who slaughtered the German revolutionists and delivered the European working class back into the hands of capitalism, repudiating every vestige of Marxism. 105. Which remained embedded in the social democracy even in its opportunist years preceding the war, either part of or allied with the class collaborationist trade union bureaucrats, not to speak of all the outright racketeering among the old guard. And even now railing Dubinsky and Hillman into the Roosevelt camp, comfortable, aging Philistines, stem and implacable only against revolutionists and militants. For a decade and a half these traitors poured their poison into the minds and hearts of socialist workers. The socialist worker, seeking a way out from capitalism, could find guidance, in all those years, only in the venal and corrupt Jewish Forward or its English version, The New Leader. The worker or student seeking to learn something of scientific socialism was delivered into the hands of the Algernon Lees of the Rand School. Groups of workers engaged in struggle against repressive administration in their unions, if they were naive enough to bring their problems to the Julius Gerbers, were betrayed to the bureaucrats not only by being restrained from struggle, but also by the direct process of stool pigeoning. The old guard gave aid to not a single one of the important struggles for democratic rights on behalf of political prisoners. They did not lift a finger to aid the organization of the millions of unemployed. Under their regime the Socialist Party had all the vices of the European social democracy without even the advantage of being the party of the masses. 21. Degeneration of the Communist Party. Now the socialist workers are freed of this horrible, parasitic excrescence. At first thought, indeed, it appears incredible that thousands of militant workers and youth could have joined the socialist movement while the old guard ruled the party. They joined, of course, in spite of the old guard. The main influx has come since 1928. That influx was only possible because of the degeneration of the Communist Party. The revolutionary workers have been joining the Socialist Party since 1928 because the relative autonomy of state and local organizations made it possible for them to function in it, even though under fearful handicaps. In the Communist Party they could not function at all. It is no mere coincidence that the Socialist Party has grown precisely in the years since the Communist Party, yoked to the National Socialism of Stalin, ceased in actual fact to be a party. It is no accident that the growth of the Socialist Party began in the same year that we, then the left opposition, were expelled from the Communist Party. The CP became nothing more than a rigid apparatus clique, even the memory of party democracy disappeared. Scoundrels and nonentities were appointed by Stalin and consecrated overnight as beloved leaders. Party policies were infinitely closer to those of the old guard than to those of militant socialism. From this repellent caricature of a revolutionary organization, an organization neither revolutionary nor a party, thousands of revolutionary workers recoiled. From the first they chafed at the Philistine passivity imposed by the old guard, and now they have smashed through the old guard. It is extraordinary, indeed, to contemplate the dialectics of this swift development. The Socialist Party is left an empty shell by the surge of revolutionists to the Communist Party in 1919. But the Communist Party becomes a stifling apparatus. Workers recoil and enter the Socialist Party and give it new life. But in the process they have also transformed the party and driven out the old guard Social Democrats who controlled it. Thus the drive of the proletariat to revolutionary organization asserts itself in spite of all obstacles. Party democracy. That drive is, of course, not completed. It is just beginning and will not end this side of the American proletarian revolution. The socialist workers are now in a state of evolution toward a consistent Marxist conception of their tasks. Not the least of the forms that dialectics takes is the conflict, the give and take, of ideas about theory, strategy, and tactics. Only that which is dead, like the prison regime of the old guard and the caricature of monolithism which is the Communist Party, provides no arena for ideological differentiation. The mature revolutionists seasoned in the front lines of the class struggle, conscious of the manifold practical problems of the party and the significance of the day-to-day drudgery, knows very well what a powerful aid to these tasks is the clarifying word, the sharp arrow pointing out the road ahead. Theory and practice go hand in hand in a healthy revolutionary movement. Naturally, there are differences that arise at every crucial turning of the road. 107. These differences must be threshed out by free discussion among the membership, and not decided by bureaucratic decrees of self-constituted popes. A party without democracy is not a party. The best and, indeed, the only guarantee for a normal solution of disputed questions is the fullest democracy in educational work and discussion, coupled with an attitude of responsibility and discipline. There is only one cure for the terrible blight of mental stultification which Stalinism and old guardism have brought into the labor movement. We must recapture, and make a living part of the heritage of the revolutionary movement, the Marxist principle that the free discussion of ideas is the only method whereby the proletarian vanguard can collectively hammer out the correct program that it needs if it is to work out the salvation of the human race. We are confident that in such an atmosphere of democracy and discipline, the Socialist Party will grow as never before. Already, with the ousting of the old guard in New York and the simultaneous influx of revolutionary elements, the party has taken a swift leap forward in membership and activity. The party is still, in relation to the American working class, in its practical impact upon it, primarily a propaganda organization. But it is today the party that can, given the correct developments within it, become the party of the masses. We revolutionary internationalists who are called Trotskyists begin our work in the Socialist Party with the fullest confidence in the outlook for the future. We are not afraid of isolation. There are times when the revolutionists, if they are to remain true to their principles, have no other alternative. For more than 7 years we endured repression and slander, contumely and physical assault, in an isolated struggle for principle. We survived. We are proud of our struggle. We retract nothing and repent nothing. We are not afraid of isolation when circumstances impose it. But no less courage is required to come away from isolation and move toward the mass party when conditions open the way for such a step. It would be sectarian folly to reject the opportunity to participate in a broader movement, bringing to it all our heritage and all our ideas, which have been confirmed by every development in the international working class movement. Joining the Socialist Party as we are, with our ideas and traditions, we urge all revolutionary workers to do likewise and to add their energies to the efforts of the many thousands of socialist workers in a common struggle to build a powerful party of revolutionary socialism. During the past month it has become clear to every alert party member that our party is in the midst of a serious crisis. It would be a mistake, however, to imagine that the existence of more or less organized factions or groups is the mark of the crisis. On the contrary, groups and factions are entirely normal and healthy in the life of an active and democratic political organization. It is through such groups, functioning within the disciplined framework of the party as a whole, that differing ideas and methods are presented for discussion and decision to the party membership. Though internal groups may and should disappear temporarily from time to time, on the rare occasions when there is no important divergence on political issues among the membership, indeed, a group which is not built on a specific political platform is of necessity an unprincipled organizational clique. Nevertheless, the long-continued absence of groups is a sure proof not of united vigor, but of sterility and political death. This is precisely the meaning of the complete absence of internal groupings in the parties of the Communist International. They are absent in the CI because critical thought is prohibited. Differences of opinion are settled not by democratic discussion, but by expulsion, or, in the Soviet Union itself, by the still more direct methods of the GPU. The existence of groups in our party, then, is not what indicates the crisis. What shows that there is a crisis is, rather, the fact that certain groups and individuals in the party call for the splitting of the party, call for the expulsion, not merely for the political defeat, of the group or groups to which they are opposed. It is essential that the party membership understand the exact political nature of the crisis, so that it may act on the basis of such understanding, and not through either ignorance or prejudice. The present crisis, as the appeal has already made clear, is not something altogether new and unexpected. It is, in reality, simply one stage further in the process of development which began nearly 4 years ago, and which has twice before reached the level of crises, once in connection with the Declaration of Principles, again at the Cleveland Convention. The actions taken at Cleveland, the split with the main forces of the Old Guard in New York, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut, though representing a progressive answer to the immediate issue then so sharply posed, were yet insufficient to solve the fundamental problem. For this reason, the subsequent sharpening of new conflicts, the breaking out of a new crisis could not have been avoided, no matter what efforts were made at postponement. The calling of the special convention precipitated the new crisis at the new stage of the development of the party as a whole. This result necessarily followed from the calling of the special convention precisely because the fundamental problem is not yet solved. And until it is solved, in one of the only two possible ways, new crises, in varying degrees of intensity, will periodically arise. What, then, is the fundamental problem? The appeal has repeatedly stated it is neither complex nor mysterious. It is simply this: will the party continue forward on the road through which it will become the revolutionary party of the American working class? Or will it slip back into reformism and disintegration? Since 1933 this has been the basic problem underlying every other issue in the party, and every organizational struggle, and it will continue to dominate the party until it is finally settled, one way or the other. For it is not yet settled. Even the split with the main forces of the Old Guard did not settle it, as the present situation in the party makes sufficiently obvious. Since Cleveland the problem has, in some measure at least, been fitted into a new setting. This is due to the extraordinary rapidity of social and political changes, both nationally and internationally. To mention but a few of the more important, the new imperialist war has moved appreciably nearer, and throughout the world all political policies are dominated by preparations for the war. The social conflict in Spain reached the climax of open civil war. The general strike in France showed that the French proletariat is on the eve of decisive struggles. The Soviet bureaucracy, seeing the approach of the war, finds it necessary to advance its new policy with multiplied speed and ruthlessness, as shown above all by the Moscow trials. In this country the CIO movement and the wave of strikes show in their own way the deep repercussions of the growing international clash of forces. All of these great events, directly 110, or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously, leave their impress on our party, and help to determine the present program and relationships of groups and individuals. For a considerable time following the adoption of the new People's Front orientation by the Communist International, the chief object of the Communist Party in this country with reference to the Socialist Party was to obliterate the memories of the Third Period and of the Madison Square Garden episode. The violent abuse of the Third Period changed to kindliness. Social fascists became the best of comrades. The United Front and then the People's Front became the order of the day. But an unfortunate conflict arose, and Browder was placed in the most perplexing dilemma faced by any of the little leaders of the Third International. The new line of the CI with respect to the parties of the Second International was predicated on the assumption that these parties were reformist, social democratic, in policy, and indeed flowed from the fact that the CI itself had taken over a reformist policy. But in this country the Stalinists discovered that the Socialist Party was rapidly leaving reformism and social democracy behind, so determinately, in fact, that in the spring of 1936 it split with the spearhead of reformism and recruited into its own ranks the revolutionists from the former Workers' Party. Here was a formidable obstacle indeed. The plan of the CP to enlist the masses of the democratic countries for the coming war dictated joining with the reformist parties of the Second International in anti-revolutionary popular fronts which would simultaneously make ready a mass recruiting base for the war and wipe out any independent revolutionary political organization. But the Socialist Party of the US, though still formally a member of the Second International, was proving a recalcitrant mistress. Instead of leaping happily into the arms of her People's Front lover, she was turning in the opposite direction, toward direct struggle against capitalism, even, unfortunately for Browder, against democratic capitalism, and against the approaching war. She carried through her divorce action against Waldman, and then, horror of horrors, instead of knocking at Browder's door on 13th Street, she was discovered consorting with the vanguard of the bourgeoisie, the counter-revolutionary assassins, in short, the Trotskyists. Stalinists help us. The blows fell on Browder. And to cap them off, the Socialist Party insisted against the very best and most sympathetic advice of the 9th Convention of the Communist Party, on conducting an independent working-class campaign in the 1936 elections. This was too much. And from then on the STA 111. Linists have carried on against the erring Socialist Friends a campaign whose intensity and viciousness is unparalleled in the history of the labor movement in this country, all, of course, as the recent appeal to Socialists, published by the Stalinists, points out, in the most friendly spirit of comradely assistance, all of course to help you in the task of saving and building your party. Consider the election campaign. What did the Stalinists say to us? They said that we were the tools of the Landon Liberty League Hearst combination. They said quite flatly that Norman Thomas was the stooge of Hearst and Landon. They said that we were destroying working-class unity and directly aiding fascism and reaction because we pointed out that Roosevelt also was an agent of the bourgeoisie. The main fire of their attack, identical with the attack of the Social Democratic Federation, because proceeding from an identical political line, during the entire campaign was directed against us. Every vote they gave to Roosevelt, master strategist of American imperialism, was a blow against reaction. Browder boasted about it in his post-election report. Every vote they took away from us was a victory for progress. It has been the same with every issue which has arisen during the month since Cleveland. When we point out that the issue in Spain is socialism versus capitalism, that the workers of Spain cannot win in the end by confining their struggle to the preservation of capitalist democracy, then we are, say the Stalinists, allies of Franco. When Norman Thomas and Davere Allen join a committee to defend the right of asylum and of a fair hearing, so fatefully threatened by the Moscow trials and the lynch campaign against Trotsky, they have become tools of assassins. When the call calls for no support of the US government in any war, Browder, in his Madison Square Garden speech, carefully suggests that it is preparing to sell out the United States to Japan. When our comrades call for a class struggle policy in the Workers' Alliance and an end with behind-the-back deals with supervisors and purely parliamentary slogans, they have become disruptors of the unity of the unemployed. When our party demands as an international perspective a break with the class collaborationism of the People's Front and an advance along the road of revolutionary struggle for socialism, we have gone over into the fascist camp and have joined the enemies of the Soviet Union. And in recent weeks, in California, Newark, New York City, Boston, our comrades distributing leaflets and literature, are set upon physically by Stalinist hoodlums. 112. Stalinist cure for SP. But the efforts of the Stalinists are not by any means confined to mere pedagogy. They propose to do more than to teach us little lessons in Marxism-Stalinism. Browder is a practical man as well as the teacher of the American proletariat. He intervenes more directly and with more specific proposals. During recent months especially the mimeograph machine and printing presses of the Stalinists have devoted a flattering amount of attention to material specifically designed for Socialist Party members. Scarcely a meeting goes by that we don't have placed in our hands a lengthy document explaining just what is wrong with us and just what we should do to cure it. As Amter gracefully puts it, you are the patients. You must also be the doctor. We communists can only assist you. The trouble with the Socialist Party, as summed up by the Stalinist diagnostic eons, is, you have swallowed the Trotskyist poison. The prescribed cure is simply, you must vomit forth this poison. A leaflet recently distributed by the Chicago YCL to all sincere young socialists, puts it in capital letters, the ridding of your ranks of this poison is task no. L for sincere young socialists. There is nothing accidental in the appearance of these documents. Already last June, at the 9th Convention of the CP, the Socialist Party was told, if you swallow poison, be sure to have a glass of emetic on hand and drink it quickly. The approach of the special convention poses the question more sharply. As already commented on in the appeal, Browder posed the central task of the coming months in his December 4 report to the Central Committee. It is advisable to quote again from this report the lines which have given the leading directive for Stalinist activity since that time: the Socialists must understand that nothing of a constructive nature can come out of the Socialist Party except on the basis of struggle against the counter-revolutionary Trotskyite poison. The Socialist Party must rid itself of its poisonous influence. Then, more concretely, the only way to rid the Socialist Party of Trotskyite influence is by concentrating the struggle for the expulsion of the Trotskyites against their most apparently harmful manifestations. The Socialist Party has called a special convention for the next March, as you know. We must consult with the best elements in the Socialist Party about their problems in the most helpful way. They must prepare for the March convention of the Socialist Party to get results, to win the Socialist Party for the United Front and make a clean break with counter-revolutionary Trotskyites. Here, then, announced openly by the chief spokesman of the Communist Party, is the proposal of the Stalinists for the solution of the present crisis in our party. It is summed up in the central slogan, "Expel the Trotskyites." 113. As the convention draws nearer, the activity of the Stalinists redoubles. One of its latest, and most extraordinary, manifestations is a 16-page brochure, handsomely printed, entitled "Appeal to Socialists," and obligingly distributed to all Socialist Party members free of charge. Every party member should, we urge, take advantage of this generosity. It is a document to read and to ponder. Through this bulletin, the appeal to Socialists begins in a thoroughly comradely fashion: we wish to participate in your pre-convention discussion. The Stalinist conclusion will not come as a surprise. If the Socialist Party is to be saved, it can only be done by the convention definitely deciding to break with all Trotskyite and semi-Trotskyite policies, and the complete elimination of the Trotskyites from the Socialist Party. To understand fully the exact meaning of the Stalinist attack, it is necessary to answer carefully two questions. 1. Just what are the Trotskyite and semi-Trotskyite policies with which the party is asked to break? 2. Just who are the Trotskyites whom the Stalinists want to have eliminated? 1. The Stalinist literature makes absolutely clear what they mean by the Trotskyism which, like a cancer, is eating out the vitals of the Socialist Party. Trotskyist poison, says Browder in his report, leads the Socialist Party to come out in principle against the People's Front in America and advocated its liquidation in France and Spain. Further, Trotskyist sectarianism leads to an unprincipled split with its local organizations, which had somewhat of a mass base in Connecticut and Pennsylvania. It split with the New York Old Guard, which had trade union connections. In addition, Trotskyism calls on the Spanish people to abandon their present democratic struggle supposedly for an immediate socialist revolution, from the Chicago YCL pamphlet. And Trotskyism calls for no support of any war undertaken by any capitalist government. The list could be easily multiplied. But the general point is clear: Trotskyism means anything whatever, which opposes the present People's Front line of the Comintern, any criticism of the People's Front anywhere, any opposition to Stalinist social patriotism in favor of the revolutionary struggle against war, any belief that the issue of our epoch is that between socialism and fascism and not between democracy and fascism. In short, Trotskyism means any advocacy of the ideas and methods of revolutionary Marxism, as opposed to Stalinist class collaborationism and betrayal. It means any sign of refusal to accept ideological dictation from the CI, any breath of criticism against the Soviet bureaucracy. This conclusion is of great significance. Some comrades delude themselves with the notion that the attack of the Stalinists is directed merely against the dyed-in-the-wool Fourth Internationalists, against those who base their political position on the complete theory of the permanent revolution, the 114. Complete analysis of the Soviet Union which is associated with this theory, etc. Let them not be deceived. It may be that the Stalinists look upon the Fourth Internationalists in the Socialist Party as the chief immediate danger and the most unrelenting advocates of revolutionary as opposed to Stalinist ideas. But their attack is directed against every idea and policy which is incompatible with the present line of the C1, and will continue until every such idea and policy is beaten down, unless, of course, that attack meanwhile is met and defeated. 2. We are led to a similar conclusion in answer to the question, who, in the eyes of the Stalinists, are the Trotskyists? Does this mean the Socialist Party members who were once members of the former Workers' Party? Once again, do not be deceived. Let us consult the appeal to socialists. Under the influence of these fascist agents within the working class, the Socialist Party discovered that the line of the Seventh World Congress, the policy of the People's Front in the struggle against reaction and fascism, was opportunistic. In this respect, then, the entire party is apparently Trotskyite. It should be kept in mind that this discovery was made by the Socialist Party some while before the entrance of the Workers' Party members. Let us go on. The real danger of the Trotskyites to the Socialist Party is seen by the extent to which they have corrupted some of the elements of the former left. They have practically captured the socialist call. They maneuvered and succeeded with those persons who are close to their views, to take over the socialist call and removed the former editor, Levenstein, who was not satisfactory to the Trotskyites. Now comes a real revelation: the present staff in the national office is, like the call, following a policy very close to the Trotskyites. One entire article is entitled, "The Socialist Kali's Trotskyite Line." And Norman Thomas's Trotskyite leanings have been 100 times assailed in the Stalinist press. Against whom is the Stalinist attack directed? The Stalinists themselves give the answer: against everyone, anyone, who does not accept the Stalinist ideology, that is, against every revolutionary socialist, every genuine left-winger, every near left-winger, in the Socialist Party. And the attack will not rest until every revolutionist, every left-winger, is whipped into line, unless, once more, we stand up like revolutionists and like men, and smash the attack head-on. What is the aim of the Stalinist attack on the party? The whole content of their campaign, as well as the nature of the international line of the C1, give the answer. The aim is to destroy the Socialist Party as an independent political force, to make the Socialist Party simply an instrument of Stalinism. And, after all, what other aim could the Stalinists have? To succeed in accomplishing this aim is, in point of fact, a life and death matter for Stalinism. The Stalinist preparations for the war cannot be carried through if a strong revolutionary current blocks the social patriotic path. The war is not far off. Therefore the 115. Stalinists must use every device to break up any revolutionary or potentially revolutionary organization in this or any other country before the war begins. We exaggerate the danger of the Communist Party. The appeal has often been thus criticized. Let the critics consider the fate of the Spanish Socialist Youth. 2 years ago they were a powerful organization, moving rapidly in a revolutionary direction, the main hope of the Spanish working class. The Stalinist campaign swung into action. With the help of demagogic, and most friendly, unity slogans, they put across a merger between the Socialist and Stalinist youth into an independent revolutionary youth organization. Today this organization is an affiliate of the Third International, part and parcel of the Stalinist world machine, committed to the most extreme popular frontism, its internal political life strangled, and now in the forefront of those in Spain who are hounding the revolutionists who call for a revolutionary struggle against Franco. In Catalonia the Socialist and Communist parties united, and the subsequent history is identical. Politics, alas, is not a nursery game. There is only one way to make peace with Stalinism, and that is by becoming a Stalinist, though even that, as the trials show, is often not enough. The Stalinists propose, as their solution for the party crisis, that the convention expel the Trotskyites. Suppose it were true, as we have seen it is not, that they meant merely, expel the former Workers' Party members. What then? Would the Stalinists then be satisfied? They themselves make it plain that they would not be. Then would come the tum of the call board, with its policies taken from Trotskyism, then of the National Office, with its strong Trotskyite influence, then of all the semi-Trotskyites that the appeal to socialists refers to, then of every party member who does not capitulate politically. And each successive amputation would make the next only the easier. The expulsion of the extreme Trotskyists would knock away the solid support of the left wing, would leave the remaining left-wingers 100 times more helpless. The political mechanics of the process are unquestionable. The expulsion of any section of the left wing will guarantee the disintegration of the party as an independent political force. The direction of the development of the past 4 years would be immediately reversed. The party would head back with lightning speed into reformism and class collaborationism, and collapse with a thud into the arms of the People's Front. LL6. The Paul Porter Pamphlet. It is not our intention in this article to analyze at length the attack of the old guard reformists on the party. The appeal has done this before. And, besides, the old guard campaign is identical in political content with the campaign of the Stalinists, from the vicious jibes at the Tom Trotskyist Socialist Party, to the central slogan of "Expel the Trotskyists." The task now is to study the influence of these attacks against the party from the outside on various groups and individuals within the party. Nor is it necessary to speculate whether any given group or individual is to be numbered among those best elements of the Socialist Party with whom Browder, in his report, promised to discuss, about their problems. That there are direct agents of the Stalinists in our ranks is more than probable, but that is a minor matter. What is more important is to trace the influence of the Stalinist ideas and proposals. Naturally, these ideas and proposals find their most receptive audience in those members whose traditional positions have been farthest toward reformism. Indeed, the Stalinists have in large measure merely gone back to the ideas which were once the special property of traditional reformists and near-reformists. Thus it is not at all surprising to find one of the closest parallels to the Stalinist attack emerging from the Wisconsin organization. Paul Porter's recent pamphlet, Which Way for the Socialist Party, published for party discussion by the State Executive Board of Wisconsin, with an introduction by the State Secretary, deserves the careful attention of every party member. It does not require a microscope to discover the character of the general political content of this document. An entire section is headed, "The Need for an International People's Front." We discover that in this country a farmer-labor party will be a people's front in effect, if not in name. We learn that the war danger now arises from the war plans of the fascist nations. The duty of the Socialist Party is to ward off the war danger. In doing so, however, workers' sanctions are a minor weapon. In fact, exclusive insistence on them is, in our opinion, a new outcropping of syndicalism. Chiefly we must put pressure on the government, with such aims as vigorous opposition to the maintenance of armaments greater than needed for coast defense, our emphasis, removal from the War, Navy, and State Departments, and from the armed forces, of all pro-fascists. Nationalization of munitions industries. Our peace policy should support the peace policy of the Soviet Union, and it should demand that the American government cooperate with the government of the Soviet Union and with those People's Front governments that may be established, in their efforts to prevent war through collective security. We discover that the CRI 117 Ticisms of the People's Front in Spain and in France do not stand up. Even the criticisms of Blum's neutrality policy in connection with the Spanish Civil War is pretty much unjustified. The major difficulty with the People's Front policy, in the present period, is that it has not been applied extensively enough. Not the disruption of the People's Fronts, but their extension into an international People's Front strong enough to overawe the Fascist International, is the urgent need today. In the US it is the duty of socialists to push our government in that direction, our emphasis. Even Browder must be a little breathless if he has read these last proposals. We have seen enough to draw an irrefutable conclusion. The Porter pamphlet expresses the political line of the Communist International. Let us go on. What will the Socialist Party do about this Farmer Labor Party, which is to be an American expression of the People's Front? The building of such a party is our foremost responsibility. And when it comes, if a federated party, our party will of course affiliate. But, observe, there are, however, a number of serious objections that may be raised against the federated structure. An individual membership basis seems on the whole best. After all, it is a question of tactics, not of principle. And, of course, whatever the structural relationship of the Socialist Party to the Farmer Labor Party, socialists must continue to function as a disciplined group. Liquidation of our party is unthinkable. So does Porter piously conclude, after just having laid the basis for the liquidation of the Socialist Party into the Farmer Labor Party, and the transformation of socialist activity into that of an educational league within the Farmer Labor Party. Thus, similarly, with the socialist leagues in the unions. There is today a widespread demand in the Socialist Party for leagues of socialists in all unions. The purpose is a sound one. We are all men of goodwill, in Comrade Porter's eyes, to coordinate the efforts of socialists so that they may more effectively advance our cause. The tactic is, in most instances, of doubtful character, for it may become self-defeating. As against the formation of a socialist league is the more diplomatic and fruitful policy of mobilizing all progressives around a program that will be of clear and unmistakable benefit to the Union. On the basis of his political views, how, then, does Porter analyze the internal situation in the party, and what solution does he propose? Unfortunately for the purposes of dramatic effect, there is no surprise coming. The trouble with the party is the isolationist trend, that is thoroughly harmful. The comrades in this group, in practice, are anti-internationalist and anti-socialist. The spearhead of this tendency is the Trotskyist group, but their view has spread to others. Apparently, the majority group of the Socialist Call editorial board, 118, has fallen under their influence. At least, the article in the issue of January 16, 1937, entitled Party Perspectives, No. 3 The Fight Against War, illustrates this tendency at its worst. Foremost among those who are isolating the party from the labor movement are the Trotskyists. For did not the mass workers in Wisconsin elect 10 candidates to the legislature, though somehow losing 2/3 of the party membership in the process, while the sectarian Trotskyists across the state line, in Minnesota, merely built up one of the most powerful and militant trade union movements in American history, somehow quadrupling the party membership meanwhile, in the months since Cleveland. Incidentally, it should be noted that still another group tending toward isolation is one illustrated by Norman Thomas's. What then to do? Porter is not, of course, in a position to raise the cry for expulsion and split in quite the direct language of the appeal to socialists. Nevertheless, he makes clear that this is the real meaning of his chief concrete proposal. The main danger to the party, he has shown, comes from the sectarian Trotskyists. Their dominant concern is one of bitter hostility to the Soviet Union. The glib manner in which hostility to Stalinism is translated into hostility to the Soviet Union should be noted. The history of the Trotskyists affords little evidence that they can aid the Socialist Party or the cause of socialism. True, there are some now associated, in varying degree, with the Trotskyists who may be able to reverse their trend and constructively assist in the tasks we outlined in the previous section, but this they can do only by abandoning the precepts of Trotskyism. If they, the sectarian Trotskyists, cannot accommodate themselves to the needs of the time, then they must be required to part company with us. This is plain enough talking. The price of remaining in the party, if Porter has his way, is to be acceptance of his People's Front program. And he has already made up his mind that the greater part of the sectarians will not get under the line. Does he not point out that only some, now associated with the Trotskyists, have a chance of reversing their trend? But bluntly, expel the Trotskyists, split the party. And expel them why? Because of their ideas, because their ideas are incompatible with Porter's plans for the liquidation of the party as an independent revolutionary force. It is always amusing to notice how democratic in practice are all the brave right-wing defenders of democracy. And Porter searches around for a formula under which to expel the left. He has not worked out anything entirely satisfactory, but he offers one approach. Almost none of them, the Trotskyists, were members of our party a year ago. They were members of another party, the Workers' Party, and entered our ranks surreptitiously during the confusion caused by the Old Guard split. We say surreptitiously, for no request for admission was ever submitted to a 119 National Convention, nor even to the NEC. Those locals which admitted them had no authority to do so. It thus turns out that the Trotskyists are not really members of the party at all, and all the convention has to do to solve the problem is to recognize this. Have we heard this idea expressed before? Let us come back to the appeal to socialists. We read, when the Trotskyists entered the Socialist Party it was without the consent or understanding of the members themselves. Amter's entire article in Appeal to Socialists should be read alongside of Section 3, Chapter 1, Subsection 4, of Porter's pamphlet. The Massachusetts Liquidators. Porter's pamphlet is not an isolated phenomenon. We do not intend, however, to list all of its parallels in other sections of the party. There have been such documents as those issued by the Socialist Action Committee in Indiana, centering as usual on the slogan of Expel the Trotskyists. This committee turned out to be composed of Communist Party members and sympathizers. Recently in Connecticut, a committee of correspondence, the name so appropriately taken over from the days of '76, has blossomed forth to save the party. Its first communication is pure Stalinism, open and undisguised. And its concrete proposal is, of course, expel the sectarians. But a word or two is needed on the Massachusetts group headed by Alfred Baker Lewis, Bertram Wellman, and Albert Sprague Coolidge. The political position of this group was established in a signed statement appearing in the January issue of the Massachusetts State Organizer. The solution for the Socialist Party is to be found in working for a broad farmer labor party. To do this we need surrender none of our socialist principles, none of our socialist activities, we need only to follow sound tactics and established propaganda means in carrying them on. If we can, let us affiliate as a party. If we cannot, let us work within the movement individually and maintain our organization now as we are, later as a socialist league within the broader party which we shall help grow about us. What does this mean? It means nothing more nor less than liquidation of the party. An independent party organizes and leads the masses as an independent force, sustaining all the complex functions that are involved in being a political party. The Massachusetts group proposes to transform the party into a purely educational association which will be part of a farmer labor party. Gomberg, in New York, who holds the same position, drops all hypocrisy, and in party meetings openly and unambiguously declares for the liquidation of the party. 120. Shortly after this document appeared, Hal Siegel made a hurry-up trip from Altman headquarters to Massachusetts. Subsequent to his visit, a special issue of the State Organizer was put out, containing a much longer statement by the Lewis-Wellman Coolidge Group. The work of a finer hand was now in evidence. The formulas were altered. Liquidation was declared to be, in the Porter manner, unthinkable, though naturally the political position which involves liquidation necessarily, was retained. The main fire of the new statement was concentrated, against the sectarians. The anti-socialist character of the group associated with the appeal was brought out in paragraph after paragraph. What is wrong with the party? The sectarians, the Trotskyists. How to solve the party problems? There was no need to state it explicitly, for the solution follows from the whole logic of the statement, the solution of the Stalinists, the expulsion of the left. Observe the logic, for it is not without importance. The danger to the party comes from the sectarians. The perspective for the party is to liquidate it into a farmer labor movement. To realize this perspective, the party must expel the sectarians. And Porter and Lewis are consistent. to accomplish their aim, which is in cold fact, stripped of verbiage, the aim of the Stalinists, namely, the destruction of the party as an independent political force, they must expel the sectarians, precisely because these same sectarians refuse to accept this aim of liquidation and thus constitute an insurmountable obstacle to it. The Altman Group. How significant, how very significant it is to find that in all the documents of the Stalinists, including the major opus, Appeal to Socialists, in the Porter pamphlet, in the statements of the Massachusetts liquidators, there is not one single word of criticism of the Altman Group. Not one word. The sectarians, the Trotskyists, the semi-Trotskyists, the majority of the call board, Zam and Tyler, the staff in the national office, Norman Thomas, all are chided with one or another degree of severity, more in sorrow than in anger / as Porter remarks. But not one word of annoyance against Altman. No one will be so naive as to imagine that this is accidental. The truth is, the right wing of the party, in its present stage of development, made up of a heterogeneous brew ranging from religious pacifists to Fabians to populists to outright Stalinists, has taken form back of the Altman Group. The Altman leadership constitutes the front line of the right wing. That this should be so is required by circumstances. The party membership would not conceivably swallow open pacifism and liquidationism and Stalin 121-ism. Therefore the pacifists and liquidationists and Stalinists cannot be in the forefront of the right wing. The right wing must manufacture for itself a left front, and the Altman leadership is admirably suited to the purpose. Are not the Altmanites good left-wingers? Of course they are. Just read their literature and hear them speak, they continually emphasize it. Are they not against the People's Front? Certainly they say so, time after time. Are they not against the liquidation of the party? No one repudiates liquidationism more indignantly. Are they not for a left-wing position on war? Who could dream otherwise, in the face of their protestations? Or so, at any rate, the Altman Group appears to the bulk of its own active membership, as well as to a number of other party members who have not yet fully clarified to themselves the party's situation. But let us pause a while. Are we quite sure just what the Altman position is? Somehow, it has never been written down concretely. Somehow, the Altman Group has never had time to commit itself in writing. The Altman Group is branded with the outstanding mark of an unprincipled clique. The group was formed first, and its platform and program are to be formulated afterwards. When, if at all, it becomes clear just what organizational combination will prove most advantageous, at which time the program can be adapted accordingly. In the statement sent out February 10, 1937, calling for the national organization of the group, we read, "A program embodying our basic theoretical stand as well as our position on the immediate issues facing the party is now under preparation and will be published shortly." Against the People's Front? No doubt. But somehow, under the Altman administration in local New York, members are brought up on charges for criticizing Bloom or Caballero. Somehow Murray Barron, outstanding Altmanite, calls those who criticize the People's Front in Spain strike breakers. Somehow local New York finds itself entangled with the North American Committee to Aid Spanish Democracy. Somehow Comrade Specter is brought up on charges by an Altmanite for defending publicly the position on the persecution of the POUM adopted by the National Action Committee and published in the Call Against Liquidation? Of course. But somehow Murray Gross, a signer of the statement, advocates socialists joining the American Labor Party as individuals in spite of the decision of the ALP that anyone joining it must renounce membership in any other party. Somehow Gomberg, an open liquidationist, votes with the Altman Group. Somehow Lash, working in the heart of the Altman Group, proposes a reorganization of the YPSL which would destroy all its independent political life. For a left-wing position on war? Naturally. But local New York, last June, found itself marching in a peace parade of the American League Against War and Fascism, and even now has a representative on some 122. Kind of committee negotiating or coordinating with the League. And party members publicly advocating pacifism, collective security, and the rest of it are somehow never found guilty of those violations of discipline to which the sectarians seem so addicted. Still, a clear political position on the key problems confronting the movement is no doubt an abstract and minor matter, hair-splitting, as Porter and Lewis call it, when the party is in a state of crisis. Perhaps we do Altman an injustice. Perhaps his group has a position on the crucial question. And, in truth, if by the crucial question we mean the internal question, it has. Nor is it alone in its position, it shares its point of view with Lewis, with Porter, and with the Stalinists. Let us investigate briefly, what is the main danger to the party? The February 10 statement answers, the unfortunate trend within the party toward sectarianism and isolation. The undersigned definitely feel that there has been a drift toward sectarianism within the party, and this drift must be arrested by immediate action, our emphasis. We cannot allow the outlook of the socialist appeal to set the tone of the party. Who are the sectarians? Merely the former members of the Workers' Party? By no means. The Altman conclusions coincide with the conclusions of the appeal to socialists. The Zamtyler group, very much like the reactionary old guard, fear the idea of a labor party, for they fear contact with the masses. Such contacts would destroy their pretty illusion of the revolutionary upsurge of the workers. Rather than face reality, they hide their heads in the sand and continue to speak in theoretical pronouncements, but doing nothing to apply these in their daily life. The entire outlook of the Zamtyler group tends toward De Leonism and monolithism. The Zamtyler slate in the city elections was supported by the ultra-sectarian caucus of the members of the former Workers' Party. Who are the friends of Altman in the party? Another aspect of this same division is in our attitude toward other elements within the party, particularly Wisconsin. We consider these sections of the party loyal socialists, and although we differ with them on many questions, are willing to make sacrifices to secure harmony within the party. What sacrifices are you prepared to make? Porter laid down the terms of the sacrifice clearly enough: the sacrifice of revolutionary principle, and, first and foremost, the sacrifice of the left wing. Let us go further in the Altman statement. The acid test today is the question of cooperation with the power caucus within the party formed by members of the former Workers' Party. We consider this group to base itself upon reactionary sectarianism and feel its ideology and general perspective to be injurious to the best welfare of the party. This group has made scant headway since its formation, primarily because it 123 has stamped itself within the party as a communist opposition rather than as a socialist group. We have no intention of helping the party to become an anti-communist, anti-Soviet league. Therefore, we have declared that a condition of unity, with the Zamtyler group, must be a refusal to make political deals with this power caucus. A basic plank in the proposed 5-point program for left-wing unity is, 2. United group without the Trotskyists, our emphasis. But does the Altman leadership draw the final conclusion of the appeal to socialists, namely, on the basis of its analysis of the party's situation, expulsion of the Trotskyists? At first glance, apparently not. Point 4 of the Unity program reads, a general statement be sponsored by joint committees stressing need for unity in party. We affirm our belief in the free expression within the Socialist Party of every point of view within the limits of socialist thought, our emphasis. Altman makes no bones about exclusion of the Trotskyists being a necessary condition for a united group. But what does that mean with reference to the party as a whole? This point 4 gives the answer. Does the position of the ultra-sectarians come within the confines of socialist thought? The statement proves that, in Altman's eyes, it does not. The ultra-sectarians are anti-Soviet and function as a communist opposition rather than as a socialist group. Murray Barron, in his speech to the first open meeting of the Clarity Group, made it quite plain: the Trotskyists now in our party, he declared, are outside agitators. This is the exact phrase. The only possible conclusion is, Therefore, expel them. This, then, is the political anatomy of the Altman group laid bare. Because of the wholly bureaucratic manner in which the leadership of the group functions, because of its lack of an openly declared program, because of its demagogic hypocrisy, it is true that the bulk of the membership of the group does not understand the true meaning of its policy, and would repudiate it if it were understood. Let the membership call its leaders to account, and drag them into the light. Eyes should be opened at least a few steps before the edge of the cliff. The Clarity Group. The appeal has already defined the general character of the political position of the Clarity Group, i.e. the Zamtyler Group. We do not propose here to review in detail its history and record. In the present concrete situation in the party, the Clarity Group is the major section of the center. It is on record against expulsions or splits, as well as against liquidation, while at the same time it refuses unity of the left wing as proposed by the Appeal Association. Its policy is dictated by its ambiguous and equivocal position, trying to play both ends. 124. Against each other. It is compelled to reject the thesis of the right wing that the main danger is from the sectarian left, and likewise to reject the thesis of the left that the main danger is from the splitters and liquidators of the right. It tries to uphold the formula that the danger is both from the right and from the left, that the struggle must be carried on along two fronts. Its spokesmen declare publicly that they are prepared to make temporary blocks either with the right or with the left, that is, either with those who are trying to split the party in the interests of popular frontism or with those who are determined that the party shall continue forward along the revolutionary road. One of their spokesmen, Trigger, expresses his wish for a general block with the Appeal Association. In a speech to the Appeal Institute, another, Zam, rejects the idea of a general block in favor of the either-or formula, while in New York a number of the Clarity leaders are in almost constant negotiation with the Altman leadership, having even gone so far as to fight for a joint convention delegate slate with Altman, until at the last moment the attempt was abandoned. Such are the vicissitudes of a centrist policy. Curious and lamentable results follow. A large part of the membership of the Clarity Group is comprised of genuine and militant left-wingers who are in essential agreement with every important aspect of the appeal platform and program. But they are discovering that to maintain their ambiguous position they must constantly grant programmatic concessions. The People's Front position of the group, for example, omits any reference whatever to Spain, that is to say, any reference to the People's Front where it is decisive. But in the YPSL in New York, the members of the Clarity Group support the same resolutions on the People's Front and Spain which were adopted by the Appeal Institute. That is, the Clarity Group has two quite different positions on the People's Front and Spain, one for the YPSLs and one for the party. They are compelled to pose as a unity group fighting against threats of split from the right and threats of split from the left, though they can advance no shred of evidence to demonstrate that the left in any way, either explicitly or implicitly, stands for split or expulsion. They are forced to say that there is a right danger of liquidationism and a left danger of sectarianism. But when pinned down to define where the danger of sectarianism is to be found, they can give no answer. Zam was asked this question at the Appeal Institute in Chicago. He could hardly have declared that the institute represented a sectarian danger, with its members before him, 3/4 of them prominent activists in the trade union and unemployed movements, and finally he said that sectarians could be discovered in Colorado and Camden, New Jersey. What is the effect of the Clarity position in the party crisis? In spite of the fact that it is against a split, in spite of the fact that the bulk of its followers, 125, are genuine left-wingers or anxious to become so, the failure of the Clarity Group to unite firmly with the revolutionary left wing necessarily weakens the struggle against the splitters and liquidators, necessarily aids Altman. How could it be otherwise? By having a group separate from the appeal group, Zamtyler tend to confirm the contention of Altman and the Stalinists that the Trotskyists are hopeless sectarians, with whom no one can get along. By continuing conciliatory moves toward Altman and negotiations with him, Zamtyler make it easier for him to marshal his forces, and harder for the left to fight back politically. By watering down their program, Zamtyler weakened the resistance to the ideas of the right wing and of Stalinism. By calling for a simultaneous struggle against both left and right, Zamtyler dispersed left-wing energies which should now be wholly concentrating on the job of saving the Party for Revolutionary Socialism by defeating the campaign of the right. And in the long run their policy condemns their own group to utter disintegration. If the right succeeds in its plans to expel the left, what then would be the fate of the Clarity Group? If it remained in the party it could do so only as the helpless captive of the right, bound hand and foot. If the right wing fails, as the left is determined it shall fail, the Clarity Group will only find that the vacillating policy of its leadership has let its own right flank slip over into the camp of Altman, while its left-wingers join in the united struggle of the left. The perspective of the appeal. The point of view of the appeal has always been clear and unambiguous. We stand for the completion of the development of the Socialist Party into the Revolutionary Socialist Party of the American working class, the party of militant class struggle and vigorous mass action, basing itself upon the full program of Marxism. As the most efficient and rapid instrument for achieving this goal, we have proposed and continue to propose unity of all left-wing forces in the party on the foundation of the Marxist answer to the key questions now confronting the party: the People's Front, Spain, the trade union question and mass work, disciplined party activity, inter-party democracy, the internal crisis in the party. We have sought, and continue to seek, that unity through a fusing of the Clarity Group, the supporters of the appeal, and hitherto unconnected left-wingers. Up to the present the Clarity Group has rejected such unity. The pressing needs of the party, however, as well as the rapid deepening of the international crisis and the approach of the new war, do not permit us meanwhile to sit passively by. The Appeal Institute held in Chicago marked an immense step forward in the forging of a united revolutionary left wing, rallying together. 126. Around the appeal program and perspective a substantial percentage of the most militant and active party members, and forecasting complete and firm left-wing unity for the near future. Right now the problem of the convention faces us, and faces us with the threat of expulsions and splits issuing from the right wing. To defeat this threat, we propose the only course of action that is most effective in defeating splitters and liquidators. We propose an uncompromising political struggle against them. Splitters cannot be bought off by kind words and conciliation, such an approach only makes them more bold and ruthless. They must be defeated politically before the eyes of the party membership. The left wing does not propose to conquer them by expulsions and splits. Far from it. The left wing has no need to solve political problems by bureaucratic and organizational measures. It is sufficiently confident of its ideas and policies to rest its case upon the democratic decision of the membership. A united left wing is the best and surest means for defeating the splitters and liquidators. If this is impossible in these next weeks, we propose and insist on full and loyal collaboration among all of those forces who are against a split and for a revolutionary party. No collaboration, no bloc, on any issues, with the splitters. Such collaboration, however temporary and minor, can only aid the right wing, can only injure the interests of the left and of the future of the party. Specifically, the members of the Clarity Group must prevent their group from entering into a bloc with the Altman Group on any question whatever. Collaboration with Altman is collaboration with Lewis and with Porter, and thus in the last analysis concession to the campaign of the Stalinists. This is not the occasion for a detailed statement of convention proposals. From a firm political line and a clear perspective these follow as practical and concrete applications. How fully the convention will be in a position to solve the fundamental issue is not yet, by the nature of the case, clear. This much, however, the convention can accomplish, and through this can guarantee the advance of the party, an orientation of the party toward mass work, above all work in the trade unions, provisions for compulsory disciplined leagues in the mass organizations, full participation of all groups in the party in the responsible direction of party work, in accordance with their relative strength, and comparative abilities and talents, solid guarantees of inter-party democracy. There is not much time. To all those active party members who are resolved in their hearts that our party shall become the revolutionary leader of the working class, that it shall smash through the barriers of class collaboration, and defeat the plans of Stalinism for the harnessing of the workers to the war machine of imperialism, we say, forward with us. For a revolutionary party of mass struggle, rooted in the unions. Against the splitters and liquidators, against class collaboration and popular frontism. For a united, disciplined, democratic party. For the workers' revolution. For international socialism. 127. Founding the Socialist Workers' Party. Thomas Bias. As the year 1937 drew to a close and 136 workers and activists gathered in Chicago to launch a new revolutionary socialist party, the world's situation seemed in many ways more fraught with crises than the crisis-ridden times of the early 21st century. For most of 8 years, 1 US worker in 4 could not find a job. Farmers devastated by drought were fleeing the Midwest to pick fruit in California or to do whatever jobs they could get. Across the Atlantic, fascism was destroying what semblance of freedom remained, including independent trade unions and parties of the working class, and actually beginning the process of attempting to wipe out whole peoples, Jews and Roma, Gypsies, in particular. In Spain, partisans of a People's Front, a coalition of the Communist Party with anarchists and social democratic and liberal capitalist parties, were engaged in civil war with a homegrown fascist movement aided by Italy and Germany, and they were getting the worst of it. The German Third Reich, Empire in German, was beginning the process of swallowing up whole countries to its east. And across the Pacific the fascists' ally, the Empire of Japan, was engaged in a conquest of China, which would soon be extended to French Indochina, the US-controlled Philippines, Burma, Thailand, and the Dutch East Indies, today known as Indonesia. The period seemed apocalyptic. The late 1930s, and the first half of the 1940s remains unmatched for sheer death and destruction. As the Chicago Convention opened, its delegates knew that war was coming, and they knew that it would be more catastrophic than the Great War of 1914-18. Their perspective was that revolution would follow the Second World War and that, unlike after the First, revolution would not fail in every country but one. On the immediate agenda was the formation of a new world party of socialist revolution, a fourth attempt to build such a party since the launching of the International Workingmen's Association in 1864. The challenges facing the new party were great, but so was its confidence. James P. Cannon, who became the party's first national secretary, wrote in The New Party is Founded, included in this volume. With a firm theoretical position and a decisive orientation to mass work, the new party of the Fourth International has every right to face the future. 129. With confidence. This confidence is also fortified by the objective political situation and by the present state of affairs in the radical labor movement. All signs point to a mighty acceleration of the class struggle as the country slides into another devastating crisis and the inevitable war draws ever nearer to the point of explosion. The Chicago delegates represented a political organization of roughly 1,500 members, who had been unceremoniously expelled from the American Socialist Party earlier in the year. The pretext for their expulsion had been their refusal to support the Republican candidate, Fiorello LaGuardia, in his campaign for re-election as mayor of New York City. Their real crime was their revolutionary perspective, in contrast to the Socialist Party leader's program of reform of capitalism while leaving the class of bankers and businessmen, the 1%, as the Wall Street occupiers of 2011 would come to call them, firmly in power as before. Those 1,500 revolutionary socialists had come from different origins. One group had come out of the Communist Party when the conflict in the Third, or Communist, International led to the expulsion of Trotsky and his supporters from communist parties all over the world. They saw themselves as having chosen the revolutionary leader Leon Trotsky over Joseph Stalin, the leader of the privileged bureaucracy in the Soviet Union. After the victory of Hitler in Germany in 1933, brought about in large measure because of the divisive policies of the Communist Party and the anti-revolutionary policies of the Social Democratic Party, Trotsky called on his supporters to abandon their attempts to reform the Communist parties and Communist International. Instead, they must build new revolutionary parties in their own countries and work toward the formation of a new, fourth, international on a world scale. In the United States, Trotsky's supporters, organized in the Communist League of America, turned their attention to activity in the working class and to other formations that were doing similar work. They united with the American Workers' Party in 1935 to form the Workers' Party of the United States. At the same time, hundreds of revolutionary-minded young people were finding their way into the Socialist Party and its Young People's Socialist League, YPSL. They did not like what they saw in the much larger American Communist Party, and horrific news from the Soviet Union led them to the conclusion that Stalin and the parties under his leadership did not represent the way forward for the working class. At the urging of Trotsky, then in exile in Norway, the Workers' Party of the United States dissolved itself, and its roughly 700 members joined the Socialist Party in 1936. They campaigned for its presidential candidate Norman Thomas. 130. The left-wing socialists published a newspaper called the Socialist Appeal. As a consequence, they were often called the Appeal Faction. The Appeal Faction was actively involved in the Teamsters Union's overthrown organizing campaign, in the maritime unions on both coasts and the Great Lakes, and in other labor struggles of the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CRO. It also brought to Americans' attention the horrific Moscow trials, which condemned to death most of the remaining leaders of the Russian Revolution of 1917, including Grigory Zinoviev, Lev Kamina, Karl Radek, Nikolai Bukharin, and, tragically, given the 1941 onslaught of Hitler's legions into the Soviet heartland, many of the Red Army's most dedicated and capable senior officers. The Appeal Faction organized a commission of inquiry, headed by the philosopher and educator John Dewey, which examined the evidence and concluded that the Moscow trials were frame UPS and that its prime defendant in absentia, Leon Trotsky, was innocent of the charges lodged against him. It was out of this experience that the Chicago delegates formed a new party from people who had come from the Workers' Party and from the Socialist Party. They called their new party the Socialist Workers' Party. They agreed to a fundamental program, agreement with which was the primary basis for membership in the new SWP, a declaration of principles, included in this chapter. They agreed to a party constitution to define the organizational structure and the requirements of membership. Also included in this chapter is a brief article by party leaders Cannon and Max Schachtman explaining the need for democracy in decision-making and disciplined unity in action once the decisions are made, an article entitled, The Internal Situation and the Character of the Party. As awful as world conditions were at the opening of 1938, the new Socialist Workers' Party rose to the challenges with confidence and optimism. A party of 1,500 people was understood to be a tiny organization which needed massive growth to have any influence. But as one of the delegates to that convention, George Brightman, later recalled, I am sure most of the delegates shared my conviction that we had participated in something truly significant, the launching at last of the party that would lead the American workers in their coming socialist revolution. Brightman went on to comment, from the vantage point of 1978, that the whole process has proved to be slower and more complicated than it seemed to me in Chicago 40 years ago. 1. Brightman's historical sense is worth reflecting on. One aspect of the historical process he emphasized was the shaping of the leadership layer of the Trotskyists out of the rich traditions of the American left. One of the greatest strengths of the SWP cadre lay in its continuity with the struggles from the start of the century, the IWW and revolutionary syndicalism, Debs's fighting election campaigns, opposition to U.S. entry into World War I, efforts to absorb the meaning of the Russian Revolution and Leninism, the development of a left wing of the SP, the birth of the new CP and its early attempts to adapt to American realities. 2. Brightman emphasized that the initial leaders and cadres of US Trotskyism had not merely read or heard about these events, they grew up in them and were shaped by them. He added, their experience provided the basic political capital of their movement and explains its ability to avoid many of the costly mistakes beginners are prone to make. The three central leaders of US Trotskyism in 1938, as in 1928, were James P. Cannon, Max Schachtman, and Martin Ahem, but here too Brightman insists on viewing the matter historically. In 1929 they did not have more than 100 followers, but in 1938 they claimed 15 times that number, and the leadership was broader and included a new generation of rebels against capitalism. Cannon, Schachtman, and Ahem themselves were different in 1938, they had grown and matured. In the earlier period, Brightman comments, they still had too great a tendency to shoot from the hip, while a decade later he perceived in their political practice a greater maturity, sense of realism, patience. 3. Not only had the Trotskyist membership dramatically increased in quantity, but it had been tempered and enriched by a variety of experiences. These included participation in the militant unemployed movement of the Great Depression, as well as momentous strikes in Minneapolis, Toledo, Flint, and elsewhere, and other struggles as well, including most recently within the Socialist Party. The SP leaders saved the party from Trotskyism, but in the process they virtually destroyed it by expelling the best and most active members. According to Brightman, we emerged with more than twice the numbers we had on joining and won a decisive majority of the YPSL, too. Morale was high, because our self-confidence had also grown as we met the various challenges posed to us by the SP environment and acquired new know-how from its earlier access to the mass movements of the time. 4. Brightman also emphasized some serious limitations of the new SWP, in relation to consciousness and composition, as well as program and activism, with regard to African Americans and other racial minorities, and also women. Something approximating what he deemed an adequate approach did not crystallize until the 1960s, although some advances in the black liberation struggle could be found during World War I. Noting the deepened perceptions in later years regarding the centrality of the black struggle to the struggle for socialism, and the combined character of the struggles for women's liberation and workers' power, he reflected. In most areas the SWP in 1938 was far ahead of both American society and the American radical movement, but in others it was not. The fact that we have made considerable progress in some of these areas since 1938 is not a cause for complacency, but it is evidence that the party we launched then must have had foundations solid enough to enable us to correct shortcomings. No party is perfect, all parties make errors, the question is whether they can recognize their errors and correct them. 5. Before the end of the 20th century, the organization described by Brightman had, for all practical purposes, passed out of existence. The challenges facing humanity are no less great 2 decades into the 21st century, than had been the case in 1938. But the confidence and optimism of a new party, as described in Brightman's comments, are missing at the time of this writing. A party of 1,500 people in 1938 America was understood to be a tiny organization which needed massive growth to have any influence. 8 decades later, a socialist group of 1,500 is considered quite large, even though it may seem to have less impact on its environment than was the case with Brightman's organization. What happened? What can be done about it? How can a revolutionary leadership, with confidence, optimism, and, mostly importantly, intelligent strategy and tactics and dedicated fighting cadres, be assembled in today's political context? For those sharing George Brightman's revolutionary socialist sensibilities, the future of the working class, indeed of human society, depends on the answers that arise from the ongoing discussions, and an understanding of the discussions and debates of past generations can only aid today's revolutionists in coming to answers that can advance the struggle to its final victory. 134. 1. The new party is founded 6, 1938. James P. Cannon. All the experience of the class struggle on a world scale, and especially the experience of the past 20 years, teaches one lesson above all others, a lesson summed up in a single proposition: the most important problem of the working class is the problem of the party. Success or failure in this domain spells the difference between victory or defeat every time. The struggle for the party, the unceasing effort to construct the new political organization of the vanguard on the ruins of the old one, concentrates within itself the most vital and progressive elements of the class struggle as a whole. From this point of view, every concrete step in the direction of a reconstructed party has outstanding importance. The convention of the left-wing branches of the disintegrated Socialist Party at Chicago over the New Year's weekend, which resulted in the formal launching of a new organization, the Socialist Workers' Party, section of the Fourth International, thus claims first attention from the revolutionary internationalists throughout the world. For them, and their judgment is better than any other because they foresee and prepare the future, it marks a new milestone on the historic road of workers' liberation. The reconstruction of the revolutionary labor movement in the form of a political party is not a simple process. In the midst of unprecedented difficulties, complications, and contradictions, the work goes ahead, like all social movements, in zigzag fashion. The new movement takes shape through a series of splits and fusions which must appear like a Chinese puzzle to the superficial observer. But how could it be otherwise? The frightful disintegration of the old movements, on a background of worldwide social upheaval, disoriented and scattered the revolutionary militants in all directions. They could not find their way together, and draw the same basic conclusions, in a day. The new movement is fraught with catastrophic reverses, forward leaps, and deadening periods of seeming stagnation. But for all that, it is a movement, with an invincible historic motor force, and it moves along. The Chicago Convention, which brought all the preceding work of the Fourth Internationalists in the US to a fruitful culmination, is a forceful reminder of this fact. The Chicago Convention itself was a striking illustration of this contradictory process of fusion and split, and a step forward. It crossed the last T and dotted the last I on the split of the moribund Socialist Party. At the same time, it recorded the complete fusion of the left-wing socialists with the former members of the Workers' Party, just as the Workers' Party earlier came into existence through a fusion of the communist left opposition and revolutionary militants of independent origin. The invincible program of the Fourth International is the magnet which attracts to itself all the vital revolutionary elements from all camps. It is the basis, and the only basis, on which the dispersed militants can come together and forge the new movement. This was demonstrated once again at the Chicago Convention when the resolution for the Fourth International was carried without a single dissenting vote. The two currents, former Workers' Party and Native Socialists, which were about equally represented, showed complete unity on this decisive question. The 76 regular and 36 fraternal delegates from 35 cities in 17 states, who constituted the convention, came to this unanimous decision after due consideration of the question and ample pre-convention discussion. Although the great bulk of time and discussion at the convention were devoted to American affairs, and properly so, the great matters of principle embodied in the international question inspired and guided everything. This significant victory of the Fourth International in America cannot be without far-reaching influence on the international arena. The brief period of struggle as a faction within the Socialist Party comes to a definite end, and the American section of the Fourth International takes the field again as an independent party, with forces more than doubled, without any losses or splits, and with a firmer unity than ever before. Principled politics in this case also has proved to be the best and most effective kind of practical politics. Those two clever politicians of the centrist school have sought to avoid clear-cut answers to the international question in the hope of keeping divergent forces together. They have nothing to show for it but disintegration and splits, and the creeping paralysis of blind alley pessimism in their ranks. The Trotskyists, on the other hand, have held their own ranks firm, and have united with other serious revolutionary forces in an expanding movement inspired by enthusiasm and confidence in its future. That is, first of all, because they put the main question of internationalism squarely. Experience showed that the left-wing socialists who mean business, and they are the only ones worth counting, preferred this kind of politics. 136. When our plenum conference last July decided to take up the impudent challenge of the gag law bureaucrats of the SP and fight the issue out without compromise, some comrades questioned the wisdom of this strategy, fearing disintegration in our ranks. The convention removed all ground for argument on this score. In the 5 months campaign from July to New Year's we not only held our own, but gained. Numerous branches not affiliated to the organized left wing in July, were represented by delegates at the convention. Denver, Salt Lake City, Kansas City Joplin and St. Louis in Missouri, Rochester, Quakertown, Cellarville, and a third branch in Pennsylvania, these were among the new branches enlisted under the banner of the new party at the convention. As for the remnants of the Socialist Party, it did not claim the attention of the convention in any way. Nobody felt the necessity for discussion on this dead issue of the past. All attention was directed to the future, to the problem of penetrating the mass movement of the workers and the struggle against Stalinism. The outstanding point on the agenda, and the one allotted the most time in the discussion, was the trade union question. And even this discussion was pretty much limited to the narrower question of practical work and tactics in the trade unions and the exchange of experience in this field. The principles and strategy of Bolshevism in regard to the trade unions were regarded as clearly established and taken for granted. The predominance of the trade union question in its practical and tactical aspects corresponded to the most pressing needs of the hour, and to the composition and temper of the convention. The slogan "to the masses" dominated the convention from beginning to end. The conception of the Fourth Internationalists as primarily a circle of isolated theorists and hair-splitters, a conception industriously circulated by the centrists who maneuver all the time with non-existent mass movements in a vacuum, could find little to sustain it at Chicago. The great bulk of the delegates consisted of practical and qualified trade unionists who have done serious Bolshevik work in the labor movement and have modest results to show for it. The discussion and reports from the various districts clearly showed that we already have a good foundation of trade union activity to build upon. Our positions and influence in various unions, such as they are, have not been gained by appointment or sufferance from the top, but by systematic work from below, in the ranks. That is all to the good. What is ours, nobody gave it to us and nobody can take it away. It must be admitted that the preoccupation of our national movement with problems of theoretical education carried with it a certain neglect and even a minimizing of trade union work. A serious weakness and a danger which 137 should not be concealed. The Chicago Convention was one continuous warning and demand to correct this fault and to do it by drastic measures. But if systematic national organization and direction of our trade union work have been lacking, our comrades in various localities and unions, guided by a sure instinct and a firm grasp of their theory, have gone to work in the unions with a will and have achieved good results. In some cases the fruits of their work stand out conspicuously. The convention heard matter-of-fact reports from all sections of the country. In sum total this work and its results, considering the size of our movement and its freedom from big pretensions, impressed the convention as fairly imposing. This discussion, and the concrete program which issued from it, gave the convention its tone and its buoyant spirit of proletarian optimism. Revolutionary activists in the class struggle, in general, have no time for skeptical speculation and pessimistic brooding. Our proletarian convention reflected no trace of these diseases, so fashionable now on the intellectual fringes of the movement. The trade union discussion was a striking revelation that the revolutionary health of a party, and of its individual members, requires intimate contact with the living mass movement, with its struggle and action, its hopes and aspirations. The whole course of our convention was turned in this direction. It was decided to trade unionize the party, to devote % of the party work to this field, to coordinate and direct this work on a national scale, and to establish the necessary apparatus to facilitate this design. Our trade union work in the days ahead is concerned, of course, not as an end in itself that is mere opportunism, but as a practical means to a revolutionary end. In order to aim seriously at the struggle for power, a party must be entrenched in the sources of power, the workers' mass movement and especially the trade unions. Our convention could devote itself so extensively to the practical side of this question only thanks to the fact that the theoretical ground had been cleared and firm positions on the important principal questions consciously worked out. The party arrived at these positions by the method of party democracy. 6 months of intensive discussion preceded the convention. 3 months of more or less informal discussion on the Spanish, Russian, and international questions after the July plenum, were followed by another 3-month period of formal discussion. This discussion was organized by the National Committee. Internal discussion bulletins were published, membership meetings were held, etc. All points of view were fairly presented. The bulk of the space in the bulletins and approximately equal time in the membership meetings were given over to minorities, which turned out in the end to be tiny minorities. 138. In a live and free party, where members do their own thinking, and that is the only kind of a party worth a fig, everybody does not come to the same conclusion at the same moment. Common acceptance of basic principles does not ensure uniform answers to the concrete questions of the day. The party position can be worked out only in a process of collective thought and exchange of opinion. That is possible only in a free, that is, a democratic party. The method of party democracy entails certain overhead charges. It takes time and energy. It often interferes with other work. On occasions it taxes patience. But it works. It educates the party and safeguards its unity. And in the long run the overhead expenses of the democratic method are the cheapest. The quick and easy solutions of bureaucratic violence usually claim drawn-out installment payments in the form of discontent in the ranks, impaired morale, and devastating splits. Discussions among the Bolsheviks, sometimes taking the form of factional struggle, are carried on in dead earnest, corresponding to the seriousness of the questions and of the people involved. A Philistine reading one of our pre-convention discussion bulletins, or listening by chance at a membership meeting, might well imagine our party to be a madhouse of dissension, recrimination, revolts against the leadership and, in general, fights among themselves. But, to get a clear picture, one must judge the democratic process at the end, not in the middle. True, Bolsheviks are in earnest and they readily dispense with polite amenities. They put questions sharply, because as a rule, they feel them deeply. And nobody ever thinks of sparing the sensibilities of leaders. They are assumed to be pupils of Engels, who warned his opponents that he had a tough hide. But it is precisely through this free democratic process, and not otherwise, that a genuine party arrives at conclusions which represent its own consciously won convictions. The discussion is not aimless and endless. It leads straight to a convention and a conclusion, in our case a conclusion so close to unanimous, that its authority is unshakable. Then the discussion can and must come to an end. The emphasis in party life shifts from democracy to centralism. The party goes to work on the basis of the convention decisions. The resolutions submitted to the convention by the National Committee on all the important questions, formulating the standpoint which has been advocated in our press, were all accepted by the convention without significant amendments. Much pre-convention discussion had been devoted to the Russian question, as a result of the unspeakable Moscow trials and the subsequent blood purges. Some comrades challenged the designation of the Soviet Union as a workers' state, although frightfully degenerated, which can yet be restored to health by a political revolution without a social overturn. This minority opinion, however, found little echo in the ranks. 139. The resolution of the National Committee, which calls for the unconditional defense of the Soviet Union against imperialist attack, a position which necessarily presupposes an uncompromising struggle against the Stalinist bureaucracy in war or peace, was adopted by a vote of 66 against 3 for one minority position and 2 for another. This virtual unanimity is the best assurance for the future theoretical stability of the party. A false position on the question of the Russian Revolution, now as always since 1917, spells fatal consequences for any political organization. The revolutionary Marxists have always said they would be at their posts and be the best fighters for the Soviet Union in the hour of danger. As this crucial hour draws near, the American soldiers of the Fourth International have renewed this declaration and pledge. With a firm theoretical position and a decisive orientation to mass work, the new party of the Fourth International has every right to face the future with confidence. This confidence is also fortified by the objective political situation and by the present state of affairs in the radical labor movement. All signs point to a mighty acceleration of the class struggle as the country slides into another devastating crisis and the inevitable war draws ever nearer to the point of explosion. Meanwhile, the situation among the radical labor groupings and tendencies is clearing up. Stalinism is self-disclosed as the movement of jingo traders. The Socialist Party of Altman, Thomas and Co., having expelled its vitalizing left wing, presents only the pathetically futile spectacle of an opportunist sect, lacking the merit of consistent principle on the one side or of mass support on the other. The Lovestonites, the one-time unacknowledged attorneys of Stalinism, are now merely the attorneys and fingermen of pseudo-progressive labor bureaucrats in a couple of important unions. The various groups and cliques which challenged the bona fide movement of the Fourth International and attempted to fight it from the left have all, without exception, fallen into pitiful disintegration and demoralization. The Socialist Workers' Party, unfurling the banner of the Fourth International from the hour of its birth, has no rival in the field. It is the only revolutionary party, the heir of the rich traditions of the past and the herald of the future. Part I. The decline of capitalism. Capitalist society, based upon the private ownership of the means of production and exchange and upon the free exploitation of labor by the bourgeoisie, came into being through the revolutionary struggle of the bourgeoisie, supported by the workers and peasants, against the feudal lords and their retainers. In its initial periods, capitalism was a mighty progressive force, shattering the outmoded social and political forms of feudal society, vastly expanding the productive mechanism, and encouraging on an unprecedented scale the development of science and technique. The achievements of capitalism have brought mankind, for the first time in history, to the point where the material conditions are present which would enable all men to be supplied with the means for a full and ample life. Food, clothing, shelter, and the marvelous products of modern invention, could be provided for such abundance as to remove forever hunger, material want, and insecurity, and thereby form the foundation for a new and magnificent age of social and cultural development. Now, however, the social and political forms of capitalism, effective once in the struggle against feudalism, themselves constitute an insurmountable obstacle to the utilization of further advance of the productive forces. The capitalist property relations, the subordination of production to profit instead of the fulfillment of human needs, the artificial restrictions imposed by national boundaries and national politics, not merely block the development of production, but actively sabotage it. Capitalism has entered the stage of its decline on a world scale. The successive cyclical crises of capitalist economy extend their scope and depth, and the intervening boom periods are unable to shake off the devastating effects of the preceding crisis. Capitalism is unable even to make use of the latest inventions and scientific products. The declining rate of profit pushes the bourgeoisie to desperation, to the attempt to place the entire burden upon the masses, and to efforts at adventurous solutions in foreign wars. Wide-scale unemployment becomes a permanent feature. The relative standard of living of the masses is progressively lowered, and is grotesquely out of line with what is made possible by the productive mechanism. The fear of insecurity is common to all except the most privileged. War is an ever-present threat when not an actuality, and the weight of the armament programs adds to the oppression of the masses. And in its insane and frantic attempt to preserve the rotted system which supports its power and privilege, the bourgeoisie and its agents systematically destroy every social and human value, imposing upon men a moral regime of lies and viciousness and maddened terror. Wars and revolutions. The period of the decline of capitalism is marked by an almost constant series of wars and revolutions. The imperialist powers, confronted by the inadequacy of their internal markets and the decline of the rate of profit, are compelled to seek new outlets for surplus capital and new possibilities for capital accumulation, as well as cheaper raw materials and profitable markets for the goods which their own populations cannot purchase. The peace of exhaustion following the War of 1914-18 lasts only long enough to permit sufficient preparation for the new war. In a world divided up and farmed out among the great powers, the mutual struggle for capital outlets, raw materials, and markets, becomes ever more intense. The nations are plunged into economic, tariff, and exchange struggles, and armament competition, finally issuing in the armed struggle of worldwide imperialist war. At the same time, the masses, driven to desperation by the lash of the crisis, by the weight of exploitation, tyranny, and war, fight back in widespread wars for liberation on the part of the colonial peoples and in the revolutionary struggle of the working class for its emancipation. Fascism. In the period of capitalist decline, the bourgeoisie is able to maintain a sufficient measure of profits and its own position of social privilege only by constantly reducing the general living standards of the dispossessed majority, by imposing upon it unemployment, insecurity, curtailed social services, and periodically resorting to war. The resistance generated among the masses by this course completes the material preconditions of revolutionary crises, and poses the question of the overthrow of the capitalist order as the sole solution. When such crises near climax, and the working class, because of the lack of a strong revolutionary party, fails to act decisively for the revolutionary solution, it suffers internal demoralization and loses the confidence of the middle-class masses ruined by the crisis. Under the domination of finance capital, a 142. Fascist movement is then able to succeed in mobilizing the desperate middle-class elements and even certain demoralized sections of the working class on a wholly reactionary basis. Capitalist rule is reconsolidated through the victory of fascism, and capitalist society is temporarily saved by the destruction of the workers' organizations, wholesale terror and violence against working-class militants, and the suppression of all forms of independent class expression. Under the totalitarian regime of fascism, democratic rights are done away with, and the institutions of democracy are either abandoned or made inoperative. The trade unions, political parties, and all other independent organizations of workers and farmers, and even many independent bourgeois organizations, are smashed or compelled to become a passive part of the state machinery. The right to strike is abrogated. Terror is exercised not only against revolutionists, but against any workers engaged in a militant struggle for their own defense. Divisions are sown among the people by appeals to the basest racial prejudices and nationalistic passions. Science, art, and education are perverted to the degenerate service of the totalitarian state. Through its iron control, fascism is able to drive down the standard of living of the masses and thrust upon them the costs of the crisis, and at the same time to head unchecked toward the wars made inevitable by the depth of the internal social crises. Thus, in the period of its decline, capitalism allies itself with everything that is archaic and destructive and reactionary, and threatens to drive whole nations, perhaps mankind itself, back into barbarism and savagery. The position of the United States. In spite of its magnificent natural resources and its unparalleled industrial plant, the United States is in no way exempt from the influences of the world decline of the capitalist order. On the contrary, as has been proved by the War of 1914-18 and by the economic crisis of 1929, and is being further proved in the rapid approach of the New World War and the new economic crisis, the United States is inseparably interlocked into the system of world imperialism. With the War of 1914-18, the United States rose to the position of the leading imperialist power at the very time when capitalism everywhere had entered its decline and conflicts between the great powers were therefore intensified. American imperialism cannot expand further, or even maintain its existing world position, without cutting deeply into the share of world power now in the hands of the other imperialist nations, as well as into the living standards of the masses in the United States itself, in Latin America, South America, Europe, and Asia, whom it exploits directly or from whom it exacts tribute. The economy and politics of the United States are inextricably connected with crises, wars, and revolutions in all parts of the world. The phenomena of capitalist decline. 143. Economic crises unprecedented in their depth, mass unemployment, inability to utilize inventions and technological improvements, insecurity, violations of democratic rights, the ever-present threat of war, are all present, many to an exaggerated degree, in the United States. Nor can the United States, under capitalism, escape the more dire extremes of the new war and fascism. In the very nature of the power of United States imperialism lie the irrepressible conflicts that herald its collapse. The only road. For capitalism there is no way out, no alternative to the perspective of crises of cumulative intensity, growing unemployment and impoverishment, insecurity, political tyranny, fascism, war, and chaos, ending in collapse of the social order and a relapse into barbarism. And there is only one alternative to capitalism. That alternative is to do away with capitalism itself, to wipe out its central and insurmountable conflict by taking the ownership and control of the natural resources, the productive plant, and means of exchange, out of the hands of private individuals and corporations, and placing that ownership and control in the hands of society itself, to be used for the fulfillment of human needs and not for profit. The only alternative, the only possible solution, is to build a socialist society. Thus, and only thus, can men achieve plenty, security, peace, and freedom. The role of the working CL.S. In the struggle against capitalism and for socialism, the central role, following both from its key position in the process of production and likewise from the coherence and discipline imposed upon it by the methods of production, must be filled by the working class, in particular by the industrial working class. The working class will, however, require the support of other sections of society who are also exploited and oppressed. Large sections of the middle classes, the debt-ridden small farmers, the Negroes as a persecuted race, colonial and semi-colonial peoples fighting against imperialist exploitation, these must be won by the working class as its allies. Only through the social revolution and socialism can all of the oppressed and exploited, and indeed all of mankind, find deliverance from insecurity, want, and tyranny. The capitalist state. In any society, the real power is held by those who own and control the means whereby that society lives, the instruments of production, distribution, and communication. In capitalist society, such ownership and control is held and exercised by the big bourgeoisie, by the bankers and industrialists. Through 144. Its hold on the major natural resources, the factories, mines, banks, railroads, ships, airplanes, telegraph, radio, and press, the big bourgeoisie effectively dominates capitalist society, runs society in such a manner as to secure and maintain its own interest and privilege, and upholds the system of the exploitation of the great majority. The state or government, far from representing the general interests of society as a whole, is in the last analysis simply the political instrument through which the owning class exercises and maintains its power, enforces the property relations which guarantee its privileges, and suppresses the working class. In these essential functions all of the organs and institutions of the state power cooperate, the bureaucracy, the courts, police, prisons, and the armed forces. The particular political forms of capitalist society, monarchy, democracy, military dictatorship, fascism, in no way affect the basic social dictatorship of the controlling minority, and are only the different means through which that dictatorship expresses itself. The belief that in such a country as the United States we live in a free, democratic society, in which fundamental economic change can be effected by persuasion, by education, by legal and purely parliamentary methods, is an illusion. In the United States, as in all capitalist nations, we live, in actuality, under a capitalist dictatorship, and the possibilities for purely legal and constitutional change are therefore limited to those which fall within the framework of capitalist property and social relations, which later are severely curtailed by the circumstances of the decline of capitalism, and in the long run, if the capitalist dictatorship continues, involve fascism for the United States as elsewhere. Genuine freedom can be realized only in a society based upon the economic and social equality of all individuals composing it, and such equality can be achieved only when the basic means of production, distribution, and communication are owned and controlled, not by any special class or group, but by society as a whole. The conquest of power. Since the capitalist state is the political instrument of capitalist dictatorship, and since the workers can carry out socialization only through the conquest and maintenance of political power, the workers must, as the necessary political phase of the change of ownership and control of the productive mechanism, take control of state power through the overthrow of the capitalist state and the transfer of sovereignty from it to their own workers' state, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Opportunities for the workers to take power have come and will come in the course of the disintegration of material life and of culture under capitalist dictatorship. The masses find themselves faced with growing hunger, impoverishment, curtailment of social services, and the threat or actuality of fascism. 145. And war. When the profound social discontent generated by the crisis of capitalism extends to a decisive majority of the working class and of the productive sections of the population generally, and when these have been won to the perspective of revolutionary change, the workers will be in a position to take power and to put an end to the destructive course of capitalist dictatorship. The fundamental instruments of the workers' struggle for power cannot be the existing institutions of the governmental apparatus, since these represent basically the interests only of the capitalist minority. They must, on the contrary, be class organs, arising out of the class struggle, forged in the course of united actions of the workers and their allies, and representing genuinely and democratically the interests of the great majority, of the workers and their allies. Such organs the Russian workers found in the Soviets or councils of the workers, soldiers, and peasants. The exact form which the workers' councils, or Soviets, will take in any given nation cannot of course be predicted in advance, since this will depend in part upon the special experiences and traditions of the class struggle within the given nation. In the United States, for example, the councils could conceivably be a development from general strike committees. Nevertheless, it can be certain in advance that it will be through these councils, alone democratically representing the interests of the workers and of the great majority, that the workers will overthrow the capitalist class, and through a transfer of sovereignty from the existing governmental apparatus to the councils, will take state power. The workers will destroy the whole machinery of the capitalist state in order to render it incapable of counter-revolutionary activity and because it cannot serve as the instrumentality for establishing the new social order. Its place will be taken by a workers' state, based upon the workers' councils. The workers' state. The workers' state is a temporary political instrument making possible the transition to the classless socialist society. Its task is to defend the workers' revolution against its enemies, both within and without, and to lay the foundations for socialism and the final elimination of all classes and class rule. Like every other state, therefore, the workers' state is, under one aspect, a dictatorship. Unlike every other state in history, however, it is a dictatorship exercised by the great majority against the counter-revolutionary minority. And, equally unlike every other state, its aim is not the perpetuation of its rule, but on the contrary, through the provision of material plenty for all and through education, to abolish the remains of class division in society and thus to eliminate the necessity for state coercion, that is, to do away with itself, with any form of state whatever. In an industrially advanced nation, the workers' state will be 146. Able from the outset to assure and continually extend far more genuine and substantial democratic rights to the masses than ever accorded to them under capitalism. Through the councils, the masses will exercise free and democratic control over all the policies of the workers' state, not merely in political questions but in the vital plans for socialist construction, will freely elect all officials and maintain the permanent right of recall. Salaries of officials will have the level of a skilled worker as their maximum. Through factory and other types of industrial and agricultural committees, the workers will participate in the fullest possible degree in social and economic administration. The workers' state will not have a professional army, but will depend on a mass workers' militia, in which distinctions other than those required for technical efficiency will be abolished and democratic control over officers will be exercised by the ranks. While the workers' state will necessarily reserve to itself the indispensable right to take all requisite measures to deal with violence and armed attacks against the revolutionary regime, it will at the same time assure adequate civil rights to opposition individuals, groups, and political parties, and will guarantee the opportunity for the expression of opposition through the allotment of press, radio, and assembly facilities in accordance with the real strength among the people of the opposition groups or parties. The most important of the socio-economic measures to be taken by the workers' state in its initial period is the expropriation and socialization, without compensation, of all monopolies in industry and land, all mines, factories, and shipping, all public utilities, railroads, airplane systems, and other organized means of communication, all banks, credit agencies, gold stores, and all other supplies and services that the revolutionary government finds it necessary to take over in order to lay the foundations of a socialist society. This socialization of the means of production and exchange will injure only the small handful of financiers, landlords, and industrialists whose private control of the resources of the country is the source of hunger, unemployment, and insecurity for the bulk of the people. The policy of socialization pursued by the workers' state will make possible the guarantee to every willing worker of a well-paid job, security against unemployment, insurance against industrial risks, old age, and sickness, and will further provide adequate educational, recreational, and cultural opportunities for the entire population. There will be no need for the workers' state to impose arbitrary, premature, and oppressive measures upon small individual proprietors, craftsmen, and small-scale farmers. The example of the social and personal advantages of the socialist organization of production, and assistance from the workers' government, can be trusted to lead them to voluntary collectivization. Socialism will release the productive forces to serve the needs of men, and will enable production to be planned. 147. Rationally in terms of actual social requirements. It will allow the utilization of every technical improvement. The leisure and educational opportunities which will accompany these material advantages, together with the removal of the dead weight of the perverted capitalist culture, will offer every individual possibilities for the fullest creative development. The Socialist Society. With the provision of material abundance through planned socialist production, and the great educational and cultural advances thereby made possible, the socially useless and parasitic classes, as well as the remnants of capitalist ideology, will be eliminated. The entire population will be transformed into a community of free producers owning and controlling the total productive wealth and resources of society, and freely and consciously working out their own destiny. The need for coercion and repression of socially alien classes will disappear with the disappearance of these classes, and together with them, of all classes. With it will vanish the need for a state machinery, even for the workers' state. The state as an institution for the domination, repression, and coercion of men will be replaced by a purely technical administration for the handling of the general business of society. The noblest objective of the human race, communism, the classless socialist society, inaugurating a new era for all of mankind, will be realized. The working class can build a complete socialist society only on the basis of a world division of labor and resources, and world cooperation. The Revolutionary Party in this country does not aim merely to lead the working class of the United States in revolution, but to unite with the workers of all other countries in the international revolution and the establishment of world socialism. Modern forces of production have compelled capitalism itself to transcend national boundaries, and the conflict between the world economy of capitalism and the outlived, constricting national political boundaries is a major source of the disastrous evils which confront the modern world. Capitalist imperialism cannot, however, achieve a harmonious society. World socialism is the only solution for the conflicts and disorders of the modern world, as well as for the major conflicts within a single nation. A socialist society will rationally and scientifically utilize the natural resources and productive machinery of the earth in the interests of the people of the earth, and will solve the conflict between the efficient development of productive forces and the artificial restrictions of national boundaries. It will grant the rights of free cultural self-determination to all nations. In these ways, world socialism will remove the causes of international wars, which under capitalism now seriously threaten to send mankind back into barbarism or complete destruction. 148. Part 2. The Revolutionary Party. The working class, under capitalism and in the initial stages of the socialist revolution, is neither economically nor socially, nor ideologically homogeneous. It is united in terms of fundamental historical class interest, and by the urgent needs of the daily class struggle. However, it still remains divided by different income levels and working conditions, by religion, nationality, culture, sex, age. Through the perverting influence of capitalist oppression and propaganda, it is further divided by conflicting ideologies, and weakened by the low cultural and educational level of many of its members. There are, moreover, the divisions between various sections of the working class and its potential allies in the revolutionary struggle. For these reasons, the working class cannot, as a whole or spontaneously, directly plan and guide its own struggle for power. For this, a directing staff, a conscious vanguard, arising out of the ranks of the proletariat and based upon it, participating actively in the day-by-day struggles of the workers and in all progressive struggles, and planning clear-sightedly the broader strategy of the longer-term struggle for state power and socialism, is indispensable. The staff and vanguard constitutes the Revolutionary Party. The entire experience of our epoch demonstrates irrefutably that without the leadership of the Revolutionary Party the lasting victory of the workers is impossible. Without an adequate, firm, and strong Revolutionary Party, the magnificent heroism, militancy, and self-sacrifice of the workers lead and can only lead to sporadic and unconnected battles for partial aims which achieve no lasting conquests and prepare the ground for defeats. The Revolutionary Party must be forged in active struggle. Its leadership cannot be imposed from above. It can be won only by demonstrating in action the correctness of its program and the superiority of its tactics. The support of the party cannot rest upon demagogy, the universal instrument of all other political parties. It cannot be imposed on the masses by force and against their will, but must be based upon free acceptance by the decisive sections of the masses. The membership of the Revolutionary Party comprises the most advanced, determined, and devoted militants in the struggle for socialism, voluntarily united on the basis of tested principles and welded together in rigorous discipline. The program of the Revolutionary Party rests upon the great principles of revolutionary Marxism expounded by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky, and representing the summation of experience of the working class in its struggle for power. These principles have been verified in particular in the experiences of the last World War and by the victory of the Russian proletarian revolution. 149. They have been concretized in the basic documents of the first four Congresses of the Communist International and the fundamental programmatic documents put forward by the Movement for the Fourth International in the past 14 years. The SWP stands upon the main line of principle developed in these documents. The organizational structure of the Revolutionary Party, enabling the party to carry through its historic tasks, rests upon the principle of democratic centralism. This means the fullest inter-party democracy combined with centralized direction and rigid discipline in action. Inter-party democracy guarantees full and free discussion of all party problems, and freedom of criticism both of policies and of the leadership. The leadership, up to and including the highest bodies, is freely and democratically elected by the membership, and subject to its control and removal. The administration of the party is centralized, with lower units subordinate to the higher units. In public and in action, all members are required to carry out the discipline of the party. Capitalist economy and politics are today worldwide in their basis and scope. The great crises of the modern world, economic crisis, war, revolution, are international in character. The struggle against capitalism and the solution of the problems of the modern world in a world socialist society are likewise international. Consequently, the Revolutionary Party, if it is to be able to lead this struggle, must itself be an international party, planning its course in terms of an international strategy applied tactically in terms of the local conditions and circumstances of any given nation, and organized in national sections adhering to a single unified national center. The working class can conduct partial defensive actions and even achieve certain offensive gains on the basis of the united front and a non-revolutionary perspective. It can take and maintain power, however, only when a decisive majority has been won to the concrete program of the revolution, and this is possible only through the firm and active leadership of the Revolutionary Party. Similarly, the leadership of the Revolutionary Party is required to secure the defense of the workers' state and to carry out the organization of socialist economy. The role of the Revolutionary Party as the leader of the class continues until all forms of class organization, including both the state and all political parties, have disappeared, giving way to the classless socialist society. The Second International. The Second International, now known as the Labor and Socialist International, answering at one time the needs of one stage in the development of the working class, performed a great progressive function in the mass organization of workers and in the spread of the ideas of socialism. During the period 150 of relative prosperity and stability of capitalism at the beginning of this century, however, and with the rise of imperialism, which fostered the growth and dominance of a labor aristocracy and a conservative trade union and party bureaucracy associated with it, the Second International and all of its major constituent parties were corrupted, and degenerated into patriotic props of bourgeois democracy. The leadership abandoned the road of revolutionary class struggle for power in favor of class collaboration and purely reformist activities aiming at partial demands sought within the framework of capitalism. It accepted, in principle and in practice, the policy of participation in bourgeois coalition governments, that is, of service as political executives for the bourgeoisie. The extent of the degeneration was fully revealed in 1914, when the parties of the Second International in Europe went over in a body to full-blown social patriotism, and within each country became the recruiting agents within the working class for the imperialist war. Following the war, these parties and the International became the chief bulwark of capitalism against the rising tide of proletarian revolution. In Germany, the leading party of this International drowned the revolution in blood, and handed the power back to the German bourgeoisie. The intervening period has only confirmed the lessons of those years. From instruments of reforms, especially for the labor aristocracy, they were converted, after the war, into agencies for wiping out the previously conquered social reforms off labor, whose existence was no longer tolerable by a declining capitalist order. Everywhere, the Second International and its parties have functioned as a brake set against the workers' revolution, and have proved not merely their inability to lead the workers to victory, but, as in Italy, Germany, and Austria, their certainty of condemning the workers to defeat and finally to fascism. At the present time, the most important remaining parties of the Second International, Great Britain, France, have already proclaimed their social patriotism in the coming war, have voted for the imperialist armament budgets, and are making ready once again to lead the masses to slaughter for the cause of democratic imperialism, and in Spain the party of the Second International, administering the bourgeois government of the People's Front, is making impossible the success of the military struggle against the fascists by subordinating the working class to the bourgeoisie and at the same time liquidating the revolutionary conquests of the workers within the loyalist territory. Organizationally, the Second International functions merely as a bureaucratic secretariat, and the apparatus of all the major parties is firmly in the hands of hidebound reformist bureaucracies. Experience thus proves that the Second International is an international of defeat and betrayal and is totally bankrupt as an actual or potential leader of the revolutionary movement. Its reform is excluded on both political and 151. Organizational grounds. The development of the Revolutionary Party in the present era requires the complete and absolute break, both organizationally and politically, with the Second International. The Third International. The Third, or Communist, International, was projected by Lenin immediately following the betrayal of the Second International to the war, and founded in the fire of the October insurrection in Russia. In its early years, under the guidance of the leaders of the mightiest triumph of the working class, the Third International was the flaming inspiration of the oppressed masses of the entire world. The workers' state in Russia was successfully defended against its enemies, its power consolidated, and the foundations of a socialist economy established. Mighty battles were fought everywhere by the working class on the international arena. The programmatic documents of the early years of the International summed up the great and permanently valid principles of revolutionary Marxism, and applied those principles to the conditions of our time. But the failure of the revolution in the advanced nations and the physical and moral exhaustion of the masses as the result of the imperialist war and the revolutionary struggles enabled the Stalinist clique to gain control of the Soviet state apparatus, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and subsequently the Communist International and all of its sections. With Stalin and his adherents in control, and proceeding from the reactionary and anti-Marxist policies of attempting to build a pretended socialism within the national confines of the Soviet Union alone, in independence of the international revolutionary struggle, and of suppressing Soviet, workers, and party democracy in the interests of bureaucratic control and privilege, the history of the Third International and its sections became one of decline, degeneration, and decay. The entire Third International has become a mere appendage of the Stalinist bureaucratic machine, utilized as an instrument to serve the interests of the bureaucracy, and against the interests of the working class both of the Soviet Union and of the entire world. The events of the past 4 years, the collapse of the German Communist Party at the advent of Hitler, the proceedings of the 7th Congress of the Communist International, the adoption of the policy of the People's Front, the new constitution of the Soviet Union, the policies currently pursued within Spain and China, and above all the unprecedented series of trials, executions, and purges beginning within the Soviet Union but now being extended by the GPU throughout the world, these events make clear the extent and profundity of the degeneration of the Third International. The Third International is now being used to enlist the masses within the 152 democratic imperialist countries to support one of the imperialist coalitions in the approaching World War, and to smash all opposition to the new war. The Third International stands within the international working class as the chief bulwark of capitalism and the chief obstacle to the socialist revolution. The organization of the Third International and its sections is rigidly monolithic in character. No slightest semblance of party democracy remains. The control of bureaucratic absolutism extends from top to bottom. Its regime is compounded of lies, frame ups, treachery, and terrorism. No hope whatever of the reform of the Third International or its sections remains. In policy and organization, in ideas and practices, it is hopelessly and utterly bankrupt. The development of the Revolutionary Party, the continued defense of the remaining conquests of the Russian Revolution, the struggle for proletarian power, are inseparable from an uncompromising break with and intransigent struggle against the Third International. Centrist parties and groupings. From time to time within nearly every country in the modern world, parties or political groupings develop in terms of a program which seeks an intermediary position between revolutionary Marxism, representing the unequivocal historical interests of the working class, and reformism, representing in the last analysis the interests of the bourgeoisie operating within the working class. Prominent examples of such parties include the British Independent Labour Party, the Germany Socialist Workers' Party, SAP, the Spanish Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, POUM, the Brandler-Lovestone groups, and many of them have during recent years been affiliated to the so-called London Bureau. These centrist parties and groupings, which attempted to straddle between the two major class forces in modern society, are by their very nature sterile and incapable of leading an effective and successful struggle for the socialist revolution. Though progressive as a stage in the evolution from reformism to revolutionary Marxism, centrism, stopping short of transformation into revolutionary Marxism, functions in practice to disorient the workers, acts as a cover for reformism both of the social democratic and Stalinist varieties, and blocks the revolutionary struggle for workers' power. Revolutionary Marxism, therefore, cannot tolerate any conciliation with centrism. The new international war, fascism, the economic crises of capitalism, are international phenomena. The conflict between the restrictions which national boundaries place upon the development of the productive forces and the international character of economy is a world problem. Socialism by its very nature is an international. 153. Social order. So too, if the workers' movement and the workers' revolution are to succeed, must they be international, and directed in terms of an international strategy. Because of the unequal development of the countries of the world, and since state power is national under capitalism, its conquest must begin in some given nation or nations. But the seizure of power in one country can endure and can go forward towards socialism only by the extension of the revolution to the entire world, and by the building of socialism as a world system. The SWP therefore rejects the utopian and anti-Marxian theory of socialism in one country. The Revolutionary Party must thus be an international party, with sections in every country. Its strategy must be worked out in terms of an international perspective, with national tactics adapted to the specific peculiarities and conditions within each nation, but all flowing from the international strategy. The recognition of the hopeless bankruptcy of the existing internationals of the working class, of the second and third internationals, and of the impossibilities of their reform, is consequently inseparable from the recognition of the imperative need for building the new, fourth international, based upon the uncompromising principles of revolutionary Marxism. The rebuilding of the Revolutionary Party in the United States is an integral part of the rebuilding of the Revolutionary Party internationally, of the formation of the Fourth International. The Revolutionary Party in the United States collaborates in the fullest measure with all groups, organizations, and parties in all other countries standing on the same fundamental program as our own, and cooperates with them in the elaboration of a complete world program. The SWP, therefore, is affiliated with the Bureau for the Fourth International as its section in the United States. Parties in the United States won the Socialist Party following the split of the world's working class political movement by the social patriotic betrayal of the Second International and the subsequent organization of the Communist International. The Socialist Party of the United States entered a long period of stagnation. Politically it stood at the right wing of the parties of the Second International, but, unlike the European parties, it had little mass influence. Its policies were class collaborationist and thoroughly reformist in character. Its perspective was based upon the achievement of petty reforms within the framework of capitalist society, and its activities were confined largely to trivial parliamentary contests chiefly within the sphere of municipal politics. Within the trade unions, so far as it functioned at all, it acted only as a prop for the reactionary old-line bureaucrats. Internationally, it restored 154. And maintained its affiliation to the Second International, that is, to the organization which engineered the social patriotic betrayal to the war and which smashed the socialist revolution in the West European countries. Following the victory of Hitler in Germany, a progressive ferment set in among the membership, the active section of which was resolved to learn from and profit by the lessons of the German defeats. This ferment took form as an organizational struggle of the militant faction against the stranglehold of the old guard, representing reformism in its most crass and reactionary expression. The struggle reached a head at the Cleveland Convention in 1936, as a result of which the main sections of the old guard split away from the Socialist Party to form the Social Democratic Federation, through which their policies continue in operation. Both before and after the Cleveland Convention, there was an influx into the Socialist Party of unaffiliated revolutionists, and of an entire revolutionary group, The former Workers' Party. The revolutionists already within the party fused with these incoming revolutionists, joining in the common struggle for an uncompromising revolutionary policy and a genuinely revolutionary party. The spectacle of the rapid advance of the revolutionary current, however, dismayed and alarmed the centrists and right-wingers who were still in control of the apparatus of the Socialist Party. Resolved to prevent at all costs the transformation of the party into a clear-cut revolutionary organization, they called the Chicago Convention in March 1937, in an attempt to cut off the revolutionary current. Failing in this attempt because of the resistance of the membership, they took bureaucratic measures in the summer of 1937 to split the party. In flagrant violation of the convention decisions and the will of the membership, they utilized their control of the national apparatus to put an end to party democracy and then to expel the revolutionary wing. The decisive political motivation for the expulsion of the revolutionists was the determination of the old line leadership to swing the party sharply to the right, exemplified by the treacherous decision to support the capitalist candidate for mayor of the New York People's Front, extending from the Lovestonites and Stalinists to the Republican Party. The entire active militant membership rallied to the revolutionary wing, and stood with unbroken ranks, firm in the resolve to carry forward the great task of rebuilding the revolutionary party in this country. The centrists and right-wingers have retained only the formal shell of the Socialist Party, a hopeless, miserable, impotent clique, already falling apart in a dozen different directions and sinking in its bulk to sterile passivity. That Socialist Party is now only a dead husk. It offers no hope, it has no policy, no perspective. There is no hope for it any longer on the American political scene. The comparatively 155 small number of individual militants remaining within it can function in the revolutionary movement of the working class only by breaking immediately and finally with the Altman Thomas Tyler Socialist Party, and with everything for which it stands. 2. The Communist Party. The Communist Party of the United States is a faithful replica of the sections of the Communist International everywhere. Its main function is to prepare the mass support of the United States government in the coming imperialist war. It has already announced publicly its support of that war and its intention of acting as the lynch gang to take care of all those who oppose the war. In compliance with the policy of the People's Front, it supports capitalist candidates and capitalist parties in elections, and utilizes its full influence to direct the workers away from independent proletarian action. It acts as the propagandist for the Moscow trials and has already begun the introduction of the system of the Moscow trials into this country, a step which will lead to ever-increasing attempts at the frame-up, terrorization, even assassination of working-class militants. Within the labor movement, the Communist Party of the United States plays a reactionary role. Indeed, its policy in practice is not less reactionary than that of the old-line trade union bureaucrats with whom it is allied. The primary concern of the Communist Party is not with the immediate needs of the workers and their unions, it seeks only to manipulate the unions in accordance with the requirements of the People's Front in preparing the social patriotic betrayal to the war. The Stalinists within the unions are ready to make any deal whatever with either bureaucrats or bosses, to engineer any type of sell-out, and in general devote their energies to the crushing of every sign of progressive and militant opposition. In their use of gangsterism, lies, frame-ups, and bureaucratism, the Stalinists in the unions are distinguished from the older-style reactionary bureaucrats only by the greater skill, thoroughness, and ruthlessness of the Stalinists in applying their anti-working class and counter-revolutionary methods. Far from offering any hope whatever in the task of building the revolutionary party, the Communist Party of the United States is a counter-revolutionary agency, the chief obstacle within the working class to building the revolutionary party. It is true that there are at present, either within the Communist Party or its various collateral organizations, many individuals with militant and even revolutionary sentiments who, though dissatisfied with the party and its policy, do not yet realize the full implications of the policy and are not yet ready to break sharply with Stalinism. These elements will inevitably come into sharp 156 conflict with the treacherous policies and leadership of the Communist Party. The Revolutionary Party will be a rallying banner for all those who break with Stalinism. But this can be accomplished only through the unremitting, constant, and uncompromising struggle against Stalinism itself in all its forms and on every field. 3 labor and farmer labor parties. There is at present in this country, as on other occasions in the past, a movement toward the formation of various sorts of labor and farmer labor parties. In a few states and localities such parties are already in existence, and functioning as political organizations. Mass labor and farmer labor parties are all defined in political character as reformist. As such, the programs and activities are directed to securing reforms within the framework of capitalist society, and against the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. The solution of the historical problems of the working class, the defeat of fascism, the abolition of war, the gaining of material security, none of them can be secured without the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. In the present era, the continuance of capitalism makes war, fascism, impoverishment for the masses, inevitable. It therefore follows, as is also demonstrated conclusively by the experience of the labor movement, that these reformist parties act in practice and in crises as bulwarks of capitalism and enemies of the socialist revolution. Their false program and perspective disorient the masses, turning them aside from revolutionary class struggle, and permit the forces of reaction to consolidate without effective opposition. The history of the present Labor Party movement in the country reinforces these conclusions. The American Labor Party in New York was specifically founded by the trade union bureaucrats to gather votes for Roosevelt from those workers whom the Democratic Party could no longer dupe or attract, and who would not therefore have voted for a presidential candidate on an old party ticket. Similarly, in 1937, it brought nearly 500,000 labor votes to the capitalist candidate LaGuardia. So, in the rest of the country, the Labor Party movement is used by the bureaucrats to bolster up and refurbish capitalist politics, to provide a new coating to make capitalist politics palatable to the masses. There is every indication that the present Labor Party developments, however far they may be extended, will continue the efforts to make deals and bargains with the 2 existing capitalist parties, perhaps even to fuse with one or another section of these parties, and will strive to maneuver to a position of holding the balance of power between them by playing off one against the other. Far from constituting independent class politics, the present Labor Party. 157. Development is, from the point of view of the bureaucrats and the bourgeoisie, the method for preventing the growth of independent class politics. For such reasons, the Revolutionary Party cannot for a moment compromise with the program of the Labor and Farmer Labor parties. It must consistently and vigorously put forward its own full revolutionary program as the only solution to the problems of the workers and of the masses generally, and must strive at all times to recruit directly into its own ranks. Nor can the Revolutionary Party properly take the initiative in advocating the formation of Labor or Farmer Labor parties. Nevertheless, the Labor Party movement, from the point of view of the workers themselves, does reveal a progressive development in general towards class consciousness. In spite of the channels into which it is led by the bureaucrats, it shows in the masses a growing realization of the true character of capitalist politics as summed up in the Republican and Democratic parties and a striving for independent political action. To stand aside completely from such a development where it comprises the bulk of the militant and advanced sections of the workers would be hopelessly sectarian for the revolutionists. Where the Labor Party develops as a genuine mass movement separate from the capitalist parties, the revolutionists must remain in the midst of the workers who are passing through that experience precisely in order to make certain that the workers will draw the lessons from that experience which are required in order to go on from it to revolutionary class politics. Uncompromising, programmatic independence on the part of the Revolutionary Party is an indispensable precondition for any activity in which revolutionists may engage, especially through their trade unions, in broad and significant Labor Party movements. Whenever the revolutionists find themselves in a Labor Party, they will stand at each stage for those concrete policies and actions which sum up a progressive and class perspective, for complete breaks with the capitalist parties and no support of candidates on capitalist tickets, for direct mass actions and avoidance of limitation to parliamentary activities, for full internal democracy, for support and defense of concrete working class rights against their invasion from any source, including invasions from candidates of the Labour Party itself, etc. THSP. In the light of the considerations set forth in this Declaration of Principles, and basing itself upon the great principles herein outlined, the Convention of Revolutionary Socialists held in Chicago from December 31, 1937 to January 3, 1938, establishes the SWP as an independent organization. We call upon all revolutionary militants to join with us to build the SWP into the mass revolu. 158. Shonary Party which will lead the working class of the United States to power, and which, together with the revolutionists of all countries united in the Fourth International, will achieve the victory of the international revolution and of world socialism. Part 3. The aim of the SWP. The main specific task of the SWP is the mobilization of the American masses for struggle against American capitalism, and for its overthrow. To this end the party will seek to win the support of the industrial and agricultural workers by its activity within their mass organizations, and to establish an alliance between the workers and farmers and other sections of the middle class ready and able to join labor in a struggle against the big capitalist class. The SWP will support and seek to give leadership to all progressive struggles, whether for immediate or more far-reaching demands, to strikes, organization campaigns, demonstrations, mass actions for relief and jobs and social insurance, mass fights against lynching, evictions, foreclosures, violations of civil rights, and against every type of reaction. While relying primarily on mass actions, propaganda, and agitation as the means for furthering its revolutionary aim, the party will also participate in electoral campaigns, though at all times contending against the fatal illusion that the masses can accomplish their emancipation through the ballot box. Election campaigns will serve primarily as a means for revolutionary propaganda, and candidates who are elected will utilize their offices first of all to expose the sham of capitalist democracy and to promote the mass movement of the workers. The party will endeavor constantly to educate the militant workers in the principles of revolutionary Marxism. Everywhere, by direct participation, it will seek to demonstrate in action the applicability of its principles and tactics and the competence of its leadership. The trade unions. The trade unions are the elementary and basic organs of working class defense against capitalist aggression, and of all trade unions, the most important are those of the workers in the large shops, mills, factories, and mines of the basic industries. The primary field of party work is trade union activity. In trade union policy, the party stands for the methods of militant class struggle, the organization of the unorganized, industrial unionism, in all fields where this is feasible, and broad inter-union democracy. The party fights against policies of class collaborationism, against bureaucratism, gangsterism. 159. And racketeering, and against reliance on the government and governmental agencies. The party, while in no degree relaxing its support of the unions and their struggles, fights also against those forces within the unions which carry out these reactionary policies, against the trade union bureaucracy and against all other reactionary tendencies in the unions, in particular against Stalinism. The party stands for the closest cooperation between the trade unions and the unemployed for their common interest, and opposes any discrimination against the unemployed workers. The party stands for trade union unity, since a divided trade union movement weakens the defensive strength of the workers against reaction, and facilitates the coming of fascism. The party does not, however, make a fetish of unity at all costs. While against the policy of building paper red unions, as advocated by the Stalinists in the so-called Third Period, and in favor of working within the genuine existing unions, which are for the most part reformist in policy and leadership, the party recognizes that special circumstances may have brought about the development of genuine unions outside the chief central trade union body or bodies, and in such cases it supports these independent trade unions while working for their Reintegration into the mainstream of the labor movement, and where the existing central body or bodies refuse to organize a given field, the party favors its organization in any case on a temporarily independent basis. In keeping with its stand for trade union unity, the party favors the unity of the AFL and the CW on the foundation of progressive trade union policy. In the division of the labor movement into AFL and CW, the party recognizes the historically more progressive character of the CIO movement in its policies of industrial unionism and organization of the unorganized. Nevertheless, the CIO does not have an exclusive claim to support, both because of its own reactionary features, its extreme violations of trade union democracy and its class collaborationism, and more especially because the AFL remains a genuine mass organization of a section of the American working class. Consequently, in the case of concrete disputes between the two and in questions of conflicting fields of operation for party members, there is no universal formula in favor of either organization. Each such issue must be settled on its own merits in the light of the specific circumstances involved. The party supports and builds the trade unions. It is not content, however, to work in them at the level of mere and pure trade unionism. It seeks to build within the unions a broad progressive wing based on progressive trade union policies. And at all times it aims to raise the level of class consciousness of the trade union members, and to politicalize their thoughts and activities to the fullest possible degree. 160. The middle classes. Though the leadership in the revolutionary struggle for socialism can be held only by the working class cannot succeed in its struggle without winning to its side broad sections of the middle classes, of the farmers, professional workers, small shopkeepers, etc. The middle classes in modern society, occupying a social position which causes them to vacillate between the two basic decisive classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat, have no independent social perspective or program for society as a whole, and thus in crucial situations tend always in their bulk to throw their weight to one or the other of the two decisive classes. It would therefore be fatal from a revolutionary point of view for the working class to attempt to win the middle classes by abandoning its program, the program of revolutionary socialism, and accepting as substitute some specious middle-class program, as is done in the case of the tactic of the People's Front. On the same grounds, the SWP rejects the conception of a two-class party, farmer-labor party, etc., which is an attempt to put two different classes on the same plane by organizing them into a single party with a single program. Preserving its own program intact, the working class must win the middle classes, especially their lower, more impoverished, and more discontented strata, by first demonstrating to them the power and strength of the working class in action, and second, by supporting those specific demands and struggles of the middle classes which are directed implicitly against capitalism and whose full achievement requires the sharpest struggle against capitalism itself, demands for mortgage relief, tax relief. In the lower brackets, better conditions of farm tenancy, improved conditions for the lower paid professional workers and technicians, etc. In agriculture, the Revolutionary Working Class Party bases itself primarily upon the agricultural proletariat, whose interests it defends at all times, even when need be, against the middle-class farmers. The living conditions of the great mass of farm tenants, sharecroppers, and smaller independent farmers are in this country at almost a subhuman level, in many instances indeed well below that of the industrial workers. In recent years also, many of the professional workers have been feeling the full weight of capitalist decline both in the lowering of their own living standards, and likewise in the growing disparity between the tasks they are trained to accomplish and the inability of capitalism to provide any way to make use of their training. These sections of the population are beginning to organize in defense of their immediate interests. Support of their progressive demands and struggles, linking of those struggles with the struggles of the proletariat, and a bold and vigorous policy on the part of the Revolutionary Party will save them from fascism, to which they will otherwise tum, and win them to the socialist revolution. 161. Negroes and other oppressed racial groups. The Negroes compose the most exploited and persecuted section of the population of this country. Racial differences and antagonisms, moreover, are exploited by the capitalist dictatorship to drive down the standard of living of all workers and to keep them from uniting against their oppressors. The SWP will seek to break down the vicious chauvinistic superiority prejudices with which the bourgeoisie systematically poisons the minds of the white workers. It will aim to convince the white workers on the one hand, and the workers of the Negro and other oppressed racial groups, such as the Japanese, Mexicans, and Filipinos, on the other, that their interests are the same. Workers, regardless of race, must be united in economic and political organizations for a common struggle. The SWP stands for the complete equality of the Negroes and all other races, and will fight against every form of race discrimination, economic, political, social, against wage differentials, lynching, Jim Crowism, the barring of Negroes and other racial groups from the trade unions, discrimination against them where they are in unions, and all other forms of racial and national chauvinism. At the same time, it points out that the Negro masses cannot achieve deliverance by reliance upon Negro capitalists or middle-class Negroes or upon so-called Negro capitalism. Only by the complete abolition of capitalism will the Negroes gain freedom from discrimination, exploitation, and tyranny. The unemployed. The enormous and largely permanent army of the unemployed during the period of the rapid decline of capitalism is a vast depository of every kind of social discontent. In a position where the conduct of their lives has lost social meaning, the unemployed will join with the movement that convincingly fights for their demands and opens to them the prospect of a new and integral place in the social order. Unless the working class movement, by giving support to their struggles and by vigorous presentation of the revolutionary way out of the crisis, draws in the unemployed, they will be a prey to chauvinistic and military propaganda, to false social nostrums, and to fascist demagoguery. The SWP will resist all efforts to erect barriers between the employed and unemployed, will constantly stress the community of interest between them, and will show in action how the fight of employed and unemployed against their common oppressor can be united. It supports and helps organize the struggles of the unemployed masses for relief, for jobs, against evictions, for social insurance, etc. It stands for the unity of the employed and unemployed, by the organization of the latter into a movement directly associated with the trade unions. 162. The youth. Throughout its existence, the capitalist system has been marked by the extreme and shameful exploitation of children and youth. Today, in the decline of capitalism, it is unable even to offer jobs at starvation wages to millions of the youth, but holds out for them a life of frustration and sterility, and the destruction and degradation of fascism and war. It is particularly from the ranks of the youth, with their physical vitality, their courage, and their moral idealism, that the SWP can and must expect to recruit the best militants in the struggle for socialism. The party will champion the progressive interests, aims, and demands of the youth, and will carry out as an urgent and most important task the building of a broad youth organization, based upon the principles of revolutionary Marxism, which will embrace young workers, farmers, and students. The party, however, rejects the conception that the youth constitute a special or independent class in modern society, with special historical interests and program. A youth movement which will be of aid in the struggle for socialism must be an integral part of the revolutionary workers' movement, and must base itself upon the perspective of their program. The struggle against imperialist war. Since war is inevitably bred by capitalist society, the only genuine struggle against war is precisely the struggle against the social system which breeds it, the struggle against capitalism and for socialism. Only through the elimination of the causes for war will war itself be done away with. Through socialism alone can mankind establish the foundations for enduring peace. The SWP is against every imperialist war and opposes all wars fought by any and all imperialist states, whether fascist or democratic, since such wars can only be reactionary in character and counter to the interests of the masses and of the revolution. In the imperialist United States, the SWP fights against war preparations and militarization, but at the same time always makes clear that war cannot be permanently prevented unless the imperialist government of the United States is overthrown and its place taken by a workers' state, that lasting peace is possible only under socialism. Pacifism attempts to divorce the struggle against war from the prosecution of the class struggle against capitalism. In practice, therefore, pacifism is entirely futile and powerless against war itself, and still further, spreads illusions about the nature of war which divert the masses from the genuine struggle against it and play into the hands of imperialism. The SWP, consequently, exposes the futility and illusions of pacifism. In the United States, pacifism is particularly dangerous because its ideas are so widespread and influential, and because it is in a sense the official imperialist doctrine, indeed, the ideological prepara. 163. For the next imperialist war bases itself largely on the notion that from the point of view of the United States it will be a war for peace. If, in spite of the efforts of the revolutionists and the militant workers, the US government enters a new war, the SWP will not under any circumstances support that war but will on the contrary fight against it. The SWP will advocate the continuance of the class struggle during the war regardless of the consequences for the outcome of the American military struggle, and will try to prepare the masses to utilize the war crisis for the overthrow of US capitalism and the victory of socialism. The SWP opposes and will continue at all times to oppose every form of social patriotism, all advocacy of national union or suspension of the class struggle during wartime, and will make clear to the workers that no war conducted by the capitalist government of the United States can be to their interest, or be any other than a war for imperialist profit and plunder. The policy of the SWP with respect to imperialist war holds good under all conditions. It applies if the war is conducted between the fascist imperialisms and the democratic imperialisms in the same manner as if the war takes place between coalitions including both fascist and democratic imperialisms on each side. It applies also if the United States is in military alliance with the Soviet Union. In the latter case, the SWP would unreservedly support the Soviet Union against imperialism, but would expose the treacherous imperialist aims of the United States in the alliance, would call for the overthrow of US capitalism and its replacement by a revolutionary workers' government, which alone could carry forward the war in the interests of labor, of the revolutionary defense of the Soviet Union, and of the world socialist revolution. The practical steps which our party will take in the course of its opposition to such a war will be decided in light of the consideration of the need of facilitating the utmost aid to the Soviet Union's armed forces against an imperialist power in conformity with our position of defense of the Soviet Union from imperialist assault. Colonial peoples. The struggle against imperialist war is inseparable from the struggle against imperialism in general, and therefore, from support of the wars of enslaved peoples against their imperialist oppressors, of colonies against the nations which keep them in servitude, of nationalities, races, and minorities which suffer from the yoke of oppressors, of workers' states against capitalist states. The SWP is not neutral or indifferent in such wars, but actively supports the oppressed against the oppressors. United States imperialism, exploiting the masses within its national boundaries, at the same time and to an even greater degree, exploits the peoples. 164. Of Latin and Central America, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Liberia, the Philippines. These people are thus the potential allies of the American workers in the struggle against US imperialism, and neither they nor the American workers can expect to win freedom except in joint combat against the common enemy. The SWP supports every progressive struggle of these peoples. It stands for the immediate and unhampered right of self-determination for them, free from military, political, or economic intervention or pressure by the US government. It stands for the immediate and unconditional independence of all the territories, colonies, and dependencies of the US and for the withdrawal of all troops from them. It is opposed to any attempt by American imperialism, open or masked, to infringe upon the right of self-determination of any nation or people. The revolutions in the colonies, semi-colonies, and spheres of influence of United States imperialism are integrally and reciprocally related to the revolutionary struggle against that imperialism at home. A successful revolution in the United States would be decisive for the emancipation of the toiling masses throughout Latin America, while, on the other hand, a revolution beginning in one of the Latin American countries, or in one of the colonies or semi-colonies of the US, could spread throughout the continent and powerfully accelerate the development of the class struggle and the revolution within the United States. The SWP regards it, therefore, as a central task to aid and support the revolutionary movement in these nations and colonies, and to establish the closest relations with the revolutionists and revolutionary organizations within them. The Defense of Soviet Union. The Russian Revolution, the greatest event in the history of mankind, is the guide and inspiration of the workers of the entire world. All the years of imperialist assault and sabotage, of the misrule, treachery, and finally usurpation of Stalinism, have not yet succeeded in destroying the foundations of the workers' state, nor did they prevent the Soviet Union, the product of that revolution, from demonstrating the immense superiority of the socialist organization of society over even the most developed forms of capitalism, and have not succeeded in wiping out the great social conquests of the revolution. The economy and social relations established by the revolution still remain, against the blows of Stalinism, providing the foundation, once the Soviet Union is cleansed of the poison of Stalinism, for victorious resumption of the march towards socialism. It is, consequently, the elementary and imperative duty of all workers, and especially of the Revolutionary Party, to defend the Soviet Union unconditionally against any and every imperialist nation. The defense of the Soviet Union cannot, of course, rest primarily upon the League of Nations or attempted ally. 165. Answers with capitalist nations, but is essentially based upon and inseparable from unrelenting struggle against the counter-revolutionary policies of Stalinism, which now imminently threaten to complete the betrayal and liquidation of the Russian Revolution, and inseparable equally from the extension of the workers' revolution to other nations, which, in the last analysis, is the only effective defense of the Russian Revolution. Coalition governments. When a working-class party enters a coalition government of the bourgeois regime, it thereby accepts responsibility for the administration of the bourgeois state and functions thus as an agent of the class enemy. Such an action is incompatible with revolutionary class struggle, which is directed toward the overthrow of the bourgeois state and the triumph of a workers' regime. The SWP will under no circumstances whatever enter or give political support to any bourgeois government. Democracy and fascism. The SWP stands unequivocally for the fullest and most complete democracy, possible only by the victorious achievement of socialism. Indeed, this is presupposed in the very ideal of socialism, or the fullest and most meaningful democracy is realized only with the realization of socialism. Nevertheless, it is not democracy in the abstract or mere democratic forms devoid of content to which the SWP gives allegiance. The SWP defends and aims to extend the concrete democratic rights of the masses, for these alone are of actual value and significance. Capitalist democracy, though permitting a certain number of these concrete democratic rights, is in the last analysis a mask for the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. At no time does it or can it permit the wide or genuine exercise of democratic rights by the masses. Under capitalist democracy, the working class must fight to extend to the maximum all democratic rights, which capitalism, especially in the period of decline, seeks to curtail. The defense of democratic rights, the defense of genuine democracy, demands in the end the social revolution, since only through the revolution will democracy for the masses be achieved. The defense of the fraud of capitalist democracy, which is the rule of capitalist exploitation, only guarantees in the end the crushing by fascism of even those limited democratic rights and institutions which capitalism is normally compelled to tolerate. In the decline of capitalism, the growing internal conflicts of capitalism in nation after nation make it necessary for the bourgeoisie, if it is to maintain its social dictatorship and class domination, to abolish or reduce to a shell the 166. Capitalist democratic form of government and go over to fascism. Fascism does away with all of the democratic rights of the masses. But fascism also, since it is the outgrowth and product of capitalism in decline, can be defeated finally only through the socialist revolution. The effective struggle against fascism cannot, therefore, be divorced from the struggle against capitalism itself and for socialism. Democratic rights are necessary for the masses at all times in order for them to organize, and to facilitate political education and propaganda in the ideas of socialism. The SWP therefore stands at all times for the defense and extension of the democratic rights of the masses, and advocates the broadest possible united fronts for such defense. Though insisting upon the fundamental identity in social character between all forms of capitalist dictatorship, the SWP recognizes the rise of the conflict between capitalist democracy and fascism, which sometimes assumes the sharpest forms, even those of civil war. While at all times pointing out that only the socialist revolution can in the end defeat fascism, and advocating the continuance of the class struggle for socialism under all circumstances, the SWP will, as a stage in the struggle for socialism, utilize every conflict between democratic capitalism and fascism to smash the latter and to advance the interests of the independent class movement of the workers in their irreconcilable struggle against capitalist rule itself under any form. Such policies as the purely electoral joint support of Hindenburg against Hitler in Germany, or of Van Zeeland against de Grelle in Belgium, are not a means of struggle against fascism, but of destroying the class independence of the workers, thus facilitating the advance of fascism, and are consequently contrary to the principles of the SWP. Support of one of the imperialist coalitions in the coming war on the alleged grounds that the given coalition was democratic and arrayed against fascism, far from being an active defense against fascism, would be social patriotic treachery, and altogether contradictory to revolutionary principles, and to the interests of the working class. However, support of the military struggle against Franco in the Spanish Civil War has been not merely consistent with revolutionary principle but the sole possible policy for revolutionists with respect to the Spanish Civil War and the only road of development toward the Spanish workers' revolution. The attitude toward analogous civil wars in other countries, including the United States, which involved an armed internal war between a fascist camp and a bourgeois democratic camp, would be the same. All technical and military support in the joint struggle against fascism as an inseparable part of the preparation for the socialist revolution. 167. The People's Front. The policy and tactics of the People's Front are merely the classic policy and tactics of class collaboration and coalitionism renamed and reapplied in the circumstances of the present time. The People's Front combats the program of Marxism and the class struggle for socialism. That is, it attempts to crush the independence of the working class, subordinating it ideologically, politically, and organizationally to the bourgeoisie. The People's Front, formulated and advocated in its most vicious form by Stalinism, proposes national unity and class peace on the basis of a program for the alleged defense of bourgeois democracy. The aim of the People's Front is to prepare for mass support to the coming imperialist war in the democratic nations. The result of the People's Front, as already proved conclusively by experience in both France and Spain, can only be the thrusting back of the revolution, the weakening and disorientation of the workers, betrayal to the war, and in the end the victory of fascism. The SWP therefore rejects and combats People's Frontism. The United Front. The working class must be united if it is to achieve victory. The most decisive unity will be gained when the majority of the working class unites on the basis of the ideas of revolutionary Marxism. Meanwhile, in spite of organizational and political differences, the workers must achieve united action in order to defend their rights and advance their interests. If they do not, wage and relief cuts, increasing abrogation of political and civil liberties, and finally, war and fascism, are assured. United action in the interests of the workers cannot be gained through the People's Front, which is in actuality the abandonment of the workers' struggle, nor from the pseudo-united front only from below, once advocated by the Stalinists, nor from unity based on paralyzing non-aggression pacts. The SWP stands for and advocates broad, honest, carefully defined united fronts of organizations on specific issues facing the workers, in which each organization, loyally adhering to the united front, retains its political and organizational independence, and its right to criticism either for failure to carry out the united front agreement or on questions of program and principle. Such united front actions develop the mass power of the workers, show the workers the need and value of unity, expose the weakness or treachery of reactionary and reformist leaders, and give the Revolutionary Party the opportunity to prove in action the correctness of its principles and tactics. United front actions are thus indispensable preparations for the revolutionary unity which, in the revolutionary crisis, will enable the workers to take power. James P. Cannon and Max Schachtman. The Socialist Workers' Party is a revolutionary Marxian party, based on a definite program, whose aim is the organization of the working class in the struggle for power and the transformation of the existing social order. All of its activities, its methods, and its internal regime are subordinated to this aim and are designed to serve it. Only a self-acting and critical-minded membership is capable of forging and consolidating such a party and of solving its problems by collective thought, discussion, and experience. From this follows the need for assuring the widest party democracy in the ranks of the organization. The struggle for power organized and led by the Revolutionary Party is the most ruthless and irreconcilable struggle in all history. A loosely knit, heterogeneous, undisciplined, untrained organization is utterly incapable of accomplishing such world historical tasks as the proletariat and the Revolutionary Party are confronted with in the present era. This is all the more emphatically true in the light of the singularly difficult position of our party and the extraordinary persecution to which it is subjected. From this follows the party's unconditional demand upon all its members for complete discipline in all the public activities and actions of the organization. Leadership and centralized direction are indispensable prerequisites for any sustained and disciplined action, especially in the party that sets itself the aim of leading the collective efforts of the proletariat in its struggle against capitalism. Without a strong and firm central committee, having the power to act promptly and effectively in the name of the party and to supervise, coordinate, and direct all of its activities without exception, the very idea of a revolutionary party is a meaningless jest. It is from these considerations, based upon the whole of the experience of working-class struggle throughout the world in the last century, that we derive the Leninist principle of organization, namely, democratic centralism. The same experience has demonstrated that there are no absolute guarantees for the preservation of the principle of democratic centralism, and no rigid formula that can be set down in advance, a priori, for the application of it under any and all circumstances. Proceeding from certain fundamental conceptions, the problem of applying the principle of democratic centralism differently under different conditions and stages of development of the struggle can be solved only in relation to the concrete situation, in the course of the tests and experience through which the movement passes, and on the basis of the most fruitful and healthy interrelationship of the leading bodies of the party and its rank and file. The leadership of the party must be under the control of the membership. Its policies must always be open to criticism, discussion, and rectification by the rank and file within properly established forms and limits, and the leading bodies themselves subject to formal recall or alteration. The membership of the party has the right to demand and expect the greatest responsibility from the leaders, precisely because of the position they occupy in the movement. The selection of comrades to the positions of leadership means the conferring of an extraordinary responsibility. The warrant for this position must be proved, not once but continuously by the leadership itself. It is under obligation to set the highest example of responsibility, devotion, sacrifice, and complete identification with the party itself and its daily life and action. It must display the ability to defend its policies before the membership of the party, and to defend the line of the party and the party as a whole before the working class in general. Sustained party activity, not broken or disrupted by abrupt and disorienting changes, presupposes not only a continuity of tradition and a systematic development of party policy, but also the continuity of leadership. It is an important sign of a serious and firmly constituted party, of a party really engaged in productive work in the class struggle, that it throws up, out of its ranks, cadres of more or less able leading comrades, tested for their qualities of endurance and trustworthiness, and that it thus ensures a certain stability and continuity of leadership by such a cadre. Continuity of leadership does not, however, signify the automatic self-perpetuation of leadership. Constant renewal of its ranks by means of additions and, when necessary, replacements, is the only assurance the party has that its leadership will not succumb to the effects of dry rot, that it will not be burdened with dead wood, that it will avoid the corrosion of conservatism and dilettantism, that it will not be the object of conflict between the older 170 elements and the younger, that the old and basic cadre will be refreshed by new blood, that the leadership as a whole will not become purely bureaucratic committee men with a life that is remote from the real life of the party and the activities of the rank and file. Like leadership, membership itself in the party implies certain definite rights. Party membership confers the fullest freedom of discussion, debate, and criticism inside the ranks of the party, limited only by such decisions and provisions as are made by the party itself or by bodies to which it assigns this function. Affiliation to the party confers upon each member the right of being democratically represented at all policy-making assemblies of the party, from branch to national and international convention, and the right of the final and decisive vote in determining the program, policies, and leadership of the party. With party rights, the membership has also certain definite obligations. The theoretical and political character of the party is determined by its program, which forms the lines delimiting the Revolutionary Party from all other parties, groups, and tendencies in the working class. The first obligation of party membership is loyal acceptance of the program of the party and regular affiliation to one of the basic units of the party. The party requires of every member the acceptance of its discipline and the carrying on of his activity in accordance with the program of the party, with the decisions adopted by its conventions and with the policies formulated and directed by the party leadership. Party membership implies the obligation of 100% loyalty to the organization, the rejection of all agents of other, hostile groups in its ranks, and intolerance of divided loyalties in general. Membership in the party necessitates a minimum of activity in the organization, as established by the proper unit, and under the direction of the party. It necessitates the fulfillment of all of the tasks which the party assigns to each member. Party membership implies the obligation upon every member to contribute materially to the support of the organization in accordance with his means. From the foregoing it follows that the party seeks to include in its ranks all the revolutionary, class-conscious, and militant workers who stand on its program and are active in building the movement in a disciplined manner. The Revolutionary Marxian Party rejects not only the arbitrariness and bureaucratism of the CP, but also the spurious and deceptive all-inclusiveness of the Thomas Tyler Hone Party, which is a sham and a fraud. Experience has proved conclusively that this all-inclusiveness paralyzes the party in general and the revolutionary left wing in particular, suppressing and bureaucratically hounding the latter while giving free rein to the right wing to commit the greatest crimes in the name of socialism and the party. The SWP seeks to be inclusive. 171. Only in this sense, that it accepts into its ranks those who accept its program and rejects from membership those who reject its program. The rights of each individual member, as set forth above, do not imply that the membership as a whole, namely, the party itself, does not possess rights of its own. The party as a whole has the right to demand that its work not be disrupted and disorganized, and has the right to take all the measures which it finds necessary to assure its regular and normal functioning. The rights of any individual member are distinctly secondary to the rights of the party membership as a whole. Party democracy means not only the most scrupulous protection of the rights of a given minority, but also the protection of the rule of the majority. The party is therefore entitled to organize the discussion and to determine its forms and limits. All inter-party discussion must be organized from the point of view that the party is not a discussion club which debates interminably on any and all questions at any and all times, without arriving at a binding decision that enables the organization to act, but from the point of view that we are a disciplined party of revolutionary action. The party in general not only has the right, therefore, to organize the discussion in accordance with the requirements of the situation, but the lower units of the party must be given the right, in the interests of the struggle against the disruption and disorganization of the party's work, to call irresponsible elements to order and, if need be, to eject them from the ranks. The decisions of the National Party Convention are binding on all party members without exception, and they conclude the discussion on all those disputed questions upon which a decision has been taken. Any party member violating the decisions of the convention, or attempting to revive discussion in regard to them without formal authorization of the party, puts himself thereby in opposition to the party and forfeits his right to membership. All party organizations are authorized and instructed to take any measures necessary to enforce this rule. Article 1. Name. The name of the organization shall be the Socialist Workers' Party, hereinafter referred to as the party. Article II. Purpose. The purpose of the party is set forth in its Declaration of Principles. Its purpose shall be to educate and organize the working class for the abolition of capitalism and the establishment of a workers' government to achieve socialism. Article 3. International affiliation. The party is affiliated to the International Bureau for the Fourth International. Its National Committee is empowered, subject to approval of the International Bureau, to enter into fraternal relations with groups and parties in other countries not affiliated to the Bureau with the aim of drawing them closer to or into the movement for the Fourth International. Article 4. Membership. Section. Every person who accepts the Declaration of Principles of the party and agrees to submit to its discipline and engage actively in its work shall be eligible to membership. Section 2. Applicants for membership shall sign an application card reading as follows: I hereby apply for membership in the Socialist Workers' Party. I.G. Socialist Workers' Party 1938. 173. Accept the Declaration of Principles and Constitution and agree to abide by the discipline of the party and to engage actively in its work. Section 3. Every member must belong to a duly constituted branch of the party in the territory where he resides, or at his place of work, if such a branch exists. In territories where no branch exists, applicants shall be admitted as members at large. Section 4. All applicants for membership shall be endorsed and recommended by 2 persons who have been members for not less than 3 months. Action by the party branch on applications for membership takes place to the absence of the applicant. Section 5. An official membership card shall be issued to each member. Section 6. A member desiring to leave one locality for another must apply to his branch for permission and receive a transfer card, which is to be deposited with the branch of the locality to which the member moves. If no branch exists in the new locality, the member shall remain a member at large. Section 7. The National Committee is empowered to accept groups or organizations of individuals, eligible under Section 1 of this article, as members en bloc, and to assign them to the proper branches. Article V. Units of organization. Section 1. The basic unit of the party shall be the branch, formed on a territorial or occupational basis. A branch shall consist of not less than 5 nor more than 50 members. When a branch achieves a membership of 50, it shall be subdivided into 2 branches. Exceptions can be made only by permission of the National Committee. Section 2. Wherever 2 branches exist in the same locality, a local executive committee shall be formed by elections at a joint membership meeting. Where 3 or more branches exist in the same locality, a local executive committee shall be elected at a city convention. Section 3. In such cases as may be decided by the National Committee, state or district executive committees, elected by state or district membership meetings or by local or district conventions, shall be formed. Article V1. Administration. Section. The highest governing body of the party is the National Convention. Its decisions shall be binding upon the entire membership. Section 2. Between national conventions, the authority of the convention, subject to the decisions of the convention itself, is vested in the National Committee elected by the convention. Section 3. The National Committee shall be comprised as follows. Par 1. There shall be 24 members, elected by the National Convention, plus 1 member selected by the NEC of the YPSL. Par 2. The National Convention shall also elect 10 alternates, to fill vacancies in the National Committee in the order decided upon by the Convention. Par 3. Members of the National Committee may be dropped from the committee and/or from the party only by vote of the National Convention. Members of the National Committee may, however, for cause be suspended from membership and be barred from all rights as members, pending final decision of the party convention, by vote of 2/3 of the membership of the National Committee. Section 4. The National Committee directs all the work of the party, decides all questions of policy in accord with the decisions of the convention, appoints subordinate officers and subcommittees, including the political committee, and, in general, constitutes between conventions the functioning authority of the party. Section 5. The local governing body of the party shall be the local executive committee, or where only one branch exists, the branch executive committee. Where state or district executive committees shall be constituted, the National Committee shall decide their relation to the local and branch executive committees. 175. Section 6. The branch executive committee shall be elected by the membership of the branch, and is subordinate to the branch membership. Its duties are to direct the activities of the branch, and to act with full powers for the branch between branch meetings. This section applies likewise to local executive committees. Article 6(1). Young People's Socialist League. Section 1. The Young People's Socialist League is the youth organization of the party for work among the young workers, young farmers, and students. Section 2. The YPSL is guided in its activities by the declaration of principles of the party, party politics, and decisions. Section 3. The YPSL is politically subordinate to the party but enjoys autonomy to decide its own organization problems, and to elect to its own officers and committees. Section 4. Members of the YPSL over the age of 21, who have been members of the YPSL for 6 months, must apply for membership in the party. Section 5. In all corresponding organs of the party and the YPSL, there shall be an exchange of representatives, each enjoying full rights, voice and vote. Article 111. Initiation fees and dues. Section 1. Each applicant for membership, other than charter members, shall pay an initiation fee of 50 cents, which shall be receipt for by an initiation stamp furnished by the National Office. The entire initiation fee shall be paid to the National Office. Section 2. Each member shall pay a monthly dues of 50 cents, which shall be receipt for by dues stamps furnished by the National Office through the branch treasurer, or local or district treasurer, and affixed to the membership card of each member. In addition, all members are expected to make regular voluntary contributions according to their means. 176. Section 3. Unemployed members or housewives not otherwise employed shall pay 10 cents per month, which is receipt for by a special stamp issued by the National Office. Section 4. Where branches are joined in local or district committees, 1/2 of all regular dues payments, 25 cents, shall go to the National Office, 3/10, 15 cents, shall go to the local or district committee, the remainder, 10 cents, shall go to the branch. Where local or district committees do not exist, 35 cents of each 50 cents dues shall go to the National Office. Dues of members at large and unemployed members shall go in full to the National Office. Section 5. Members of the youth organization who are simultaneously party members shall pay party dues of 10 cents per month, the entire amount going to the National Office. Section 6. A special international assessment of 10 cents per member per month shall be paid by all members and receipt by a special stamp, to be sent to the International Bureau for the Fourth International. Section 7. Members who are 3 months in arrears in payment of dues shall cease to be members in good standing and shall be so notified by the Branch Executive Committee. Members 6 months in arrears shall be stricken from the rolls of the party. Article 9. Discipline. Section 1. All decisions of the governing bodies of the party are binding upon the members and subordinate bodies of the party. Section 2. Any member or organ violating the decisions of a higher organ of the party shall be subject to disciplinary actions up to expulsion by the body having jurisdiction. Section 3. Charges against any member shall be made in writing and the accused member shall be furnished with a copy in advance of the trial. Charges shall be filed and heard in the branch to which the member belongs. Where the member is also a member of any higher body, charges may be filed either in the branch or in any higher body of which he is a member. Charges filed before the branch. 177. Shall be considered by the Branch Executive Committee, or a subcommittee elected by it, at a meeting to which the accused member is summoned. The Branch Executive Committee shall submit a recommendation to be acted upon by the membership of the branch. Charges considered by higher bodies of the party shall, however, be acted upon by said bodies. Section 4. Action by any unit or organ in disciplinary cases deemed improper by a higher unit may be changed by direct intervention of a higher body. Section 5. Any member subjected to disciplinary action has the right to appeal to the next higher body, up to and including the National Convention. Pending action on appeal, the decision of the party body having jurisdiction remains in full force and effect. Article X. Qualifications for elections. Section 1. Except in the case of newly organized branches, members of local and branch executive committees must have been members of the party for at least 3 months, and members of the district committee must have been members of the party for at least 6 months. Section 2. Members of the National Committee must be members of the party for at least 1 year. Article 11. National Conventions. Section 1. The National Convention of the party shall be held once a year. The NC may by 2/3 vote postpone the National Convention for not more than 6 months, provided that a notice of such postponement be given not later than 1 month before the time for the convention call. Such action may be nullified on the demand of the branches representing at least 1/3 of the membership. Section 2. The call for the convention, together with an agenda and the proposals of the National Committee, shall be issued at least 60 days before the date of the convention for discussion in the local organizations and the official publications. An internal bulletin shall be issued during the convention discussion period. 178. Section 3. Representation at the convention shall be proportionally based upon the dues-paying membership in good standing at the time of the convention call. Branches organized after the convention call shall have fraternal representation. Article 12. Amendments. Amendments shall be made to this Constitution by majority vote of the National Convention. Article 13. Press. All organs of the party are subject to and under the direction of the party and National Executive Committee. Labor struggles. Brian Palmer. The Communist League of America's capacity to build revolutionary organizations through fusions, entries, and founding the Fourth International Affiliated Socialist Workers' Party was premised on a 1933-4 breakthrough. Stymied by its inability to win over masses of Communist Party members in the 1929-33 years, the left opposition descended into a debilitating and often highly personalized factionalism, pitting the League's 2 leading figures, James P. Cannon and Max Schachtman, against one another. Many factors contributed to what all in the small CLA recognized as a deteriorating situation. These were the real dog days of the left opposition, wrote Cannon retrospectively. 1. The heady days of optimism that had united Cannon, Schachtman, Rose Karsner, and Martin Ahem in the beginnings of American communism's dissident movement early in 1929 gave way to despair by the end of the year, the disaffection extending into the early 1930s. Cannon, for one, withdrew into what appeared to many, including close comrades such as Ames Swaybeck, to be a defeatist posture of stalling and delaying, abdicating administrative responsibilities and leaving the League in a leaderless lurch. 2. The CLA's New York branch was a hothouse of factional tension, and the American left opposition appeared to be splitting apart at the seams. One factor contributing to this worsening situation was the isolation of the League. For the early years of the Great Depression, the American left opposition was limited in what it could accomplish among the masses of workers. Its numbers were minuscule compared to those involved in the Communist Party or drawn to its periphery. Class struggle before 1933-4 was at a low ebb, the working class reeling from the destructive impact of economic collapse. The Communist Party's third-period advocacy of red-lead dual unions further meant that many revolutionaries and militants opted out of the American Federation of Labor mainstream labor organizations. 3. Trade union conservatism thus predominated in the depths of the economic crisis. Where new initiatives were launched, as in the unemployed movement, identifiable Trotskyists found it exceedingly difficult in the period before 1934-5 to break the monolithic hold over bodies like the unemployed councils that were controlled by the PUSA. 4. For the Communist League of America, trade union questions were of central importance, a life and death question for the American communist movement. 5. The militant bristled with reports of class struggles, and the CLA championed the necessity, in contrast with the approach of the Communist Party, of working within AFL unions, where the masses of organized workers still found themselves in the early 193 OS. 6. Dissident miners' movements, such as the Progressive Miners of America, PMA, formed in September 1932, were an especial focus of the CLA, which had a weak presence in the Illinois-based opposition to the bureaucratic machine of John L. Lewis's United Mine Workers of America. But for the most part, the American left opposition was on the sidelines of class struggle in the years 1928-32. This changed in 1933-4. After 5 years of the Great Depression, workers were fighting their way out of the doldrums of defeat and despair. Louis Adamic reported in 1934 that the United States was on the verge of a massive class upheaval, predicting that the country would find itself rocked by thousands of bitter disputes between capital and labor and between radical or revolutionary and conservative, in many cases racketeering, labor unions. He warned of an avalanche of rank-and-file strikes with full union recognition as their chief objective. These battles prefigured the industrial union movement of the later 1930s, the Congress of Industrial Organizations, or CIO. 1934, with a general strike wave that galvanized the American South and its textile mills, San Francisco's docks, Midwestern trucking in Minneapolis, and Toledo's auto parts industry, was the year that signaled the revival of class struggle in the United States. 7 The New Republic chronicled a growing working class proclivity to use the strike in the summer of 1934, declaring that for many laboring people the establishment of their rights was a matter of now or never. Belief spread that workers had to hang together or hang separately. For its part, Business Week denounced government by strike, insisting that general strikes cannot win, and that they amounted to nothing less than insurrection, in one word, revolution. 8. The Communist League of America was revived by this upturn in the class struggle. In March 1933, New York's cafeteria workers struck. Over the course of the following months, the struggle escalated to include dozens of the metropolitan center's leading hotels and restaurants. At the height of the battle, 30,000 strikers led by the Hotel and Restaurant Workers branch of the Amalgamated Food Workers were walking picket lines, marching down Park Avenue protesting against Franklin D. Roosevelt's labor policies, and packing Madison Square Gardens to offer thunderous applause to agitators urging the waiters and cooks on to victory. One of those speakers was Cannon, whose rousing speech from the gardens was broadcast throughout the city: "Extend the hotel strike to all food workers. Our motto is class solidarity. Our goal is, those who do not work shall not eat." 9. Joining Cannon on the Madison Square Gardens podium were radical journalist Haywood Broun, Lovestonite labor lieutenant Benjamin Gitlow, wobbly poet Arturo Giovannitti, the radical pacifist, the Reverend A.J. Must, and the leading strike organizer, B.J. Field. Something of a united front of the left, the strike unfolded with Field, a member of the CLA, as its undoubted inspiration and recognized spokesman. The left opposition thus figured prominently in the hotel workers' revolt. But Field proved an undisciplined League member, never managing to assimilate to the left opposition's programmatic orientation or its culture of political work. Once elevated to the status, however fleeting, of leader of a mass strike, he grew arrogant and dismissive of his left opposition affiliation and the CLA support that had helped him to rise within the ranks of the hotel and restaurant workers. Eventually expelled from the League, Field pushed the strike to defeat, compromising virtually everything that had been gained in months of militant struggle. Document 1. That the left opposition was willing to expel a strike leader who had grown metaphorically too big for his class conflict britches showed some naysayers on the left that the nascent Trotskyist movement was serious. That seriousness was then borne out in what was undoubtedly the American left opposition's finest class struggle hour, a series of decisive victories in the Minneapolis Teamster drive to industrial unionism in 1934. As Cannon argued in Minneapolis and Its Meaning, the CLA's trade union policy was vindicated in these often violent Teamster confrontations with recalcitrant employers, intransigent police, and maneuvering, often progressive, politicians. The method of Minneapolis included the necessity of transforming mainstream AFL unions into fighting entities, doing so in ways that promoted militant class struggle unionism. This meant refusing to rely on the agencies of the state to settle disputes, utilizing the power of labor to organize strikes aggressively, but never losing sight of the necessity of settling conflicts advantageously so as best to consolidate gains for the working class. Minneapolis was, in 1934, a rallying cry for combative workers across the United States, as well as a concrete demonstration that revolutionaries could indeed lead workers to trade union victories. Document 2. Class struggles such as the New York hotel workers' strike and the Minneapolis Teamsters strikes, in conjunction with the 1933 realization that new parties of revolutionaries had to be formed outside of the existing Stalinist organizations affiliated with the Communist International, brought the American left opposition into closer working relations with other socialists and potentially revolutionary groups. One such body was the American Workers' Party, AWP, established in December 1933 by militants working in the Conference for Progressive Labor Action. Led by A.J. Must, the AWP aimed to Americanize Marxism, and it pioneered the non-communist party mobilization of the unemployed in the early 1930s, spearheading the formation of unemployed leagues. In Akron, Ohio, League activists played a pivotal role in supporting the auto light strike for United Automobile Workers of America recognition in the auto parts industry, a violent, epic conflict that was proceeding in the spring and summer of 1934, at the same time that the struggles in Minneapolis were unfolding. As we have seen above, these events culminated in the fusion of the AWP and the CLA. The newspaper of the New Workers' Party, New Militant, championed a course for labor distinct from that of the oscillating Communist Party, which was shifting gears from the sectarian ultra-leftism of the Third Period into the class collaboration of the Popular Front. A.J. Must's Labor Marshals Forces for Banner May Day, struck just this kind of agitational chord, promoting May Day activities in 1935. 1 year later, Swaybeck's Roosevelt Steele's Labor Party Thunder warned workers of the dangers of succumbing to the illusory promises of the New Deal, which dangled carrots of enticement in front of labor's collective nose, the better to dampen militancy and deflect independent working class political action into support for the Democratic Party. Documents 3 and 4. Following the Workers' Party's entry into the Socialist Party, Cannon and other original CLA figures continued to promote the necessity of going deeper into the unions. Document 5. This message would be a common theme running through Cannon's writing for Labor Action, a San Francisco Socialist Party weekly that bore the stamp of a Trotskyist agitational paper. 10. The flurry of fusions, entries, and party formations that characterized dissident Trotskyist communism in the 1934-8 years, complicated further by necessary attention given to international developments, among them the rise of fascism and the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, inevitably lessened somewhat the role that the American left opposition could play in the trade unions. Fusions and entries were not universally endorsed by all of the original CLA core. Valued trade union organizers occasionally broke from their original league affiliation, further weakening the left opposition's capacity to intervene directly in the class struggle. One such dissident was the talented trade union organizer, Hugo Oehler. Oehler opposed the entry of the Workers' Party into the Socialist Party, arguing that it would lead revolutionaries down the road of reformism, along with longtime Canon collaborator Tom Stam and Chicago retail workers organizer and future anti-Vietnam War author Sidney Lenz. Oehler formed the Revolutionary Workers' League in 1935. He had worked as a Communist Party activist in the southern mill towns and Colorado mining territory in the late 1920s and early 1930s, and then, upon his public affiliation with the Communist League of America, agitated among Illinois miners, roused the New York hotel and restaurant workers, and traveled to Minneapolis in 1934 to work with the unemployed in the Trotskyist-led Minneapolis Central Council of Workers. Forging an active presence in the trade unions, however important to the American left opposition, thus proved an uphill battle in the late 1930s. By the time of the formation of the Socialist Workers' Party in 1938, the central development within the American labor movement was the rise of industrial unionism and the formation of the John L. Lewis-led CIO. Auto was a pivotal mass production sector. Trotskyists such as Bert Cochran were active in militant caucuses in United Automobile Workers, UAW, locals in Detroit, Cleveland, and elsewhere, first as entryist members of the Socialist Party and then, following their expulsion from the SP and the founding of the SWP, as overt left oppositionists. They challenged the bureaucratic trajectory of the nascent C10. Communist Party activists proved a critically important current in unions like the UAW, and Cochran would later describe their machinations as a Borgian conspiracy. Cochran and the SWP struggled to negotiate the complicated factional alignments within the auto worker, aligning with other dissident socialists in constantly running a gauntlet sided on the popular front left by the Communist Party and on the right by more traditional trade union officialdoms, which were also split into more or less social democratic camps. Cochran helped draft a 20-point program in April 1938 that, for a time, was taken up for his own purposes by the mercurial UAW president Homer Martin. But on the whole, whatever their presence in the new industrial unions, Trotskyists were outflanked by their Communist Party adversaries. 11 B.J. Wydick's Labor Unity, A New Stage reveals how the American left opposition addressed the historic significance of the rise of industrial unionism, and the trajectory towards ending various schisms in the House of Labor. At the same time, Wydick and his comrades in the Socialist Workers' Party, as weak as was their position of influence in the trade unions and their industrial wing in the CW, often stood alone in raising critical assessments of how the revolutionary potential of mass production unionism was being undermined by its ostensible left wing, the Stalinist Communist Party. Other developments also threatened workers' organizations and well-being. At the close of the 1930s, employers had gathered strength in opposition to the industrial union drive, and the Roosevelt New Deal state was ramping up demands for labor unity in preparation for war. Bureaucratic ossification, the suffocation of union democracy, and the dampening down of militancy all threatened to pacify the workers' revolt, bringing to an end sit-down strikes, wildcats, and impressive mass production union drives in auto, steel, electrical, and various resource sectors of the economy. Fascism was gaining ground, with vigilante terror increasingly directed against the labor movement and the reactionary gospel of the Reverend Gerald L.K. Smith gaining ground throughout the United States. In strongholds of proletarian militancy, such as Akron and Minneapolis, where the heritage of workers' struggles led by non-Stalinist revolutionary leftists lived on, defense guards were formed to safeguard the unions from fascist attack. Where the old Communist League of America founders played a decisive role in the trade union movement was, of course, among the Teamsters of Minneapolis. Early advocates of the League, Carl Skoglund and Vincent Ray Dunn, charted a successful industrial union drive among the Minneapolis truckers, recruiting to their Trotskyist cause a young militant, Farrell Dobbs. Dobbs, catapulted into the leadership of the Teamsters' upheaval and always schooled in trade union strategy and tactics by Skoglund and Dunn, built on the Minneapolis victory to orchestrate a massive 11-state union drive that, by 1938, brought 250,000 drivers and affiliated workers into the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, IBT. Future IBT head, and a figure associated with the ugliest of trade union gangsterism, Jimmy Hoffa, acknowledged Dobbs's brilliance and lasting contribution to United States trade unionism. Hoffa wanted nothing to do with Dobbs's political philosophy or economic ideology, but insisted nonetheless that the left oppositionist had a vision that was enormously beneficial to the labor movement, stressing that it was Dobbs who was the master architect of the Teamsters over-the-road operation. The Dobbs, Skoglund, Dunn leadership was in large part responsible for the explosive growth of the national IBT from 1934 to 1939, with workers organized in the trucking sector expanding from 75,000 to over 400,000. 12 revolutionaries who accomplished this, however, had to be vanquished, and Dobbs's Teamster tetralogy Teamster Rebellion, 1972, Teamster Power, 1973, Teamster Politics, 1975, and Teamster Bureaucracy, 1977, provides an exhilarating account of the militant victories of a left opposition-led working-class mobilization followed by a chilling account of subsequent repression. In the end, the Socialist Workers' Party members and militant IBT activists who built trade unionism in Minneapolis and the American Midwest into a powerful agency of working-class advance, were subjected to IBT head Dan Tobin's red-baiting and escalating attacks, vicious physical assault by Hoffa-led union thugs, the Minnesota Federation of Labor barring Trotskyists from AFL unions, the political machinations of state agencies, including the Minnesota Department of Labor, which in effect decertified unions led by the Trotskyists, and trumped up legal charges that saw Tobin, Roosevelt's State Department, the Attorney General, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation collude in railroading 18 SWP members and IBT militants, 29 had been indicted, to jail. This final blow, delivered one day after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, was orchestrated in the climate of wartime, the conviction of the SWPers and others on charges of seditious conspiracy being something of a foregone conclusion. 13. To preserve the gains of the class struggle, then, was anything but easy. American Trotskyists knew that union struggles for collective bargaining rights were, in and of themselves, never enough. A political struggle for working-class independence always had to be waged. As Trotsky himself stressed in discussions with members of the Socialist Workers' Party in 1940, including Dobbs, what could be gained in times of favorable circumstances could easily be lost. It was necessary to utilize victories like those achieved in Minneapolis to develop class struggle policies that nurtured the class consciousness of the mass of workers. It was the ultimate aim of dissident communists to cultivate resolute understandings that class interests must animate labor's actions, and that wage earners could never rely on a trade union leadership compromised in its capacities to stand against both capital and the state. As Trotsky declared unequivocally in The Death Agony of Capitalism and the Tasks of the Fourth International, 1938, the historical crisis of mankind is reduced to the crisis of revolutionary leadership. Militant trade unions, even a labor party, were necessary in the escalating class struggles of a decaying global capitalist order. But they were no substitute for the creation and development of a revolutionary party, which alone could ensure that mass workers' organizations did not gravitate towards compromise with the bourgeois democratic regime. 14. The general strike of the New York hotel workers was finally called off by action of a membership meeting last week on the recommendation of the General Strike Committee. According to the terms laid down by the Regional Labor Board, all strike breakers are to be discharged and all strikers reinstated within 2 weeks. Strikers not reinstated within that time are to be given preference in future hiring. Since no provision was made for the recognition of shop committees or shop delegates in the supervision of the return to work, the workers were left without any real check on the employers in preventing discrimination. As could only be expected under the circumstances, the bosses are discriminating right and left and are making a concerted drive to break up the union. Discrimination against strike militants. A so-called Citizens Committee of 5 on which the union has only one representative, is obviously without power to protect the workers against discrimination even if it should be so disposed. And when it is considered that this committee was appointed by the notorious Judge Pankin, fresh from his exploits in breaking the taxi strike, the idea of it functioning in any way as an aid to the strikers has to be dismissed altogether. There is no doubt that the hotel bosses aim to interpret the settlement as a basis for the establishment of the infamous merit system in hiring and firing workers, and that a blacklist of the leading militants among the strikers will be attempted. Despite the militant struggle of the workers, and the stirring example of solidarity, courage, and sacrifice it called forth from the ranks, the result has to be recorded as a defeat. A reorganization of the union and preparation for new struggles confront the hotel workers as a necessity in their aim to establish union conditions and recognition in the industry. NRA and the strike leadership. The regional board played a highly effective part in defeating the aims of the strike, and its designs in this respect, clear to every class-conscious militant, were supplemented perfectly by the conservative, belly-crawling policy of the officials of the union, Field, Costas, and Caldes. These unworthy leaders, posing originally as progressives and even as left-wing militants, showed themselves up in action as no better than ordinary routine trade union bureaucrats, fearful of the public opinion of the bourgeois world and utterly indifferent to the public opinion of their own rank and file, especially of its militant and class-conscious section. Basing themselves on the most backward and reactionary elements in the union, these careerists intrigued and conspired against the strike militants, disorganized and disrupted the strike machinery, sabotaged the functioning of the most important committees, and demoralized the ranks of the strikers by their general incompetence, bureaucratic methods, and conservatism. The Food Workers' Industrial Union, Stalinists, which was almost completely isolated at the beginning of the strike, could only thrive on this policy and practice of the leadership and add to the general demoralization. Working from the start to break up the amalgamated and gain some advantage for their own 18th Street Union, the disruption of a strike in process is small matter to them. The Stalinists were able to exploit the gross mistakes of the leadership in order to add to the general demoralization. The left wing organizes. It was not until the left wing, following the line of the militant, made a sharp break with the officials and began to organize the fight against them, that the advances of the Stalinist wrecking crew were checked and a genuinely constructive movement for the preservation of the amalgamated began to take shape. The election of Hugo Oehler as chairman of the strike committee in a session called Over the Heads of Field & Co., and the rallying of the best fighters. 189. In the union around the picket committee, the center of class struggle policy in the strike under the chairmanship of James Gordon, were two outstanding signs of the rapid gains of the bona fide left wing that is fighting for the amalgamated union and its future. Rebuild the amalgamated. The left wing brought forward a program for saving the strike by concentrating on relief, picketing and a class struggle policy to the end. Frustrated in this aim by the whole course of the official leadership, the left wing is now fighting to reform the ranks of the union, to rebuild the organization, fight the blacklist and keep up the relief to support its victims, and cleanse the union of its careerist leadership. The motion of James Gordon, at the first meeting of the executive board of the union after the ending of the strike, to reject the report of Field and T declare no confidence in the leadership, was carried by a vote of 14-2. In this the strength of the revolt against the Field administration is indicated. The task of the left wing is now to lead the revolt to the very end without any compromise and to steer it into constructive channels for the rebuilding of the amalgamated food workers, the defeat of the Stalinist disruptors and the preparation of the coming struggles to unionize the hotel industry under the banner of the amalgamated. 190. Standing by itself, the magnificent strike of the Minneapolis truck drivers would merit recognition as an extraordinary event in modern American labor history. Its connection with the second wave of labor struggles to sweep the country since the inception of the NRA, however, and its indubitable place as the high point of the present strike wave, invest the Minneapolis demonstration with an exceptional importance. Therefore it has come by right to be the subject of serious and attentive study and of heated discussion. This discussion, despite all the partisan prejudice and misrepresentation injected into it, is bound on the whole to have a profitable result. The best approach to the trade union question, the key question of revolutionary politics in the United States, is through the study and discussion of concrete examples. The second strike wave under the NRA raises higher than the first and marks a big forward stride of the American working class. The enormous potentialities of future developments are clearly written in this advance. The native militancy of the workers, so impressively demonstrated on every strike front in recent months, needs only to be fused with an authentic leadership which brings organization, consciousness, and the spirit of determined struggle into the movement. Minneapolis was an example of such a fusion. That is what lifted the drivers' strike out above the general run. Therein lies its great significance, as an anticipation, if only on a comparatively small, local scale, of future developments in the labor movement of the country. The determining role of policy and leadership was disclosed with singular emphasis in the Minneapolis battle. The main features of the present strike wave, on the background of which the Minneapolis example must be considered, are easily distinguishable. Now, as in the labor upsurge of last year, the attitude of the workers toward the NRA occupies a central place. But the attitude is somewhat different than it was before. The messianic faith in the Roosevelt administration which characterized the strike movement of a year ago and which, to a certain extent, provided the initial impulse for the movement, has largely disappeared and given place to skeptical distrust. It is hardly correct, however, to say, as some revolutionary wishful thinkers are saying, that the current strikes are consciously directed against the NRA. There is little or no evidence to support such a bald assertion. It is more in keeping with reality to say that the striking workers now depend primarily on their own organization and fighting capacity and expect little or nothing from the source to which, a short year ago, they looked for everything. Nevertheless, they are not yet ready even to ignore the NRA, to say nothing of fighting against it directly. What has actually taken place has been a heavy shift in emphasis from faith in the NRA to reliance on their own strength. In these great struggles, the American workers, in all parts of the country, are displaying the unrestrained militancy of a class that is just beginning to awaken. This is a new generation of a class that has not been defeated. On the contrary, it is only now beginning to find itself and to feel its strength. And in these first, tentative conflicts the proletarian giant gives a glorious promise for the future. The present generation remains true to the tradition of American labor, it is boldly aggressive and violent from the start. The American worker is no Quaker. Further developments of the class struggle will bring plenty of fighting in the USA. It is also a distinct feature of the second strike wave, and those who want to understand and adjust themselves to the general trend of the movement should mark it well, that the organization drives and the strikes, barring incidental exceptions, are conducted within the framework of the AFL unions. The exceptions are important and should not be disregarded. At any rate, the movement begins there. Only those who foresaw this trend and synchronized their activities with it have been able to play a part in the recent strikes and to influence them from within. The central aim and aspiration of the workers, that is, of the newly organized workers who are pressing the fight on every front, is to establish their organizations firmly. The first and foremost demand in every struggle is recognition of the union. With unerring instinct, the workers seek first of all the protection of an organization. William S. Brown, president of the Minneapolis Union, expressed the sentiment of all the strikers in every industry in his statement. The union felt that wage agreements are not much protection to a union man unless first there is definite assurance that the union man will be protected in his job. The strike wave sweeping the country in the second year of the NRA is in its very essence a struggle for the right of organization. The outcome of every strike is to be estimated primarily by its success or failure in enforcing the recognition of the Union. 192. And from this point of view the results in general are not so rosy. The workers manifested a mighty impulse for organization, and in many cases they fought heroically. But they have yet to attain their first objective. The auto settlement, which established the recognition of the company union rather than the unions of the workers, weighs heavily on the whole labor situation. The workers everywhere have to pay for the precedent set in this industry of such great strategic importance. From all appearances the steel workers are going to be caught in the same runaround. The New York hotel strike failed to establish the union. The New York taxi drivers got no union recognition, or anything else. Not a single of the red unions affiliated to the Trade Union Unity League has succeeded in gaining recognition. Even the Great Battle of Toledo appears to have been concluded without the attainment of this primary demand. The American workers are on the march. They are organizing by the hundreds of thousands. They are fighting to establish their new unions firmly and compel the bosses to recognize them. But in the overwhelming majority of cases they have yet to win this fundamental demand. In the light of this general situation the results of the Minneapolis strike stand out preeminent and unique. Judged in comparison with the struggles of the other newly formed unions, and that is the only sensible criterion, the Minneapolis settlement, itself a compromise, has to be recorded as a victory of the first order. In gaining recognition of the Union, and in proceeding to enforce it the day following the settlement, General Drivers Union No. 574 has set a pace for all the new unions in the country. The outcome was not accidental either. Policy, method, leadership, these were the determining factors at Minneapolis which the aspiring workers everywhere ought to study and follow. The medium of organization in Minneapolis was a craft union of the AFL, and one of the most conservative of the AFL internationals at that. This course was deliberately chosen by the organizers of the fight in conformity with the general trend of the movement, although they are by no means worshippers of the AFL. Despite the obvious limitations of this antiquated form of organization, it proved to be sufficient for the occasion thanks to a liberal construction of the jurisdictional limits of the Union. Affiliation with the AFL afforded other compensating advantages. The new union was thereby placed in direct contact with the general labor movement and was enabled to draw on it for support. This was a decisive element in the outcome. The organized labor movement, and with it practically the entire working class of Minneapolis, was lined up behind the strike. Out of a union with the most conservative tradition and obsolete structure came the most militant and successful strike. The stormy militancy of the strike, which electrified the whole labor movement, is too well known to need recounting here. The results also are known. 193. Among them the not unimportant detail that the serious casualties were suffered by the other side. True enough, the striking workers nearly everywhere have fought with great courage. But here also the Minneapolis strike was marked by certain different and distinct aspects which are of fundamental importance. In other places, as a rule, the strike militancy surged from below and was checked and restrained by the leaders. In Minneapolis it was organized and directed by the leaders. In most of the other strikes the leaders blunted the edge of the fight where they could not head it off altogether, as in the case of the auto workers, and preached reliance on the NRA, on General Johnson, or the President. In Minneapolis the leaders taught the workers to fight for their rights and fought with them. This conception of the leadership, that the establishment of the Union was to be attained only by struggle, shaped the course of action not only during the 10-day strike but in every step that led to it. That explains why the strike was prepared and organized so thoroughly. Minneapolis never before saw such a well-organized strike, and it is doubtful if its like, from the standpoint of organization, has often been seen anywhere on this continent. Having no illusions about the reasonableness of the bosses or the beneficence of the NRA, and sowing none in the ranks, the leadership calculated the whole campaign on the certainty of a strike and made everything ready for it. When the hour struck, the union was ready, down to the last detail of organization. If the preparations made by their union for handling it are any indication, wrote the Minneapolis Tribune on the eve of the conflict, the strike of the truck drivers in Minneapolis is going to be a far-reaching affair. Even before the official start of the strike at 11:30 p.m. Tuesday, the General Headquarters organization set up at 1900 Chicago Avenue was operating with all the precision of a military organization. This spirit of determined struggle was combined at the same time with a realistic appraisal of the relation of forces and the limited objectives of the fight. Without this, all the preparations and all the militancy of the strikers might well have been wasted and brought the reaction of a crushing defeat. The strike was understood to be a preliminary, partial struggle, with the objective of establishing the union and compelling the bosses to recognize it. When they got that, they stopped and called it a day. The strong union that has emerged from the strike will be able to fight again and to protect its membership in the meantime. The accomplishment is modest enough. But if we want to play an effective part in the labor movement, we must not allow ourselves to forget that the American working class is just beginning to move on the path of the class struggle and, in its great majority, stands yet before the first task of establishing stable unions. Those 194 who understand the task of the day and accomplish it prepare the future. The others merely chatter. As in every strike of any consequence, the workers involved in the Minneapolis struggle also had an opportunity to see the government at work and to learn some practical lessons as to its real function. The police force of the city, under the direction of the Republican mayor, supplemented by a horde of special deputies, were lined up solidly on the side of the bosses. The police and deputies did their best to protect the strike breakers and keep some trucks moving, although their best was not good enough. The mobilization of the militia by the farmer labor governor was a threat against the strikers, even if the militiamen were not put on the street. The strikers will remember that threat. In a sense, it can be said that the political education of a large section of the strikers began with this experience. It is sheer lunacy, however, to imagine that it was completed and that the strikers, practically all of whom voted yesterday for Roosevelt and Olson, could have been led into a prolonged strike for purely political aims after the primary demand for the recognition of the Union had been won. Yet this is the premise upon which all the Stalinist criticism of the strike leadership is based. Governor Olson, declared Bill Dunn in the Daily Worker, was the main enemy. And having convinced himself on this point, he continued, the exposure and defeat of Olson should have been the central political objective of the Minneapolis struggle. Nor did he stop even there. Wound up and going strong by this time, and lacking the friendly advice of a Harpo Marx who would explain the wisdom of keeping the mouth shut when the head is not clear, he decided to go to the limit, so he added, this exposure and defeat of Olson was the basic necessity for winning the economic demands for the drivers' union and the rest of the working class. There it is, Mr. Ripley, whether you believe it or not. This is the thesis, the political line, laid down for the Minneapolis truck drivers in the Daily Worker. For the sake of this thesis, it is contended that negotiations for the settlement of the strike should have been rejected unless the state troopers were demobilized, and a general strike should have been proclaimed over the heads of the Central Labor Council and State Federation of Labor officials. Dunn only neglected to add, over the heads of the workers also, including the truck drivers. For the workers of Minneapolis, including the striking drivers, didn't understand the situation in this light at all, and leaders who proceeded on such an assumption would have found themselves without followers. The workers of Minneapolis, like the striking workers all over the country, understand the central objective to be the recognition of the Union. The leaders were in full harmony with them on this question, they stuck to this objective, and when it 195 was attained, they did not attempt to parade the workers through a general strike for the sake of exercise or for the defeat of Governor Olson. For one reason, it was not the right thing to do. And, for another reason, they couldn't have done it if they had tried. The arguments of Bill Dunn regarding the Minneapolis betrayal could have a logical meaning only to one who construed the situation as revolutionary and aimed at an insurrection. We, of course, are for the revolution. But not today, not in a single city. There is a certain unconscious tribute to the Trotskyists, and not an inappropriate one, in the fact that so much was demanded of them in Minneapolis. But Bill Dunn, who is more at home with proverbs than with politics, should recall the one which says, "Every vegetable has its season." It was the season for an armed battle in Germany in the early part of 1933. In America in 1934, it is the season for organizing the workers, leading them in strikes, and compelling the bosses to recognize their unions. The mistake of all the Stalinists, Bill Dunn among them, in misjudging the weather in Germany in 1933 was a tragedy. In America in 1934 it is a farce. The strike wave of last year was only a prelude to the surging movement we witness today. And just as the present movement goes deeper and strikes harder than the first, so does it prepare the way for a third movement which will surpass it in scope, aggressiveness, and militancy. Frustrated in their aspirations for organization by misplaced faith in the Roosevelt administration, and by the black treachery of the official labor bureaucracy, the workers will take the road of struggle again with firmer determination and clearer aims. And they will seek for better leaders. Then the new left wing of the labor movement can have its day. The revolutionary militants can bound forward in mighty leaps and come to the head of large sections of the movement if they know how to grasp their opportunities and understand their tasks. For this they must be politically organized and work together as a disciplined body. They must forge the new party of the Fourth International without delay. They must get inside the developing movement, regardless of its initial form, stay inside, and shape its course from within. They must demonstrate a capacity for organization as well as agitation, for responsibility as well as for militancy. They must convince the workers of their ability not only to organize and lead strikes aggressively, but also to settle them advantageously at the right time and consolidate the gains. In a word, the modem militants of the labor movement have the task of gaining the confidence of the workers in their ability to lead the movement all the year round and to advance the interests of the workers all the time. On this condition the new left wing of the trade unions can take shape and grow with rapid strides. And the left wing, in turn, will be the foundation of 196. The new party, the genuine Communist Party. On a local scale, in a small sector of the labor movement, the Minneapolis comrades have set an example which shows the way. The international communists have every right to be proud of this example and hold it up as a model to study and follow. All reports about May Day preparations indicate that more American workers and more trade unions will participate in demonstrations this year than ever before. These workers are more militant, more free from illusions, more in the mood for new adventures than at any previous period. For the Workers' Party of the US observing its first May Day, this is the most significant feature of this year's celebration. Its meaning must be clearly understood. It must be utilized to the fullest extent in all speeches and discussions on May Day, as well as in all our work in the ensuing months. Half a century ago American workers, engaged in desperate and dramatic struggles for the 8-hour day, made the 1st of May a labor holiday. The idea was taken up a few years later by workers in other countries and presumably May Day became the International Labor Day. Of the associations which gather round May Day, anti-militarism, class solidarity, labor internationalism, revolutionary aims of the working class, we need not speak here. Before the crisis, May Day ceased, however, to be observed generally by the American workers. For a time, in certain of the larger cities, foreign-speaking groups demonstrated in considerable numbers, but even they became in large measure apathetic during the hectic boom period from 1924 on. In the main during this period American workers shunned May Day. They believed the propaganda of the boss press and of their own reactionary trade union leaders that May Day was for foreigners, ungrateful Reds, etc., who did not appreciate the fact that the American working class was something unique and led a charmed life of perpetual prosperity under a special brand of capitalism, USA model. The crisis has put a period to all that. It is clear that there is nothing unique about American capitalism, clear certainly that it leads no charmed life. As a part of world capitalism it is in decline, and in its decline brings untold suffering on the masses who in this land of boundless resources and an unsurpassed productive machinery have in 5 brief years seen their standard of living cut in half. Rising magnificently at the first opportunity, the American workers have since the spring of 1933 made great advances in organization and fought a series of important battles. In the course of those struggles one illusion after another has been ruthlessly dissipated. The New Deal has not brought back prosperity. The doubt as to whether capitalism can be reformed is eating deep into the minds of the workers. Shortcut proves a trap. The NRA proved not to be a magic gate to union organization. The conviction that it is useless to look to the Roosevelt administration or to any capitalist government, to give genuine support to fighting unions gains ground. Trade union leaders, committed to cooperation with the bosses and the bosses' government, sell-out strikes, are seen to be cooperating indeed, to keep the boss on top and the workers under, and that lesson sinks in. In the presence of such harsh realities bunk loses its hold. The bunk of the militarists and super patriots. The bunk of the red baiters. The Hearst campaign has fallen flat among the workers. The AFL bureaucracy got nowhere with its latest attempt to oust radicals from the unions. In fact they themselves have to try now to put on a radical cover. They collaborate with socialists, hoping that that will convince the workers that they are as progressive as anybody. On occasion AFL demagogues collaborate, at least in effect, with communists, as did Coleman Claherty in Akron recently when he was selling out the strike. Radical thought gaining. The workers in ever-increasing numbers are becoming interested in radical solutions for their problem. They will march this May Day proudly side by side with the Workers' Party, with other parties and groups, with which they used to think it disgraceful and un-American to associate. Brushing away from their eyes the web spun by the boss's propaganda, they are making May Day their own again. Thus May Day emphasizes once more the correctness and the critical I'm 199. Portents of the decisions of the founding convention of the party on the mass organizations and mass work. We must get into the unions and the unemployed organizations. We must become intimately bound up with them and with their struggles. Never has there been such an opportunity to draw close to the masses, masses that are in motion, masses bent upon struggle. To neglect this opportunity is treason of the blackest sort. The wrong way. For revolutionists to draw near to the masses does not mean, however, to come down to their level of political development, to cater to their prejudices, to take a place at the tail end of the procession. The Communist Party, having treated the workers like robots for years, may now treat them like children to be humored and given a stick of candy. Neither attitude grows out of true respect for the worker, and the second will no more win the American worker in the end than did the first, which has had to be ignominiously abandoned. The CP, having for years branded AFL bureaucrats as social fascists, may now embrace them as comrades in arms. Neither attitude was based on a realistic analysis, and neither is a service to the working class. The confidence won by responsible revolutionists because they fight side by side with the masses in their struggles, because they labor harder than any others to build the unions and the unemployed leagues, that confidence so hardly won is precious. It must not be prostituted by giving any countenance to the utopian notions of a Long, a Coghlan, an Upton Sinclair, or whoever it may be, with the idea that there is something American about this tactic, that having thus gone along with the workers, with big masses, we have a movement, we are no longer isolated from the masses, and presently we shall slip over a revolutionary program on this movement. Having a yearning for being lost in a crowd is a very human failing. So is the desire to win a following quickly. But it is not a distinguishing mark of a revolutionist. Such movements as we have mentioned do not overthrow capitalism. If they do not turn fascist, they end in a swamp or in a blind alley. Even a very superficial reading of American history makes that clear. Against false shibboleths. The responsible Marxian party will use the confidence that it wins from the masses to expose illusions, fallacies, and falsehoods. On this May Day in the 200 United States, it will agitate against every form and manifestation of racial prejudice, against every illusory idea as to how the workers will win power and build a new world, against all half-baked panaceas, against nationalism and for internationalism. The American workers have certain peculiar conditions to face, and only at our peril do we ignore that fact. But the American worker is not now, any more than he was in the Coolidge-Hoover era, some peculiar species of animal. He is a worker under capitalism. His interest is one with that of the workers of all lands. This May Day 1935 gives us an unprecedented and priceless opportunity to tie in his struggles with the worldwide struggles of the working class, to teach the lesson of revolutionary internationalism. It is well that the Workers' Party of the US is in existence to seize that opportunity. For a workers' world. Marching side by side with our brothers, sisters, comrades, in the unions and the unemployed organizations, we raise the banner of the Workers' Party and the Fourth International. We sound forth again the historic battle cry of the international revolutionary movement. Workers of the world, unite! You have nothing to lose but your chains. You have a world to gain. Given such a program and such a spirit, the workers can be confident that the earth shall rise on new foundations. We have been not, we shall be all. During the last few weeks, the plea for Roosevelt's re-election has gained new converts and new adherents with amazing speed from the trade union movement. It is taking on the character of a clean sweep. But the manner in which the plea is presented, and in view of the present objective conditions, it is not at all surprising that the Labour Party question fades into the background with the same ease that the sweep gains in momentum. Or, perhaps it would be more correct to say that the Labour perambulator is being hooked onto the Roosevelt bandwagon. This stampede started last January when John L. Lewis hooped through the United Mine Workers Convention a unanimous resolution for Roosevelt's re-election. Following the lead, Labour's nonpartisan league came into being. It was sponsored by the Lewis-Hillman forces. The American Federation of Hosiery Workers Convention and the Amalgamated Clothing Workers General Executive Board next fell into line. Two international union presidents, David Dubinsky and Emil Reeve, quickly deserted the Socialist Party for their new and real allegiance. W.M. Green, on the opening day of the AFL Executive Council's second quarterly meeting, advocated the president's re-election. And 2 days before this, the delegates to the United Automobile Workers Convention voted without a dissenting voice to support the Roosevelt candidacy. Raw deal for auto workers. Nobody will suspect that the auto workers harbored feelings of special gratitude to Roosevelt. They cannot possibly have forgotten his infamous automobile agreement, which was foisted upon them during the spring of 1934. It postponed the organization of the autonomous international union so much desired by the organized automobile workers. The decision of the Auto Workers Convention simply means that it follows the lead of the Committee for Industrial Organization. This is of double significance when viewed in relation to the Labour Party question. It must be remembered that on the whole the unions of the CIO and its supporting unions, like the auto workers, represents the section of organized labor which is traveling in a progressive direction. This is indisputable. It is also the section of organized labor that has shown the greatest vitality and growth, and particularly so when a comparison is made with a number of unions, distinctly craft in makeup and in spirit, which have remained stagnant for some time, or actually lost ground. No serious Labour Party swing. There is not a serious movement on foot, nor are there any serious forces available for a national Labour Party, or farmer Labour Party, or third party in 1936. Those who still attempt to create the impression that there are, like the Stalinists do, are simply up to their old pernicious game of deception. An editorial in the May 7 Daily Worker finally acknowledges that, a farmer Labour presidential ticket in 1936 is now out of the question, but it maintains that the prospects are as good as ever for a farmer Labour Party this year. Superficially it may seem that the fervent desires nurtured by the Stalinists were to be realized through the conference call sent out by the Minnesota Farmer Labor Party. However, the appearance in this case is also deceptive. The conference call is issued to individuals, not to organizations. Obviously these individuals are expected to do nothing more than to explore the possibilities of a labor party. But what they are to explore becomes further clear in the announcement that a farmer labor presidential ticket is not to be considered at this conference. In other words, the sponsors of the conference consider the presidential ticket to be a matter settled by the Roosevelt endorsements. Nothing further remains to be explored but how to swing the Labor Party sentiment successfully into the re-election campaign. Local bodies powerless. A Labor Party sentiment has been recorded in a number of local unions. Much of it is motivated on progressive grounds. To an extent it arises out of DISAP 203. Appointment with promised New Deal measures which were not realized, to an extent also out of disappointment with New Deal blessings. Above all it arises out of fears of reaction and an instinctive but unclear fear of fascism. But in view of the general lack of understanding of what the requirements of a party of the workers must be, it is particularly these fears that help to drive the organized workers into marching formation in the Roosevelt camp. It would be ridiculous to expect that local unions should take the initiative in organizing a national labor party apart from or in opposition to their parent bodies. It would be worse than ridiculous to assume that such a party can be brought about without the organizations of the industrial bloc and its leaders as well. However much the Stalinists may put forward the appearance and attempt to invest it with the qualities of something real, however much they may attempt to convene Labor Party gatherings made up of singing societies and hiking clubs, to be addressed by liberal celebrities, these efforts will not carry any social weight. FD's Eye on 1936. The stampede for Roosevelt has been cleverly manipulated by the deliberate and carefully planned policies emanating from the White House and the progressive labor leaders. Roosevelt and his brain trusters, whatever is left of them, have for some time had their eyes on the November elections. Special emphasis has been laid in all the promissory notes upon the labor legislative program, the alleged Social Security measures, the tax program to soak the rich, the need of curbing Wall Street and the need of preventing the invasion of the people's rights by the courts. Roosevelt declares himself to be against war and fascist tyrannies and for a people's government. By these ingenious campaign devices, the Rooseveltians aimed, and rather successfully, to forestall the emergence of a labor party, or a third party, in 1936. The adept pupils of these demagogic cunning devices, who are holding high posts in the progressive union bloc, follow up the campaign in the same high key. They are for aggressive unionization, industrial unionism, and against reaction. John L. Lewis started the ball rolling at the UMW convention with a mighty attack on the Liberty League. An easy target. These leaders are now all against war and fascist tyrannies, and they also have broad views on the People's Front. It is therefore not at all unnatural that they should direct the genuine fears of reaction and the fears of war and fascism into the safe channels in support of Roosevelt's re-election. 204. No Labor Party wanted now. Of course, the truth is that these progressive leaders, in harmony with Roosevelt, do not want a Labor Party, or a third party, and certainly not before their own preparations are well done, not before they are sure they can keep it within the proper reformist bounds. Even then they can be expected to yield only to pressure. Their aim can then be expected to aim to utilize such a development to counterpose the growth of a revolutionary movement. As solid converts to the New Deal, they aim to lay out the line of march with Roosevelt today and perpetuate his program tomorrow, if need be, by means of a third party. Today they attempt to make a distinction between Roosevelt and the Democratic Party. How can any real distinction be possible? Roosevelt is the standard bearer of his party, one of the two capitalist parties. From this party he receives his mandate, and this carries with it the duty to serve finance capital. Need there be any doubt that this is the responsibility to which he will remain loyal even more decisively and unequivocally after his re-election? The trade union support of Roosevelt could not be unexpected. It is destined to go down as one of the great illusions of 1936. It has become possible primarily due to the lack of revolutionary education of the working class. After 1936, new disillusionments are sure to begin. Will a third party carrying on the New Deal tradition and program then prove a solution? Most decisively not. And it is well to remember that this is the only kind of a Labour Party that can reasonably be expected. Hence there remains one main conclusion to draw. Today and tomorrow the struggle for socialism must go on. Not the least of the reasons for the renewed vitality and firm, healthy growth of the socialist movement in California, is the newly developed activity of many of its members in trade unions and the increased attention the party as a whole is devoting to this field. The tum toward trade union work means the tum toward new life for the Socialist Party in the West. It means reconstructing the organization on a proletarian foundation. And that is what is needed first of all, if we are to be a real force in the class struggle and not a mere club of well-meaning people which never offends anybody, and which nobody ever thinks of taking seriously. It takes a fighting organization to make a revolution, and the place to build it is inside, not outside, the broad labor movement. That means, primarily, the trade unions. We still have a long way to go to complete this necessary transformation of the party. What has been done so far, and it is all to the good, is, after all, merely dabbling. We will not really get down to business until we devote 9/10 of our time and attention to trade union work. The trade unions are the elementary and basic organizations of the workers and the main medium through which the socialist idea can penetrate the masses and thus become a real force. The masses do not come to the party must go to the masses. The militant activist who carries the banner into the mass organization and takes his place on the firing line in their struggle is the true representative of resurgent socialism. And it is not enough by any means to have a few specialists attending to this function while the others occupy the cheering section in the grandstand. Nothing is more absurd and futile than such a party. Auxiliary organizations can and should be formed to enlist the support of sympathizers and fellow travelers. But the party of the proletariat, to my notion, should be conceived as an organization of activists with the bulk of its members, everyone eligible, in fact, rooted in the trade unions and other mass organizations of the workers. At this point we always come to the old moth-eaten and utterly ridiculous contrast of theory and practice. There is neither sense nor profit in such a debate, for the theory of Marxism, as Engels explained many times, is a guide to action. Let muddleheads argue which comes first and which is more important. As an all-around nuisance and futilitarian, the misnamed Marxist who mulls over theory in a vacuum is tied by the vulgar activist who is all motion and no direction. Effective revolutionists unite theory with practice in all their activity. Engels fought on the barricades in his youth. Marx, the formulator of the theory of the proletariat, devoted an enormous amount of time to the practical work of organization in the First International, and he remained a revolutionary warhorse till the day of his death, sniffing the battle from afar. Lenin was a thinker and a doer. And Trotsky, the greatest revolutionary man of action the world has ever seen, elucidated problems of theory on a military train in the heat of civil war. The purposeful activism of the educated socialists must be directed primarily into the trade unions precisely because they are the immediate connecting link with a broader circle of workers and therefore the most fruitful field of activity. When the socialist idea is carried into the workers' mass organizations by the militant activists and takes root there, a profound influence is exerted upon these organizations. They become more aware of their class interest and their historic mission, and grow in militancy and solidarity and effectiveness in their struggle against the exploiters. At the same time, the party gains strength from the live mass contact, finds a constant corrective for tactical errors under the impact of the class struggle and steadily draws new proletarian recruits into its ranks. In the trade union struggle the party tests and corrects itself in action. It hardens and grows up to the level of its historic task as the workers' vanguard in the coming revolution. The trailblazing work of the socialist activists in the California unions has opened a path for the party as a whole. There can be no doubt that the near future holds great successes for the party if it follows that path. John L. Lewis recently offered to resign as chairman of the Committee for Industrial Organization provided that William Green as president of the American Federation of Labor would do likewise. It then may be possible, declared Lewis, for the remaining leaders of the Federation of Labor and the remaining leaders of the CIO to conclude a peace pact, in which event the contribution made by Mr. Green and myself would be of some value. That was a gesture the importance of which lies not in the fact that if carried into action Green would become merely another unemployed member of the musicians' union while Lewis still retained power in the Crow, but that it symbolizes the tremendous and basic changes in the labor movement during the past year under the impact of the social crisis. Perhaps even more striking was the attitude which Daniel J. Tobin, president of the Teamsters Union, largest and most powerful AF&L affiliate, took at the AF&L convention this year. One may well ask, what is really happening in the labor movement that a 66-year-old fellow traveler of the AF&L Executive Council looms as the leader of a progressive revolt within the AF&L against the reactionary policies advocated by that board, on the question of labor unity? And above all, one asks, will there be unity? On what basis and to whose advantage? These are the problems that concern the militant and revolutionary workers. In their answer lies the future of the American labor movement. It was no secret that the huge layoffs in mass production industries cut deeply into the dues-paying membership of the CIO, while the AF&L appeared to be prospering, relatively speaking. The membership figures released at the AF&L convention were imposing enough. Over 3,600,000 dues-paying and 1,400,000 unemployed members. A total membership of 5 million compared to a very generous estimate of 4 million dues and non-dues-paying Crow unionists. The bitter struggles within the Crow such as appeared in the Auto Workers Union and elsewhere promised a stormy future. Newspapers were filled with talk of disintegration of the Crow. The action of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, 400,000 strong, in refusing to participate in the formation of CIO councils tended to give credence to those pessimistic views of the CW's future. Would the CIO unions be forced to make peace, one by one, with the AF&L Executive Council? Yet precisely at the moment when things looked dark for the Crow, the edifice of the AF&L cracked wide open at the convention, showing that the perennial domination of the aristocracy of labor over the industrial proletariat was doomed. In the past 2 years the AF&L itself had been forced as a defensive measure to organize many plants on an industrial basis. In marked contrast to previous depressions, no wave of wage cuts have swept across the industrial scene this last year, a remarkable tribute to the power the proletariat has found in organizing industrially under the banner of the CW. The AF&L registered 800,000 new members in this same critical year. But most outstanding was the signing of a pact covering 250,000 drivers with substantial wage increases. This was the achievement of the Teamsters Union, under the progressive influence of the Minneapolis labor movement. Superficially, the gains of the Teamsters Union tended to reaffirm the hegemony of the AF&L in the entire labor movement. Actually, it was a victory for the movement of industrial workers, and this was strikingly brought out at the AF&L convention. While the collapse in building activity seriously crippled the building trades department of the AF&L, heart of the die-hard craft unionists, the gains of the Teamsters effected a significant shift in the very social base of the flow. It is reflected in the fact that the Teamsters have taken control of the central labor unions from the building trades unions in such key centers as Akron, Cleveland, Minneapolis, San Francisco, Seattle, among others. By the very nature of their work, the truck drivers serve as a powerful buffer force between CIO and AF&L unions. When 350,000 truck drivers say they will not fight the CIO but fight for labor unity, the die-hard clique in the AF&L becomes a general staff without an effective army. Months ago, an official CIO-AF&L coordinating committee representing the Industrial Union Council and the Central Trades and Labor Assembly was set up in Akron, Ohio, without unfavorable action from top AF&L leaders, although that was feared. Further evidence of the change within the structure of the AFL, and the effect of the social crisis, is the defeat of Matthew Wall, John P. Frey, and the other bureaucrats of the Executive Council when their demand that the convention endorse an attack on the New Deal, from the reactionary viewpoint, was rejected. That expressed in distorted form the desires of the rank-and-file AFL for a solution to their problems along more progressive lines. The social 209-ism of the New Deal over which Wall shuddered was exactly the only aspect which attracts the workers, even though they are dangerously deceived. 1 year ago we pointed out that the cost of civil war between the CIO and the AFL would soon work towards the direction of unity. The suicidal strife between Dave Beck, Seattle Teamsters Union czar, and Harry Bridges, Stalinist director of the West Coast CIO, was then at the height of its fury. The losses in wages, the arrests and imprisonment of leaders on both sides, the passage of strike-breaking and union-smashing legislation, coupled with the blows of the social crisis, forced a change in that disastrous policy. Beck recently urged an economic united front with the CIO despite political differences. When Akron, Ohio, cops broke a mass picket line in May at the Goodyear plants, sending hundreds of CIO workers to hospitals for treatment against tear gassing and clubbing, labor mobilized under a United Labor Defense Committee composed of all AFL CIO unions in that area. We'll be next if the cops get away with it, the AFL unionists realized. The committee has been placed on a permanent basis now. Similar stories of united action can be repeated in many cities. Fear of wage cuts, fear of growing reaction, and the obvious need for labor solidarity in these critical times have intensified the sentiment for unity in the rank and file of the AFL and the CIO. This burning desire has forced its way into the highest ranks of the labor bureaucrats. The independent railroad brotherhoods of nearly 2 million members face the most serious challenge of many years in their negotiations with management. Already a strike vote has been taken by 1 million members against acceptance of a proposed 15% wage cut. Only the united strength of the entire labor movement can give the railroad workers effective support against government or management treachery. It is of the utmost concern to the AFL and the CIO to prevent a wage cut in this basic industry so that the example might not become a contagious one to the employers. This situation impels the brotherhoods towards desiring and becoming a part of the united labor movement. The hegemony of the industrial workers in the American labor movement and the vital needs of this decisive force are bringing a rapid shift in the direction of unity. There are no longer any fundamental reasons that justify the separation of the AFL and the CIO. This is evident to the rank and file workers in both sections. The leaderships are on the spot. Perhaps unity will take the form, in terms of leadership, of a Dan Tobin John L. Lewis George M. Harrison combination. For over a year we have heard reports in high CIO circles that Tobin would be Lewis's candidate for president of a united labor movement. David Dubinsky, president of the ILGWU, is very anxious to emerge as the great compromiser in the labor movement. But these considerations are secondary. 210. It is the content and not the form of labor unity that is decisive. The question no longer is pro-C10 or pro-AFL industrial unionism is a fact. Roosevelt and labor unity. The message of President Roosevelt to the AFL convention urging unity of the labor movement was hailed in many sections of the labor movement as a powerful factor in bringing about peace. It is undeniable that Roosevelt wants labor unity. The questions that must be answered, however, is what kind of unity? This summer a Roosevelt-appointed commission went abroad to study the British Labour Disputes Act, and the Swedish arbitration system. Why? Surely the Brain Trust twins, Corcoran and Cohen, know the provisions of those laws. The New York Times carried a complete analysis of them. What was desired by Roosevelt was publicity for the idea of arbitration, for the idea of peaceful settlement of the disputes between unions and management. Roosevelt is looking for a legislative method of taking away the right of labor to strike. And this idea is carefully being built up. Simultaneously with this maneuver, another Roosevelt Commission went into action. It was the Maritime Commission whose aims are, 1. to build up a powerful merchant marine through huge subsidies, 2. To smash maritime unions. Both are essential points in Roosevelt's war plans. Maritime labor is to be crushed by taking away the union's vital right of control of hiring halls, and by the creation of training schools for seamen, i.e. for strike breakers. Government think halls instead of union halls. The progressive role of the Sailors' Union of the Pacific lies precisely in its intransigent fight against this government strike breaking. The war crisis in Europe caused Roosevelt to accelerate his activities to curb any independent and militant tendencies in the labor movement. Hence his message to the AFL convention. Less than 6 months ago he refused to make such a statement, according to a revelation of Dan Tracy, president of the AFL Electrical Workers Union. But the war crisis forced Roosevelt to discard his usual caution in avoiding stepping on anyone's toes. Outright passage of a Hill-Shepard bill or a similar measure which would break the back of the labor movement in wartime has proven too difficult at this stage. A more gradual build-up is necessary from Roosevelt's point of view. Commissions to deal with specific problems. That is the way. Perhaps we shall even see a commission on labor unity. And even more important, the controversy over the Wagner Labor Disputes Act offers another wedge for the Roosevelt administration to foist union-controlling legislation on the labor movement. 211. The AFL Executive Council was voted power by the convention to seek amendments to the Wagner Act. Its criticism of the act was primarily reactionary. It helped the CIO, i.e. the industrial proletariat, in its organizing campaigns, the council declared. The act, or rather the interpretation of it by the National Labor Relations Board, hurt a few AFL unions. It made a few unjust decisions. Of any real criticism, that the act and the NLRB didn't help labor enough, we heard not a word from the AFL. So a campaign to modify it has begun. It so happens that this is precisely the program of the US Chamber of Commerce. Here lies Roosevelt's opportunity. Pretending to succumb to the pressure of the AFL of the Chamber of Commerce, he will announce or permit modification of the Wagner Act and slip in provisions similar to those contained in the British Disputes Act. And another chain in binding labor during war will have been forged. The fight against altering the Wagner Act carried on mainly by the CIO unions is therefore a progressive one and it must be supported. Roosevelt views labor unity as a step vital to national unity in wartime. Counterposed to this is our concept of labor unity against national unity in labor's struggle to block another world imperialist slaughter. The recent war crisis also served to expose clearly the role which the union bureaucracy will play more openly in the future. William Green, speaking on Czechoslovakia, sounded like an editorial from the Daily Worker. He has already publicly announced support of Roosevelt's war plans. John L. Lewis in Mexico City did his part to try to swing Latin American workers behind the aims and needs of American imperialism. The never-ending poison of nationalism which the Stalinists feed their members and the labor movement is a guarantee that no matter what opponent America has in the next war, the patriotism of the CP is assured. Its special role in wartime will be the hounding of all progressives and revolutionists. Against this entire scheme of chaining the American labor movement to Roosevelt's war machine stands an ever-increasing section of the unions. The strong anti-imperialist war resolutions passed by the Minneapolis AFL and the Lynn, Massachusetts, CIO unions is a sign of this development. The fight against the Hill-Shepard or May bill by the entire labor movement is another indication. Real support for the original Ludlow War referendum bill also came only from the labor movement. The SWAC and the United Automobile Workers of America are two of the major unions which endorsed the war referendum proposal. 212. Future of the CIO. The key to a thorough understanding of the CIO lies in recognizing that it is primarily a social movement reflecting the needs, desires, and aspirations of the conscious and decisive section of the industrial proletariat. It expresses itself on the economic front through industrial unions. Its political arm is labor's nonpartisan league. It represents a historical break with the traditions of conservatism in the AFL. And it is inevitable that, under the limitations of purely economic struggles in an epoch of social crisis, the workers will come more strongly in the direction of political action. Labor's nonpartisan League of today must necessarily become the basis of a serious Labor Party development of tomorrow unless war or a not impossible temporary upswing in industrial and business activity postpones it. The vital importance of the CIO movement to the progressive and revolutionary workers rests in understanding this conception. The convention of the CIO called for November marks a milestone in its history. Here the conflicts, contradictions, present and future of the CIO will be decided one way or another. It faces three major problems requiring urgent solution. Every recent development within the CIO indicates that it will stand ready to negotiate its differences with the AF of Land Unite. The Rubber Workers Convention and the New Jersey CW conventions took clear and progressive positions on this question recently. So have many other CW unions. The presence of delegates from the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, 400,000 strong, at the CIO convention would virtually guarantee a proper policy on labor unity. Indirectly, the ILGU exerts great pressure. Its refusal to accept the Lewis leadership unqualifiedly, and its withdrawal from CIO council building moves helped curb the CW zealots. Now, a tactical change in policy for a drive within the CIO would be a great impetus for labor unity, as was Tobin's action at the AF of L convention. Which course the ILGU adopts, remains to be seen. Its executive board is meeting a few days prior to the date of the CIO convention. Two events in the CIO served to bring out its most serious weakness and internal menace, i.e. the Stalinists. It took the acute crisis in the Auto Workers Union and the division in the West Coast CW to warn the entire labor movement of the disastrous consequences of the Stalinist rule or ruin policy. Serving only the interests of the Soviet bureaucracy, the Stalinists opened up a reckless campaign to smash Homer Martin, president of the Auto Worker Unions, mainly because he opposed their warmongering collective security program. Harry Bridges, Stalinist West Coast CIO director, alienated the AF of L movement by his raiding. He split the Maritime Federation of the Pacific in an effort to obtain dictatorial control over the maritime workers, and drove the SUP back into the 213 AF of L by his rule or ruin tactics. All this was done with the objective of chaining the militant maritime workers to Roosevelt's war plans. And on the East Coast, the National Maritime Union, Stalinist-dominated, accepts the government Fink halls for the same reason. In every union, and many CIO unions are controlled by them, the Stalinists frame up militants, engage in an orgy of red-baiting against progressives, trample on union democracy, and ignore the most elementary union tasks necessary to preserve the unions. Within the CIO itself, the reply to those ruinous policies was not long in forthcoming. The Los Angeles Progressive Trade Union Conference dealt Bridges and the Stalinists a heavy blow when they proclaimed publicly their opposition to that reactionary clique. They issued a 60-page booklet giving a detailed account of the Stalinist wrecking activities in the West Coast CIO. They demanded that Lewis remove Bridges from his appointed post. The 6-point program of the Los Angeles Progressives offers a real weapon in fighting the Stalinist union wreckers and their bureaucratic allies. 1. Labor solidarity in the struggle for better conditions of employed and unemployed alike. We offer aid to any union, AF of L, CIO, or railroad brotherhood which is engaged in such a struggle. 2. Organize the unorganized. 3. Industrial unionism in the industries for which it is suited. No raids on existing organizations. 4. An actual democracy in the trade union movement. 5. Struggle against anti-labor legislation and government interference whether through use of courts, the National Guard, the police, or otherwise. For the enforcement and extension of workers' rights. 6. For independent political action to supplement the trade union struggle. Around this program of action the CIO can have a progressive future. Insofar as this program finds expression at the CIO convention will the convention have a progressive character. Against this platform will be rallied the Stalinists and other reactionaries in the CIO. for supporting the Stalinists in the Auto Workers Union, and for appointing Bridges as West Coast Director. John L. Lewis bears responsibility to the CIO membership. The temporary successes of the Stalinists in the CIO are largely due to Lewis's assent to their rule or ruin policy. Yet the defeat of the Stalinists rests not merely in a change of policy on Lewis' part. Quite the contrary. Only where the CIO rank and file unites behind the Los Angeles program will a really serious struggle against the Stalinists be possible. The Loves Tonight theory of using one bureaucracy to fight another revealed itself bankrupt in the 214 Auto Union Crisis. Martin, in the Auto Workers Union, answered the Stalinist attack with an essentially progressive program, unfortunately applied in a bureaucratic fashion. It was this weakness that played directly into the hands of the Stalinists, and along with the intervention of John L. Lewis, won for them, at least temporarily. The subsequent dismissal of militant organizers known as oppositionists to the Stalinist wreckers casts an ominous shadow on the future course of the Union. The third question before the coming CIO convention is the future course of Labor's nonpartisan league. The CIO leadership apparently has learned nothing from the bitter experiences suffered by the policy of supporting Democratic or Republican friends of Labor. Martin L. Davey was elected governor of Ohio with CIO support. He used the National Guard to break the Little Steel Strike. Now the CW is supporting Charles Sawyer, in Ohio. He is a millionaire corporation lawyer, described 2 years ago by the CIO leaders as a reactionary capitalist. In Pennsylvania, the LNPL again endorses Governor Earl for re-election after a public break in the primaries. In New Jersey, the Hague machine controls the Democratic Party and holds a strong influence over the Republicans, and the CW workers won't swallow either. Yet the CW leaders quietly ignored the mandate of a special statewide convention last winter to set up a Labor Party. This was done by a simple device. The executive committee elected at the Labor Party convention later reconstituted itself as the Executive Committee for Labor's Nonpartisan League. Now it refuses to run independent candidates when this is the only course left outside of boycotting the elections or supporting the Hague machine. Labor against fascism. Incipient American fascism found its leading vocal expression in I Am the Law. Frank Hague, mayor of Jersey City, and member of the National Committee of the Democratic Party. His ruthless crushing of CW organizing drives, his expulsions of outside agitators from the city through vigilante force, his red baiting, and above all, his tremendous political power make him a serious challenge to the labor movement. It is a sad commentary on the state of the AF-of-L movement in New Jersey that many prominent AF-of-L leaders endorse Hague. One Central Union Council even passed a resolution to that effect. Hague is out to protect the sweatshops of his area from unionism. He has fought the efforts of the CIO to organize those exploited workers by thuggery and by clever demagogy. The CIO record against him is deplorable. Stalinist stooges, weak-kneed liberal congressmen, fake Stalinist civil liberties committees, Sir Galahads of 215. The Norman Thomas stripe, have tilted with the effect of a Don Quixote against the Hague menace. Surrounded by Stalinists, W.J. Cammie, militant New Jersey CIO director, has found himself swamped by the resolution passers while the courageous SWAC workers at the Crucible Steel Lodge in Jersey City find themselves alone in a successful fight for unionism against Hague. In the fact that the Steel Workers District Council of New Jersey adopted a militant program of action for organizing in Hague's domain, the best way to fight him, lies the hope of smashing Hagueism. It should hardly be necessary to add that the Stalinists spend most of their time fighting the steel workers' policies. Elsewhere in America, a similar acceleration in the growth of vigilante movements directed primarily against the union movement was witnessed this past year. The terror against the CIO in New Orleans, the vigilante attack on the CIO workers in Westwood, California, the kidnapping and beating of union organizers everywhere, these are cumulative manifestations of the growth of reaction. Rev. Gerald L.K. Smith again finds audiences for his gospel of fascism. The Silver Shirts, the Bund, and a score of other fascist groupings take on a new lease in life. What is the answer? A united labor defense committee with special squads in Akron is a partial solution. Union defense squads in Minneapolis was the quick answer of the labor movement to threats by the Silver Shirts that they would raid the Union headquarters and run the Union leaders out of town. Extension of the idea of workers' defense squads, in this alone is there a safeguard against fascist attacks. There is another danger. Division of the workers and farmers is a major point in the strategy of the bosses. Wealthier farmers organize into Associated Farmers Incorporated on the West Coast and the Midwest. They recruit vigilantes and propagandize against the unions. In reply, the unions in Minneapolis, Omaha, the West Coast, and the rubber workers in Ohio, unite with the lower strata of farmers. They cooperate with the farmers in obtaining equitable prices. The CIO has a national tie-up with the Farmers Union. Unity against the common enemy, America's 60 families, has been the only effective slogan for rallying the farmers to the worker. Labor is rapidly learning that it must give leadership and support to the sharecroppers, the lower strata of farmers, and the agricultural workers. Otherwise, a valuable ally can easily be turned into a foe. The unemployed. Around 15 million unemployed suffer in misery from conditions brought by the social crisis of American capitalism, which offers starvation as the only 216 permanent prospect for the working class, under this system. Of these, less than 100,000 pay dues into the Stalinist-controlled Workers' Alliance, although it claims 400,000 membership. For the first time in its history, the AFL took note of its unemployed members in convention reports. They number 1,400,000. The CIO has at least that many. Of great importance is the new attitude towards its unemployed members. Unemployment is considered as the problem of the union movement. The idea of a completely independent organization for the unemployed hasn't worked out in the last decade, whatever the reasons may be. The only permanent and really successful, in obtaining concessions from the government, unemployed organizations have been those allied directly to the union movement. This has been the experience of the Federal Workers Section of 544, in Minneapolis. It has been followed in Salem, Ohio, in Lynn, Massachusetts, and has begun in Akron. The auto workers in Detroit, steel lodges in the Middle West. In fact, in many sections of the CIO, the union movement retains the unemployed as members in good standing, and takes up the problems. It gives the unemployed much greater power and prestige in fighting against present relief conditions when direct union affiliation has been retained. It unites more closely the employed and unemployed. The recent National Convention of the Workers' Alliance consummated the final rights over this once large organization and turned it completely into another Stalinist stooge outfit. The progressive section in New York City broke away from the national organization. Other defections are on their way elsewhere. The Stalinists have but one hope left of covering up their criminal irresponsibility and actions in the alliance that crippled it for life. For a year David Lasser, head of the alliance, has been begging John L. Lewis for a CW charter. Against this maneuver and its ruinous consequences, hundreds of CIO unions have written to the national office urging the CIO to coordinate its unemployed work on a national scale and itself form a CIO unemployed union, along industrial lines. Such a step would clearly be progressive, if the Stalinist wreckers are isolated and kept from capturing the proposed setup. The question is coming before the National CIO Convention. It must be noted that the AFL has been able to maintain high wage levels for its members on WPA projects, and is talking about organizing the unemployed. This much is certain for the future, no matter what particular organizational forms emerge. The trade union movement in America must definitely and to an ever-increasing degree concern itself with the unemployment question. 217. Summary. In the midst of an epoch of triumphant world reaction marked by the ascendancy of fascism, the American workers made remarkable advances. The brilliant wave of sit-down strikes of 1936 to 37 shook American capitalism to its foundations. It established industrial unionism permanently. Young, inexperienced, and barely organized, the CIO carried on though it was plunged into the depths of a severe social crisis. And the American Federation of Labor found itself hammered by the blows of this same crisis. Yet, today the labor movement has held its own. In some respects it has made organizational gains. After the first shocks of mass unemployment, the labor movement steadied itself. American workers are groping around for an answer to the crisis that has brought such increased misery and insecurity for them. Proposals for $30 every Thursday, for an annual guaranteed wage, for a 30-hour week, for unemployment insurance, and 100 other plans are advanced and experimented with by the labor movement. There exists a certain inner cohesion in all these events. Inexorably, the American workers are moving towards class solidarity reflected in the trend towards unity in the labor movement. Dissatisfaction with capitalism is revealed in every proposal, good or bad, that the labor movement accepts against a continuation of the status quo. It is precisely the situation that offers unparalleled opportunities for the revolutionary movement. A program of transitional demands that express the desires of the workers in terms of tomorrow, a program that accelerates the development of class solidarity, a program that gives a better answer for today and prepares the workers for revolutionary advances tomorrow. This is a tremendous weapon held by the SWP. The prospect of immediate world war in the recent European crisis threatened to cut short the opportunities of the revolutionary movement. The American labor movement would have been unprepared to meet that fundamental question except to fall victim to social patriotism. In the respite from war, history has given time as an ally to the revolutionary movement. Its agitation for a sliding scale of wages, for a 30-hour week, for turning over idle plants to workers, in a word, its program of transitional demands is on the order of the day. And war will not interrupt immediately. Our opportunity to cultivate the slender roots we have planted in the labor movement into a solid and broad base of the revolutionary movement is here now. 218. Beginning with the vast majority of the national leaders of the trade unions, reaching far down into the secondary stratum of the union leadership and including a section of the more privileged trade union membership, there exists a portion of the working class which looks with favor upon the system of individual enterprise. Compared with the conditions of the many poorly paid and unemployed workers, they find themselves in fairly comfortable circumstances. They see a bright side to things as they are. They are capable of viewing social and economic problems from the general point of view of the employers. Sincerely deploring the plight of the less fortunate workers, they are mentally incapable of taking decisive action to aid them. They decline to risk their own privileged position in the interests of this struggle. The employers, understanding this, have pursued a conscious policy of nurturing a contented section in the official trade union movement. There are comparatively few communities in the country, including the smallest, that do not have a trade union group, based on the relatively better paid skilled workers, which enjoys very good relations with the local chamber of commerce. These groups extend themselves into the gradually thinning ranks of the small minorities of skilled workers in the mass production industries. AFL policy. The American Federation of Labor was built up into a substantial national organization primarily on this foundation. Its officialdom is dominated by those whose ideology and outlook is that of the individual who enjoys a certain degree of comfort and who therefore finds no serious fault with the present social structure. This leadership continually reminds the workers that they must learn to crawl before they can walk. Main emphasis is placed on lobbying for liberal legislation as a means of struggle for improved wages and working conditions. Direct struggles against the employers through strike actions are subordinated to this program and, in general, discouraged if not sabotaged. The traditional political policy of the AFL in promoting favorable legislation is to reward political friends and punish political enemies, by votes. The term friends does not mean representatives of the workers. The friends do not always vote for the bills endorsed by the unions. They are considered friendly if they vote for the majority of them. The AFL officialdom rejects independent working class political action. They advise the workers to confine themselves solely to trade union activity and let the bosses organize the political parties and run the government. The friends may be Republicans, Democrats, or so-called independents. Now that the mass production workers have broken the stranglehold of the craft unions and have successfully established their industrial unions, a new pressure has developed on the political front. The bosses have few crumbs to offer to these great layers of the working class. The membership of the industrial unions find themselves in constant conflict with the bosses. They have the grave problems of low wages, poor housing, unemployment, industrial diseases in the most aggravated form. They are little impressed by the time-worn dictum about the long road to the realization of their aims. Especially when those aims are only a few cents more an hour or a few hours less work per week. There is little satisfaction in progressing from starvation to mere malnutrition. They want action. And on the political as well as the economic front. CRN and Labor's Nonpartisan League. The leadership of the Congress of Industrial Organizations pretended to give the industrial workers a vehicle for independent working class political action through Labor's Nonpartisan League. But it is only a pretense. The LNPL is not an independent working class political party. It is nothing but a new method of applying the hoary AFL reward your friends and punish your enemies policy. An examination of the record does not speak well for these political friends who are backed by the officialdom of the AFL and CW. Few workers can remember a time when one of these friends appeared before a union meeting to urge the workers to go on strike and use their economic power in the struggle. 220. For their rights. But many workers can recall incidents where the friends have gone before meetings of the workers urging them not to go on strike, or to call off a strike already in progress, to say nothing about statements issued by them against the workers. They have many times helped the bosses to cram an unfair contract down the workers' throats or to force the workers to accept an insincere boss promise and no contract at all. When the time comes for a showdown, these friends of labor show that their real allegiance is to the bosses. Their promises to the workers were not made in good faith. In fact, the record shows that the policy of supporting friendly politicians is in reality a matter of supporting those who are least hostile. Some of the most serious defeats have been suffered where the unions depended on friendly government officials instead of militant class struggle policy. For example, in Little Steel, the CIO workers got a large-scale demonstration of betrayal by the very people they had worked so hard to elect into posts in the government. When a politician takes a more or less bold course in opposition to the workers or piles up too long a record of anti-labor actions, the workers tum sharply against him. The alibi artists in the trade union movement find it difficult to apologize for him, and sometimes he does not survive the next election. However, he is replaced not by a workers' representative, but by another slick politician who is also subservient to the bosses. He, too, is palmed off on the workers as their friend. The union leadership must be put on record as approving or disapproving all action of these friendly politicians. Nothing must remain unmentioned or covered up. They will try to evade this responsibility, claiming that there is danger of embarrassing the friends and risking the election of enemies. The workers must insist upon an end to such friends and the election of government officials from the workers' ranks by the workers' own party. The workers do not elect bosses or boss stooges to lead the unions. Such an action would be patently foolish. It is done only in company unions. It is just as ridiculous for them to elect such people to political office. The theory that the workers are not capable of governing themselves is false to the core. Unthinking people in the trade unions who repeat this prevarication do an injustice to their class. Every worker who has participated in trade union life knows that the working class has a tremendous capacity for efficient administration. Those parties which have represented themselves as labor parties are only substitutes for the real article. They confine themselves to competition for political posts of the lower rank. They do not seriously challenge the bosses. 221. Political parties for the key positions in the government. Occasionally they elect a mayor, very rarely a governor or a congressman. They avoid putting up workers as candidates. Lawyers, drugstore proprietors and professional politicians have been more popular with them as standard bearers. They buckle under just like the Republicans and the Democrats when the bosses really tum on the heat. For an independent Labor Party. An independent Labor Party, sponsored and launched by the trade unions, will represent the political power, not only of the organized workers, but also of a broad strata of the unorganized industrial and agricultural workers who will give it their support. Farmers, small merchants, professional people, and other middle-class elements will also in large numbers follow the independent political leadership of a dynamic working class as opposed to the present leadership of a decaying boss class. Class collaborationist leaders of the workers have been, and will continue to be, in political offices as timid before the bosses as they are in the unions. The Independent Labor Party will no doubt elect to political office, among others, many class collaborationists. Their performance in office will help show them up in their true colors before the eyes of the workers. They can thus be compelled to change their policies or be eliminated entirely from leadership in the working class movement in any capacity. The class-conscious working class leaders will fight as militantly in political office for the rights of the workers as they do in the unions. They will give a new meaning to the struggle of the workers for their rights. The workers will find powerful new weapons at their command. The electing of workers' representatives to political offices will surely not solve the basic problems of the working class. But when the workers begin to participate in politics as a class, through an independent party of their own, they will have taken a long step forward toward their goal. Trotsky. I have a concrete suggestion, that we publish a letter to the Stalinist workers. During 5 years your leaders were protagonists of the democracies, then they changed and were against all the imperialisms. If you make a firm decision not to permit a change in line, then we are ready to convoke a convention to support your presidential candidate. You must give a pledge. It would be a letter of propaganda and agitation to the Stalinist workers. We will see. It is probable that the line will change in some weeks. This letter would give you free possibilities without having to vote for their candidate. Cannon, they will probably make a change before we return. Trotsky, yes, it is quite likely. Cannon, we must exercise great caution in dealing with the Stalinists in order not to compromise ourselves. Yesterday's discussion took a one-sided channel regarding our relations in the unions, that we act only as attorneys for the progressive labor fakers. This is very false. Our objective is to create our own forces. The problem is how to begin. All sectarians are independent forces, in their own imagination. Your impression that the anti-Stalinists are rival labor fakers is not quite correct. It has that aspect, but it has other aspects too. Without opposition to the Stalinists we have no reason for existing in the unions. We start as oppositionists and become irreconcilable. Where small groups break their necks is that they scorn maneuvers and combinations and never consolidate anything. At the opposite extreme is the Lovestone group. In the Subsailors Union of the Pacific we began without any members, the way we usually begin. Up to the time of the war it was hard to find a more fruitful ground than the anti-Stalinist elements. We began with this idea, that it is impossible to play a role in the unions unless you have people in the unions. With a small party, the possibility to enter is the first essential. In the SUP we made a combination with syndicalist elements. It was an exceptional situation. A small weak bureaucracy, most of whose policies were correct and which was against the Stalinists. It was incomprehensible that we could play any role except as an opposition to the Stalinists who were the most treacherous elements in the situation. We formed a tacit bloc with the one possibility to enter the Union freely. We were weak numerically, strong politically. The progressives grew, defeated the Stalinists. We grew too. We have 50 members and may possess soon 50 more. We followed a very careful policy, not to have sharp clashes which were not necessary anyway so far, so as not to bring about a premature split, not to let the main fight against the Stalinists be obscured. The maritime unions are an important section in the field. Our first enemy there is the Stalinists. They are the big problem. In new unions such as the Maritime, which in reality surged forward in 1934, shattering the old bureaucracy, the Stalinists came to the fore. The old-fashioned craft unionists cannot prevail against the Stalinists. The struggle for control is between us and the Stalinists. We have to be careful not to compromise this fight. We must be the classical intransigent force. The Stalinists gained powerful positions in these unions, especially in the auto union. The Lovestonites followed the policy outlined by Trotsky yesterday, attorneys for the labor fakers, especially in auto. They disappeared from the scene. We followed a more careful policy. We tried to exploit the differences between the Martin gang and the Stalinists. For a while we were the left wing of the Martin outfit, but we extricated ourselves in the proper time. Otto is ostensibly CIO, but in reality the Stalinists are in control. Now we are coming forward as the leading and inspiring circle in the rank and file that has no top leaders, that is anti-Stalinist, anti-patriotic, anti-Lewis. We have every chance for success. We must not overlook the possibility that these chances developed from experiments in the past period to exploit differences between the union tops. If we had taken a sectarian attitude we would still be there. In the food unions there was an inchoate opposition to the Stalinists. There were office seekers, progressives, former CPers. We have only a few people. We must link ourselves with one or the other to come forward. Later we will be able to come forward. Two things can compromise us: 1. Confusion with the Stalinists. 2. A purist attitude. If we imagine ourselves a power, ignoring the differences between the reactionary wings, we will remain sterile. Dobbs, the general situation leads me to believe that we would lose more than we would gain from giving the impression that we are locking arms with the Stalinists. We have made connections with reactionary people, but at the same time we have gained some very good trade union elements, bringing them closer to true Bolshevism. We have gained additional footholds. In steel we have 22 comrades in the rank and file movement. Some playing a very important role. At the last convention one comrade especially got the biggest ovation at the convention when he made his speech. Prior to the convention we had only a small nucleus. Since then we have grown among the rank and file. Trotsky, can we get them to go against Roosevelt? Dobbs: yes. Trotsky: for whom will they vote? Dobbs: don't know. Maybe Roosevelt. For us to come to the Stalinists will sow real confusion in their minds. It should not be rushed in any case. Trotsky: I believe we have the critical point very clear. We are in a block with so-called progressives, not only fakers but honest rank and file. Yes, they are honest and progressive, but from time to time they vote for Roosevelt, once in 4 years. This is decisive. You propose a trade union policy, not a Bolshevik policy. Bolshevik policies begin outside the trade unions. The worker is an honest trade unionist but far from Bolshevik politics. The honest militant can develop, but it is not identical with being a Bolshevik. You are afraid to become compromised in the eyes of the Rooseveltian trade unionists. They on the other hand are not worried in the slightest about being compromised by voting for Roosevelt against you. We are afraid of being compromised. If you are afraid, you lose your independence and become half Rooseveltian. In peace times this is not catastrophic. In war times it will compromise us. They can smash us. Our policy is too much for pro-Rooseveltian trade unionists. I notice that in the Northwest Organizer this is true. We discussed it before, but not a word was changed, not a single word. The danger, a terrible danger, is adaptation to the pro-Rooseveltian trade unionists. You don't give any answer to the elections, not even the beginning of an answer. But we must have a policy. It is not necessary now to vote for Browder. We are against Roosevelt. As for Norman Thomas, he is just a political misunderstanding. Browder, however, is a tremendous handicap because he has a revolutionary attitude toward the imperialist war, etc. And our attitude? We turn our backs and give no answer. I understand that the situation is difficult. What I propose is a manifesto to the Stalinist workers, to say that for 5 years you were for Roosevelt, then you changed. This turn is in the right direction. Will you develop and continue this policy or not? Will you let the leaders change it or not? Will you continue and develop it or not? If you are firm, we will support you. In this manifesto we can say that you fix a sharp program for your candidate, then we will vote for him. I see no reason why we can't say this with these ifs. Does this signify that we have changed our trade union policy? Not at all. We continue to oppose them as before. We say, if you seriously consider your attitude to Roosevelt, you would have such and such a policy in the trade. 225. Unions. But you don't have such a policy there. We can't go along with you in the trade unions. I would be very glad to hear even one single word from you on policy in regard to the presidential election. Canon, it is not entirely correct to pose the problem in that way. We are not with the pro-Roosevelt militants. We developed when the Stalinists were pro-Rooseveltian. Their present attitude is conjunctural. It is not correct that we lean toward Roosevelt. Comrade Trotsky's polemic is a polemic for an independent candidate. If we were opposed to that, then his account would be correct. For technical reasons we can't have an independent candidate. The real answer is independent politics. It is a false issue, Roosevelt versus the Stalinists. It is not a bona fide class opposition to Roosevelt. Possibly we could support Browder against Roosevelt, but Browder would not only repudiate our votes, but would withdraw in favor of Roosevelt. Trotsky, that would be the very best occurrence for us. After laying down our conditions for support, this capitulation would win us a section of the Stalinists. It is not a strategic policy but a policy for the presidential campaign only. The fact is that they have developed this anti-war propaganda. We must consider this important fact in the life of the American workers. We begin with nothing being done about the Stalinists. The progressive rank and file are a kind of semi-fabrication. They have class struggle tendencies but they vote for Roosevelt. They are not formed politically. The rank and file Stalinists are not worse. They are caught in a machine. They are disciplined, political. Our aim is to oppose the Stalinist worker to the machine. How accomplish this? By leaving them alone? We will never do it. By postponing? That is not a policy. We are for an independent labor ticket. But we don't even have this expressed in our press. Why? Because our party is embarrassed. It has no line on the elections. Last January we discussed a campaign in the unions to have our own trade union presidential candidate. We were to start in Minneapolis. We were to address Tobin. We were to propose to him that we would vote for him if he were nominated. Even Lewis. We were to begin the campaign for a labor president. But not a thing was done. Nothing appeared. Nothing in the Northwest Organizer. I can't explain it by negligence. Nor just because it is a trade union paper with just a trade union policy. The members of the party could write letters to the editor. What do their trade union leaders believe? Why can't our comrades write to the Northwest Organizer? We discussed in detail the technical 226 details. But nothing was done. Why? It signifies an immediate clash with the Rooseveltians, not the rank and file, but a clash with our allies, the machine, the conscious Rooseveltians, who would immediately attack, a clash with our own class enemies such as Tobin. Canon, it is necessary to counterpose trade union candidates in the field. That would retain our following. But what I can't accept is Browder as a symbol of the class struggle. Trotsky, that is a bit of false polemics. In January I didn't propose Browder. But you are reduced to Browder or Roosevelt. Why this lack of initiative? Why were these 6 months not utilized? Why? It is not reduced to an individual fight, it has general reasons. I discussed with O'Shea 2 years ago on this same problem and this same necessity. With Dunn too. But the Northwest organizer remains unchanged. It is a photograph of our adaptation to the Roosevelt eons. Understand, I don't believe that it would be advisable for important comrades to start such a campaign. But even totally unknown comrades could write such letters. He could write the executive board of the union, asking them what will be the fate of the workers. What kind of a president do we need? At least 5 months were not utilized. Completely lost. So we should lose 2 or 3 months more. And Browder suddenly becomes an ideal political figure for me. A little false polemics. How reach a compromise? I ask 200 or 300 Stalinist workers. That is the minimum requirement. We can get them by holding their leaders to a class struggle policy. Are you ready to impose this class struggle line on your leader, we ask. Then we will find common grounds. It is not just to write a manifesto, but to turn our political face to the Stalinist workers. What is bad about that? We begin an action against the Stalinists. What is wrong with that? I propose a compromise. I will evaluate Browder 50% lower than I estimate him now in return for 50% more interest from you in the Stalinist party. Cannon, it has many complications. Gordon, on the question of adaptation to Roosevelt's program by our trade union comrades. Is it true? If so, it was necessary for our trade union work. The trade unionists are for Roosevelt. If we want to make headway, we have to adapt, by not unfolding our full program in order to get a foothold for the next stage. We are still at the beginning despite all the work done. That is one thing, but to make it a permanent policy is another thing. We are against that. What is the right time to make the break? Have we exhausted the period of adaptation? 227. Cannon, the failure of the campaign to develop an independent ticket is due to inertia at the center, the faction fight, the tendency to wait in place of energetic application of policies, a feeling of smallness of the party's psychological faults rather than conscious or unconscious adaptation to the Roosevelt eons. The bloc in the trade unions is not a political bloc but a bloc over trade union policy. It is possible to have an active policy in opposition. In 1936 we supported the Socialist Party, not Roosevelt, despite the trade unionists giving open support to Roosevelt. We should have started a campaign 6 months ago. During the faction fight there was a congressional campaign. Browder was running. Our policy was that it would be best to have our own candidate. We proposed this, but it was sabotaged by a hem. But to go out and campaign for Browder, just at the time of war, when we are trying to explain our policy, Trotsky, it is precisely one of the elements of explaining that theirs is a false policy. Cannon, support for a labor candidate can be justified, but the CP is entirely different. The CP is not a genuine workers' party. Dobbs, we are caught short. The criticisms are very pertinent. They will be productive of better results, you may be certain. But we feel that this policy would be completely disastrous. We would prefer to sacrifice the maneuver for Jimmy Higgins' Work 23 and put our own candidate on the ballot. It is not a question of Roosevelt. We will do anything short of supporting the Stalinists in order to go against Roosevelt. Trotsky, good. But why not write a manifesto, addressing them? Give them arguments understandable to them. But we don't have a candidate. It is now too late to have a candidate. What is your policy? Good, we will abandon voting for Browder. We will abandon a manifesto. We will make a leaflet. You would agree with a leaflet on the above lines. We can state our differences with the CP, your party accepts the class struggle only on accidental grounds. And if the Stalinist worker comes up to you and asks, will you vote for our candidate? We are a serious political party, where do you stand? We must give him a serious answer. We must say, yes, we will vote for him. No party is homogeneous, not even the Stalinist party. We cannot change the party but only introduce a wedge to start some of them moving toward us. Canon, in 1920, in the first year of the CP in this country, we had a situation similar to this. We were in illegality. A few months before the election and impossible to run our own candidate. We openly boycotted the elections. It was completely ineffective. Lenin wrote us a letter. He held that we should have voted for Debs. But at that time there was a strong psychological separation from the SP. Lenin's statement produced quite a shock. And Debs was in prison, not a Browder. Trotsky, yes. Although Browder is condemned to prison. Canon, there has not been a direct attack or approach to the Stalinists for some years. Could it be possible? The Negro question. Thomas Bias. A dilemma faced by the socialist movement in the United States, since its beginnings in the 19th century, had involved a failure to fully integrate the struggle of Black Americans into the struggle for a socialist future, a profound limitation reflected, and only partially overcome, in these selections. This is a problem afflicting a variety of radical and reform movements in the course of US history. Many socialists did recognize the special oppression African Americans faced for well over a century before the United States came into existence as a republic, and in all the years that followed. Skin color prejudice directed against African Americans has consistently been a big problem in the American working class and labor movement for generations, but by the 1930s, the period covered by this volume, socialists of all political tendencies rejected and actively opposed such attitudes. That also was not the issue. Socialists were especially instrumental in fighting against divisive race hatreds in the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, during its organizing drives and strikes during the 1930s, and their work against racism in the unions was decisive in the CIO's success during those years. Yet this did not automatically translate into a recognition of the central importance of the African American struggle for basic civil rights and later for a more fundamental liberation as a people. The 1929 position presented by us Trotskyists on the Negro question, a brief statement in the Militant entitled Work Among Negroes, was far in advance of what we find later. Framed in part as a critique of the US Communist Party, the article is consistent with positions articulated by Trotsky in the 1920s and early 1930s, and developed a decade later by C.L.R. James. Possibly the general framework for the 1931 comments by James P. Cannon in Trifling with the Negro Question, it is remarkable that, far from being followed up and developed, the 1929 position appears to have been soon forgotten or quietly dropped. One is struck by the relative paucity of articles devoted to the black struggle in such as Trotskyist publications of this period as the Militant, Socialist, Appeal, and New International. There were some, and a representation of them is included here, however, there were not many. Furthermore, they are written from an intellectual and theoretical point of view, addressing the sociological and political issues posed by the special oppression of black people. They do not address the strategy and tactics of day-to-day struggle to put an end to discrimination, poverty, and outright murder of black people, and even more importantly, they do not reflect the point of view of people who faced racist oppression each day of their lives. It is revealing that the editors of the Militant, in presenting Hugo Oehler's three-part series in 1932, indicate that it comes from a commission to assemble material on the Negro question in America and to open a discussion in the Communist League, concluding that Oehler's contribution was a discussion article whose views were only those of the author, and that others will follow on the same subject. But there were no others published. It is no less revealing that the draft of a pamphlet by Max Schachtman developed in the same period, Race and Revolution, advancing a line similar to that advanced by Oehler, was never published, until brought out by a socialist academic in 2003. The way Schachtman summed up the question uncompromisingly opposed racism, yet it somewhat mechanistically submerged the anti-racist struggle in the larger class struggle. The militant proletariat inscribes upon its banner in this country the uncompromising demand for full and equal rights for the oppressed Negro, so that he may rise out of the position of debasement and the backwardness to which he has been forced by a decadent ruling class to the level of human dignity and consciousness that will make him the invaluable comrade in arms of the white proletariat. In their joint struggle for the proletarian revolution, they will sweep away the abominable structure of imperialist capitalism, rooting out the barbarous remnants of slavery and serfdom, and abolishing the poisonous system of caste inequality, ostracism, misery, and exploitation under which the millions of American Negroes suffer today. Any other road is a deception, leading through mirages to the brink of the precipice. The proletarian revolution is the road to freedom. 2. While there is much of value in what was written in the Trotskyist publications in the 1930s, it shows that the Trotskyists at that time were not directly connected with the African American people or their ongoing struggle against the horrific oppression they had faced for centuries. Even the remarkable C.L.R. James, 1901-89, usually writing under the pseudonym J.R. Johnson, wrote as an outsider. James, though he was himself black, was Trinidadian and joined the socialist movement in Great Britain. He did not come to the United States until 1938. James contributed mightily to American Trotskyists' understanding of the black experience and the black struggle, to be sure, as readers will see in the articles in this section. Even so, he had little connection to the daily life and challenges faced by the masses of black Americans as they struggled for survival during the 1930s, and his writing reflects that. 3. In the articles included in this chapter, the reader will find little mention and no thorough analysis of the political debate within the black struggle of the 1930s. The views of Booker T. Washington and Marcus Garvey are dismissed out of hand as reactionary, and indeed some aspects of their political orientation are antagonistic to a program of working-class solidarity and working-class power. C.L.R. James, writing as J.R. Johnson, says in his preliminary notes on the Negro question, self-determination for the American Negroes is, 1. Economically reactionary and, 2. Politically false because no Negroes, except C.P. stooges, want it. For Negroes it is merely an inverted segregation. Yet it is not to be lightly dismissed without providing for what it aims at, the creation of confidence among the Negroes that revolutionary socialism does honestly and sincerely mean to stand by its promises. As so often with Marxists, the subsidiary psychological factors are not carefully provided for in the planning of political campaigns. By self-determination James means something very specific, the right to separate and form an independent self-governing political entity, and he rejects it. The Communist Party during the early 1930s, mechanically adapting the Bolsheviks' allowing of self-determination to the nationalities within the Tsarist Russian Empire, had advocated the independence of the so-called Black Belt of the Deep South as an independent black state. When he participated with a number of other Socialist Workers' Party members in a discussion with Trotsky in Coyoacán, Mexico, in 1938, his position was somewhat more nuanced. He said, I therefore propose concretely, 1. That we are for the right of self-determination. 2. If some demand should arise among the Negroes for the right of self-determination we should support it. 3. We do not go out of our way to raise the slogan and place an unnecessary barrier between ourselves and socialism. 4. An investigation should be made into these movements, the one led by Garvey, the movement for the 49th state, the movement centering around Liberia. Find out what groups of the population supported them and on this basis come to some opinion as to how far there is any demand among the Negroes for self-determination. 4. As to Washington, Joseph Vansler, writing under the pseudonym John G. Wright, wrote, Booker T. Washington did what he could to discourage Negroes from putting their trust in working-class unity. That is true, as far as it goes. Vansler went on to say, Booker T. Washington preached to the Negroes against class solidarity and tried to imbue them with self-degradation. He said, the wisest of my race understand that the agitation of questions of social equality is the extremest folly. He advocated an alliance with the wealthy whites against the white trash, i.e., against the white workers who are the oppressors and scoundrels, who hold Negroes in contempt and lynch them. The Negroes have been taught by the bourgeoisie to distrust and hate the white workers and vice versa. We must imbue the Negro with class solidarity. Vansler's polemic against Washington, brief as it is hardly an analysis. It fails to take into account the context in which Washington was doing his advocacy and organizing, a context in which not knowing one's place was life-threatening to black people. It was also a context in which the danger of dispossession and starvation was clear and present to the black sharecropper, and what else could Washington advocate but concrete and practical ways by which African Americans could improve their economic condition? Obviously, no socialist could ever condone strike-breaking or even advocating strike-breaking, and, to be sure, Washington's strategy was far from a winning one for the African American people. Nevertheless, it came from very practical considerations in the real world in which black people lived, and one does not get an understanding of those considerations from what even the best revolutionary socialists were writing in the 1930s. Those socialists simply did not live in that same real world. Union Square in New York City was much further away from the Mississippi Delta than even the map would indicate. One can read voraciously and have a solid theoretical understanding, but it is still no substitute for direct personal experience. Much of the Socialist Workers' Party's attention, as well as the attention of the groups which preceded the SWP, such as the Communist League of America and Workers' Party of the United States, was directed at the much larger Communist Party, and the CP's influence in the labor movement during the 1930s was strong and in many cases pernicious. The SWP in its 1939 convention resolution, the SWP and Negro Work, noted correctly that the Communist Party had betrayed the trust of many blacks who had joined it and had become another example of the use of Negroes by whites for political purposes unconnected with Negro struggles. The resolution also noted that the New York State CP had lost 80% of its black members between 1935 and 1939. Addressing the issues posed by this was of paramount importance in the 1930s. C. L. James, in his 1939 preliminary notes on the Negro question, which laid the basis for the convention resolution, the SWP and Negro Work, summed up the problem faced by the SWP as shown by the articles included in this chapter. The Fourth International Movement has neglected the Negro question almost completely. If and the party personnel were not of a type to do active work among the Negro masses, the Negro question as an integral part of the American Revolution can no longer be neglected. The Negro helped materially to win the Civil War, and he can make the difference between success and failure in any given revolutionary situation. A Negro department of some sort should be organized, consisting, if need be, entirely of whites, which will deal as comprehensively with the Negro question as the trade union department deals with the trade union question. If the party thinks the question important enough, this will be done. The party members and sympathizers must be educated to the significance of the Negro question. This is not a question of there being no Negroes in the party. That has nothing to do with it at all. This work can begin immediately. The main question, however, that of organizing or helping to organize the Negro masses, is one of enormous difficulty for a party like the SWP. The main reasons for this are of course the discrimination against the Negro in industry by both capitalists and workers, the chauvinism of the white workers, and the political backwardness of the American movement. Each of these are fundamental causes inherent in the economic and social structure of the country. James played a central role in the development of the SWP's perspectives on the Negro question. In 1939, he taught a course for the SWP on the destiny of the Negro, whose outline, reproduced here, was serialized in Socialist Appeal, and also wrote the path-breaking essay Revolution and the Negro, reproduced in Chapter 11 of this volume, which appeared in New International. James's study of African American realities in the United States, as well as his discussions with Trotsky, also provided the basis for the resolution adopted by the SWP at its 1939 convention, the right of self-determination and the Negro in the United States, which provided a unique perspective on the US left. The party as a whole has always greatly underestimated the tremendous importance of revolutionary work among the Negro masses. The American Negroes are destined to play a great role in the coming revolution. The Negro proletariat of the North, and the great mass of Negro peasantry in the South, form a tremendous reservoir of revolutionary force, which has hitherto remained untapped. What is needed is a recognition of the importance of this work, a correct policy in it and serious attention to it. It must be the main task of the party in this field to mobilize the white workers to fight for the rights of the Negro masses to full social, economic and political equality and to unite with them in their struggles. Not an attitude of liberal paternalism, but an attitude of comradely support in a common battle, will give an impetus to the movement of struggle and resistance among the Negroes and will pave the way for the expansion of party influence among them. The organization of the Negro masses for struggle goes hand in hand with the mobilization of the white workers for the defense of the Negroes against persecution and discrimination. A prerequisite for this is the persistent struggle against race prejudice, white chauvinism, which is sedulously cultivated by the ruling class and dominates large sections of the white workers. It is even reflected in certain sections of the party. This can be rooted out only by a broad ideological campaign explaining the reactionary, anti-working class origin, nature, and result of bourgeois theories of white supremacy, and utilizing every concrete instance in this sense. Such a campaign has not yet even been begun in our party press. The attempt to deal with the question by purely mechanical methods is false. The Negro question is also a national question, and the party must raise the slogan of the right to self-determination for the Negroes. The effectiveness of this slogan is enhanced by the fact that there are scores of contiguous counties in the South where the Negro population is in the majority, and it there that they suffer the most violent persecution and discrimination. This slogan will be the means especially of penetrating these Negro masses in the South and of mobilizing them for revolutionary struggle. The party must at the same time decisively reject the false slogan of a Negro Soviet Republic in the South at this time, raised by Pepper. 6. This theory is being propagated in the party press and in official party literature despite its rejection even at the 6th Congress of the Comintern. The work among the Negro masses must from the very beginning be based on leadership by the Negro proletariat and not by the Negro petty bourgeoisie. The party's orientation in the past has been based more on the latter than the former. Only through the domination of the Negro proletariat in the movement will the party be able to advance the work of organizing the Negro peasants, tenant farmers, sharecroppers, etc., in the South in an effective and revolutionary sense. 6. John Pepper, a Hungarian whose actual name was József Pogany, was influential among leading US communists in the late 1920s. Associated with the Communist International, he had been close to ultra-left communist Béla Kun, who had headed the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919. Most historians have viewed him as an audacious yet destructive figure. In its struggle against the workers' emancipation movement, capitalism plays upon all the dark sentiments of ignorance, prejudice, and superstition. This is seen daily and hourly in its endeavors to divide the workers and oppressed people along national, racial, and religious lines. The very air we breathe is saturated with these prejudices which arise from class society like foul odors from decaying matter. The revolutionary struggle for the solidarity of labor is also a struggle for knowledge and light on these questions. These problems have a particular importance and acuteness in America where the proletariat, enslaved by bourgeois ideology, is inflamed against the foreigner, the Jew, and the Negro. Communism cannot be other than the mortal enemy of these devastating prejudices, and the Communist Party is charged with an irreconcilable struggle against them. In no small degree the party of the proletariat is to be judged by the vigor, and also by the wisdom, with which it conducts the struggle. And it is self-evident that the Negro question takes first place within it. Communist ideas, communist teaching, and practice must break down the artificial wall which bourgeois prejudice has reared between the races. The communists must be the heralds of a genuine solidarity between the exploited workers of the white race and the doubly exploited Negroes. This is no question to be played with. Its seriousness and its difficulty are enormous. The deep-seated prejudices of the white workers will not be extirpated by force or terror any more than the justified suspicions of the Negroes will be removed by cajolery. In this field education takes the first place, patient, unceasing and systematic explanation combined with a genuine policy of equality in practice. Such a policy must be as free from discrimination on the one hand as it is free from flattery and demagoguery on the other. Only along this path will real progress be recorded. During their career as leaders of the party, Lovestone, Minor and Co. did their best to spoil this work, as they did others. For discrimination against the Negroes, the instinctive attitude of all petty bourgeois elements, but an attitude formally impossible in the name of communism, they substituted an unscrupulous demagoguery, and a policy of flattery, condescension, and bribery of Negro intellectuals and careerists on the make. By this they attracted not a few outright scoundrels and adventurers while they repelled the self-reliant type of proletarian militants of the Negro race, the type which is offended, and justly so, no less by discrimination than by its twin, condescension. Thereby they arrested the real work among the Negroes and transformed the whole question into a factional football. The Foster leaders, who have set for themselves the historic task of matching the Lovestone regime in unworthy demagoguery and combining it with a stupidity all their own, are now having their fling at the Negro question, and at the Negro. They seem to labor always under a psychological fixation that their time is short and that what they do must be done quickly. The eradication of racial antagonisms, like the creation of a new trade union movement, is a small task for these high-pressure people, a task to be accomplished between plenums, by command. Prejudice against the Negro, that ugly poison which has been injected into the veins of the white workers, is to be removed at one stroke. The Daily Worker of February 24 features the announcement of this major operation. Comrade Jokinen, a member of the party in Harlem, is accused of manifesting a prejudicial attitude toward Negro workers. One might think, if this is really the case and not a frame-up as we knew of in the days of the Lovestone leadership, that the incident could be made the occasion for an education of the party on the concrete case. Education, however, particularly on such a question, requires a calm atmosphere, an atmosphere free from demagoguery, hypocrisy, and incitement, an atmosphere created by teachers of the proletariat, not by terrorizers. But such methods are alien to the blustering vulgarians who feel the need to shout down their own prejudices of yesterday. They are going to summon the offending comrade to a mass trial. This trial, they announce, must be packed with Negro and white workers. Workers' organizations are asked to send delegations to the sport. The mass trial, they say further, will be the forerunner of similar trials all over the country. And all this is to be done so that the Negro workers will know that the Communist Party is in deadly earnest in its fight for the Negro masses. Otherwise they would not know. Just a moment, gentlemen. Aren't you insulting the intelligence of the Negro masses just a little? Aren't you stultifying the party with this stupid campaign of terror? If you have been educating the party properly, how does it happen that race prejudice among party members is manifested all over the country? For the Negro masses, racial persecution is a bitter actuality that confronts them every moment of their lives. They have learned to recognize all forms of this reactionary poison, including that form of so-called freedom from it which protests too much. Take care, triflers, lest your indecent demagoguery becomes a boomerang for the party. Take care lest the Negro masses ask, if your own conscience is clear, why do you shout so loud? In modern Europe, where capitalism has long ago had its decisive battles with feudalism, there still linger remnants of the past, feudal carryovers complicating the solution of the proletariat's problems. This complication does not confront the workers of America, but in its place we have a variety of more conflicting inheritances. One of these was the carryover of chattel slavery, a more backward system which gained supremacy over attempted feudalist inroads in New America by its economic advantages in the South for large-scale agriculture production. The race form of chattel slavery in America gave impetus to this development. The period when economic systems were gaining a foothold in New America cannot be separated from the class struggles in Europe at that time. The discovery of America, which gave the feudal kingdoms greater land rights, only accelerated the internal contradictions between the feudal land property relations and the developing bourgeois property relations. The commercial system of Europe was on the upgrade, and the race for America reflected this. The discovery of America accelerated bourgeois development in Europe and logically expressed its growth in the colonies. In Europe, feudalism ruled by the monopoly of land through the feudal estates and the Catholic Church, and by hindering the developing handicraft system, keeping it part of the feudal hand tool production. Free land in America played havoc with feudal relations, not just because there was free land, but primarily because with this free land developed the bourgeois property relations. Bourgeois relations are made difficult by free land, but the presence of large tracts of usable free land in a new country smashes all feudal attempts at stability when capitalism moves in at the same time. Labor power and its control was the burning problem of the rulers of the colonies, not only its scarcity but also its control once obtained. Wage workers would soon disappear as free farmers, hunters, and trappers. The white slaves and indentured slaves from Europe enabled the merchant and commercial classes to retain a sufficient supply of cheap labor power, but this could only be kept up by a constant influx from Europe. The land to the west was an escape for this labor supply. At the same time, however, this resulted in developing bourgeois agriculture relations in the northern part of the colonies. In Europe, where capitalism was already at work appropriating those who had escaped feudalism through the handicraft system or by free peasant farming, and turning them into an army of propertyless wage slaves, there was no further escape. Either work as wage slaves, starve to death, or be killed or imprisoned as beggars and thieves, these were the alternatives. In America the escape to the west was still open. But this escape laid the basis for the further development and strengthening of bourgeois domination in America. In the South conditions were different. The kinds of crops and the climatic conditions called for a different form. The crops demanded large-scale agriculture production, and capitalist agriculture relations were yet in their infancy. Feudalism could answer this request, but it could not furnish serfs tied to the land and accustomed to the hot climate, when livelihood could be obtained by hunting and fishing, and trapping and free land for farming. The only suitable alternative, that rising bourgeois relations could tolerate, was chattel slavery, bringing in large-scale agriculture production, labor power bound in slavery, suitable for the climate. It was proven that the Indian could not serve this purpose. The white man from Europe had too easy an escape, even if it were possible to brand him as a chattel slave. The Negro race answered the need. Indentured slavery was the closest form to chattel slavery possible for the white man of Europe. It sufficed for the recruitment of a supply of labor in the North, but was not suitable for cotton and tobacco production in the South. The traffic in Negro slaves was just as profitable as the traffic in indentured slaves. The chattel slave was more profitable for the South under the conditions. But in the latter period of slavery in America, the bourgeois relation had far outstripped the other forces and had shown that the wage slave was by far the most profitable for the master class. The conflict of these two antagonistic systems reached its climax in the Civil War. The forceful expropriation of the chattel masters' property in the form of the slaves put an end to the most dangerous internal enemy of the bourgeois system. However, this did not remove all the obstacles and give a free hand for capitalist penetration. The canyover was as heavy as a mountain, hindering all speedy solutions. The expropriation of the chattel masters of their property in the slaves opened up new avenues for capitalist development and new markets for penetration. The dictatorship which the capitalists set up in the South after the Civil War soon reduced the chattel masters to submission to the new rulers of America. In fact, the dictatorship was becoming a boomerang. The former slave was taking his liberty seriously in an increasing degree. The exploiters of the wage slaves were not long in learning they had 100 times more in common with the former chattel masters than with the former slaves. The freedom taken by the slaves had to be checked. The dictatorship against the chattel masters was modified when their resistance was broken, when they came to terms, the terms of the northern capitalists. From then on the capitalist supremacy took on a form of democracy for the white rulers of the South, and a new form of dictatorship against the Negro masses who were driven into worse slavery than before. The new role of the Negro. The freeing of the Negro from chattel slavery opened the door to a tremendous supply of cheap labor for the American capitalist. In fact, the supply was too great for developing capitalism to absorb. However, it remained in reserve, ever ready to be used as expansion would warrant. Although capitalist development in America was fairly fast, the influx of European wage slaves, already trained, kept in check the rapid transformation of former chattel slaves into wage slaves. The slave's freedom turned out to be a bourgeois joke. The former slave found himself, free from his former master's obligation to feed, clothe, and shelter him, and keep him well as property, but not free from the economic exploitation and political domination of the capitalists and plantation owners. Left free, without economic means for a livelihood, land and tools, the Negro was free to starve to death, to submit to his former master in worse economic subjection than before, or to become a wage slave, providing he could find an employer. The free Negro, without land or tools, had only one road to travel as a class and race, to submit to the new forms of exploitation, since conditions were not ripe for a successful revolution to free themselves from their white masters and obtain the land and tools of production for themselves. As a race they adjusted themselves to the new condition, unassimilated as wage slave, not held as chattel slaves, reflecting the old and looking at the new, but 243. Representing neither. They started the process by eking out an existence on the land and as servants of the white rulers, part slave, part serf, and part wage slave. At the time of the transformation only the Marxists realized the historic significance of the freeing of the chattel slaves. The history of American labor cannot be written properly unless this current is traced back and properly connected with the development of the white and Negro proletariat and their allies in the coming revolution. Westward expansion, internal Northern American development and colonial expansion could tolerate concessions to the white rulers of the South in return for their political support as plantation owners. Rule the Negroes in your own state as you like so long as you support your political hegemony, said the Northern capitalist, and besides you can make more profits by your support than by resistance. And just as the freedom of the American Revolution amounted to so many words and pieces of paper for the workers and farmers, so much did the freedom of the Civil War amount to for the Negro masses. Revolutions and civil wars are always followed by counter-revolution, reaction, terror, etc. against the exploited, unless the workers are able to carry the Civil War over to the point where they seize power for themselves. During the struggle, concessions are necessary to gain the support of the exploited for the exploiter's war. But once the former exploiter is defeated, the new exploiter makes haste to bring about a new alignment with the former enemy, under the hegemony of the new exploiter, against the exploited. The results of the Civil War only confirmed this truth again. The legal forms of capitalist rule were not sufficient for the needs of the plantation owners of the South. Lynch law was added, a necessary measure used against the whole exploited class whenever the formal legal means do not suffice to keep them in check. Lynch law exists for the Negro every minute of the day and night. But it is not the elimination of the lynch law that will free the Negro. Rather, lynch law, as such, can only be done away with by the overthrow of capitalism. In the struggle to overthrow capitalism, a necessary part is the constant struggle against lynch law and all forms of discrimination, discriminating law prohibiting admittance to public and private buildings, schools, universities, parks, etc., restrictions regarding jury service and civil service, disenfranchisement, prohibition of intermarriage, lease system, chain gangs, etc., and admittance to working class organizations, trade unions, etc. The Negro in America, bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, farmer and worker stands as an oppressed racial minority, a national minority. Of course they are a minority of the nation, and in this sense, a mechanical one, they are a national minority. But in the political sense it is not so. A national minority are a people not only with racial differences, but a people with special differences of EN. 244. Gauge, custom, and religion, or with a separate national character or national interests. Politically speaking, national minorities always have the integral element of racial minority, race or branch of race. But a racial minority, in the hodgepodge of capitalist society, does not necessarily signify national minority. On the other hand, racial oppression does not always mean the oppression of a national minority. This oppression may be inflicted on a national majority, as in the case of China and India. One could give countless examples of this kind in the past history. America, the outstanding representative of capitalism, is the best example to show the differences between a racial minority and a national minority. America is now a nation and its people take pride in their nationality, regardless of the descent, especially those Americans of the second and third generation of foreign descent. In the United States we find many racial groups making up the nation as Americans. The Swedes, English, Spanish or French born in America, who may still have the pure blood of their race, can be considered as a racial minority, races of Europe, of the population of the United States. In this way they are catalogued mechanically as part of a national group. But, in spite of this, they cannot be considered as a national minority in the political sense. The Negro was brought from Africa, from a system of barbarism where nations as political states were only in the process of formation. He was hurried through the process and now is part of capitalism. He brought with him racial characteristics, as well as traditions and modes of the past. However, his life in America has overbalanced that which was brought from the past, has modified it, has changed it. Capitalist America has forced him to adopt the language and religion and modes of the country and of the economic system as the determining factors of this part of his makeup. The more complicated economic structure here in America has swallowed up the past. And, although it cannot be eliminated and expresses itself in the new makeup, it is not the determining factor of the American Negro. As an oppressed racial minority it is one question, and the question is the race form of the class struggle. As an oppressed national minority it is another question. The attempt to construe the Negro question this way can only result, not in nationalism for the Negro, but in national reformism for the Marxist. The idea of self-determination for national minorities, which include races or racial groups, is a compromise and concession. It is a transitional measure, a weapon against capitalism, providing it is used at the proper time, where no other road out is possible. This is not the situation in America with the American Negro, as the Stalinites contend. Objective conditions are still on the move for the Negro, and particularly since the World War. The shortage of labor in the war period, the stoppage of 245. The immigration flow, and the development of capitalism at a faster pace in the South, all this moved the Negro into the stream of class struggle. The racial expression of the oppression of the Negro is no reason for a revolutionist to see the form, racial oppression, and enlarge this out of its true relation to the content of the class struggle. The decisive section of the Negroes, in relation to the problem considered, is no longer the one which is half slaves half serfs. It is not petty bourgeois Negro. The decisive section in the class struggle, in the North as well as the South, in America as a whole, which is the proper way to look at the problem, is the Negro proletariat. His weight as a proletarian, if it is the decisive part, and even Stalinism does not deny this in words, will make up for his weakness in the South where Stalinism says the slogan of self-determination is necessary. The complicated race form of the class struggle for the Negro lays the main burden upon the Negro proletariat in relation to the rest of the Negroes, but not in relation to the white proletariat. The main burden of the relation of the Negro to the white proletariat rests upon the shoulders of the latter. The white worker must be ready to meet the Negro more than halfway. He must go to the point, no matter how far, for the victory of the workers over capitalism. The Negro worker is a necessary part of this problem for the victory not of the white workers but of the workers regardless of their race. but the solution cannot be brought closer by artificial slogans, such as the slogan of self-determination. We must minimize the desires of the Negro petty bourgeoisie and enlarge the form of the proletarian interest of the Negro who is, like the white worker, choked with bourgeois ideology. National minorities must be won as allies to the proletariat, if they are oppressed minorities. But in winning them as allies we do not approach the workers of this nationality or race as such. This would be national opportunism. We approach these workers as workers. We know the bourgeois element of the national minorities under Tsarism were no better and often worse than the dominating bourgeoisie against the workers. Likewise the Negro bourgeois elements have already proven they can outstrip their white masters. We want allies, but not on the basis of concessions and compromises on principles. But the Negro proletarian is no Negro ally, he is a worker. The cropper and dirt farmer are allies and must be won as such. But in this relation the Negro industrial and agriculture worker is decisive. A compromise on principle means that the allies have captured the proletariat. The program of the communists, Marxists, is the only one possible for the American Negro for social, political, and economic equality and freedom. The road is the road of class struggle, not that of preparation stages, self-determination, democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. 4. 246. Class Party, Workers' and Peasant Parties, People's Revolution, etc. which give the petty bourgeois Negroes organizational and political control. Preparation stages in struggles are necessary, but not compromises on principle, passed off as preparation stages. We must consider slogans and tactics for the race form of the class struggle. This is essential in order to defeat the boss's policy of divide and rule. Slogans and tactics against the legal and extra-legal discrimination and lynch laws are the order of the day. A will to fight the battles of the Negro masses, as the party has already demonstrated, is a big step forward. Let us not step backward into the swamp of national reformism. The Negro of America was not snatched from a state or nation in Africa with national aspirations and ideologies. Neither has America given the Negro as a Negro the material base for nationalism as such. The class struggle of the Negro is not cloaked in a national form, complicated with the national bourgeois influence, that calls for the slogan of self-determination at special stages and under special conditions in the struggle. It is cloaked in the race form. The American Negro bourgeoisie elements are no ally of ours. The problem is complicated enough without adding the national complex to it, which in this case can only result in national reformism. The racial form of social conflicts has taken the national form where the racial group obtained an economic unit. This has been the case in the past. Blood ties, gens, and clans in the process of development from primitive communism through the stages to an exploiter's society, naturally crystallized as such. But the American Negro presents no such picture. His is a different and far more difficult problem. The socialist tells us in substance, that the workers must not seize power in backward countries. We must let the bourgeois revolution take its course, develop its industries, nationalism, and then we will win it over. Stalinism tells us that we must move the American Negro into the feeling of national consciousness through the slogan of self-determination. Of course Stalinism will say, no, not national consciousness. But we will answer, the slogan of self-determination for a racial group that does not have a material base for such has even less logic than the socialist position. At least, these non-Marxists speak of a material base for bourgeois power, in one form or the other, in backward sections. When the proletariat takes power, the Negro worker will take his place as an equal with the white worker. Where the Negroes are the majority, parts of South, etc., this majority will dominate the Soviets. The Negro worker and farmer, being even more suppressed and exploited than his white brother, requires special consideration from the revolutionary. 247. Party, even though, economically, he is a worker or dirt farmer. This double exploitation and class suppression is carried out through the race form of the class struggle, which does not include the national form in the political sense. Stalinism says, because the Negro constitutes a doubly exploited racial minority, and regardless of the argument on nationalism, it is proper to present the slogan of self-determination for oppressed racial minorities as well as national minorities. Let us consider it in this light for a moment, in spite of the arguments already presented. Adding to what has been said about the slogan of self-determination, we must say that it can only be realized, so far as the American Negro is concerned, after the overthrow of capitalism in the South, which means the overthrow of American imperialism as such. Ls this transition step needed then? The victory of the proletariat includes within it the solution of the double exploitation of the Negro masses. As for the Negro bourgeoisie, the Negro and white workers will take care of them just as they will take care of the white exploiters. The Soviets of the South will solve this problem, even though special efforts will have to be leveled against reactionary ideological carryovers. But the main struggle against the reactionary ideology is not a problem of the Negroes, but of the whites. But how about the slogan as a means of winning the Negro masses today for the proletarian revolution? Yes, the slogan will win over many petty bourgeois elements on the basis of national reformism. But we don't want the Negro petty bourgeoisie as allies on that basis. The Negro worker, industrial and agricultural, is not even in this problem, because we do not use a slogan of self-determination for workers. We win them as workers, even though different racial and sectional, youth and women, etc., tactics are necessary. Swayback, we have in this question within the American League no noticeable differences of an important character, nor have we yet formulated a program. I present therefore only the views which we have developed in general. How must we view the position of the American Negro, as a national minority or as a racial minority? This is of the greatest importance for our program. The Stalinists maintain as their main slogan the one of self-determination for the Negroes and demand in connection therewith a separate state and state rights for the Negroes in the Black Belt. The practical application of the latter demand has revealed much opportunism. On the other hand, I acknowledge that in the practical work amongst the Negroes, despite the numerous mistakes, the Communist Party can also record some achievements. For example, in the Southern textile strikes, where to a large extent the color lines were broken down. Weisbord, I understand, is in agreement with the slogan of self-determination and separate state rights. He maintains that is the application of the theory of the permanent revolution for America. We proceed from the actual situation. There are approximately 13 million Negroes in America, the majority are in the southern states, Black Belt. In the northern states the Negroes are concentrated in the industrial communities as industrial workers, in the south they are mainly farmers and sharecroppers. Trotsky, do they rent from the state or from private owners? Swayback, from private owners, from white farmers and plantation owners. Some Negroes own the land they till. The Negro population of the North is kept on a lower level, economically, socially, and culturally, in the South under oppressive Jim Crow conditions. They are barred from many important trade unions. During and since the war the migration from the South has increased, perhaps about 4 to 5. G. Trotsky, Swayback, Frank 1933. 249 million Negroes now live in the North. The northern Negro population is overwhelmingly proletarian, but also in the South the proletarianization is progressing. Today none of the southern states have a Negro majority. This lends emphasis to the heavy migration, to the North. We put the question thus, are the Negroes, in a political sense, a national minority or a racial minority? The Negroes have become fully assimilated, Americanized, and their life in America has overbalanced the traditions of the past, modified and changed them. We cannot consider the Negroes a national minority in the sense of having their own separate language. They have no special national customs, or special national culture or religion, nor have they any special national minority interests. It is impossible to speak of them as a national minority in this sense. It is therefore our opinion that the American Negroes are a racial minority whose position and interests are subordinated to the class relations of the country and depending upon them. To us the Negroes represent an important factor in the class struggle, almost a decisive factor. They are an important section of the proletariat. There is also a Negro petty bourgeoisie in America, but not as powerful or as influential or playing the role of the petty bourgeoisie and bourgeoisie among the nationally oppressed people, colonial. The Stalinist slogan self-determination is in the main based upon an estimate of the American Negroes as a national minority, to be won over as allies. To us the question occurs, do we want to win the Negroes as allies on such a basis, and who do we want to win, the Negro proletariat or the Negro petty bourgeoisie? To us it appears that we will with this slogan win mainly the petty bourgeoisie, and we cannot have much interest in winning them as allies on such a basis. We recognize that the poor farmers and sharecroppers are the closest allies of the proletariat, but it is our opinion that they can be won as such mainly on the basis of the class struggle. Compromise on this principled question would put the petty bourgeois allies ahead of the proletariat and the poor farmers as well. We recognize the existence of definite stages of development which require specific slogans. But the Stalinist slogan appears to us to lead directly to the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. The unity of the workers, black and white, we must prepare proceeding from a class basis, but in that it is necessary to also recognize the racial issues and in addition to the class slogans also advance the racial slogans. It is our opinion that in this respect the main slogan should be social, political, and economic equality for the Negroes, as well as the slogans which flow therefrom. This slogan is naturally quite different from the Stalinist slogan of self-determination for a national minority. The Communist Party leaders maintain that the Negro 250 workers and farmers can be won only on the basis of this slogan. To begin with, it was advanced for the Negroes throughout the country, but today only for the southern states. It is our opinion that we can win the Negro workers only on a class basis, advancing also the racial slogans for the necessary intermediary stages of development. In this manner we believe also the poor Negro farmers can best be won as direct allies. In the main the problem of slogans in regard to the Negro question is the problem of a practical program. Trotsky, the point of view of the American comrades appears to me not fully convincing. Self-determination is a democratic demand. Our American comrades advance as against this democratic demand, the liberal demand. This liberal demand is, moreover, complicated. I understand what political equality means. But what is the meaning of economic and social equality within capitalist society? Does that mean a demand to public opinion that all enjoy the equal protection of the laws? But that is political equality. The slogan political, economic, and social equality sounds equivocal, and while it is not clear to me, it nevertheless suggests itself easy of misinterpretation. The Negroes are a race and not a nation. Nations grow out of the racial material under definite conditions. The Negroes in Africa are not yet a nation, but they are in the process of building a nation. The American Negroes are on a higher cultural level. But while they are there under the pressure of the Americans, they become interested in the development of the Negroes in Africa. The American Negro will develop leaders for Africa, that one can say with certainty, and that in time will influence the development of political consciousness in America. We do, of course, not obligate the Negroes to become a nation. If they are, then that is a question of their consciousness, that is, what they desire and what they strive for. We say, if the Negroes want that, then we must fight against imperialism to the last drop of blood, so that they gain the right, wherever and how they please, to separate a piece of land for themselves. The fact that they are today not a majority in any state does not matter. It is not a question of the authority of the states but of the Negroes. That in the overwhelming Negro territory also whites have existed and will remain henceforth is not the question, and we do not need today to break our heads over a possibility that sometime the whites will be suppressed by the Negroes. In any case, the suppression of the Negroes pushes them toward a political and national unity. That the slogan self-determination will rather win the petty bourgeois instead of the workers, that argument holds good also for the slogan of equality. It is clear that the special Negro elements who appear more in the public. 251. Businessmen, intellectuals, lawyers, etc., are more active and react more actively against the inequality. It is possible to say that the liberal demand just as well as the democratic one in the first instance will attract the petty bourgeois and only later the workers. If the situation was such that in America common actions existed between the white and the colored workers, that the class fraternization had already become a fact, then perhaps the arguments of our comrades would have a basis. I do not say that they would be correct. Then perhaps we would separate the colored workers from the white if we commence with the slogan self-determination. But today the white workers in relation to the Negroes are the oppressors, scoundrels, who persecute the black and the yellow, hold them in contempt and lynch them. When the Negro workers today unite with their own petty bourgeois, that is because they are not yet sufficiently developed to defend their elementary rights. To the workers in the southern states, the liberal demand for social, political, and economic equality would undoubtedly mean progress, but the demand for self-determination a greater progress. However, with the slogan social, political, and economic equality, they can much easier be misled. According to the law, you have this equality. When we are so far that the Negroes say we want autonomy, they then take a position hostile toward American imperialism. At that stage already the workers will be much more determined than the petty bourgeoisie. The workers will then see that the petty bourgeoisie is incapable of struggle and gets nowhere, but they will also recognize simultaneously that the white communist workers fight for their demands, and that will push them, the Negro proletarians, toward communism. Weisbord is correct in a certain sense that the self-determination of the Negroes belongs to the question of the permanent revolution in America. The Negroes will, through their awakening, through their demand for autonomy, and through the democratic mobilization of their forces, be pushed on toward the class basis. The petty bourgeoisie will take up the demand for social, political, and economic equality and for self-determination, but prove absolutely incapable in the struggle. The Negro proletariat will march crier the petty bourgeoisie in the direction toward the proletarian revolution. That is perhaps for them the most important road. I can therefore see no reason why we should not advance the demand for self-determination. I am not sure if the Negroes do not also in the southern states speak their own Negro language. Now that they are being lynched just because of being Negroes, they naturally fear to speak their Negro language, but when they are set free their Negro language will again become alive. I will advise the aimer. 252. I can comrades to study this question very seriously, including the language in the southern states. Because of all these reasons I would in this question rather lean toward the standpoint of the Communist Party, of course, with the observation, I have never studied this question and in my remarks I proceed from the general considerations. I base myself only upon the arguments brought forward by the American comrades. I find them insufficient and consider them a certain concession to the point of view of American chauvinism, which seems to me to be dangerous. What can we lose in this question when we go ahead with our demands, and what have the Negroes today to lose? We do not compel them to separate from the states, but they have the full right to self-determination when they so desire, and we will support and defend them with all the means at our disposal in the conquest of this right, the same as we defend all oppressed peoples. Swabeck, I admit that you have advanced powerful arguments, but I am not yet entirely convinced. The existence of a special Negro language in the southern states is possible, but in general all American Negroes speak English. They are fully assimilated. Their religion is the American Baptist and the language in their churches is likewise English. Economic equality we do not at all understand in the sense of the law. In the North, as of course also in the southern states, the wages for Negroes are always lower than for white workers and mostly their hours are longer, that is so to say accepted as a natural basis. In addition, the Negroes are allotted the most disagreeable work. It is because of these conditions that we demand economic equality for the Negro workers. We do not contest the right of the Negroes to self-determination. That is not the issue of our disagreement with the Stalinists. but we contest the correctness of the slogan of self-determination as a means to win the Negro masses. The impulse of the Negro population is first of all in the direction toward equality in a social, political, and economic sense. At present the party advances the slogan for self-determination only for the southern states. Of course, one can hardly expect that the Negroes from the northern industries should want to return to the South, and there are no indications of such a desire. On the contrary, their unformulated demand is for social, political, and economic equality based upon the conditions under which they live. That is also the case in the South. It is because of this that we believe this to be the important racial slogan. We do not look upon the Negroes as being under national oppression in the same sense as the oppressed colonial peoples. It is our opinion that the slogan of the Stalinists tends to lead the Negroes away from the class basis and more in the direction of the racial basis. That is the main reason for our being opposed to it. 253. We are of the belief that the racial slogan in the sense as presented by us leads directly toward the class basis. Frank, are there special Negro movements in America? Swaybeck, yes, several. First we had the Garvey movement based upon the aim of migration to Africa. It had a large following but busted up as a swindle. Now there is not much left of it. Its slogan was the creation of a Negro Republic in Africa. Other Negro movements in the main rest upon a foundation of social and political equality demands as, for example, the League National Association for Advancement of Colored People. This is a large racial movement. Trotsky, I believe that also the demand for social, political, and economic equality should remain, and I do not speak against this demand. It is progressive to the extent that it is not realized. The explanation of Comrade Swaybeck in regard to the question of economic equality is very important. But that alone does not yet decide the question of the Negro fate as such, the question of the nation, etc. According to the arguments of the American comrades, one could say for example that also Belgium has no right as a nation. The Belgians are Catholics, and a large section of them speak French. What if France would annex them with such an argument? Also the Swiss people, through their historical connection, feel themselves, despite different languages and religion, as one nation. An abstract criterion is not decisive in this question, but much more decisive is the historical consciousness, their feelings, and their impulses. But that also is not determined accidentally but rather by the general conditions. The question of religion has absolutely nothing to do with this question of the nation. The baptism of the Negro is something entirely different from the baptism of Rockefeller. These are two different religions. The political argument rejecting the demand for self-determination is doctrinarism. That we heard always in Russia in regard to the question of self-determination. The Russian experiences have shown to us that the groups who live on a peasant basis retain peculiarities, their customs, their language, etc., and given the opportunity they develop again. The Negroes are not yet awakened and they are not yet united with the white workers. 99.9% of the American workers are chauvinists. In relation to the Negroes they are hangmen, and they are so also toward the Chinese. It is necessary to teach the American beasts. It is necessary to make them understand that the American state is not their state and that they do not have to be the guardians of this state. Those American workers who say, the Negroes should separate when they so desire and we will defend them against our American police, those are revolutionists. I have confidence in them. The argument that the slogan for self-determination leads away from the class basis is an adaptation to the ideology of the white workers. The Negro can 254 be developed to a class standpoint only when the white worker is educated. On the whole, the question of the colonial people is in the first instance a question of the development of the metropolitan worker. The American worker is indescribably reactionary. It is shown today that he is not even yet one for the idea of social insurance. Because of this, the American communists are obligated to advance reform demands. When today the Negroes do not demand self-determination, that is naturally for the same reason that the white workers do not yet advance the slogan of the proletarian dictatorship. The Negro has not yet got it into his poor black head that he dares to carve out for himself a piece of the great and mighty states. But the white worker must meet the Negroes halfway and say to them, when you want to separate you will have our support. Also the Czech workers came only through the dissolution with their own state to communism. I believe that by the unheard of political and theoretical backwardness and the unheard of economic advance the awakening of the working class will proceed quite rapidly. The old ideological covering will burst, all questions will emerge at once, and since the country is so economically mature the adaptation of the political and theoretical to the economic level will be achieved very rapidly. It is then possible that the Negroes will become the most advanced section. We have already a similar example in Russia. The Russians were the European Negroes. It is very possible that the Negroes also through the self-determination will proceed to the proletarian dictatorship in a couple of gigantic strides, ahead of the great block of white workers. They will then furnish the vanguard. I am absolutely sure that they will in any case fight better than the white workers. That, however, can happen only provided the Communist Party carries on an uncompromising merciless struggle not against the supposed national prepossessions of the Negroes but against the colossal prejudices of the white workers and gives it no concession whatever. Swaybeck, it is then your opinion that the slogan for self-determination will be a means to set the Negroes into motion against American imperialism. Trotsky, naturally, thereby that the Negroes can carve out their own state out of mighty America and with the support of the white workers their self-consciousness develops enormously. The reformists and the revisionists have written much on the subject that capitalism is carrying on the work of civilization in Africa and if the peoples of Africa are left to themselves they will be the more exploited by businessmen, etc., much more than now where they at least have a certain measure of lawful protection. To a certain extent this argument can be correct. But in this case it is also first of all a question of the European workers. Without their liberation the real colonial liberation is also not possible. When the white worker performs 255. The role of the oppressor, he cannot liberate himself, much less the colonial peoples. The self-determination of the colonial peoples can, in certain periods, lead to different results. In the final instance, however, it will lead to the struggle against imperialism and to the liberation of the colonial peoples. The Austrian social democracy, particularly Renner, also put before the First World War the question of the national minorities abstractly. They argued likewise that the slogan for self-determination would only lead the workers away from the class standpoint and that such minority states could not live independently. Was this way of putting the question correct or false? It was abstract. The Austrian Social Democrats said that the national minorities were not nations. What do we see today? The separate pieces of the old Austro-Hungarian Empire, headed by the Habsburgs exist, rather bad, but they exist. The Bolsheviks fought in Russia always for the self-determination of the national minorities including the right of complete separation. And yet, by achieving self-determination these groups remained with the Soviet Union. If the Austrian Social Democracy had before accepted a correct policy in this question, they would have said to the national minority groups, you have the full right to self-determination, we have no interest whatever to keep you in the hands of the Habsburg monarchy. It would then have been possible after the revolution to create a great Danube Federation. The dialectic of the developments shows that where the tight centralism existed the state went to pieces and where the complete self-determination was proposed a real state emerged and remained united. The Negro question is of enormous importance for America. The League must undertake a serious discussion of this question, perhaps in an internal bulletin. Negroes in the United States in 1930 numbered about 11,900,000. About 80% live in 16 southern states and the District of Columbia. Historically the Negro was rural and agricultural. He was primarily a cultivator of cotton. Since the center of the cotton area is in the South, the Negro population was from the very beginning concentrated there. In this sense it is still correct to speak of the Negro as primarily Southern. In approaching the Negro problem these historical aspects have been stressed more than sufficiently, but the profound changes that have taken place among the Negroes during the last few decades have been neglected almost completely. Originally, the history of the Negro in America was the history of cotton. But today, it is an anachronism to view the Negro as primarily a backward farmer confined to cotton areas. In this sense, it is no longer correct to speak of the Negro as primarily Southern. The history of the Negro has become directly linked with modem industry. He has been separated from the soil and suddenly placed in the midst of the complex modem industrial structure. This is a fact. And, obviously, it is necessary to establish this fact because a tendency still prevails to view the Negro, especially the Southern Negro, in terms of those conditions that prevailed at the outbreak of the Civil War, and in the period immediately following. The Negro, especially the Southern Negro, is no longer overwhelmingly agricultural. In 1860 the Negroes were most densely concentrated in the South, particularly within the boundaries of 6 cotton-growing states, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Arkansas. Naturally enough, these states then could serve as a focus in any consideration of the Negro problem. In 1860 what was true of the Negroes in these states applied largely to the Negroes of the entire South, who comprised more than 92% of the total Negro population, and who were overwhelmingly agricultural. But to take these 6 states as our point of departure today can lead only to most grievous errors. The profound economic changes that the South underwent following the Civil War met with the greatest inertia precisely in these states. To this day they have remained predominantly agricultural, with cotton still the main crop. They produced 63% of the cotton crop in 1930. Only within this area have the Negroes remained largely rural and agricultural. The Negro population has been becoming urbanized, i.e. proletarianized, at an ever-increasing tempo. For 3 decades following the Civil War, for the US as a whole, it remained rural and agricultural. In 1890, it was 80.6% rural and only 19.4% urban. In the 3 decades following, and particularly in the last decade, the trend has been toward towns and cities. In 1920 the shift was to 66% rural and 34% urban. In 1930 the shift was much more accentuated, 56.3% rural, 43.7% urban. The shift was by no means restricted solely to the north. In 1930 the number of Negroes living in southern cities exceeded those in northern cities. Concurrently, while the Negro population was growing in other states, southern as well as northern, the Negro population in this Old South area remained stationary over a period of decades. The Negro population of these 6 states was in 1910, 5,087,000, in 1920, 5,079,000, in 1930 5,073,000. During the same period the Negro population in the US had increased more than 20%. This clearly denotes an intense migration from these agricultural states into industrial sections. However, it should not be concluded that deep-going changes have not been occurring within the Old South itself. Here too, the industrial development has been making gigantic strides forward, breaking down the old economic structure, and the original economic differentiation between the industrial North and the agricultural South. The development has been uneven, but the same process has been going on here as elsewhere, only at a different rate. The historical, cultural, and economic conditions of the Old South tended to retard the process. What has most tended to obscure its actual course is the fact that even today more than 42% of the total Negro population still lives within the boundaries of these 6 states. In 1910 the same area held 51.7% of the total Negro population. More than 2/3 of the total Negro farmers in the South and almost 3/4 of the tenant farmers are to be found in these same 6 states. A study limited to this area must necessarily fail to reflect the fundamental changes in Negro life. From the density of the Negro population within this area, conclusions have been drawn that are highly fallacious, particularly the conclusions that the Negro problem is primarily geographic, i.e., southern, and agricultural, and therefore a national problem. Flowing from this, the attempt is made to reduce the entire problem to the analysis of only this particular section of the South, the famous Black Belt sector. For the core of this sector stretches 258 precisely over the states we have been discussing. Just as it is possible to draw any kind of a triangle within a circle, so it is possible to construct within this territory a particular well-defined area in which the Negroes would compose the majority of the population. But just as what applies to the inscribed triangle need not apply to the circle, just so what applies to this particular sector need not apply at all elsewhere. Such a sector may be, and in this case it actually is, arbitrary and artificial. In the first place, the Black Belt embraces a territory that has remained primarily rural and overwhelmingly agricultural. Secondly, even according to the most sanguine estimates, it includes only about 3 million Negroes, or approximately 1/4 of the total Negro population. Even the Stalinists claim for it only some 3,320,000 Negroes. The Black Belt is a very arbitrary sort of a belt. The 6 states over which the core of it extends comprise about 500 counties, with a population of 8 million whites and 5 million Negroes, that is, 61.5% white. To obtain a solid area in which the Negroes form the majority of the population, it is necessary to select particular counties which must be contiguous. Some 200 counties can be squeezed into this requirement. The most imposing picture of the Black Belt is painted by the Stalinists. Yet even they claim for it only that, in 192 counties they made up from 50% to 75% of the population, in 36 counties they comprise more than 75% of the population, Labor Fact Book, p. 78. Figures based on 1920 census. Leaving aside for the moment all other considerations, it is obvious that one cannot equate even the actual area over which the bulk of the Negroes is spread, some 24 states including the District of Columbia, with a hand-picked area of 192 counties, in which the whites compose an insignificant minority only in 36. Moreover, such a belt, to be consistent, must exclude the remaining 300 counties in which there are only about 2 million Negroes. It also throws out of focus not only the millions of northern Negroes, but also a greater southern population than the one actually included, some 3,300,000 Negroes in the directly adjoining states of Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and Florida, in which there are 11,460,000 whites. Needless to say, the constructors of black belts do not and cannot remain consistent with their own premises. They include perforce within it counties that explode the premises of Negro majority, of contiguity, and of well-marked area. No two maps drawn of the future Negro state tally. The most appalling and ambitious ones include practically the entire South. The least pretentious would include the cities of Richmond, Memphis, Vicksburg, New Orleans, and Savannah, which with the exception of Savannah are predominantly white. By focusing our attention on the Black Belt, we cannot understand the significance of the decisive economic and social shifts in the South in general and among the Negroes in particular. By thinking in terms of the Black Belt. 259. We can only think of the Negro problem in terms of conditions that prevailed in the middle of the 19th century. The basic factors in the Negro problem are not geographic divisions, or state boundaries, or county lines. The basic factors are economic. The so-called Black Belt was and still remains predominantly rural and agricultural. In the meantime, the economic development has been surging over the old state and new county lines. Under the impact of economic forces, the mass of the Negro population in and outside of the 6 states has been rapidly shifting from rural to urban, from agriculture to industry. This shift, which has been going on at an ever-increasing rate, must continue to take place in accordance with the internal logic of American capitalist development. This process, which has already vitally affected the Black Belt itself, although it has not yet disintegrated it, must proceed at an ever-increasing tempo. The agricultural aspect of the Negro problem, particularly in this phase of it, provides the subject for an independent analysis. Suffice it to say that the entire agricultural base of the South as a whole is being disintegrated not only by the permanent crisis of American agriculture, and the industrialization of the South, but also by the mechanization of cotton farming. All these factors bear most directly and immediately upon the Negro farmer, who is being driven from the land into urban centers and into the ranks either of the proletariat or the unemployed. In the period immediately before us we shall witness accelerated changes in the Black Belt proper, precisely along the lines indicated by what has already happened elsewhere in the South. The Negro farmer is being driven from the land. This movement has already penetrated deeply into the heart of the Black Belt itself. We have already pointed out its stationary or declining population, and also the fact that more than 2/3 of the Negro farms in the South and almost 3/4 of the tenant farmers are in the Black Belt area. What holds true of the entire South bears most directly upon the Negro farmers in these 6 states. In the entire South, in 1920, there were about 980,000 Negro farmers, of whom 714,000 or about 3/4 were tenants. In 1930 the Negro farmers dropped to 880,000, of whom 699,000 were tenants or more than 3/4. At the same time, only 46.6% of the white farmers in the South were tenants. The pressure to which the agricultural Negro is being subjected is brought out still more clearly by comparing the trend among Negro farmers with that among white Southern farmers. Between 1920 and 1930 the number of white farmers dropped also, but only 1.6% as compared with more than 7% for the Negroes. While the Negro tenants decreased absolutely, the number of white tenant farmers increased. At the same time the number of white sharecroppers almost approached that of the Negro croppers, white, 383,381, Negro, 392,897. The white farmer is being pauperized at a different rate from 260. The Negro. But the pauperization of the white farmer accelerates the rate at which the Negro is being driven from the land. And in point of fact this has already crystallized itself definitely. The economic base of the Negro has already shifted from agriculture to industry. The crux of the Negro problem is in modern industry and not in the old agricultural South. The movement of the Negroes to the north has been nothing but an integral part of the urbanization of the Negro. The movement northward began at the same time as the urban shift in the South. The growth of Negro population in the North from 9 to 4% in 1890 to 20.2% in 1930 is only an integral part of the shift to cities and towns of the Negro population as a whole from 19 to 4% of the total in 1890 to 43.7% in 1930. The sweep of this shift is apparent at a glance, if we examine some figures. In 1930 there were more adult Negroes in towns and cities than remained on land. According to the last census, adult urban Negroes, in the entire US between 20 and 44 years of age, numbered 2,820,000, those who remained on the land numbered 2,197,000. 11 over 3,800,000 or almost 2/3 of those gainfully employed were engaged in occupations other than agriculture, in which there had remained only 36.1%. A drop of almost 1 million from the number in 1910 when 84.6% of those gainfully employed were engaged in agriculture. Equally illustrative of the intensity of the shift is the fact that the Negro population in 79 major cities increased over 60% in a single decade, 1920-1930, leaping from 1,920,000 in 1920 to 3,150,000 in 1930. Even in 1920, at the inception of the Black Belt ballyhoo, this trend away from the land was clearly indicated, for already at that time only 2/5 of those gainfully employed were engaged in agriculture. The consequences of this urbanization have been far-reaching. The relation of the Negro to industry has radically altered. Until as late as 1914, the Negro served as a reserve to draw on in times of labor shortage or strikes. By 1930, the Negro had become an integral part of the labor force in practically every important industry. In the movement away from the land, two peak waves are to be observed. one in 1916 to 1919, the other in 1921 to 24, but they were only a part of the continuous trend and not a sudden isolated exodus. Once again we stress that underlying the ebbs and flows of this movement are not geographic or sentimental causes but profound economic forces. The labor agencies of large industries had a great deal more to do with it than the activities of the Ku Kluxers in the South. The Negroes' function as a labor reserve led to their utilization as strike breakers. But from this role of a labor reserve they have become transformed into integral parts of the industrial structure. Negroes compose 7.6% of the total labor force in the mining industry, 10.3% in transport, 7.2% in manufacturing and machine industry. Although they are only 9.7% of the US population, they composed in 1930, 28% of the unskilled workers in large meat packing concerns, 16.2% of the unskilled in the steel industry, and 22.7% of the laborers in building trades. Instances are not lacking of strikes in which the proletarianized Negro served as the backbone while the bosses depended upon Negro strike breakers primarily recruited from rural districts. The Negro has definitely become an integral part of the proletariat, preponderantly unskilled and most intensely exploited. The Negro problem is and will be to an ever-increasing degree a working class problem, and the crucial criterion is the economic and not the geographic distribution of the Negro population. By themselves statistics are meaningless, such as that in 1930 almost 4/5 of the Negro population still lived in the so-called South, or that the bulk of the Negro population is spread over 24 states and that almost 20% lives in 8 northern states, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, Missouri, and Indiana, or any other assortment of vital statistics. What is decisive is the economic content of the figures. And in respect to the Negro, this content is industrial. This does not mean that we disregard entirely, or intend to minimize the importance of the Negro farmer. The Negro agrarian problem is an acute and an important one. However, the American Negro is not predominantly agricultural. He is a proletarian. From the revolutionary standpoint, the Negro problem is primarily the problem of gaining over to the revolutionary platform the overwhelming majority of the Negro workers. The rural Negro can be gained as an ally only in the same manner, basically, as the rural white, and that is by being mobilized under the leadership of the proletariat. From the very beginning, the misleaders of the American working class as a whole and Negroes in particular have tried to drum into the heads of Negro 262 and white that working class unity could not be achieved directly. Booker T. Washington did what he could to discourage Negroes from putting their trust in working class unity. And on the other hand, the reactionary trade union bureaucracy has drawn racial lines as rigidly as any Ku Kluxer. The unmasking of the class struggle will greatly facilitate the political development of American workers, Negro and white. But we will fail to unite them unless our fundamental approach to the Negro is the same as to any other worker, taking of course into consideration that they represent at present the most backward section of the backward working class, not because they were colored but because they stem directly from the most backward rural sections. The elemental urge to class solidarity has manifested itself time and again. But these were and remained only episodic beginnings, in the absence of a genuine revolutionary party. Decades ago, in 1886, the old Knights of Labor had over 60,000 Negroes organized in its ranks. The IWW even in the darkest South was able to organize into a single organization Negroes and whites and lead them to successful strikes, particularly in the lumber industry. In West Virginia, where the reactionary United Mine Workers of America tried to gain a foothold, 2 counties were more than half organized and most of the miners were Negroes. They were the backbone of the strike. But numerous as these instances are, they have remained episodic, and the base must be practically laid anew. One thing is certain, there are no national shortcuts to organizing the Negro workers. The basic slogan is that of class solidarity, and not at all the slogan of self-determination. Booker T. Washington preached to the Negroes against class solidarity and tried to imbue them with self-degradation. He said, the wisest of my race understand that the agitation of questions of social equality is the extremist folly. He advocated an alliance with the wealthy whites against the white trash, i.e. against the white workers who are the oppressors and scoundrels, who hold Negroes in contempt and lynch them. The Negroes have been taught by the bourgeoisie to distrust and hate the white workers and vice versa. We must imbue the Negro with class solidarity. We must say, the wisest of the Negro race understand that the agitation of the question of class solidarity is the only way out for his race. Class-conscious Negro and white workers must teach the Negro masses and the white that they have only one enemy, their real lynchers and oppressors, the capitalists. The 14 or 15 million Negroes in the USA represent potentially the most militant section of the population. Economic exploitation and the crudest forms of racial discrimination make this radicalization inevitable. We also have historical proof, first in the part played by the Negroes in the Civil War and in the response to a Marcus Garvey. Superficially, the Negro accepts, but that acceptance does not go very deep down. It is essentially dissimulation and a feeling of impotence, the age-old protective armor of the slave. It has been stated that the CP in organizing the Negroes in the South got such response that it had to check the campaign. The reason given was that owing to the number of Negroes joining and the fewness of the whites, the result would soon be a race war between the Southern workers and sharecroppers. 2. The Negro responds not only to national but international questions. It is stated that during the Ethiopian crisis, thousands of Negroes were ready to go to Ethiopia as fighters and nurses. Since the trouble in the West Indies, Jamaicans in New York have formed a Jamaica Progressive Association. They drafted a memorandum demanding a democratic constitution for the West Indies, sent a delegate to meet the Royal Commission and to visit Panama and Colon to organize membership of the association. Finally, I am informed that a new spirit is moving among the Negroes in Harlem and elsewhere today. People who knew the Harlem Negro 15 years ago and know him today state that the change is incredible. The Negro press today, poor as it is an immense advance on what it was 5 years ago. The Pittsburgh Courier, with a circulation of over 100,000 weekly, though a bourgeois paper, bitterly attacks the Roosevelt administration for its failure to deal with the Negro question. The younger generation in particular aims at equality, not to be discriminated against simply because they are black. To sum up then, A. The Negro represents potentially the most revolutionary section of the population. B. He is ready to respond to militant leadership. C. He will respond to political situations abroad which concern him. D. He is today more militant than ever. 4. The Fourth International Movement has neglected the Negro question almost completely. If even the party personnel were not of a type to do active work among the Negro masses, the Negro question as an integral part of the American Revolution can no longer be neglected. The Negro helped materially to win the Civil War, and he can make the difference between success and failure in any given revolutionary situation. A Negro department of some sort should be organized, consisting, if need be, entirely of whites, which will deal as comprehensively with the Negro question as the trade union department deals with the trade union question. If the party thinks the question important enough, this will be done. The party members and sympathizers must be educated to the significance of the Negro question. This is not a question of there being no Negroes in the party. That has nothing to do with it at all. This work can begin immediately. The main question, however, that of organizing or helping to organize the Negro masses, is one of enormous difficulty for a party like the SWP. The main reasons for this are of course the discrimination against the Negro in industry by both capitalists and workers, the chauvinism of the white workers, and the political backwardness of the American movement. Each of these are fundamental causes inherent in the economic and social structure of the country. 265. But an already difficult situation has been complicated by the funereal role of the CP, especially during the last few years. It is stated, and there is every reason to believe it, that the possibilities of a rapprochement between blacks and whites on a working class basis are today worse than they were 10 years ago. The CP has lost 1,579 or 79% of its Negro membership during the last year in New York State alone. Since that time, there has taken place the split of the Workers' Alliance, and New York is slated to be always symptomatic of developments in the party as a whole. It was not always like this. I am informed that some years ago in Harlem, the Negro who was aware of politics might not join the CP, but he would say that of all the white parties, the CP was the only party which did fight for Negro equality and which tried to stick to its principles. Today that is gone. The chief reason for this is, of course, the new Popular Front of the CP. The CP cannot gain the allies it wants if it fights the difficult fight for Negro rights. The CP is now an American party, and the petty bourgeois supporters of democracy who are coming into it have nothing in common with the Negro, who, finding himself an outsider, has simply left the party. I have had personal experience of the bitterness of ex-members of the CP toward the party, and unfortunately, to all white parties also. But it is to be noted that the main grievance is political, the activity of the CP on the Ethiopian question. First of all, that Russia sold oil to Italy made a disastrous impression on the blacks. Yet many Negro Party members remained. What seems to have been a decisive factor was the activity in regard to Spain and China and its lack of activity in regard to Ethiopia. Every day it is only Spain, Spain, China, Spain, but nothing done for Ethiopia except one or two meager processions around Harlem. I have the impression that the CP could have gotten away with the Soviet selling of oil if it had carried on a vigorous campaign, collecting money, etc. for the Ethiopian cause. The contrast with Spain has been too glaring, and when the CP entirely neglected the West Indian situation, the Negroes became finally conscious that they were once more the dupes of another white party. The Ethiopian question and the West Indian question are still live questions for the politically minded Negroes. They will judge a party on the international field by what it does or says on these issues. 13. Articles, leaflets, and even small meetings in Harlem are not beyond the party today with a little effort. One party comrade has managed to make himself familiar with the Indian problem, to write articles in the NI, and to make valuable contacts. The same could surely be done nearer home. France at the present time is the key to the world's situation. How to awaken interest in the American Negroes on the critical situation in France, obviously of such importance to themselves. Obviously by the struggle for independence of the French colonies and particularly through the Negro organizations in Europe and Africa which are working towards this end. The French party and with it the Belgian and British parties have their responsibility here. In France today there are African revolutionary organizations in contact with a similar organization in Britain. The Fourth International must determinedly assist in building and strengthening its connections with this work, and the American Party has its part to play in this important means of educating and organizing the Negro movement in America. The most difficult question is still to be faced. What will the party aim at in its Negro work? There are certain things that every revolutionary party will do. A. Fight for the Negro's place and rights in the trade unions. B. Seek to make as many Negroes as possible members. C. Carry on a merciless struggle against white chauvinism. About C. a word should be said. The CP has been accused of fostering a black chauvinism. There have been exaggerations and absurdities and downright crimes against socialism, e.g. using white women to catch Negroes, but on the whole, the CP attitude of going to lengths in order to make the Negro feel that the CP looked upon him as a man and equal is not to be lightly dismissed. The general aim was correct. The Negro brought up in America or Africa is extremely sensitive to chauvinism of any kind. Lenin knew this, and in his thesis to the Second Congress on the colonial question, he warned that concessions would have to be made to correct this justifiable suspicion on the part of the colonial workers. No principled concession can ever be made. But sensitiveness to black chauvinism will gain nothing and will do a great deal of harm. It should be noted that this suspicious attitude is not directed against whites only. Africans, and also to some degree Americans, are often hostile to educated West Indian Negroes who, from their British education and the comparative absence of sharp racial discrimination in the West Indies, are accused, and justly, of having a superior and white attitude. Organizations in London, predominantly West Indian, find it difficult to get African members, and in America, to get American members. The party will base itself in the everyday needs of the Negroes. It must aim at being a mass organization, or it would be useless and mischievous. The dangers of such an organization are obvious. But a recognition of these dangers does not solve two questions. One, the great masses of Negroes are unorganized and no white party is going to organize them. They will not join the Fourth International. Is it worthwhile to assist in the formation of an organization which will rally Negroes, and, though reformist in character, must from the very nature of its membership develop into a militant organization? The Negro has poured his money into Garvey's coffers, and now into Father Divine's, has worked hard and been robbed. Is there a way out for him to fight unless he joins the Fourth International? 2. Though I may be wrong here, I think that such an organization is going to be formed whatever we do. This question of the Negro organization is one that deserves the closest study. As far as I can see, no white leader or white organization is going to build a mass organization among the Negroes, either in Africa or in America. As recently as 1935, however, the Negroes have shown their capacity for mass political action under one of their own leaders. 1. Sufi, a Southern Negro, masquerading as a man from the East, organized a party, picketed shops, and helped to force employers to give 1/3 of their jobs to Negroes. He was the leading figure in the riots which gained Harlem schools, more colored teachers, recreation grounds, etc. Sufi was a racketeering demagogue and was entangled into an anti-Semitism which, I am informed, was no part of his creed, such as it was. But he was ready to fight for such things as the Negro understood, and he got a strong response. The question, however, is pertinently asked, why is it that intelligent Negroes with political understanding never attempt to lead Negroes but always leave them to men like Garvey and Sufi? This, it seems to me, is one of the most important questions on which the party has to come to a decision. It is closely linked to the question of self-determination for American Negroes. Self-determination for the American Negroes is, 1. economically reactionary and, 2. politically false because no. 268. Negroes, except CP stooges, want it. For Negroes it is merely an inverted segregation. Yet it is not to be lightly dismissed without providing for what it aims at, the creation of confidence among the Negroes that revolutionary socialism does honestly and sincerely mean to stand by its promises. As so often with Marxists, the subsidiary psychological factors are not carefully provided for in the planning of political campaigns. The Negro must be won for socialism. There is no other way out for him in America or elsewhere. But he must be won on the basis of his own experience and his own activity. There is no other way for him to learn, nor for that matter, for any other group of toilers. If he wanted self-determination, then however reactionary it might be in every other respect, it would be the business of the Revolutionary Party to raise that slogan. If after the Revolution, he insisted on carrying out that slogan and forming his own Negro state, the Revolutionary Party would have to stand by its promises and, similarly to its treatment of large masses of the peasantry, patiently trust to economic development and education to achieve an integration. But the Negro, fortunately for socialism, does not want self-determination. Yet Negroes, individually and in the mass, will remain profoundly suspicious of whites. In private and in public, they ask the question, how are we to know that after the revolution we shall not be treated in the same way? Many who do not say this think it. The CP Negroes are looked upon as touts for Negro converts in exactly the same way as the Democratic and Republican parties have touts for Negro votes. What is the remedy? I propose that there is an obvious way, the organization of a Negro movement. That the Negro masses do certainly want, they will respond to that and therefore they must have it. They will follow such a movement ably and honestly led. They have followed similar movements in the past and are looking for a similar movement now. The great argument for such a movement is that it has the possibility of setting the Negro masses in motion, the only way in which they will learn the realities of political activity and be brought to realize the necessity of mortal struggle against capitalism. Who opposes such a procedure must have some concrete suggestions for attaining this most important end, bringing Negro masses into the struggle. What precise aims will such an organization have? What it must not at any cost do is to seek to duplicate existing white organizations so as to result in anything like dual unionism, etc. One of its main tasks will be to demand and struggle for the right of the Negro to full participation in all industries and in all unions. Any Negro organization which fought militantly for such an aim would thereby justify its existence. 269. There are many urgent issues: the struggle for the Negro right to vote, against social and legal discrimination, against discrimination in schools and universities, against oppressive rents. The struggle against such things and the task of bringing the white workers to see to a concrete realization of their responsibility in these questions can be best achieved by a combination of the few politically advanced whites backed by a powerful Negro movement. To expect a continuous struggle by the whites on these Negro issues is absurd to lay down as a condition. For what it amounts to, that the Negro cannot struggle against these things unless he forms organizations predominantly white, is sectarian and stupid. The Negro himself will have the satisfaction of supporting his own movement. The constant domination of whites, whether by the bourgeoisie or in workers' movements, more and more irks the Negro. That is why he followed a Marcus Garvey in such hundreds of thousands and would not join the CP. The party's attitude towards such a movement should therefore be one of frank, sincere, and unwavering support. The white proletariat will have to demonstrate concretely its value to the Negro not once, but many times, before it wins the Negro's confidence. The support of this movement by the party should be frank, sincere, and unwavering. This is not as easy as it sounds. What the party must avoid at all costs is looking upon such a movement as a recruiting ground for party members, something to be captured or manipulated for the aims of the party, or something which it supports spasmodically at the time it needs something in return. The party should frankly and openly endorse such a movement, urge Negroes to join it, assist the movement in every way and, while pointing out the political differences and showing that revolutionary socialism is the ultimate road, work side by side to influence this movement by criticism and activity combined. It is in this way and on the basis of a common struggle, with the party always helping by never seeking to manipulate the movement, that the confidence of the Negro movement be gained by revolutionary socialism, without raising the impracticable slogan of self-determination. What are the dangers of such a movement? The chief are, a. The danger that it might be used by reactionary elements such as the Democratic Party or the Communist Party, b. The danger of encouraging racial chauvinism. A fortunate combination of circumstances reduces these dangers to manageable proportions. At the present moment, there is a sufficient number of capable Negroes ready and willing to lead such a movement who, while willing to cooperate with white parties, have no racial chauvinism. 270. While all Negroes will be admitted and racial discrimination against any Negro as a Negro will be fought, it is recognized by all with whom I have discussed this question, that such a movement must be a mass movement based on the demands of Negro workers and peasants. Much will depend on the leadership here. I see no reason, however, to have any doubts on this score. Such a leadership exists at the present time and needs only be mobilized. The Negro's right to his place in industry and the trade unions must be one of the main planks of the platform and one of the main fields of activity. The prospective leadership, as I see it, will be militantly opposed to the political line and organizational practice of the CP. Yet this is not sufficient as a political basis. Sooner or later the organization will have to face its attitude towards capitalism. Is it to be a reformist or revolutionary organization? It will not start as a full-fledged revolutionary socialist organization. As Lenin pointed out to the pioneers of communism in Britain immediately after the war, it would be a mistake to flaunt the banner of revolution right at the beginning. The basis of the organization must be the struggle for the day-to-day demands of the Negro. But the American economy is already and will increasingly pose the question to every political organization: fascism or communism. Here again the initial leadership will exercise a decisive influence. This is a question which will ultimately be decided by struggle within the organization. However, many factors are in favor of a victory ultimately for those who support revolutionary socialism, when the Negro masses are ready for it. First, there is the question of revolutionary struggle for the Negroes in Africa against imperialism. On this, most politically minded Negroes are agreed. Secondly, the International African Service Bureau, a British organization, issued a manifesto during the Munich crisis which demands a joint struggle of British workers in Britain and colonials of the empire for the overthrow of imperialism. This manifesto has been warmly welcomed among advanced Negroes in America, and the Bureau and its paper, International African Opinion, have already a powerful influence, and this not only on account of its policy, but because it is run by Negroes. Militant struggle for day-to-day demands must be the basis and constant activity of the movement, but in this period, action on this basis will drive the movement sharply up against the capitalist state and fascists or neo-fascist bands, and the transition to revolutionary socialism will not ultimately be difficult. As soon as this organization has achieved a firm basis, an international conference will most probably be called between the various militant Negro organizations, and from my personal knowledge of them and their personnel, there is a probability that socialism may be adopted. Such are the possibilities. 271. At the present time. And it is fortunate that they are so favorable. But it must be insisted upon that support of a Negro mass movement must not be conditional upon whether it is or soon will be socialist or not. It is the awakening and bringing into political activity of the large mass of Negroes which is the main consideration, and to this the party must give its frank, sincere, and unwavering support. The rest depends on the development of the whole international situation, the struggle of revolutionary parties, e.g. the growth of the SWP and the individuals who will constitute the leadership. On the specific danger of racial chauvinism, I shall say little. In my view, it is for the movement of the kind projected a minor question. No movement which proclaims the Negro's right to his place in the trade unions can be deeply penetrated with chauvinism. The Negroes who are likely to lead this movement see the dangers of chauvinism as clearly as the whites do. In America, where the Negroes are in a definite minority, serious fear of black chauvinism on the part of white revolutionaries seems to me not only unnecessary but dangerous. In the concrete instance, black chauvinism is a progressive force. It is the expression of a desire for equality of an oppressed and deeply humiliated people. The persistent refusal to have self-determination is evidence of the limitation of black chauvinism in America. Any excessive sensitiveness to black chauvinism by the white revolutionaries is the surest way to create hostilities and suspicion among the black people. Such, in outline, it seems to me, should be the attitude of the party towards such an organization. It should actively assist the formation of such a movement. In any case, I have little doubt that such a movement is going to be formed sooner or later. But the party also has its own responsibility to the Negro question. The following are a few observations, based on a necessarily limited knowledge of the American situation, learned chiefly by discussion with Negro socialists or near-socialists. A. Earlier I stated that the party must form a section devoted entirely to the Negro question. This is urgent work, whether a Negro organization is formed or not. Our great weapon at the present moment is Marxism, by which we illuminate every grave social and political problem of the day. The party's first task, therefore, is to do what no organization, white or Negro, can do completely unless it is based on the principles of Marxism: study the Negro question in relation to the national and international situation. B. The Negro Committee should embark on an unremitting study of the Negro question, and immediately make arrangements for the publication of articles regularly in the Socialist Appeal and the New International. The 272. Appeal should have a weekly column devoted to the Negro question. It will not be difficult to get regular information if contact is kept with Negroes. Not only accounts of lynchings, specific discriminations in industry, etc., but the presentation and analysis of various economic and social statistics issued, with special reference to the Negro, the colonial struggle in Africa, etc. This must now be a prominent and permanent section of the party's work, for party members as well as Negro contacts. Particularly urgent for the New International is an article or series of articles written from the inside and exposing the dealings of the American Communist Party with the Negro. The political line, the activities of Ford, Richard Moore, and Co., would be shown up, and their political corruption and degeneration traced in relation to the decline of the Comintern. The Negroes must be shown why the CP policy to the Negro has been what it has been at different times and why. The bureaucratic promotion and demotion of Negroes must be shown as a direct reflection of the bureaucratic degeneration of the Russian Revolution. A series of articles and a pamphlet relating the CP political and organizational policy towards Negroes with the zigzags of the Comintern would be of inestimable value. This should be done as a first task. C. The numerous Negro organizations in Harlem and elsewhere must be contacted. This should be done very carefully, for the CP policy of penetration or capturing from within and generally of being concerned chiefly with bringing the organization under its influence, and not with helping in the Negro struggle, has borne bitter fruit, and the attitude towards any white is likely to be what have you come here to get. That the party should encourage the formation of a Negro mass movement does not mean that it will in any way cease activity to gain membership among Negroes. What is to be avoided is the impression that it is interested in Negro activity solely for the purpose of getting members or influence, and not for the purpose of assisting Negro struggles. That would be a grave crime not only against Negroes but against the socialist movement. Yet the party will openly and frankly seek membership. It seems, however, that here certain dangers are to be avoided. The NAACP, the Urban League, and other Negro organizations, weekly forums, etc., carry on a certain amount of activity. Mere condemnation of these as bourgeois is worse than useless. At present, in most areas, the party's appeal to most Negroes would chiefly be to those who are attracted by its superior understanding and analysis of the Negro question and the world's situation. But these Negroes, when won, must not be immediately abstracted from their 273 milieu and plunged into the struggle against Stalinism, etc. One of their main tasks at the present stage is to remain among the Negroes in their areas in the local organizations, carrying on an active fight for the party's ideas in a manner carefully adapted to their heroes' point of view. Broadly speaking, among whites there is a differentiation. Revolutionaries circle around revolutionary organizations, and the petty bourgeois Democrats belong to the various petty bourgeois organizations. Among Negroes, especially in the provinces, it is not so. All types, instinctive revolutionaries and conservatives, can be found at the local Negro forums, YMCA etc. even though these meetings often begin with prayers. There is a vast field here for the winning of Negro members to the party if the party press and literature give them a weapon which they can use. But at the same time, the party must beware of looking upon Negro work as to be done necessarily by Negroes. The clearance of the long road to socialist equality must begin at once. Certain white comrades can now begin to become experts on the Negro question. The method is easy to define, hard to carry out. It means a regular reading of the Negro press, Negro literature, regular attendance at Negro meetings, etc. The arguments for socialism are to be directed against the latest pronouncements of Kelly Miller, Mordecai Johnson, George Shulier, the local Negro representatives of the Republican and Democratic parties, not against Stalin, Daladier, and Chiang Kai-shek. And to attempt to do propaganda among Negroes on any other basis than attack, debate, exposition, etc. concerned with the writers, press etc. read by the Negroes, is to speak a language alien to them. This is of particular importance in areas where the party is small. For the moment I exclude organizations of the Negro unemployed etc., which would more properly be the problem of the trade union section. A close attention by one or two white comrades to the discussion, literature, etc. of the various Negro groups in their community must bear fruit in the end owing to the superior power of the ideas we put forward. And while Negroes will do the main part of this work, even where the party has Negro comrades, white comrades must take their part and will win great prestige for the party by showing themselves thoroughly familiar with Negro life and thought. We must work patiently in the rather restricted milieu to which even groups of educated Negroes are condemned by their position in American society. The committee should get into contact with the French, British, Belgian, and South African sections, get regular information about their work and contacts, a good supply of British and South African papers, especially those dealing with colonial questions, and circulate these and translations from the French among the Negro organizations and interested groups and persons. Every effort should be made to circulate the spark widely among interested Negro contacts. The International African Service Bureau and its organ, International